GetReady.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and goal, and Prescott in the gun. Dowdle to his left. Snap is back, looking right. Throwing it right. Cooks right side of the end zone. Perfect throw, my goodness. Touchdown, Brandon Cooks. Wow, did he ever thread the needle.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we start the Cowboys Monday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Treef, Ralph, James Choppy, all the different celebration music throughout the entire show from Peyton Russell. We got Ryan in the back setting us up live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. As yesterday afternoon and evening, all I wanted to do was dance.
That's it? Just dance?
I wanted to dance.
Are you a dancer? You a big dancer?
No. I wanted to dance.
Oh.
I didn't dance.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to dance.
Yeah, it's a good dance day. Season's over, and you move on to
Well, not yet.
but the regular season. Now you move on to the playoffs, where all lives will be changed. Everybody's life gets changed in the playoffs.
Number 2 seed. You avoid San Francisco until round 3. I think some Cowboy fans took issue with me saying you're dodging the Rams. They're like, no, the Rams are dodging us. You get the Green Bay Packers instead of the Rams. I'll put it like that. Sunday at 3:30 right here on this radio station with a 12:30 pregame. Philadelphia continues to melt down. You got an injury issue to worry about with Stephon Gilmore. Got to get Tyler Smith back. But otherwise, what an awesome ending to the regular season.
It really was. I think, I wish.
Wouldn't have told me 4 weeks ago that you're getting the 2 seed. You were not going to convince me of that before the Philadelphia debacle.
Yeah, Philly fell off. And, there's the Lions had a couple of losses in there throughout the course of the season that they probably want back. The Bears lost in Seattle, because if they don't lose those, they're the 2 seed. With or without the Cowboys loss they had. So you had to have a lot of things go your way to get that 2 seed. And then you get a Green Bay team, and you're getting a rookie quarterback, and that's huge. Missing the Rams we may be overstating it a bit, because they beat the crap out of them. But the Rams played well. They played well down the stretch. I think Detroit wants to miss both the Rams and the Packers, because the Packers beat them this year, and the Rams are a tough matchup. But what sucks is the Eagles get such an easy matchup. They're in shambles. They're in shambles. But that's why I hate the NFL's playoff structure. I think the best team should be able to pick your opponent. Pick your opponent. Let's do that.
Like draft
your opponent.
Still no repeat winner in the NFC East since 2005. They eventually pull away from Washington 38-10. When did you stop being nervous in this one? Were you nervous down 10-7?
I was more nervous before they elected to kick the field goal. The moment they kicked the field goal, I feel like it took the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, and Ron Rivera, he had been going for it. Eric Bieniemy,
yes,
pulling out all the crap in the playbook.
He was riverboat gambler Ron, man, and then all of a sudden he just let's get that field goal. What? I think the Donovan Wilson interception. It was before the half. The Cowboys are at 14-10. They get the pick, and it's like, okay, if you go down and score here, you get the ball at a half. That's a double dip. At that point, I felt good. I felt good about it at that point. Because once they got the touchdown before the half, and then they got the ball back, I was like, all right, this game's over.
Nerves were building a little bit when Washington was going down there and driving. Then they take the 10-7 lead. After Pollard scored the touchdown on that drive, I didn't believe it was over, but my nerves went away. I'm like, okay, 14-10. Then CeeDee Lamb touchdown after the Donovan interception that you referred to made it 21-10. Ball game, see you later. And then I start just getting these. It's like watching a stock just. I'm trying to remember back in the days when my stocks used to be in green. Squeeze. It was like watching the old Volkswagen squeeze in the stock market, because I had the meatballs texting me the Giants-Eagles update. And literally every 3 minutes, y'all, it was 14-0, 21-0, 24-0. And I'm like, y'all are pranking me. Y'all are joking me. So rather than me tweet it out, I sat there. I went to ESPN.com. I'm refreshing the scoreboard update, and they were absolutely right as the Eagles were getting humiliated and embarrassed against the New York Giants. But for me, it was after the Tony Pollard touchdown. That was his drive, by the way, to make it 14-10. Peyton Russell, good morning, young man. How are you doing? And your thoughts on the NFC East champs.
Oh, doing fantastic. It feels so good to be the number 2 seed.
Doesn't it?
It really does. And you look, you needed the Eagles lose 5 of 6 to get there, which you didn't think that was possible when they were 10-1. We all knew. I mean, Bobby knew. The dude was right.
Yes.
The dude was right. He's listening right now. Congrats on your power rankings, even though your system sucks.
He also wouldn't put down anything tangible to bet that the Cowboys would win the NFC East. He talked it, but he wasn't fully there. He wasn't fully there in terms of putting something on it.
Right. And if there was ever a season for the chips to fall on your table, to fall on your side and everything, it was going to be this year. Because you avoid the Rams in the first round, you get the Packers. Then you still get that second home game in the divisional round, and who knows what happens in the championship game? Because this whole season it was, well, you're going to face the 49ers probably in the second round. And so
you avoid them.
Yeah, and then the Eagles lose 5 of 6 to win the division. I mean, that just doesn't happen. And so everything's so far has gone their way in the second half of the year. And let's keep it rolling because this is fun. I want this postseason to keep going.
Yeah, it feels like, look, the only way that because today, not only are you the 2 seed, Eagles, blah, 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 NFC East, it feels like we have a ticket in pencil to the NFC Championship game finally. That's what it feels like. Now, second round matchup, yeah, you look at that, down the road, but the only way this feeling right now of relief and ease is completely turned around to a 180 is if a disaster happens against the Packers, and depending on what you get in the second round, what happens there. But it feels like, Choppy, we should be previewing San Francisco almost in pen.
It really does, and that's dangerous because anyone who's followed this team for 30 years knows that is a dangerous thing to overlook anybody in the postseason. But yeah, you walk in and you see, all right, you got a rookie quarterback, and then the second round you have a couple of options. It could be any of the 4 teams really. It couldn't be the Rams. You can't face the Rams in the second round.
Lowest seed would go to San Francisco.
Right. The only team you can't face the second round is the Rams. If the Rams win, you face the Philly-Tampa winner. And if the Rams lose, you face Detroit. So the only team you can't face is the Rams. So your options are, I think we would obviously rather have the Philly-Tampa winner than Detroit back here, unless Philly has some kind of
revival,
light switch, whatever.
Yeah. Which
doesn't seem remotely plausible at this point.
As Darius Slade tweeted, "Oh no, here we go." Hey, he's supposed to come back. Oh no, and I was like, who wants to tell him? Who wants to tell him it's an absolute free fall? I don't know if it's as simple as 0-0 for them, but that's what they're going to be preaching. That's what they're going to be talking about.
Yeah, they are. They should.
Yeah,
that should be their absolute mantra. But it's their situation. It could not have been better. The most difficult opponent in the second round probably has the most difficult first round matchup.
Lions-Rams.
And that's, you might get lucky there. And you might not have to face a Detroit team that is, they're going to be out for blood, man, if they get by. If they get by the Rams, they are going to be out for blood in that game.
Pepe, how are they sounding in Philadelphia? The early spy preview.
It's like the season's over already. They're going after Nick Sirianni. And I think for the most part, they're saying that if he loses this game in Tampa Bay, there's a good chance he's not coming back next year. So they're upset like they have been for the last month and a half. But I look on social media and a lot of the beat writers are saying the Eagles, they're still the favorites in this game. They expect them to win, but again, it's the Eagles and they have a complete meltdown right now. It's not going well in Philadelphia.
The early spreads are out. We're going to be taking phone calls throughout the entire morning here on your home of the World Series and NFC champs. Enjoy it while you can, certainly throughout this entire week. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We have Star Up, Star Down at 6 o'clock, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Bobby is back from the flight to Washington. How was the celebration on the plane? We're going to take you inside the celebration in the locker room. More Philly depression. Sunday Night Football, the Dallas Mavericks beat the 1 seed, and an NFL coach has already been fired. It's the Monday edition. It's a Cowboys Monday edition where your team won the NFC East. Let's celebrate it all morning and week long on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next.
Tress way. Blocked! Punt is blocked and rolling around to the 5-yard line. Peyton Hendershot blocked the punt, and the Cowboys say, we will see you your blocked field goal and raise you a blocked punt.
The beatdown formula continues for the Cowboys against the scrub. Go ahead, start opening it up. You get interceptions. You get special team blocks as well. And that's how they end the regular season in D.C. with a 38-10 win on this radio station. In case you did not know, and you're just waking up and you're going through the radio dials, this is the place to just keep it throughout the entire week from 5:30 through the end of the night show on your home of the NFC East champs, your official home with Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones and Zach Martin. And this is Sean and RJ, 5:30 to 10. Our Cowboys insider fresh off the plane from Washington. Bobby Butt will will be joining us in 15 minutes for Star Up, Star Down. Glad you are waking up with us. Hopefully, I can already tell on Twitter and X and the truckwreck.com text line, everyone is in a fantastic Monday mood. And let's go inside the locker room to hear the Cowboys mood with Mike McCarthy and Neville Gallimore celebrating in the locker room after clinching the division.
Obviously, we know it's in front of us. Let's have a hell of a plane ride home, all right? We're right where we're supposed to be, okay? We're right where we're supposed to be. All right, so take care of one another like I always ask, and be safe driving home, okay? I'll see you guys at the team meeting, all right? So great job, NFC East champions. Let's get it up. Toss it to Neville. Here you go.
Hey, great job, fellas. We came here to do what we said we was going to do. Let's keep stacking. Yes, sir. It's time to go get it, y'all. Cowboys, 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
Then everyone was taking their position group team photos. The defensive line were in there. J-Ron Curse, Jordan Lewis, who's been stepping up at the end of the regular season, getting on social media, saying, let's start bringing it at AT&T. And McCarthy said, let's have a hell of a plane ride home. So I cannot wait to hear from Bobby how that one went.
Wonder if they did. I wonder if they had a hell of a plane ride home.
Oh, Amanda said that they definitely came back here and party. I was like, they're in D.C. She's like, oh, I know. She's like, when they used to win the division, they are still sitting there making reservations and get ready to party it up back here in the Metroplex upon flying back.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Makes sense. Don't he? Well, the fans don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
They want to be in the film room, studying it up.
Mike McCarthy on getting possibly 2 games. Actually, let's go with Jerry. Jerry Jones, his confidence in this year's team compared to his team he had the last 2 years going into the postseason that ended at the hands of San Fran.
Well, I see a team that hadn't necessarily had it the easy street. They've had their disappointments. They've had it in all phases of the game, whether it be special teams, offense, defense. Yet they've rallied around. They've made adjustments. We made adjustments tonight. That Martin not being was a last-second thing, not being in the game. And we had to make some adjustments, but I'm so proud of the way that Dak, from the offensive standpoint, made the adjustment, and I'm so proud of the way the defensive team. Listen, this is when you have the respect we have for Philadelphia, frankly, the respect we have for the NFC East, and to be sitting here with our record in the East, and be sitting here going forward with home field for all practical purposes for as many as 2, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, when they announced Choppy, Zach out, I was like, oh, crap, Arizona vibes all over again. Yeah. Tyler Smith out, Zach Martin out. How are they going to protect? Sandler texted me early on in this game. He goes, does any team fall apart with their guards missing as much as the Dallas Cowboys, or one lineman missing? Feels like the whole thing disintegrates. Now, we're not watching these other teams snap to snap, so I really can't answer that. But early on, what's up?
A very small gnat just flew over, just following it.
Okay.
I've had
no
flies.
gnat's supposed to be this time of year.
There's just one fly in my house. I swear to God, it's been alive for 4 weeks. Just flying around the house.
Dude, you got to get the electric fly swatter. You would love it.
Oh,
it gives me such a rush.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
I'm sitting here.
I walk around in the pool with it. I don't care if I get zapped because it's awesome, and just backhand, forehand. Zzz, zzz.
I'm sitting here like Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch it with my hands. I'm trying to fist thing and just close it up. But to no avail, man. The dog's after it, jumping up and down.
And is it one of the big fat flies that is slow too? Is it a big fat one?
It's your general size fly.
Okay.
It's not like a gnat. It's bigger than that, but it's not like a horse fly. It's just a regular size fly. And I swear to God, this thing is hatched larva. There's no way this thing is still alive. Okay. And it's killing me. And now I'm on high alert. Every little fly that flies by me, I'm having PTSD.
Oh, I might bring it in. If Bobby brings in my son's chair, I'll remember to go ahead and bring in the electric fly swatter to get rid of that in the Choppy household. But you know what? Jerry Jones did make an interesting statement. This is the first time I'm hearing it, but Bobby immediately got it last night, sent it to us. Jerry was asked about McCarthy's job status. Is he now safe? First Cowboy coach getting it done with this amount of 12-win seasons in team history. Brad Sham in the postgame was saying, really? Landry never did this? Apparently, he did not. Y'all tell me what you hear and think about McCarthy's future after Jerry Jones was asked if it was secure.
Well, I just think that his record speaks for itself. I think what he's done, the fact that we've put ourselves in this position over these last 3 years, I think that does speak for itself. And we've got a lot of football left, in no small part thanks to Mike, thanks to his staff, and thanks to some really outstanding football players around there. So we'll see how each game goes.
See how each game goes.
I was thinking that it speaks for itself was setting up to say, yeah, he's good. I was thinking that was
easy.
That was the way to go.
Settle down just a little bit.
Yes, and then I had to settle down just a little bit, and he said, we'll see how each game goes. What did you think of the Jerry Jones statement?
It's tough because I every time Jerry speaks, I have to wonder, like, you know, how much of this is just him trying to stay kind of on top of mind. Like, he could easily squash this and say, yeah, this isn't Jerry Poppins. This is Jerry Barnum. This is J.J. Barnum. And, like, I wonder how much of it is just like, hey, you know, as long as let's keep them talking about us. Let's make sure they always stay talking about us. Doesn't mean that he is safe. Doesn't mean he's not safe. It's not a no. It's not a denial. But I think it was intended to not be a denial. I find it hard to believe they would fire somebody who goes 12-5 3 straight years. Now, we'll say this. If they lose to Green Bay,
yeah,
I think now all bets are off.
I think Jerry gave the right answer, right? Better this than to lie and say Mike McCarthy's not going anywhere, because Jerry Jones believes they should be in the NFC Championship game. No doubt about it. If the entire city is feeling it, you know that Jerry Jones expects to be there. So Bobby's going to come in and say, NFC Championship game is not safety. If they lose to San Francisco again for the 30 in a row, he thinks Mike could be in trouble. But I think that was actually the right answer for Jerry to give, because, I mean, if you lose to the Packers and Jordan Love,
yeah, it's different.
Then we got to have a conversation. We do have to talk about it. Somebody did get fired last night. I woke up to Arthur Blank, gone after 3 seasons. Arthur Smith.
Fired by Arthur Blank.
Yes.
Gone for 3 years. Weird. It's, because if you look at his numbers, like, he hasn't, considering he's had no quarterback.
No quarterback.
I think he was 7-10 every year. That's really not all that bad, considering you had no quarterback. I think somebody gives him a chance. I wonder if he didn't have that blow up with Dennis Allen at the end, if he was still fired. I mean, maybe he was. Maybe it was just a bad look. But like that's actually, you know, considering if you told me you were going to have Desmond Ridder and a hobbled, washed up Matt Ryan as your quarterback for 3 years, and then Heineke, I'd be like, all right, 7-10 all 3 years. I can get down with that.
Was it 7-10 all three?
All three. I can get down with that.
Okay.
I think
it's a little bit better.
I think he gets another job. I don't know if it's another head coach job or an OC next year. But, I mean, I would definitely hire him if I was a coach looking for somebody who's a coordinator.
I stayed up for Sunday Night Football to see who could clinch the AFC East, and the Buffalo Bills end up winning. The Miami Dolphins offense completely disappears in the second half. Buffalo gets a huge punt return. Josh Allen using the legs, and the Miami Dolphins, after this great, magical, exciting season, now get to go to Arrowhead to take on the Chiefs, while the Bills will host the Pittsburgh Steelers. What a turnaround for they were mine. I picked them to be in the Super Bowl, but you actually put your money where your mouth was to win it all as a flyer. What a turnaround for the Buffalo Bills.
Incredible turnaround, and they get the 2 seed, and they get to avoid Baltimore until the very, very end, and they hope that Baltimore gets picked off by, you know, could be anybody, you know, Miami or, you know, Cleveland. I mean, Cleveland could theoretically, I think Cleveland, a lot of people are going to pick Cleveland over Houston. Let's just say chalk holds in the other two. You're set up for juicy Mahomes, Allen, and then Cleveland, Baltimore. That would be a really, really good divisional round playoff in the AFC.
And then last night while watching Sunday Night Football, I had to switch on over for the fourth quarter.
He has done so much tonight. Scoring, steals, rebounds.
Oh, he is again.
Corner three, corner pocket. Kyle lets it fly and does it again.
Maybe their performance of the years. Kyrie and Luka combined for 69 points.
Nice.
Kyrie with 35, Luka 34, and the Mavericks beat the number 1 seed Minnesota Timberwolves at the AA.
And it was 3-point shooting from those two. They're both pretty darn good from beyond the arc, combining for over 50%. That's a hell of a night. That's what you need out of your superstars. That's what it's going to take to beat good teams. Minnesota's a good team. You know, they've got tons of guys on that team that can actually play the game. They're going to be nasty in the postseason if they, obviously not if they get there, if they continue having like a really, really high seed.
Bobby, fresh off the plane from D.C., it's time for Star Up, Star Down. That is your Cowboys report card brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Hit us up on the TruckWreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Star Up, Star Down on the home of the NFC East champs. Next.
We're giving you From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal. Prescott back. Throws it in the back of the end zone for Lamb. Oh, he's got it. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb. He was in a crowd, and Lamb was trying to reach the ball across the plane of the goal line, and he did. Oh, what a nice play by Lamb.
And what a game for the best quarterback-wide receiver duo combination in the National Football League, at least according to Jason Garrett. Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Cowboys Monday on the home of the NFC East champs, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. It's Star Up, Star Down. Our Cowboys report card, truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. And the way that I know that our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is in a fantastic, unique, and different mood, he did not close the studio door.
I know, it's great. I love it. I like the door open.
Nope.
I'm an open guy, door open guy.
I was. What's happened is I've noticed that every day when I come in here at 6 and close it, Choppy goes, "It's stuffy. It was hot in here last night," and so I got to leave it open for a segment. And at 6:15, the door will be closed.
We have people in here that work at night who obviously keep their house at 74 degrees,
and you generally forget to change the AC until like 5:45. So I know that it needs time to air out. You did not on Friday. Nope.
I didn't.
Nope. When Sean was out, you did not on Friday. I had to come in and turn it on.
I didn't look at it.
There we go.
Bobby, take us to D.C., covering it afterwards, locker room, flight back home before we get to Star Up, Star Down.
I mean, they were all in a good mood on the plane. Like before takeoff, you could hear them hooting and hollering around. Star down to the jet stream. That thing is a POS because it took 2 hours to go from Dallas to Baltimore. It was 3:30 Baltimore back to Dallas.
Oh, they didn't make up time in the air?
An
hour and a half? A jet stream should not do an hour and a half to a 2 hour flight. It should not double the flight time, I feel
At
like.
least you didn't have a trap door open on the side.
Listen, Brad Sham, I don't know what you're talking about. It's never been 2 hours to DC.
We were 2 hours. We were 2 hours flat.
Abnormal. Normally it's like 3.
3:30 on the way back.
Yeah.
So they had, I think they had some of their energy sapped by the time the plane landed at 1 o'clock in the morning, and so they were all ready for bed. I think at the time, but before the plane took off, you could hear them hooting and hollering and in a great mood. And it was a lot of positivity. Jerry stood right up there. He was the first to do the interview in the locker room. He made sure that, in fact, it was funny. They were trying to pull Jake Ferguson over. And Cowboys PR was like, "All right, people, Jake Ferguson." Oh, crap. Okay, never mind. Jerry's talking. And they had to pull Jake Ferguson away. So, no, everybody in a great mood and took care of business. You did what you had to do.
And look at this. We got NBC5 covering them coming off the plane and landing and walking down the runway. Where's Bobby going to be on here?
I was on the back ladder. I wasn't coming down this front one, so you won't see me here.
Yeah, I didn't think I was. I was just joking.
I mean, I am essentially one of them. So,
yeah, basically.
All right, let's get to Star Up, Star Down. We start with Dak and Lamb. 4 touchdown passes for Dak Prescott, 31 of 36, 279 yards. He ends the regular season leading the NFL in touchdown passes. He kept the made-up interception promise that the media created, lowering the total from last year. CeeDee Lamb, 13 catches for 98 yards. So only 7.5 a catch, but 13 for 98, 2 more touchdowns, 9 straight weeks scoring a TD for 88.
Yeah, he's been tremendous. I hate the amount of I hate that the volume of catches he's getting is bringing down his yards per attempt. Because that does make it look like he's a possession receiver, and he's not.
No.
He's not. But the way they're using him, sometimes it's like, all right, they are using him kind of as both a possession receiver and this high-flying threat. But you can't argue with the results. I mean, the results of this is just, if Dak needs somebody to get open, in the scramble drill, it's CeeDee Lamb. If Dak needs somebody to get open on a 3rd and 11, it's CeeDee Lamb. If he's not open, it's CeeDee Lamb. Like, that's just what it's come to.
Yeah. Broadus said this team is going to go as far as Dak, Lamb, and Ferguson take them. It's going to be about 88-4. Prescott improves to 32-8 as a starter against the NFC East. That win percentage is 80%. Went 5-1 against the division this year. Average score against the East this year, 38-13.
Yeah, 5-1 is what this team always does against the NFC East. It doesn't matter who the head coach is, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. It seems like it's just like it's 5-1. At least with Dak. At least since like 2016, it's basically 5-1 every year. They're going to lose a game. Could be at Washington, could be at whatever. They're going to lose a game. But for the most part, this is a 5-1 team against the NFC East.
To break down some of Dak's game and plays, was that a Dwight Clark to Jalen Tolbert? Was that a throwaway? Or did he know that he was going to break back? He threw it back with the adjustment. It ended up looking gorgeous, and that was 7-0 Cowboys.
He looked like he knew he was throwing it to him. Like, I mean, when you watch the way that he was going through his progressions, going through his reads, it looked like he knew where he was going with it. But, I mean, a big play there, and that felt like right there on that. It's funny the swings it took, because when it was 10-7, 38-10 did not feel like what was coming. But after that first touchdown drive, you did feel like, okay, they're going to put up 40 today. They're going to run Washington off the field. They're just better than them. And so that first drive was completely easy for them.
Dak dancing around and then hitting CD for 15 to open the third. That made it 28-10. But he was using the movement, directing Lamb, then throwing the laser in the end zone. And then my favorite throw was the touch one to Brandon Cooks. The touch throw to Brandon Cooks to make it 35-10. Dak Prescott putting up the big numbers again. And, of course, we talk about CD as well. And Dak did not don the NFC East Championship gear afterwards. No hat, no shirt. What's up with that?
No, I wouldn't say I'm trying to send a message or won it before. Obviously, it's a huge accomplishment for myself, for this team, for this organization. Don't get me wrong by any means, but focus is ahead. Focus is ahead. Simple as that. Yeah, just simple as that. I don't know if I've honestly ever really put them on. And, yeah, something great for the family. But, yeah, I'm good. I want something better.
Well, you never put them on. Might be time to change things up.
We played for more important banners around here, okay? That's what we played for.
Yeah, the Lakers.
Colts probably hanging a banner. We almost got it.
Lions did. Lions hung a banner. They hung a banner for their NFC North title last week. Got mocked for that pretty heavily.
They did?
They did.
They got mocked?
They did.
You can't mock somebody for that.
Well,
you gotta hang a division banner.
You can when you're the Dallas Football Cowboys and you play for Super Bowls.
Well, you know, the Cowboys, they don't even know where the catwalk is at this point to get up there to hang a banner.
Have you guys already made flight plans for Santa Clara? We're going to broadcast live there for the NFC title game.
You could not get me to that city.
No, it's Santa Clara. It's not San Francisco. It's an hour away from all of that.
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg.
Oh, man, you know what? Star Up to answering the Washington field goal and the lead. Big star up for that. Like, they could have cowered. Oh, woe is me. Here we go again. They march right down the field in the next possession. 71 yards. Then they get the interception. Then they march down the field again. And now it's all of a sudden 21-10 at half. And then they get the ball out of the half. Bam. They score right away.
And the big answer to 10-7, Tony Pollard said, put this drive on my back.
I formation, Pollard behind Lipke, Prescott under center. Man in motion, handoff, Pollard coming right. Bang, zoom. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Oh, the Ralph Cramden reference. Didn't expect that one.
What a drive for Tony Pollard. The drive overall was 7 plays, 71 yards. They take the 14-10 lead. And Tony Pollard, just this past week with the media, was saying, I've expected to have a better season. Hopefully more is to come. And Bobby, in the first half, he finished 10 for 54, 5.4 a carry as they hope to get the run game going for the playoffs.
He ran tougher. He looked better yesterday. I think the run game in general looked more productive, and it looked like Pollard was finding more. You know, they talk about the expected yards per carry. Like, I think he was getting more out of his carries yesterday than he has been at different points during the season. And so that's a credit to him and something that you can get a little excited about, knowing, hey, he did this also with 2 backup guards in there. The offensive line was a little bit compromised, and yet he still stepped up and played pretty well overall. They've run the ball well against Washington the last couple times. Yeah. So, I mean, it's more of a confidence builder probably than anything you can point to and say, here it is. This is something that they can do heading into the playoffs. The reality is that this team's going to need to beat you throwing the football. But if Tony Pollard can supplement some of that and make teams pay if they're softening looks, then that's going to be a big deal.
And a guy who has stepped up late here in this season, and he may have to, given whatever the injury news is to Stephon Gilmore, they need some help in the secondary. They've been getting it from the Wolverine.
Howell under center. He's going to give the ball to Robinson, plowing up the middle. Crosses the 30 as the 31.
Cowboys say they got the football.
The Cowboys do say they got the football, and I'm waiting for somebody in stripes or polka dots to say they've got the football. Everybody else is wearing solid.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by Dallas. First down.
It's a fumble.
That's great. Well done, Brad Sham. Jordan Lewis with the strip and recovery. He's starting to come on a little bit.
He has.
Starting to make plays. We were there for the Lions game. Were you there? We were there for the Lions game when he started to turn it up, and he made another play yesterday.
He did, and it's great because they need to get more guys in the secondary to make plays, especially, now that Gilmore's got a little bit of an injury, in a slang after the game. You need other guys to step up. It's next man up. I mean, who knows what his shoulder's going to be like. But that's huge to get Jordan Lewis finally going.
What is the feeling on Gilmore right now? What was it like afterwards?
I mean, he seems optimistic. He seems like he thinks he's going to be good to go and that he's not going to miss any time and that he'll be ready to go.
I thought it was a wrist first when they were showing him walking out with his arm extended, just holding it. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got a broken wrist, shoulder.
Yeah, when he had the, my first inclination was when he went down in was it the Detroit game? He went down and hurt his arm or did something like that. One of those games he got hurt on the final drive and had to come out of the game. And my first thought was he did that again. Okay, that must have been bugging him because it didn't look like anything too severe. Then you see him walking around in the sling. Well, he obviously is, says that he's going to be fine, that he'll be ready to go. He popped it, I guess, had the separation, went back in. I think that's officially called a subluxation, Dr. Chop. I think that's what it is.
Is that what it is?
I believe so. But he says that he'll be ready to play, but you absolutely are going to need all of your corners to be 100% healthy going into this playoff run because you've been compromised there all year. You've had to play a little bit shorthanded, but absolutely star up to Jordan Lewis, not only just for yesterday, but just how he's closed the regular season going back to the Seattle game. I remember previewing the Seattle game, we talked about how he was going to be a big piece of that, and they might pick on him because they run 3 receivers deep. And ever since that game, he's really, really played well.
And another member of the secondary who's also coming on a little bit is one of your safeties.
Here's Howell back to throw, 3rd and long all day. Now hit as he throws over the middle. Intercepted at the 35-yard line. Donovan Wilson comes away with the Cowboys' second takeaway of the game.
That was the interception before the half. Cowboys were up 14-10, so gave you a little bit more breathing ability. Tank Lawrence hit Sam Howell's arm on that. That led to the CD touchdown to make it 21-10. Donovan Wilson's pick, his second in as many games. First Cowboys safety to have an interception in consecutive games within the same season since
Roy Williams.
Darren Woodson.
No, the guy that we thought was going to replace the Earl Thomas hype.
Oh, Xavier Woods?
Xavier Woods in 2019. So Jordan Lewis and Donovan Wilson, 2 straight weeks here.
There you go.
That is a genuine assist, though, for DeMarcus Lawrence. And DeMarcus Lawrence in general,
man,
that all year, especially in the last month or so, it feels like every time they need a big play in a big moment, he's the guy that steps up. I mean, Mike has been great this year. Mike is their best player on defense. But when you want to talk about a big time moment, somebody stepping up and the moment not being too big for them, it consistently all year feels like it's been DeMarcus Lawrence.
And Micah getting sacked number 14 yesterday.
He did, but how many holds did he get? How many holding calls did he get?
He got 0.
He got
that
0.
I saw. Yep.
Yeah, it's a problem, man. Start out of the officials. They completely still just act that this guy doesn't ever get held. There was one, the blatant one in the first quarter that everybody posted on social media. Now, look, it's not every elite defensive lineman gets held. It's just the way it is. They're going to call these guys differently, but it just seems like this guy gets held all the time.
And star up referee-wise of the Cowboys, their first penalty came with 5:55 left in the third quarter. And as for the sacks, 4 sacks in this one. Dante Fowler was doing work. 4 sacks after only having 5 in their last 5 games. Star up, star down. Brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. It's a Cowboys Monday. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. A glorious start to the week. It's going to be a fantastic one throughout. The playoff matchup, Sunday, 3:30 on this radio station. Did we all get what we wanted? Did we catch a break? getting the Packers over the Rams. The filthy meltdown continues, and the other matchups throughout the NFL playoffs next.
Let's get you over to the great.
inside the 5, reaching for the end zone. Touchdown! Dontavian Wicks beating Kyler Gordon on a slant off the left side, and the Packers have a 13-6 lead.
And the Cowboys have their first-round opponent. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home of the NFC East champs. Got the entire squad here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Roberto Bell. Peyton and Ryan in the back. And Sherm, we're set up live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Packers beat the Bears at Lambeau 17-9, but it was the Rams surviving Sam Darnold and the San Francisco 49ers, the Rams with Carson Wentz getting that win in order to give us the Green Bay Packers, and you have the Rams taking on Detroit in round 1. Choppy, I looked at this as, I think some people are getting a little bit confused. Like Sandler is texting us already this morning. I'm surprised that you guys were that afraid of the Rams. I'm not afraid or terrified of the Rams. I just had a major preference, and I would prefer to face Green Bay versus LA and all their weapons, especially with Stephon Gilmore. This isn't, oh my gosh, the Cowboys dodged near elimination. This isn't total fear and terror. I just am looking for signs of Jimmy Johnson destiny playing out the way it did in some ways for the Texas Rangers, and this is one of those signs to me.
Look, if you play, the Cowboys are better than the Rams, the Cowboys are better than the Packers, the Cowboys are better than the Seahawks, they're better than these teams that they were potentially going to go up against. My issue is that if you play the Rams 100 times, the Rams are beating you more of those opportunities than the Packers are 100 times.
Yes.
So to me, it's not that the Rams are better or that I'd pick the Rams. It's that the Rams have a better shot of giving you the upset than the other teams do. And that's not being afraid of anybody. That's just the reality of they're playing good football lately. They've pushed Baltimore unlike any team has pushed Baltimore in the last several weeks, and they did it on the road. They honestly should have won that game. And so to me, it's just the Rams are playing better than the other teams that you could have gone against.
Yeah, it's like the Cowboys dog walked them when they played them.
Yeah.
I was at that game. It was it wasn't even a contest for much of the game. That doesn't mean that you're scared of them. It's just it's a reality of I'd rather play this team than that team. The Cowboys are a 7. They open at 7.5. It's down to 7 against the Packers. They'd still be 5 over the Rams, 5.5.
Yeah,
somewhere in there, 4.5.
I'll say it actually kind of reeks of insecurity, the way people keep jumping down Broadus's throat or anybody else's when they just say, like, yeah, the Rams are the team I probably wouldn't want to play, where then they start going after Broadus. Broadus will tell you the whole time that he's seen more Europe word on Twitter in the last week for saying he didn't want the Rams than anything else. People have gotten super worked up about that, but it's just a reality of
tough guy mentality.
Yeah, it's a preference thing. That's all it is. It's not that you'd pick the Rams to beat the Cowboys.
We all think that like the Cowboys and Lions on a neutral field are like kind of a coin flip, right? You'd probably maybe slightly favor the Cowboys, but Detroit definitely came in here and made the argument that they were as good or better. So Lions hosting the Rams, you can compare to the Cowboys hosting the Rams. What do you think that spread is? You probably already have it.
I have it. It's 4. I think it's already been bet down to 3.5.
Yeah. I got it at 3 from Bet Online. So 3 compared to 7. There's Vegas. Or 4.5 compared to 7. That's our point.
Yeah, the Cowboys would be favored by, a couple of points over Detroit. Depends on where they are. So even on a neutral field, they'd be favored a little bit. So it's not that much of a delta. Does Vegas have it wrong? BetQL's got the Lions by 6.5 in that game. The Lions should be favored by 6.5 against the Rams. They've got that as a 4-star bet. And the Cowboys, they have as a 2-star bet over Green Bay, because the spread should only be, they say it should be 8.5 versus the 7.5. So it's a little bit different. You're not getting as much for your money. But I think either way, the Cowboys would be favored by against everybody in the NFC other than San Francisco.
Yeah.
At home. And on a neutral field. Now, maybe not in Detroit, although I think there's a chance they might be a 1-point favorite in Detroit. Against anybody, they're going to be favored, and they should be.
You want Stafford or Love?
I would rather have a guy making his first start.
Okay, so Jordan Love. Your answer?
Yeah, Love. And I mean, it's not that Love's played poorly. Love's played really, really well the last 7-8 weeks or whatever it is.
You want the Rams weapons or the Packers weapons? Nakua setting two rookie records yesterday in that win.
Packers.
You want the Packers weapons. Which defense would you rather face? Is that more of a toss-up?
Green Bay had 5 sacks against the Fields. I don't know. I don't know what the Rams' defense really is.
Yeah, to be honest, I would still probably take the Packers. I don't want to go up against what the Rams can do with their pass rush. And so...
and then McVay, LaFleur.
I'd rather... though that's more of a coin flip.
You both hate McVay.
No, I don't hate McVay at all. I think McVay's a really good coach. I just think that the idea that he's better than Kyle Shanahan is silly. It's more of a coin flip. I think LaFleur is a really good head coach.
I don't hate him, just the sun doesn't rise and set in his pants like the media thinks.
Well, when he was passing gas around people and getting them jobs.
Zach Taylor, and most of those guys are fired.
Zach Taylor and Staley. Wasn't Staley with McVay as well?
Staley was with McVay.
So Sunday at 3:30, Cowboys, Packers in Arlington, 12:30 pregame on this radio station. Hit us up on the TruckRack.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's get to the other story that I assume we're pretty interested in talking and laughing about.
Taylor back to throw. He's under pressure. He escapes to his left now. Pitches it for Slayton. He's to the 10, to the 5, in for the touchdown. Tyrod at the last second just threw it out to Slayton. It was wide open. Darius Slayton's 4th touchdown catch of the season. And with 1:47 to go in the half, the Giants are taking it to the Eagles. It's now 23-0.
Whoa.
Yo.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad that Jalen Hurts got benched and the Eagles went up and put up 10 more points.
You get benched
and we're able.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
And that they were able to dig out of that negative point differential for the season, finish +5. When it was 24-0, they had a negative point differential for the year. They closed the gap, lose by 17, and finished +5. But still, what a spectacular bunch of losers. That is a bad football team. It's not even a question of are they average? Are they middle of the road? Are they not as good as their record says they are? No, the last half of the season, that is a bad football team.
They are the first team in NFL history to start 10-1 or better and not get to 12 wins. And they had an extra game to do it.
Had an extra game to do it.
Had an extra game. I could not believe the meatballs were texting me. 3-0, 10-0, 17-0 with A.J. Brown hurting his knee. And then Jalen Hurts giving the middle finger because it was bent the wrong way. Then the embarrassment, someone tweeted out, man, they're really effing the Eagles with that punter being held up video where the punter tried to flop and draw a penalty, but the New York Giant was holding him up.
He refused to get that flag. He refused to do it.
Yes.
You know what's funny is that the team they've been most compared to, this Eagles team, has probably been, outside of the Philadelphia Crimson Vikings, the team that they've most been compared to pretty frequently is the 2020 Steelers, which started out that year 11-0, and then they end up collapsing. They go 12-4, and they lose in the first round of the playoffs. Even that team, even that Steelers team, was like +110 at the end of the year. Philly has basically, even at 11-6, basically been even with teams in terms of scoring this year, which is pathetic.
Yeah, the difference with that Steelers team, I got to go back and look at that Steelers team. The Eagles beat some good teams in a stretch.
I think this Eagles team was, I knew for a fact that Steelers, we knew
they were frauds.
They were frauds.
We knew for a fact that this team was frauds too.
I can't even get the sentence out. I know he's gonna say
You finished it. You reached a period.
I'm not gonna fight you though. Not gonna fight you on any of it. I'm in too good of a mood. Jay Glazer said that A.J. Brown called a players-only team meeting this week, said they all have to bond together and listen and believe in what the coaches are saying and calling. They were without Devontae Smith in this game, Darius Slay, and DeAndre Swift. And then when they realized they were getting their asses kicked, they waved the white flag. And then let's get Hurts out of here. And by the way, apologies maybe for David Carr. Everyone forgets about that.
I don't even remember what he said.
You don't know what he said?
I don't even remember. I mean, I live in a day-to-day world.
We know.
As soon as the day is over,
it's amazing.
I forget everything that happened that day.
You are an expert in compartmentalizing.
Oh, yeah. I'm a sociopath.
An expert.
Yeah, very much so.
David Carr said maybe they should sit Hurts for Mariota, remember?
Oh, yeah, because he was hurt.
Yeah.
He was banged up at the time, the quad, whatever.
Yeah, he was banged up. Go ahead and play Mariota. Almost got run off of television. And since then, go look at the record. Go look at the numbers. Maybe not the stupidest suggestion in the entire world is now David Carr is getting some of his props. The Eagles 1-5 since Carr almost got canceled for that.
You know what? There's not a lot that David Carr does well. He has me blocked on Twitter.
Great hair.
He's one of a handful of people who have me blocked on Twitter in the media, and he's one of them. But David Carr, he was right on this one. Jalen Hurts is not a real quarterback. Jalen Hurts is not a championship quarterback. He's certainly no Dak Prescott. That's the thing that I'm most excited about in this Eagles collapse, is that the Jalen Hurts Dak discussion last year, which was super premature after 1 year of some smoke and mirrors that has quieted, that has gone down. Yeah, it was a lot of smoke and mirrors, and I think this season showed it.
The poll question is up and filthy. Is Nick Sirianni now in the hot seat as they head into the postseason? Yes, no, wait till after the playoffs. As you would expect in filthy, what do you think the percentage is for yes?
Oh, in Philadelphia, 83% yes.
It was 82.5. Well done.
I listened to I listened to their post-game show yesterday. And they are idiots. Those hosts are just idiots.
What were they saying?
I don't know how you keep this guy around. He does nothing well. I'm like, well, dude, he's been to the playoffs all 3 years as a head coach and the Super Bowl. Like, he does something right.
With a guy that I didn't believe could throw.
Yeah, like, and even if you say, like, those were coordinator-based, he hired those coordinators.
Yeah.
So, like, he obviously can spot a good coordinator. It's just, some people are just dumb. They're trying to be shocky. I get it. Been there.
I don't think you get credit for spotting a good coordinator.
I think you do.
No, I don't.
I think you absolutely. Hang on a second. You're a CEO of a company, and you hire managers and CFOs and CIOs underneath you, and they do great. You get credit for that.
Then it's negligence that he hired a defensive coordinator, had to fire him in the middle of the year and go to Matt Patricia, who was equally as big of a disaster, and that's a bigger discredit than anything he did identifying.
No, I agree with Chop. You get credit for identifying people beneath you and putting them in control. There's a lack of ego thing with it, but we don't have enough time for all that right now. Bobby, I want you to guess the point spread for Eagles Bucks.
What it should be is Bucks minus 2.5 or something. What it probably is Eagles minus 3.
It is what I saw from Bet Online. Eagles minus 2.5.
Yeah, it's 2.5. Yeah, I got it at 2.5.
2.5. Mm-hmm. You jump in on that, or you staying far away?
I'm staying far away. I don't trust. I mean, look, I'm not trusting Tampa.
Yeah.
Who would they win? 9-0?
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, look,
over Carolina.
Look, there's not a better dream scenario for the Cowboys than if they get the Packers in the first round and then they were to catch the Eagles in the second round. If the Rams were to take care of the Lions and you get, I'd much rather play Philly than Tampa. Much rather play Philly than Tampa.
Well, the Cowboys know how to play. That's the thing. It's an uncommon opponent.
Dallas has zero fear of the Eagles, none. And the Buccaneers, they've got weapons.
Buccaneers are.
They do have weapons. No, there's no doubt. They do have weapons. I don't buy them. I ain't sweating Tampa.
Cowboy calls for the 6 a.m. club. Let's celebrate with you. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the D&M leasing hotline. 877-881-1053. Our best audience of the entire show. Let's celebrate with your own Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green A. Cowboy calls on Sean, RJ, and Roberto next. But be careful out there.
on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Prescott under center, play fake, boot to the right, throws it to the right side of the end zone. Tolbert, a nice step inside the defender, and Jalen Tolbert caught it for the Cowboys touchdown.
Man, that was pretty. That was the call as well here on 105.3 The Fan. Dak Prescott going off. For a split second yesterday, I had two split-second thoughts. Are we getting Brett Maher 2.0 here with Brandon Aubrey? And number two, with Brock Purdy sitting, is there any way that this four-touchdown performance could catch Purdy in the MVP race? Lamar Jackson, could this at least vault him ahead of Purdy behind Lamar, since that's already done?
I thought he was already ahead of Purdy in the betting markets.
Okay.
Like most of the betting markets, I think, had it Lamar 1, Dak 2.
Okay.
Not enough to. The guy I think had a chance to close a gap on an award yesterday and didn't was Micah. Like, I think Micah had an opportunity with Parsons and Myles Garrett were pretty close in the Vegas odds, and Garrett was sitting. And so if Micah would have gone out there and wrecked shop and had 3 sacks, he could have made a difference. That didn't happen. So I don't think it was enough to move the needle really for Dak, but I mean,
no Dak catching Lamar.
No, I think zero chance.
And of course, Lamar sits, Pittsburgh wins, TJ Watt gets hurt. So it's sounding like he's going to miss their first game against Buffalo.
Yeah, there were some injuries this week that could impact next week.
A lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, Gilmore, obviously, Laporta, potentially
one of my star
out.
downs for the Cowboys, keeping Dak and Lamb in. And I'm like, Mike McCarthy loves taking it one possession too far. I was just waiting.
This felt like 2, didn't it?
It felt like 2
Dak,
possessions too far.
It felt like he was out there way long.
Like I saw people posting screenshots of a conversation with a former player, and he was like, "Guys, there's only 46 guys. I mean, you can't sit everybody. You only dress 46.
Well,
so
you can't sit the quarterback.
You can sit the quarterback. Yeah. There are certain guys
and the receiver.
There are certain guys you can sit, but you can't
488-11.
Like. Yeah,
it's that easy.
That's it.
It's that easy. 488 and 11. It's honestly that easy.
Those 3, and you could easily sit those 3, but it's like, if Jordan Lewis got hurt, right? Let's just say you can't sit everybody.
Yeah, but 488 and 11.
What I wanted was you knew you were going to be in a position potentially to blow this team out. I really wish yesterday would have been the day that Trey Lance was active over Cooper Rush. Just get him a series in at the end. I did like the note from Steve Palazzo over at PFF. 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round of the 2021 draft. Trey Lance is the only one in the playoffs. The only one of those 5 first-round quarterbacks, baby.
All right, let's hear from the Tolos on 105.3 The Fan on the D&M Leasing Hotline to celebrate the NFC East Championship here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's start with Chuck in Illinois listening on the Odyssey app. Chuck, you're live on The Fan.
Yep, Tolo from Illinois. Way too many cheeseheads up here, so I want Dallas to win, so going back to work is easy after next weekend. But I'm going to tell you, here's what scares me. They needed the number 2 seed. They got that done. Mission accomplished there. But the Packers didn't expect to be there, and they're playing with house money, and that scares me.
Would you have preferred the Rams?
No, not at all right now. I think it's as best as it could possibly be right now. And any talk of the 5th seed being better is crazy. Cowboys want to be at home for as long as they can. I just want to see them take the Packers out of their game very early and end this one by halftime.
God, I love this accent. Thank you, Chuck. Fantastic. Terry in Austin, you're up next. Terry, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing, fellas?
Awesome.
Morning.
Awesome. Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to be real quick. The first thing I want to say, I got to star up 2 players, Brock, TJ. I think about that Arizona game a couple months ago where, we had a couple inactives last minute and, it really changed our offensive game, and just seeing how we were able to just have those guys step in and actually still, affect the run game. I feel like Tony Pollard had some of the widest holes I've seen in weeks. That could be, Washington had a lot of players out because of injury, but, that's one thing I saw. And so star up to those guys. And then I'm going to just leave you guys with a question. I've been looking back at the Packers a couple weeks ago. They beat the Panthers, but they let the Panthers score 30 points on them, and that's an offense we've seen struggle.
Yeah.
And I know people are talking about Jair Alexander coming back, but we look at last year, different team, but, Jair was still shadowing CD and Amari. CD had $150 last year. So my question for you guys is, do we think that this Packers team can keep up with our offense? I know, he's been playing great, Jordan Love, but that's my question for y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great morning.
Thanks for the call.
Packers defense is 28th in DVOA, which is a per play efficiency.
Can pass all over them.
Yes.
Now,
Buccaneers did it a couple weeks ago, but they could not stop the Buccaneers. Remember, Baker Mayfield 4 weeks ago went into Lambeau and had a perfect passer rating.
Now, their offense per play, what if I told you it was ranked higher than the Cowboys?
Then I tell you that's probably a bad system because they're not a better. They're not a better.
It's per play. It's DVOA. It's per play.
Yeah,
efficiency.
I know.
It's a good system.
Really good system. DVOA still there are flaws with it. I would still say
There's
that Dallas
flaws with everything.
Wait, so do you believe that the Packers? If you believe in that stat, does that tell you the Packers have a better offense?
It does not tell you they have a better offense. Okay, you use this as part of your argument of your information. You don't use anything as gospel. Because it's the Rams have the 7th best offense in the NFL. Very, very good, right? Do we think the Rams offense is better than the Cowboys offense?
No.
Probably not. Philadelphia's is higher. Now, how much of that is from the beginning of the year? Really, really early in the year. And how much of that, because you also got to go with the weighted one, which is the last 8 weeks versus the previous 8 weeks.
Dallas doesn't run the ball well. Green Bay runs the ball efficiently. Green Bay runs and throws the ball efficiently. They're balanced, but they're not. I mean, this is a passing league, and Dallas is a much better passing team.
And they have won 6 of their last 8 in Green Bay. They've won 3 in a row, but they beat Carolina, Minnesota, Chicago. They face scrubs, absolute scrubs on the schedule. Al in Dallas, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Al.
Okay, well, a couple of points, gentlemen. The thing that concerns me about your broadcast crew, especially Broadus, is why are you fearing who the Cowboys play? The good ones don't care who you play. Okay, if you want to be good, you got to beat the best. You can't worry about playing San Francisco. If they're going to get past to the Super Bowl, they have to beat San Francisco anyway. So what's the big deal about trying to delay it?
Well, you want to delay it. Why wouldn't you want to delay it?
What if I told you there was a chance San Francisco lost?
I know they lost, but this is the whole thing about it, okay? The Cowboys' problem is deep ball defense and running defense. They don't do well at either. This is going to be a problem, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I wish them the best, but this is going to be a serious problem.
It's not about being scared. Nobody's scared of an opponent.
Well, we are scared of San Fran, and they are
scared.
too.
San Fran's different.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about San Fran.
Not scared. Healthy respect that they'd kick your ass.
No, it has nothing to do with being scared of an opponent. It's the path of least resistance.
Yes.
I'm not scared of driving into traffic, but if somebody takes me, if Google Maps says, "Hey, go this way," I'm going to go the other way.
Thank you.
It has nothing to do with being scared of it. I just would rather not deal with it.
You're scared of traffic, Chop. You're scared of sitting in red lines on the Google Maps.
I'm gonna put up the tough fan poll and say you could get San Fran week 1 or round 3. Round 1, just get it out of the way, or round 3 with maybe them getting picked off. How many numbnuts do you think would pick round 1?
I'm disappointed
with their armor, putting on their armor in their Braveheart video.
I'm disappointed we can't play San Francisco every week. That's what I would prefer. I would prefer a system that allows me to play San Francisco in the wild card, the divisional, the conference championship, and the Super Bowl. That's what I want.
Good grief. And Broad, I love how someone tweeted yesterday, "I love your content, Broad. I wish you'd answer some questions." What? The man answers questions nonstop. Justin in Miami, the Odyssey app is working well. Justin, you're next up here on a Cowboys Monday.
Gentlemen, good morning to you from Miami, Florida. I'm super happy this morning waking up. What a game last night by the Cowboys. We're very critical of this team whenever they lose their games, and we criticize the coaching and all that stuff. I think it's safe to say at the end of this season, we could say that this team has proved us right. Another 12-win season, an NFC East championship, all that's great. I'm glad we played the Packers. I feel like this is a perfect get back for what they did to us in 2014, 2016. And I'm excited, man. I think this is the easiest road the Cowboys have had to the NFC championship in a long time. And me, as well as all the other fans, are super excited to see these boys rock out and hopefully take us to the first NFC championship game in my lifetime since I'm 26 years old. And blessings to you guys, and wishing you guys a great week, man. Let's do this.
Thank you for the call, brother. Appreciate you listening in Miami. Drew in Dallas, you're up next. Drew, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys, man. I just want to say star up to the Cowboy Nation, all the Cowboys fans who be supporting, all the Cowboy love. I'm happy this morning. I mean, the boys are putting numbers. They're breaking records. These boys are breaking records. They're all setting records. They're all in it for the win it. Star down to the haters, like always, when I call into this station, because 6 a.m. all day, solo, baby.
Yeah, baby.
And I'm saying star down to the haters. Let's go, baby.
Thank you for the
Cowboys.
call, Drew. Appreciate you. Christy Scales put out a video of a sea of Cowboy fans greeting Dak coming off the field. Bobby, you were there. What was the ratio?
80% Cowboys fans.
80?
80%. I mean,
on the
maybe
broadcast,
more.
they were saying, yeah, Cowboys aren't having to go with any silent count or anything like that.
Nope, it was complete. Like, I mean, typically you'll see a little bit more of whoever the road team is, you'll see more of their colors behind their bench, because obviously fans, they like to congregate behind there and buy tickets behind the visiting bench when they can. But I mean, it was still 80% blue behind the Washington bench. It was Washington comes on the field, they're getting booed.
Why were you stalking this pig?
Major Tutty?
Major Tutty.
Man, I will trade it.
what's
Get
the
rid
bit?
of Rowdy. Get rid of Cowboy Joe. Get rid of any mascot that the Cowboys have had throughout their history. Crazy Ray, whoever else. Get me Major Tutty.
That's your favorite mascot?
Major Tutty is the best. Did you see him? He's got the crew cut. I didn't even know his hat comes off. His hat comes off. He's got like this crew cut, this military fade. He's fantastic. I can't get enough of him. We were all sitting there talking. Clarence Hill was like, "Is that Piglet?" We're like, "No, it's not Piglet. It's Major Tutty. Why don't you show some damn respect?"
Yeah, you and Clarence are tweeting about it. I'm like, well, I'm glad
Machota was obsessed too. Machota was taking photos and videos.
I'm glad these organizations waste their money sending you fools to cover the NFC East clincher, and you're tweeting about swine and
swine.
You know, you're sitting there tweeting about pigs.
I mean, look, if they can overcome Major Tutty, first victory in the history of the Cowboys when Major Tutty's been in attendance yesterday. If they can overcome Major Tutty, there's no reason they can't beat the 49ers.
I had a media member text me on the side complaining about your coverage of this.
Did his name rhyme with Matt Shoney?
Oh, how did you know it was Doney?
Because he was super irritated 3 spots down from me that myself, Joe Hoyt from Lone Star Live, John Machota, Saad Youssef, we were all talking about Major Tutty. We were all fully invested in what he was doing.
One coach has already been fired. Who else is going to get the axe on Black Monday? Rest of the NFL playoff matchups, you're going to have to pay to see the defending champs open up against Miami. And, of course, your opportunity to get your picture with the World Series trophy tomorrow night in our building, and the report that Mike McCarthy still isn't safe. That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here on The Fan. But even better news.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ball is at the 22-yard line, 32 yards. Aubrey's kick is blocked. The streak is over, and Washington picks it up. And running left. This is a long run by Jace Whitaker just off the practice squad, all the way down around the Dallas 20.
So this game became such a beatdown. This became the TV storyline. Bobby, you were there. Well. And we were checking it out on TV and 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home of the NFC East champion Dallas Cowboys after the 38-10 drubbing of the Commanders. Brandon Aubrey, man, you got a Dak interception that should not go on his resume, and Brandon Aubrey gets snapped at 35 for 35 after the field goal block. He then misses off the upright, and it felt like it was a good 5 minutes that Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt spent projecting and forecasting whether Aubrey would get another opportunity. They're like, okay, if you get the ball back, how much do you try to be aggressive offensively to try to get your kicker right? And that started getting into my head. I'm ready to take all the trash out, and they're lining up from 50. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to stay here to watch Aubrey from 50 with 4 trash bags in my hands, right down the middle. So my Brett Maher worry alleviated heading into the playoffs, just like last year.
How early in the show do we talk about this if he missed the 50-yarder? Would we have addressed this already earlier than
second or maybe third segment?
I think we would have had a panic. There was a little bit of, we were like kind of following along because we had to go down to the tunnel when he was kicking that last one, and we're all kind of following on our phones, trying to watch and see like, okay, does he make it? So when it went through, everybody kind of just collectively went, okay, cool. That's a storyline we don't have to cover. But I'll tell you what.
I'm very, very happy and grateful he got another opportunity.
I mean, the block one, what's he supposed to do on the block?
Nothing.
There's nothing you can do about the block. And then he hits it off the goalpost. It's literally as close as you can get to making it without making it.
You're not what?
I wasn't happy about it.
Why?
I had the under.
You and Calvin Ridley both.
So, like, seriously, like, that was, I mean, they were stuck on 45 points for a quarter and a half.
You didn't think they were going to drop, like, close to 40? What was the over-under?
It's 46 and a half. 46 and a half. And it went up to 50 as the game got closer.
No, yeah, Chop's score prediction on Friday was like he had it really low.
Because, the Cowboys offense doesn't generally play well, A, on grass, B, in the cold weather. I wasn't expecting, Washington to let them run the ball the way they did. And, I mean, I guess I should have thought about it, that they were going to give up. But, yeah, I had the under.
So, before the game, Bobby was tracking
Major Tutty.
The reports, no one gives a flying freak. God, now I'm starting to look at you with a pig face. You look like, who's a cartoon character?
It's not hard with the nose.
Pig?
The nose is already kind of.
Is giving it to me a little bit, Porky Pig.
Yeah.
But there seemed to be some coordinated timing when it came to Mike McCarthy's job security.
So we talked about this last week. We actually talked about it a couple weeks ago while you were out, that Jeremy Fowler has written over the last couple weeks in his ESPN notes, just a weird thing talking about NFL hot seats. And he mentioned McCarthy a couple different times where he's like, hey, look, I'm just saying, depending on how the season ends, there's a sense that things could go sideways in Dallas if things end in a really embarrassing fashion. And so it's like, okay, that's one voice. Then all of a sudden, there's this coordinated attack on Saturday morning where
it wasn't
everybody's writing at the same time. Diana Rossini over at The Athletic says, hey, if things end in embarrassing fashion, you need to watch Dallas as a spot. Adam Schefter says, hey, look, the Cowboys really don't want to lose Dan Quinn. If things go sideways with Mike McCarthy, if this doesn't end the right way in the playoffs, then there could be a reset there. There are people who believe that. David Moore at the Dallas Morning News writes, Cowboys are probably about to lose Dan Quinn. It's probably the end for Dan Quinn, and what can they possibly do to keep him? There's only so much you can do, and it's like, man, all of this gets released in the span of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
That feels like somebody said, here's the green light, you guys go ahead.
Why would they
start
do that?
Talking.
Why would the organization leak that? That's like so that you benefit in no way.
Someone's getting Norbied. Someone over there is getting Norbied.
There, maybe. Look, and if it's
McAfee reference,
this could be several different places, and I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna accuse anybody in general, but this could be coming from Dan Quinn's agent. This could be coming from somebody outside the building who has an interest in getting the job. This could be coming from the team somewhere. Like I don't know where it could come from, but somebody, it feels like, kind of sent this out there. I will say this, that if it does, in theory, let's just operate on an assumption, this came from the organization, and why would they do something like that? Maybe they view it as like hey, here's one final push. We're not going to do anything, but here's one final little motivator. Make sure you get this right in the playoffs, Mike McCarthy.
Here's Jerry Jones being asked about all those reports after the win.
Well, I just think that his record speaks for itself. I think what he's done, the fact that we've put ourselves in this position over these last 3 years, I think that does speak for itself. And we've got a lot of football left, in no small part thanks to Mike, thanks to his staff, and thanks to some really outstanding football players around there. So we'll see how each game goes.
Okay, so when you were asked for your thoughts on it, you didn't give them. You said, well, I mean, his record kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? Well, no, I just asked you what you thought, and the only thing you gave me at the end was, we'll see how each game goes.
That was not a
That was
denial.
not a no.
You're reading too much in this, man. Yes, it's not a denial. You're right. But this is
You've been in this market long enough.
This
you
is
know
Jerry.
you know how to read between the lines with Jerry. You know which one is a calculated Jerry, which is a serious Jerry. That is a serious Jerry to me that says if they were to get blown, if they were to have a disappointment like they get the doors blown off them by Jordan Love and the Packers this week and they lose by 2 touchdowns, my sense after hearing Jerry talk last night is McCarthy would be in trouble.
Yeah, and you don't disagree with that.
No, I don't disagree that it's not a denial and such, right? But this is also just the reason Jerry didn't denounce it. It's nothing to do with necessarily him, firing Mike. It's just Jerry likes to be in the news.
Jerry told you guys when there was question about Dak Prescott's contract a couple years ago. Remember, y'all were stunned into silence how direct he was like, Dak's getting a contract extension. I think it was in the middle of his 3rd year or whatever. He's like, he's here for the long term. He's here for the next decade. And you guys kind of were like, oh, wow, okay. Jerry will speak directly when he wants something silenced. If he doesn't want it silenced, it's not always about this. It's about, hey, this is a possibility I want to leave open.
What do you think the reality is, and what do you think the reality should be?
Oh, well, look, I think if they lose to Green Bay, I mean, all bets are off. I mean, you're talking about a first-round playoff exit against the 7 seed when you're the 2. In a season that really sets up well for you to make the first NFC Championship game in 40% of your fan base's lifetime.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe not 40%, but that would be a bad look. If they win this game and they lose to Detroit, a team that you just beat by only 1 that maybe should have thought beat you, I don't think he's getting run. But the way this playoff system sets up right now, if they lose to Green Bay, I think that there's a chance. I wouldn't do it. I mean, he's won 12 games 3 years in a row, but
I think the way Jerry has set up this whole thing, talking to us for weeks about it's the most vulnerable the NFC's been in forever, and the fact that he thinks, man, we're really fortunate to be here in a position to get home games. I think if they lose one of these games at home, you shouldn't think anything's a slam dunk is all. I'm not saying there's a likelihood, but you shouldn't think anything's a slam dunk if they lose a playoff game at home.
Well, let me ask you this, because you've been high on the if they lose to San Francisco a 3rd straight time or year. What if they what's worse? Making the NFC Championship game and losing to San Fran again, or losing to Detroit in the 2nd round here?
Detroit in the 2nd round here, probably, because this whole San Francisco setup has been that you were likely going to see them before the NFC title game. Now the fact that you'd have to reach something you haven't done in forever. Now I guess it also depends how bad
42-10.
If they lose 42-10 to San Francisco, I think Mike would be in trouble.
Today is Black Monday. You woke up to the news that Arthur Smith is out in Atlanta. And what a final moment, as yesterday they got humiliated by the New Orleans Saints, 48-17. The game was obviously already out of hand very, very late, and New Orleans decides to tack on an extra touchdown. At midfield, Arthur Smith, MF's Dennis Allen, Saints head coach, up and down. Dennis Allen starts his post-game presser like this.
Start off by apologizing to Arthur Smith and the Falcons. That was not a play that we intended to run down there to finish out that game. That's not who we are. That's not how we operate. We should have taken a knee. So I want to apologize to them.
Who was responsible? Jameis.
Oh, man.
Jameis Winston.
America's quarterback.
Man, get him on Barstool or one of those media sites. Instantly. Get him in the media. as soon as possible. Jameis is like, no, that wasn't on Coach. We did it. I did it.
Well, I apologize to DA because the play was victory. But I also explained to DA that it was a team decision. And I think when you have a team morale, and I asked the guys, I said, guys, like, what do you want to do? We know how much Jamal means to this team, and I understood from DA's perspective. So I give him that. But DA didn't condone that at all. You know, he didn't. However, we decided as a team to do it, and man, we got an interception to the 1 yard line. You know, like, so if we would have scored, would it still would have been disrespectful?
I love the Look, I totally understand what Coach is saying, but we as a team decided he's an idiot. We're not listening to him. The team does not listen to the head coach. We made a group decision. Team morale. Man, Dennis Allen didn't know what he's talking about.
That might be why players do like Jameis. Right there.
He's amazing.
Holy cow.
He is amazing. But everyone is focusing on New England. An unwatchable game except for the snow as the New York Jets send Belichick out a loser at Foxborough. Afterwards, I'll talk Rabbitcraft like always. I'll talk like Rabbitcraft. Everyone is expecting. Jake Glazer says he will not be returning as head coach of New England. Mike Florio continues to say that Josh Harris in D.C. wants Belichick badly, and there are tweets coming out of New England this morning, thanks to the Tolos for sending it, that Belichick may be willing to give up personnel control to stay in New England. So Belichick watch is on.
That would be interesting that he'd be willing to give up the control there. Like, I think if you go somewhere else, it's easier to give up the control. But when you've had it for so long, to be able to give it up there is a little bit different. But if that's what he wants, if he truly wants to stay, he doesn't want to go anywhere else, which, I mean, I don't know why he would want to go anywhere else. He's been there for so long.
Oh, I mean, go somewhere with a quarterback.
Well, that would be the reason. That would be the reason to go somewhere. But also, his legacy is so tied to New England and such. But if he wants to go down that road, and if I'm Bob Kraft, save the PR hit of being the one that fired Bill, let Bill walk away on his own, but you get rid of him as the decision maker on personnel. I'd be down with that.
I don't think there's that much of a PR hit anymore. We have reached a point where the Belichick yesterday texting with Sandler. It's like, hey, is Mike Tomlin really better than Bill Belichick? Like, we have all jumped off this Belichick goat train so quickly and so fast.
Exposed without Brady, Sean.
Yeah. Well, no one was saying this when they were in the middle of the dynasty. But I want him to leave, relinquish. Now, if he goes to D.C., keep GM control so you butcher that.
And Major Tutty.
But I want him to go somewhere else and get out of New England. I'm tired of watching them. I don't want to see him with Mac Jones anymore. Who else could get the axe today? Who else is going to be first up? Who's going to be the first one announced?
Jets are safe. Solid safe. Arthur Smith's already out. I don't know. It
sounds like Dennis Allen.
Eberflus may have saved his job.
Eberflus sounds safe. Dennis Allen sounds safe.
Unless Jameis says otherwise.
But they were speculating about 9 different coaches could be gone. The other playoff matchups. Let's get you the official starts for Saturday. And, of course, we have Cowboys, Packers, 12:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. Here's how it is starting, though. Saturday at 3:30. Browns at Texans. Cleveland is favored by 2.5. Then at 7 o'clock, oh, my gosh. My friends were freaking out last night that Peacock is forcing you to pay for their app and subscription to watch the defending champs take on the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins-Chiefs on Peacock, 7 o'clock Saturday night.
Yeah, it's 3.5. BetQL's got on 3.5 on Kansas City is favored in that game.
This over-under is the same as Browns-Texans.
45?
43.5. This is on ESPN.
Oh, yeah. So I've seen it a number of different spots. It kind of goes up and down.
But paying.
It's crazy that the NFL would have you.
My buddy texted me, who would have thought that it'd be easier to see the Epstein list than the defending champions play their first playoff game.
That's a good point. It's a good reference. Yeah, and I wonder how this is going to impact 2 things. One, Peacock's subscriptions.
Right.
And the lack of people who are going to watch.
Conspiracy theorists saying they're making the Swifties pay.
Swifties pay.
But, I think they're airing this locally in Kansas City. But otherwise, for the rest of us, you're going to have Peacock. Sunday, noon, Steelers-Bills. Our game at 3:30 on Fox. Sunday night, Rams-Lions. Monday night, Eagles-Buccaneers.
Yeah, the Monday night game, I hate that they're doing Monday night games. They did it last year. They did it to us. I hate that because it screws the team that wins, but that's a juicy day on Sunday. That's a really, really good day. You obviously have the Bills-Steelers, which Buffalo's a juggernaut right now. The Cowboys are a wagon at home. And then you've got the really good, intriguing matchup, both quarterbacks versus their former team on the Sunday night game.
National championship game tonight. Mavs get an awesome win over the Timberwolves, and your chance to get your picture taken and hang out with some World Series champs tomorrow night in our Odyssey showroom downstairs here at 105.3 The Fan, 4131 North Central Expressway. More info at 105.3thefan.com. But you've been asking for it. The number one most anticipated segment has nothing to do with the Cowboys winning the East. It's Spying on Filthy. PayPay has it for you during the commercial-free Expressway right after this. But did Santa get you DIY?
105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
This team is abysmal. I blame Nick Sirianni.
Go to hell today.
There needs to be boots in somebody's ass. I'm sick of it.
It is by far the most requested segment on the show. Whenever Philly trails at all, it could be 2-0 after a safety. The Tolos put in the request for Peyton Russell to spy on Filthy Radio.
Not just the Tolos. I even had some people on the team plane last night saying, "Hey, you guys gonna spy on Philly tomorrow? What time are y'all spying on Philly?"
Well. Shy Jr.?
No, I didn't see Shy Jr. But some other folks on the plane were asking about it. I was like, I don't know. We'll see if Peyton comes through. He's flopped a couple times, so we'll see if he can do it.
This is the Expressway. We are commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock when we take more Cowboy calls here on your home of the NFC East champs. Another firing coming in. Thanks to the Tolos for sending it to me. You're not going to be, it's not a head coach.
Oh.
General manager.
Ryan Poles.
Chicago?
Yeah.
No.
Whoever's in Atlanta.
Carolinas. Scott Fitterer.
Oh, love him.
As David Tepper continues to try to go ahead and clean house.
I mean, it's on brand for Tepper. I mean, the guy's been there more than 3 weeks, so he's probably doomed to get fired.
I mean, look, if he would have done a better job, he wouldn't have had to throw drinks on fans.
Yeah.
So David Tepper also, according to T-Bone.
T-Bone. Hey, yo, T-Bone.
Our guy T-Bone, who we did Crosstalk Radio with years ago, and I tweeted out the T-Bone reference just to see what Tolos knew it. Couple came through strong, reported David Tepper does not want to give up some of the control of the team it would require for them to go get Jim Harbaugh. And to help guide his franchise for the future, Tepper's been working with a consulting firm, Sportsology, led by former Chelsea FC executive. I love these consulting firms.
Wrong football.
Yeah, wrong football.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's go to this consulting firm run by this soccer person to find me my next head coach.
How do we get that job? We need consulting jobs.
Will you kill that net? There it is.
I got it.
Where is it? You can't, right here. You can't get it done in your house.
Oh! Did you see the way he Mr. Miyagi'd that?
Well, I don't know if he got it.
I can't tell.
No, he caught him.
Did I catch him?
He caught him.
It'd be in his hand.
He caught him.
I could have fallen. I saw something fall down here. I don't know.
He caught him. No, he Miyagi'd that.
I'll see him.
All right, let's get to the fallout and filthy. They get embarrassed, destroyed by the New York Football Giants. They now will take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's like a 2.5, 3-point spread. That's it. So yesterday, immediately on the post, our buddy from Super Bowls, Ron Jaworski, on NBC Philly, immediate reaction.
I'm embarrassed by the performance. This team now, for 2 months, Mike, you mentioned the games, has looked like an ill-prepared professional football team, not worthy to represent what we believe is a great city, and we deserve better than that. I thought you mentioned last week against Arizona was rock bottom. I thought it was. The way that team came out today, I'm embarrassed for them, for the preparation, the time the guys did to put that kind of product on the field against the New York Football Giants, a team they are better than. I know I'm probably crazy.
Not just that. I mean, the fact that Dallas was down 10-7, and they were already falling apart. They had a chance. I mean, look, Dallas probably wasn't going to lose that game, but
it was 10-7. You're
Washington's
correct.
up 10-7, and the Eagles are already falling to pieces with a chance to maybe win a division and get a number 2 seed. And even that wasn't enough motivation to get them to wake up and play like a real football team. That's the most alarming thing about it.
You didn't even get motivation from the scoreboard, looking at the Cowboys down 3, and you couldn't up your game to match the level of our fair city, our fair city, wonderful city.
Poor Jaws. He's just so heartbroken. That whole city's heartbroken. I love it. Personally, just how devastated they are, that they really thought they had built something special. They were on the verge of something special, and it turned out they really just built the Vikings. That's all they did.
It's it's amazing. Like if you're a quarterback and you lose your first Super Bowl, you just don't ever go back again.
We got breaking news here on The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ron Rivera is gone.
Did you see the other breaking news related to the Commanders? No. They've made a hiring, and it's a bizarre one. Per Ian Rappaport, the Commanders are hiring one of the best in sports, luring 2-time NBA Executive of the Year Bob Myers, the former general manager of the Warriors, to come help run their franchise. So Bob Myers, who helped build the Golden State Warriors into a champion, is leaving TV. He'd gone into TV. He is now going to help run the Commanders. So they've hired a basketball guy.
I totally respect it.
I don't understand it, though.
Well, because they're not using him. Teams have gone this route when they find their GMs. It's not to find a personnel guy. It's to find a business guy, hires personnel guys, and then makes decisions like that. Howie Roseman, for example. The Browns did this with Paul DePodesta, and he hired Sashi Brown. And Sashi built this entire he got all these picks. He just stockpiled picks, and then they got whoever their new guy is now. They've capitalized on it. So it's a new way of doing things. I like it.
Bob Myers.
And they're also bringing in Rick Spielman. Rick Spielman's part of this, too. They're bringing Rick Spielman.
Friend of the show, Rick Spielman.
The Vikings guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bringing him in with Bob Myers to assist in finding a new coach.
What were you saying, Bobby?
I mean, it's a wild hiring to me. I'm interested to see how this works. He apparently already gave a statement. He said, in speaking with Josh Harris and his team, it's clear they will do everything it takes to build out a world-class organization, one that can win on the field and make a positive mark in the DMV community. Ooh, he's already using the right terminology.
DMV, yeah.
DMV.
Tolo, William, and D sending all this info to us. Tom Pelissero, the Giants have fired their offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson.
I'll fix it.
They were so good. They were such a good offensive line.
All right, so part one of Spying on Filthy is Ron Jaworski saying he's embarrassed for the team. Two guys have been right about this team all season long. He's been catching a lot of heat for it. Seth Joyner, the former Eagle defensive player who played with Reggie White and Randall Cunningham on those teams. He's been right. They're like, oh, you're so negative, Seth. Oh, you're just a hater. Howard asking, oh, he's just too pessimistic. Howard will not text me back, by the way. He won't.
I saw he's probably blocked you. Does it say delivered?
He's eating Whoppers.
Do you get what's the different color if you get blocked?
It goes to green.
If
it starts blue, it goes to green if you're blocked.
All right.
Are you sure? It would just say not delivered?
They're all blue and it says delivered. He wouldn't block.
Oh, then he didn't block you.
He wouldn't block me, but he's not responding.
He's just like everybody else in Philly, resigned to the fact that this is an awful football team. By the way, with all the Giants changes, Wink Martindale is coming back, according to Ian Rappaport.
He is?
So they're not firing Wink Martindale in New York.
I mean,
I thought him and Dayball were hating.
This will be great. We're just going to have like news pouring in all morning.
Could Dayball be the surprise Josina Anderson was referring to?
I still think Josina Anderson, like I said, she was here in Dallas that weekend when she came out of there. I think she's hearing the same chatter that was being fed to everybody else.
Well, when Schefter reported McCarthy game to game, we'll see how the playoffs go. Clarence Hill then said this 12-win season means nothing. He's not locked in. And Josina followed up on that saying, yeah, true. So everyone's being fed the same information, it sounds like. Seth Joyner, what if the Eagles lose to Tampa? What happens to Raccoon Eyes?
If they do lose, you believe the coach will be moved out of here?
If they go down to Tampa Bay and they play like they played today, I believe that Nick Sirianni, I believe that Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman have to give major thought to what they do with Nick Sirianni moving forward. Because it's pretty obvious. Even if you decide to bring him back, you have to have major coordinator and coaching changes. Like, you got to wipe the entire slate of coaches on the defensive side of the ball. They all got to go.
So this is just the appetizer, but he's talking about wiping out all the assistants. See you later. As Sean Desai has to be sitting back saying,
Yeah, so I guess it wasn't me. Guess it was this awful personnel. Maybe it was the fact that you just thought, well, hey, if we just take everybody from Georgia and build a defense around that, they'll be just as good as they were in college football. When in reality, it looks like, as if the Georgia defense actually had to play an NFL team.
All right, you have to hire one. You have to, as a head coach. Not a coordinator.
Okay.
You have to hire McDaniels or Patricia.
As a head coach?
Yes. Because coordinator, you would have said McDaniels, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that would have been too easy. Head coach. Because Matt Patricia is getting destroyed again.
I would hire, I guess, Patricia because he's only had one chance to fail, and McDaniels has had two.
There is no right or wrong answer.
I would prefer Major Tutty, but if you're telling me that I have to hire one of the McDaniels, because Patricia was, the stuff coming out of Detroit was, he was just a heavy-handed jackass.
Well, I mean, so is John McDaniels.
McDaniels I think is insecure, and there'd be problems for sure. But like Patricia is just I'm smarter than everybody jerk.
He might be. He uses a pencil. Pencil's pencil over pen, 10 out of 10. But
pencil with a laminated play card, by the way.
Then why don't you have a pencil?
I don't have a pencil sharpener.
You could get an electronic one.
What, here?
You could not a sharpener. You could get those pens that the
twisted
pencils that
thing?
come out.
Yeah.
Mechanical
No, I don't like those.
Mechanical.
Yeah, I don't like those. You can't press hard enough.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I got to be able to really pound it. But Patricia.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, you do.
He wore shorts in a snowstorm. Okay, that guy is.
Go join Bennett's Skin.
Yeah, Patricia wore shorts in a snowstorm. I mean, that guy just is. That's man. I mean,
Patricia?
it has to be right. You don't wear shorts in a snowstorm.
All right.
817 breaking news. Major Teddy, new Commander's head coach.
Bobby.
Okay, I'm done.
If you bring up Major Tuddy again, I'm going to throw my snot rag at you with all the gunk in it. It's right here.
Still there? Still bad?
It's not bad. It's
Good.
better.
Good.
I heard you said I had just had the sniffles Friday
Better.
though. You got Switter. You got tattletaled on.
It was not me.
Boy, McCarthy. Yeah, McCarthy was like, "Oh, wish I had his agent. He gets 3-day work week coming off of vacation. Wish I had his agent."
McCarthy took shots at me.
He did.
He did.
I didn't get a massage though. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Mike.
Friday at 6:30.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Sponsored by Black Rifle Coffee.
I'm kidding, Coach. All right, that was just the appetizer for spying on Filthy. Peyton Russell, over to you.
Oh, guys, for the 5th time in the last 6 weeks, we are spying on Philly radio. It just feels so good. Who knew if we were going to have, even a couple after they started 10-1? Bobby knew because he kept dropping them from the power rankings. First of all, congrats to Bobby. He was right all along about the trash team, Philadelphia.
All right, is your greatest win this?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy or the McCarthy offense changing?
Ooh, man, there's so many dubs. It's hard.
Likability.
You forgot first round grade on Dak Prescott.
2024 likability.
Yeah, I know. Let's get 2024 off to a right start by power ranking how right I am. We're gonna say number one is the McCarthy changes because that just felt the best to me personally.
Okay.
Then it was Philly, and then Brock Purdy's third. I mean, that was less about Brock Purdy. I'm gonna be partial about it. That was more about I knew that if Jimmy Garoppolo could play in that system and make them an efficient football team, anybody could because he was a piece of trash quarterback.
Okay.
So all three of these clips are callers from 94 WIP, the morning show in Philadelphia. And we've had this caller on a couple times, Tom in Philly. And he's like everyone else. He wants Nick Sirianni gone, and he's wanted him gone for weeks now.
Tom in Dover right now. Tom, good morning.
Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey, Tom.
I'm not even going to ask how y'all doing because I know how y'all doing.
Correct.
Actually, Joe, I don't even know what that's to say, man. I just called just to call.
Call to say hi, Tom.
One thing I will say, Joe.
What?
That we finally come into agreement with is that Sirianni has to go, man. I sat there and watched the Colts Texas game. That was my game yesterday, the 1 o'clock game. The Steichen, man, was in it, man. Like, Steichen, man, is a head coach. Sirianni's just standing there with the headset that's looking up at the sky, man. He don't have no part of nothing. He don't have nothing to do with the defense. He don't have nothing to do with the offense. What are you here for? At least they could have showed us something, man. They didn't give us nothing yesterday. It's like they just came out there, and I hate to say it, and because you said it some weeks ago, and I got on you about it, and we went back and forth. But Hurts ain't giving me nothing either, man. When the blitzes is coming, he's pretty much just ducking down, running for cover.
Ryan, it's gonna be a sad day when it's gonna be a sad day when someone pays you full time and you leave here because he's so good on the fan cam. Just that Sirianni nod nonstop, live on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Is everyone in Philly praising the great Shane Steichen, who didn't have his best player on the field for 4th down with the drop Saturday night against the Texans, getting Jonathan Taylor off the field? Wow.
Unbelievable.
Still a great job, but that was bad.
Yeah, it is bad. And next year they'll go back to being the Colts.
Depends on what
it depends who they get quarterback. And Richardson, if he's healthy.
Richardson looked good.
He did. He looked pretty darn good. Is that going to be his career, though?
By the way,
that's a guy who only made 15 starts in college.
Big ups to Tyler Goodson for standing up in front of the media and taking all of that for 10 minutes afterwards.
Who the hell is that?
Tyler Goodson is the guy you just referenced who dropped the pass on 4th down.
All right.
So now we go to Dennis in Philadelphia. And Dennis, there's times where we're so mad at the game that we stay away from our phone, right? We just put to the side. Dennis was so mad he turned the phone off. He couldn't take the heat anymore on social media and from his friends texting him. Dennis says this team is absolutely pathetic.
Dennis in Mount Laurel. Dennis, what do you make all this, man?
Hammer, I'm not going to ask you how the hell you're doing today, son, because I know how you're doing today.
Right.
Both of you.
That's
this
right.
is pathetic.
Yep.
I've been watching football over 50 years, and at halftime it was 24-0. I turned my phone off because I got tired of people texting me about the freaking Philadelphia Eagles. It was embarrassing.
Yep.
It was the worst football game I think I've ever seen for the first half of a football game. Just pathetic. We were playing a team that had their golf clubs in their trunks, their tea-time set. They were ready to get out of Dodge, and we're down 24-0 after 30 minutes.
Bomani Jones tweeted, Eagles feel like one of those teams that would skip a bowl game.
Yeah.
Florida State.
I don't think the Giants had tea time. It's snowing in New York. They don't have tea time set. There was no tea time.
You're talking about if it is not for a 3rd and 20 conversion against the Giants in that game a couple weeks ago, this very easily could be 6 losses in a row to end the season. It is so bad what's gone on there.
You want to bet on the Eagles-Tampa game? This, to me, would be a win-win for me.
Yeah.
I'll bet on Philly.
Sure.
Whatever you want to bet. So that way...
You take it spreads, or you going just straight up?
You want to go straight up?
Straight up, yeah.
Straight up. Think about what you want to wager on it. And for me, if the Eagles win, then I'll win money or whatever you want to wager.
It's going to be Mariota.
What?
Probably going to be Mariota.
No, what are you talking about?
I mean, his finger was going the other way.
Marcus Mariota's not playing. He's not starting.
I mean, it literally cannot make Jalen Hurts worse of a thrower throwing with a broken finger.
A.J. Brown twisting the knee. Jalen Hurts having the middle finger, popping it back into place. I don't know what he did.
He went like that.
Come up with the terms.
That was the same thing as this finger.
I will
Same
say,
exact.
I heard you driving in this morning. I as part of likability, Sean, I'm not going to take credit for the Cowboys winning the NFCs because I never actually called that they would win. I thought they were going to lose the NFCs. I just thought Philly was going to be bad. It was not about Dallas. It was all about Philly.
Yes. So think about what you want to bet for the Eagles and Tampa. Pepe, we got one more spying on the enemy.
We got one more from 94 WIP in Philadelphia. So we blame Nick Sirianni, the play calling, and now they're even going after Jalen Hurts. And now, Jalen just got this monster contract, right? You think, he's set in Philadelphia for years, maybe even underpaid a little bit. The Philly fans, they said, big mistake paying Jalen Hurts.
Let's kick it off with Frankie in Roxborough today. Good morning, Frank.
I don't like black folk. Okay.
All right, not Frankie. Let's go to Stephen Deptford.
Hang on.
Okay.
So I added that part. I thought it was a little funny.
Wait, so that wasn't the actual call or radio?
No. I mean, the guy's going to talk, but that was just the beginning part. They
Play
just
it again.
Let's kick it off with Frankie in Roxborough today. Good morning, Frank.
I don't like black folk. Okay.
All right, not Frankie. Let's go to Stephen Deptford.
What did she
Frankie,
say?
just
I
as
don't
bad
like
as the Eagles.
what?
I don't know. It's a thoroughly Philly accent. I love it.
I don't like black folk.
I don't like
blindfold.
Wexel.
I don't know what she's saying. I don't like that. That was funny. All right.
I don't like black folk. Okay.
All right, not Frankie. Let's go to Stephen Deptford. Frankie, just as bad as the Eagles there out of the gate. Good morning, Steve.
All right, before you guys hang up on me, I got to tell you this. First of all, John Rich,
Stop.
you've been having...
Listen to these accents. Listen to this. Wow, get the hoagie.
I loved the Baltimore accent yesterday, by the way, at the Commanders game, which was all over the press box announcements. Tony Pollard.
All right, before you guys hang up on me, I got to tell you this. First of all, John Rich, you've been having hope for the last 6 weeks. Listen, there's a couple things. Jalen Hurts got $50 million a year.
Couple treat things.
The guy's an average quarterback. I don't care about his offensive coordinator. He's on the sidelines, sits down. If that was Tom Brady, and his offensive line was playing like that, he would flip out. The guy has no emotion. I don't think he's a good leader, number one. And number two is, I never seen an offense so dead in the last 7-6 weeks, whatever it's been. No motion. It's just terrible. It's terrible. I would have fired Sirianni already. Terrible. Lost the locker room. I mean, nobody wants to play. It looks like a high school team out there. Terrible.
It's the offseason in Philadelphia,
Man,
guys.
That is a town. They don't care about anything
Emotion.
other than your emotion.
Show the emotion.
It's like my dad, man. Like my dad was the same way. He was the same type of spoon. There's no emotion. I mean, if I was the coach, I'd be kicking these guys in the ass all day.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my god.
Show you care. Show me you care.
Annoying.
It's a bad look, though. Joe Banner, who worked with Jeffrey Lurie for 17 years, is a good friend of his. Joe Banner had tweeted yesterday that this is a bad quote to drop in Philly, which was Nick Sirianni talking about, just losing 5 out of 6. That doesn't discount what we did the rest of the season. It's like, that's not what people want to hear. Like, you at least have to show that you're frustrated by it. You can't just be like, hey, we're still a good football team. You know, we're whatever. I'll tell you who. I don't like what somebody on the fan section is saying there. Think she's saying, I don't like mine full.
Oh.
Hit it
It's
again.
breakfast time.
Coffee?
I don't like mine full.
Okay.
Could be. Could be. I'll tell you who would have shown emotion, Sean. Major Tutty. If he was out there, he
Good
absolutely
job.
Get him off the show.
Because Tolo Jason just said, for the first time in over
Hey,
8
look up there
years,
on the fan cam.
for the first time in over 8 years, I've shut off the radio and listened to music because Bobby can't stop saying the mascot's name. Yeah,
You
Bobby,
ruined the
that's
morning show.
freaking hilarious, you freaking idiot. God almighty, you are so annoying. And I told myself there's no way I could get annoyed today. I was in such a good mood.
Challenge accepted.
So show more emotion. Motion, they haven't motioned the entire year. This fan's talking about the last 7 weeks. They're dead last in motion. That's what their offense is. Bassick texted me yesterday and said, is Jalen Hurts Carson Wentz?
It's Jalen Hurts. Oh, God.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
He's not as good as Carson.
I think it's a good question. Fair question.
I mean, Carson had never. First of all, Carson never made the playoffs at the rate Jalen does. He never had the sustained success at the rate Jalen does. He had 1 year. He had 10 games. That's it. He had 10 games, and after that, he was nothing.
I mean,
Jalen's had
good
one.
this year.
Jalen's had one year.
No, I mean Jalen's made the playoffs all 3 years. I mean that counts for something. He's won 13, 11, and 9 games in his 3 years. Does he not have the highest winning percentage of any quarterback after 3 years?
Wait, did he?
I don't know. Did he make it in 21? I don't even remember the Eagles doing anything. in
20.
That's what I'm
yeah, they
wondering.
made the playoffs. They made the playoffs all 3 years of Sirianni.
They made
Or
the
last
playoffs.
3 years.
Was Hurts the starter for
Yes.
the whole thing?
Or at least
Okay.
the majority of it.
He was after like week 2 or something,
yeah,
I think.
majority. I don't remember who they started with.
His QBR was a 54. Last year it was a 68. This year it's a 60.
I mean, that's way above average, or not way above, but above average. Nothing that Carson Wentz did. So no, I think that's crazy.
Crazy. Okay. I think it's interesting. Bobby, well, I'm not even going to ask you.
Why?
Because it's predictable.
No, hit
You
me.
ruined
Hit
the
me.
morning show.
You hit me. Come on, ask me.
What do you think I would ask you if I was going to ask you something right now?
I don't know. I didn't know if you were going to change a follow up
No.
or what you were.
Is Jalen Hurts the next Carson Wentz?
I mean, I think that's offensive to Carson Wentz.
Of course you do.
Honestly, Carson Wentz had more arm talent, was a better passer.
No,
no, honestly, look, here's the deal.
That's all
Here's
you
the deal.
care
Here's
about.
the
That's all
deal.
you care about.
Well, I mean, look, here's the deal: is that we've never, as for all the talk,
It will
of
matter
like,
at some point if
he can't
Hurts
run,
doesn't run the same.
Yeah, of course it will. Absolutely. Look, that's the difference. is
what
that-
happens when the tush push gets outlawed?
Well, then
He'll have 12 less touchdowns a year. I would
And
know
12 less rushing yards
on my fantasy team.
now. So yesterday in the Cowboys game.
By the way, his QBR the first after his rookie season, Carson Wentz's QBRs was 78.5, 62, 62.8. Like, I mean, he was just as good as what Jalen's put up.
His first what?
Those were his first 4 years. The rookie year he was not great, but the years
Second
2,
year
3,
he was
4,
tremendous.
2, 3, 4 he was above league average.
3 and 4. I feel like I got to go back and look at him.
I mean, I just told you what his QBR was.
I got to go back and look at his other numbers. I don't care just about one.
These are the
statistic.
QBRs for Jalen: 33, 48, 68, 60. Carson Wentz cumulatively had a better QBR
He
through
just
4
said
years.
it was 50. It was 52 or whatever.
I'm just looking at it right here on Pro Football Reference. It's higher. Carson Wentz was higher than Jalen Hurts cumulatively.
I mean, Carson Wentz
significantly
was,
higher.
I mean, he outside of a 10-game stretch, he was never as good as Jalen Hurts.
He was,
but either way,
the QBR says that he put up 3 seasons that were better than all but one of
but
Jalen's.
again, you're just looking at QBR. We don't just look at one statistic here on.
I mean,
on Sean and
pull up
RJ.
pull up the DVOA for me.
You would reference QBR if it fit your argument and narrative. That you just dance around to the DVOA and then this and that. But look,
Well, yeah, you got to use
look-
multiple. You can't just use one.
By the way, he has a
You know,
90 QBR this year. Carson Wentz just crushed
Let's go. It's great game. Great
Crushing it.
second half. I don't know what we were talking about. I had some point and Bobby screwed me up. So screw you.
All right.
It was a good point too. I don't remember what the hell it was.
Okay.
Look up football, guys. I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
Let's get to best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the weekend.
Let us know what you got into. Trouble and everything else before Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We don't want mid reports. We want either the best or the absolute worst. So who thinks they have that in the running? Mine, I would say was mid. So I'm going to give someone else an opportunity to go first. And neither of you look like you had anything entertaining.
I mean, I'll say that I always enjoy trips to DC, and I think the hate that FedEx Field and the general area there in the Baltimore, the Beltway, as we call it in the biz, I think the hate that area gets is absurd. And I got a good 11 hours sleep on the road this weekend. And so
on the plane?
No, when I got to the hotel room. See, typically I have 3 children, so when I go on these road trips, everybody else is like, what are we doing out on the city tonight? Where are we going? We gonna go see a show, whatever else? I'm like, I have 0 responsibilities to children or a wife to put in time. I can go to sleep for 11 hours and it's not a big deal. So that was pretty sweet. And I saw Major Teddy, so
there you go.
Here's the gunk rag. Here's a snot rag one. I'm just
gonna have to call in tomorrow now.
Friday, I was sick. Saturday, I was like, let's take the little man out. I got to get out of this house.
Were you better Friday, or did it get worse Friday? Not better. Did it get worse Friday than it was Thursday?
Friday, I was bad Friday. People thought that I was sending out that I went into my pool project from Emerald Custom Pools. And
McCarthy did.
Taking photos and sending them out. No, they were stock photos. I get them sent from Tolo Austin, the best project pool manager in the entire state of Texas. But Saturday, I took Ollie to AMC Theaters to see Migration, a Duck Kids movie. I thought it was very good.
It was good. We saw that Friday night.
Where do they migrate from?
They were migrating
New
from
York.
The South.
No, they were up above New York, and they were migrating towards...
no, they didn't start in New York, though.
They were north of New York,
yeah,
though.
New York was the middle ground. They ended up in Jamaica.
Ooh.
That's where they wanted to go. But I needed my refill of a mall. I'm here to try to save malls.
You went to a mall?
Yeah, it was North Park.
Okay.
AMC North Park, and was just sitting there. I was like, how do people not want to come to malls? Besides the possible shooter thing here and there, that was in the back of my mind. I'm going to the food court, and I'm like, man, I'm like looking left or right. Honestly, I was even.
Were you
looking
carrying?
around
Did you carry?
No, I'm not carrying. I was looking around the theater, and I'm like, man, gosh dang it! I said to him, man, I'm like, do you want to stop at the food court here, get something to eat, or do you just want to? Duck out in one of these side department stores.
Emphasis on duck.
So, if you love people watching, you have to love them all. And North Park gave me that fill. Went to a Mexican restaurant Saturday night, and then I watched Chappelle.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
How was it?
I was a little disappointed. I was expecting more. He went hard on the trans comedy again.
I've heard.
I mean,
he
he tripled down.
I saw that first joke.
He tripled down.
The Jim Carrey one.
But I was expecting a little bit more. He was laughing at his own jokes too much. I don't know. I guess the standard for me was set so high with the Chappelle Show. It's hard for him.
Tough.
I think his first one he did in Austin, one of these comedy specials, I thought was really, really, really good. And then the last one he did before this, okay. And this one, I was just like, I was wanting a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I want to give the most shout outs to my wife and the Hispanic Tola. I think that's why she married me. Because she's like, all your listeners really are Hispanic. She made this soup dish that blew up more than any other post that I have made about food in the last 5 years. And it's like this Mexican chicken soup caldo. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. CALDO. And it's supposed to be like the rejuvenation liquid for the soul. And I just posted this thing, and oh my gosh, people think I've married like not Miss America, but Miss Mexico.
Universe.
I was just trying to see how long was it take you to take a city in Mexico.
I was trying to get more specific.
Miss Monterey.
Miss Jamaica. So, man, props to all the Tolos who were hitting me up for that. One couple jack wagons said, I thought that was your chili. Because they had a bunch of vegetables in it. We continue with best and worst.
We tried this new sushi spot in Grapevine. Everyone's talking about it. You got to go to Oishi.
What is it? Oh, I've heard. Not in Grapevine, but the name.
Yeah, the name. it was good. It wasn't like I don't think it's worth a 40-minute wait.
Right.
I don't think it's worth all that. It was good. Good atmosphere. Very good atmosphere. But it's like I don't know. It's sushi, man. Like,
yeah,
sushi's good.
Good sushi is good sushi.
Good sushi is good sushi.
I think.
And if you want to go to Nobu, you can go there and
shout out Vicky.
Pay an arm and a leg, or you can go to Cowtown and you'd be just as fun, just as happy.
Okay.
But it was good. We played poker Saturday night at the neighbor's house.
So we got a royal straight.
It's a royal flush, yeah.
Royal flush.
Yeah, you got a royal flush, and I was down big. And then we discovered this new game. We got to play this game.
There's the fly. There's the net.
Oh, no. Now I got him. For sure.
Did you?
No.
Random fan cam swipes.
Yeah, but this we play this. We after a while, after like 2 or 3 hours, started breaking up the games a little bit. Say, all right, we're not gonna play just hold'em anymore. Doing a high-low thing. Throw one card out, you throw another card out, and then you bet on what the cards if the card's gonna be in between those two numbers. So if you get a Jack 6, do you bet $5, $10, $20, $30 that the card is gonna fall in between? And if it doesn't fall in between, you owe that bet. And if it falls on the numbers, you owe double. Boy, it gets out of hand quick. We have people going back to the safe.
That's a game.
The homeowner said, I got to go to the safe and get more cash.
Ooh, that is a game I understand. Like, there's not a lot of the card games and the Texas Hold'em and everything else. Like, I don't have time to figure out the rules. That game I could get down with because it's very easy. I can just figure it out. Yeah, I'll throw it out, buddy. That
it's
I
fun,
think that's right.
And it gets out of hand real fast.
Pay.
The weekend.
The weekend.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about I thought you were going to ask me about the card game.
You got another piece of spy audio?
No, I don't.
He was working all weekend. Give him a break.
Absolutely, I was working.
No, I heard Alec worked.
About time.
He did host a show solo here.
Absolutely nothing this weekend, other than looking at an apartment. I was hanging out with her, but it was just looking at apartments this weekend. We didn't really do much. We thought about hanging out with friends, but nothing really happened. So just a chill, saving money type of week.
How you feel? Optimistic about the apartment search or getting priced out?
It's priced out. I've even looked at some rent homes to get, because the price, to get a rent home, it's like almost the same as apartment right now, and there's more space.
Probably.
So it might go that route as well. But we're still looking. We still have the June 1st deadline, but I think it's going to be well before that I move out.
Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ. This is the Expressway, commercial free every single day at this time. Time for you to celebrate with us. Cowboy phone calls to talk about the NFC East Championship, Mike McCarthy's status, and did you want the Packers over the Rams just like us? 877-881-1053. Hit us up next. But let me get you on over to Trajan Wealth, where they offer tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to figure out your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your time.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Prescott's in the gun, back to throw, looking right, scrambles left, still got it, scrambles back right, throws it in the end zone, caught for a touchdown in the back of the end zone by CeeDee Lamb.
Better than Dez already. Can he catch 88? I tweeted yesterday we're going to have some big boy discussions about CeeDee Lamb and his potential ceiling. 13 more receptions yesterday. Him and Dak Prescott, according to Jason Garrett, the best QB receiver combo in football. Randy Moss said he is the best receiver in football right now. 13 for 98. Dak with 4 TDs. And the Cowboys wax the Commanders 38-10. They get the Green Bay Packers Sunday, 3:30 kick, 12:30 pregame on this radio station. We are your home of the NFC East champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back from D.C., fresh off the plane with your Cowboy calls on the D&M Leasing Hotline, 877-881-1053. Let's start off with James in Dallas. James, good morning, sir.
Hey. Sean, RJ, Bobby, baby, happy New Year. Woo! It's like rain on my Cowboys victory Monday. Woo! How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you for getting a better phone
Great.
connection.
Love the Alanis Morissette reference.
You guys were on my rear about my sound all 2023. So I had to go and call in a few favors, pull out a payday loan, and get an upgrade.
Nice.
Vonage, baby.
Oh man, I'm so glad. I'm so glad we got a good victory because my weekend was so horrible. Shout out to my loving wife who wants to start an argument right before my show, and I have to load in and I forget good gear, and now my show sucks over food. I love you so much, and I hope you have a great day with your students, babe. Anyways,
Wait, what was
You only
the
said that because you can't hear right now. She's in class.
what was the fight over?
cat food? Are you freaking kidding me?
Cat
Oh
food?
my goodness, cat food.
What
We
about-
have a cat?
What about the cat food?
I bought the wrong brand. I'm sorry. You want the one that's all in the can and moist and all that. They don't eat the hard one. It costs more money. What's the free? I don't want to say what I want to say. We're on FCC. But I do want to say this. The Cowboys are alive. Jordan Lewis has resurrected from the dead. Will we get a holding call in the playoff for Michael Parsons? We have to tune in and find out. I don't know what you like on your sandwich, but I tell you what I like on mine. Extra cheese. Whoa! How about those Cowboys, baby?
Thank you for the call, James. I don't get the cheese reference.
Green Bay, Cheesehead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, we're going cheeseheads
Wisconsin.
already.
Wisconsin.
Okay, got it. Jeff and Keller.
Sorry about his cat, by the way. That his cat won't eat hate to see that this cat won't eat the hard stuff.
We got to starve them, and then they will eat it. It's like a kid.
It's
supposed to, you know,
That's
if you're
philosophy.
Ideally.
if you're hungry enough, they'll eat it.
They'll eat it.
That's the thought. I wouldn't know in my house with the freaking Miho Prince. We don't try the starvation method, even though I've wanted to. Maybe for the daughter. Jeff and Keller. Jeff, you're next.
Hey, Peyton, you got me right. I reported as eligible for this call.
Lions
my
reference.
God.
Detroit Jeff. Detroit
Jeffrey.
Jeff. I love Jeff.
I just want to make sure that you don't have the guy in the Toyota Corolla driving next to me is eligible for this call. So we're good.
Hey, didn't number 70 actually catch one yesterday in y'all's game?
Yes, he did. Dan Skipper, baby. Hey, Dan Campbell got our rookie tight end blown up, so let's put in our number 6 lineman as a tight end. That's awesome.
Laporta got hurt yesterday.
Yeah, but he'll be back. He'll be back. He's going to miss a week. Unfortunately, we might be done because the way our pass defense is, Stafford and Cup and that Hawaiian dude can stay home. RJ can play quarterback, put Bobby at wide out, and put Sean in the slot. RJ's going to throw for 480. The one thing, though, and it's not hatred, I couldn't call in last week. I did 3 tours in Baghdad, and I got more PTSD from that Saturday night than I ever did from Baghdad.
Oh, no.
And I couldn't call in because I didn't want Peyton to be getting carpal tunnel dumping me. So I'm just cautioning you boys, and it's serious. Be careful with Green Bay. Green Bay, they're young. They're the youngest team in the playoffs. I'll be honest. I'm glad to play the Rams and not Green Bay.
Wow.
I watched them all go yesterday. They got weapons. They're young and dumb. They don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know. And the way they're playing and their pass rush, I'm just telling you, I would rather play the Rams. And Stafford's going to throw. He's actually going to win a playoff game in Detroit. Amazing. I'm just saying, you know, maybe Bobby can do a little bit of check, but look at their pass rush. Look at their youth. They got receivers that they have a different leading receiver each month for the last 3 months.
Wow.
It's like, where's this coming from? And, you know, I hear the extra cheese and everybody's thinking they're the number 7 seed. We're probably going to be one and done. But if we do beat the Rams and you do beat the Packers, we get to come back to the scene of the crime.
Oh,
baby.
Jeff, legendary phone call.
That's what the script's going to do. The NFL script is going to have that happen, I think.
Yeah.
The script is in full effect for this wild card week.
Oh, I mean, they get McCarthy against his old team. You get Stafford against his old team. You get Goff against his old team.
Tyreek.
You get Tyreek against his old team.
Texans versus the team they traded Deshaun Watson to.
Yeah.
It's all over
An
the
old
place.
AFC Central matchup. Browns, Oilers.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, it's
man.
all over the place.
Yeah, there's I don't know who put out the script video, but like I felt like there was like a smoldering fire at the start of that video, and I didn't want to retweet it because I'm like, that's like insensitive to Tyreek. What like I'm like, what is the burning house reference?
Is
like,
that what it is?
I don't know.
I don't have any
That's
clue.
what I thought of. It's going around like the script writers, and I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to start with a burning house. Thankfully, this family got out safe. Did you guys cover that Friday? What caused it?
Because what caused it, I think, came out Friday afternoon.
Was a kid playing with matches or something?
Yeah, it was a kid playing with matches or some type of lighter. Logan and Argyle. Logan, you're next up on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, boss. Logan.
Oh.
JR in Dallas. JR, you're on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Awesome.
Morning.
Morning. Hey, I just want to start off. I think we're going to get a revenge on the Packers this year. I think enough is enough. There's no way Aaron Rodgers will bail them out this time. I think this is our year. Also, Peyton tried Mustang Station for apartments. Good pricing.
There we go, Peyton.
There you go.
Get the plug in there, too.
That way we can know exactly where you live. Where is that? What city?
That's in Farmers Branch. It's all good. I'm moving.
That's where I grew up, Farmers Branch.
Look at you. If only you went to high school there.
I know.
Or had friends.
Would have gone to Brian Broaddus' high school, WTY.
Except the pet pig, which you obviously are obsessed with.
Ooh, Fantex loves him.
John in I got something for you.
Oh, I bet.
I got something for you.
No.
It just clicked in my head. A friend played a prank on me. It might be coming your way soon. Kristen, don't get mad at me. Blame your husband's freaking mouth. John in Roanoke. John, you're next up on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, man, it's JP. Hey, man.
Sorry.
You know, I remember the little guy up north on First Take, Stephen A. talking about the beginning of the year that Mr. Tadari DeLeon Lamb was not a first receiver.
That was Richard Sherman,
receiver.
I think.
Say, brother,
Never
hey,
mind.
man,
Okay.
CD is getting off. I mean, he is putting it down. And this year, I tell you, man, y'all talked about earlier in the year also, testicular torsion. Hey, man, one of them's unwrapped for me, man. We're going all the way to the Super Bowl. How about them Cowboys, baby? How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Great news.
Year, baby.
That's
It's your
fantastic.
year.
Glad they got untwisted.
That's true.
What was it? What did he say?
He said he was dealing with testicular torsion earlier in the year.
Oh.
It's where they tangle up.
They tangle up.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
was
I-
Richard Sherman questioning CD as the number one.
Yeah, that was Sherman.
But no, I think Stephen A.
Stephen
said something
A?
similar about
Did he?
he's not a real number one. I mean, there were a lot of people saying it. It's a hot
But
take.
when Stephen A. says it about the Cowboys, you almost take it tongue in cheek a lot of times, right?
Gage in Crandall. Gage, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Oh, man, I'm having a good day, and I'm sure y'all are too. I know Sean's full of that call, though, so what can we complain about?
Yes, sir.
Philly is in shambles. The Cowboys won the division again. All is right with the world.
Yes.
And, man, how about them?
Man, it really is. This is when I start worrying about football season being over because I'm like, there's no way nothing can happen, knock on wood, for this week to go wrong. And I feel like we're locked into this feeling of safety and security for 2 weeks. 2 weeks to the NFC Championship game. Now, I guess the only question is whether we're going. Are we going? Bobby's going to be there with his press pass. Are we going to be in Arlington for game one? Have you gotten the text from the big dog yet?
I have not. We've not got the text. I mean, I can send him a text, say, hey, are those tickets spoken for? But
You guys got a lot of love last time you went through there, right?
Yeah, we
like,
did.
Like you were
We did.
saying, like the Tolos were like showering you with love. It's funny that that's how you guys represented it.
What do you mean?
Well, because
that's what happened. I wouldn't come on here and
obviously
brag about it. You know, if it
obviously,
wasn't true.
I've got a lot of connections in that stadium. I work with NFL Network, gentlemen. Got a lot of good connections to the stadium sound.
He's going to gamble in Vegas. NFL
We
Network.
got these shotgun mics out there. And so that you know, I hit up some of my buddies and I was like, hey, do you have this timestamp? I know that this was around the time they were out there. Do you happen to have the shotgun mic audio?
There we go.
And we picked up some of the praise you were getting from the Tolos.
Without having a top-rated show, there's no way those women are there with you guys.
Hey, Sean, your hands actually look smaller in person.
There we go.
Hey,
Hey, it's the RJ and Choppy Show. Bobby makes you guys.
Oh, no, of course.
Hit the dump button on Peyton permanently. Coffee, you said to bet the house on it. Well, I did, and now I need a place to stay.
No.
Hey, Sean, I saw your pool and house pictures on Instagram. You're way overpaid by the fan, dude. I like Bobby better anyway.
Wow.
A lot of love for me in the crowd, it sounded like.
I can't imagine why you came up with that audio.
I just found it.
Yeah, I know.
I talked to the network.
Edited it out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was going with the great Bennett Glazer, and I was wondering to myself, I was like, if the tickets were extended, I was like,
you would go.
No, I was like 60-40, no. I was praying for a Saturday game.
Would you?
Oh, yeah.
I was praying for a Saturday game because then I would miss, this is all very.
You'd miss the start of the night game and the end of the early one.
Yeah, I would hate that. And getting out of there, but my wife, she would be so crushed, so devastated. We're being very presumptive here. They're just going to be offered playoff tickets. But I was like, man, I would be 60-40 against probably right now.
Man. Come on. You can't pass up a playoff game, a home playoff game.
Yeah.
You can.
You wouldn't.
I got the kids this weekend. So I would say no.
No, he'd be like, Sean's like, give me the tickets.
He's angling for 4 tickets is what he's doing.
No, they're out. They're out.
They don't want it. They're out on what?
Yeah, they're just they don't know. They're not good. They're not good going to game kids.
If you said Cowboys Packers playoff game, you'd think they would lean no.
Luka would be all in. Julian would be like, nah.
Really?
He had to miss the end of the Mavericks game because Julian had to go potty.
I think saying no would actually make us look like not as desperate. So maybe we would get it locked in for the second round.
That's the key. That's the goal.
You know,
that's the goal. I don't want this game.
Hey, sir, we really appreciate it. Give it to your sponsors, Mr. Glazer. You know, we really got to work.
Yeah. Second round game would be the big one.
No, you don't say that.
I know, but that's
maybe if you got to travel to San Francisco, maybe if Mr. Glazer makes that trip and he needs some travel companions.
If there's a plane,
take Air Glazer.
Air Glazer,
or maybe
right.
You know, maybe he'll have Super Bowl tickets. That'd be the key.
Yeah, that's it.
Boy, that'd be great for y'all.
Yeah, it would.
No, what if there's we're gonna have to do a fight to the death. What if there's 2 press passes from the station for the Super Bowl and they make it? How do we decide? How would that go down? 877-881-1053 is the truckmark.com text line. We're trying to get the Cowboys to a Texas Rangers point. Find out how you can hang with the Rangers and the trophy tomorrow night with the rest of us. Mavs with an awesome win, and the Cowboys 2024 schedule is out along with the draft order. That's all next on a Cowboys Monday.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Back to pass as the Bills fans get into it. Fires out to the left sideline, and it's intercepted by Taylor Rapp. Picked off at the 23-yard line.
That was the call from Sunday Night Football. I was going back and forth with the Mavs' awesome win. Kyrie Irving is so damn good at basketball. Him and Luka combining for 69 points, and they beat the Wolves at the AAC while the Buffalo Bills storm back in their season to win the AFC East. The Miami offense gone, completely disappeared in the second half. What does Miami get for this great, fantastic season? A trip to Arrowhead to take on the Kansas City Chiefs, while the Bills will host the ugly, unwatchable Pittsburgh Steelers and Mason Rudolph.
They should look. This is a case for a college football playoff committee to be in here to protect us from Pittsburgh
and the Eagles.
Fine, yes, like that. This is the case for that, right? Like get some of these teams out of there.
Buffalo, by the way, finishes the season 5-0, beating the Chiefs, Cowboys, Chargers, Patriots, and Dolphins after the Sean McDermott 9/11 news came out. They are undefeated since that happened. They are 5-0. They rallied. You got to give them credit. That was thought to be, it's a 6-16.
I thought you were going to go on.
I thought you were going to say something else.
I thought you were going to talk about it being a launching off point.
I'm being dead serious. That was thought to be. That occurred during their bye week. And that was thought to be, all right, well, this is it. This is the nail in the coffin for this culture and everything else they're doing in Buffalo. To their credit, they rallied and they won big games down the stretch. Well, I'm glad Buffalo won because I didn't want to repeat. If Miami won, that was going to set up for we're getting Miami and Buffalo this weekend, which would have kind of sucked.
Draft order is in. We're going to go right down the list. Number 1 pick is going to the Chicago Bears. They're getting it from Carolina. The Panthers firing their general manager this morning. And when you look at Justin Fields' possible last game, it did not go well against the Green Bay Packers. 5 sacks, 148 passing yards, 27 rush yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 turnovers. Dane Brugler speculating he thinks that that was Justin Fields' last game as a Chicago Bear. I would probably make it his last game as well. So they will have the number 1 pick with Chicago. And Michael Lombardi brought up a great point. He said it's not necessarily just about all the things that we've been discussing about Fields. It's about Daniel Jones. If you are Justin Fields, don't you have to get paid at least the same as Daniel Jones? So you got to decide as an organization, you're the Bears or someone else, if you're paying him $40 million or more. I thought that was a really good point from Lombardi, and I'm not prepared to do that.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And you know, any quarterback that gets paid, doesn't matter who they are, there's going to be a down tick, all right, in performance overall, because you're going to have to remove somebody. It's just a general down tick. Now, when you're Patrick Mahomes, you know, his down tick is still 11 wins, right, or whatever. Yeah. You know, and when you're Josh Allen, his down tick is still
or Dak Prescott's 12 wins.
You know, and Dak Prescott, no, look,
it's
seriously,
not even a down tick. That's 12 straight. That's 3 straight years, 12 wins, baby.
And you know, and there's going to be like an adjustment period too, probably to that. Like the quarterback has to adjust to that. You know, maybe you have a down initial, then you go back up to where you should be. It's a problem. I mean, it's something that you have to consider when you're an organization.
Would you think that there's less of a downtick potential when you're so dependent on running as a quarterback?
I think there's less downtick potential because your floor is higher, but that's going to be short term because of the injury concern.
So if you're the Bears, are you paying him the Daniel Jones contract?
I mean, $40 million is the new $20 million or what. I mean, it's a different figure than it was 4 years ago. And so, I mean, is that the worst thing in the world when you look at people are going to get 60 here soon? That's $20 million off the top pace. I don't know. Look, you've got some time. You
going to answer it or not?
You have 4 months.
You going to dance or are you going to answer?
I probably just let him go through the end of the contract before I make any decision, then franchise him.
Okay, so you're not drafting Caleb Williams? That's the point of the question.
No.
Okay. I am. Start over on the rookie salary, and we can see if he can deal with the Chicago media. What are you doing? Drafting or signing?
I like Justin Fields. I think if Justin Fields becomes a better thrower, he is a massive weapon.
Not all about throwing, Charlie.
It's not, but I mean, it helps. Like, seriously, you need to have both. I would probably draft Caleb on one condition. So, like, historically, quarterbacks who don't exceed their preseason win total in Vegas in year 2 fail. Almost to a man. And he did not. And he never exceeds his preseason Vegas win total. That becomes a problem. Like, he's not winning games.
Here's the one thing I'll point to. Like, let's look at recent history on quarterbacks who there's questions about their mental makeup, or do they have the quarterback mentality, traits, whatever else. Those guys recently in history that pop into my mind are Kyler Murray, Josh Rosen, Baker Mayfield. Like, do we look at those guys and say any of them were worth what they were picked at?
No.
And so to me, I look at that and say, okay, if Caleb's got these same questions so far, when this has been a question about a quarterback in recent history, nobody has risen above it as like, well, look, those were silly concerns.
Okay. Rest of the draft order. Bears 1, Commanders 2. They locked that in yesterday. Patriots 3. So maybe Belichick's former team to his new team in D.C.? I don't know.
Well.
Cardinals 4. Chargers 5. Giants 6. Titans 7. Falcons 8. They fired Arthur Smith last night. Chicago 9. So they get 1 and 9. Jets 10. Zach Wilson apparently on the block. Only in New York could that be a freaking story. Who cares? Vikings 11. Broncos 12. Raiders 13. Saints 14. Colts 15. Seahawks 16. Jacksonville. Oh, we got to talk about Jacksonville.
By the way, how many first round picks did the Bears trade down? How many times did they trade down? Let's just say they decided to keep Caleb. I'm sorry, keep Fields. They trade out.
Yeah.
They trade down to a 4.
Oh, 4. It's an interesting question because who has number 4? That's what I was actually going to circle back to. It's Arizona. Arizona's faced with the same question essentially Chicago is. Potentially. Like, I mean, if Drake May or Caleb Williams falls to 4, do they take him or do they roll with Kyler?
Oh, they just paid Kyler.
I mean, they
yeah.
I mean, I know you can get out
of
everything, but whew, you just paid him. Anything else on the draft before we move on?
No. Okay. Let's talk about the Jaguars being a tremendous flame out. Mike, I hope you're listening.
Tannehill takes the snap, looks, fires into the end zone. Touchdown! Titans! DeAndre Hopkins!
Wow, Henry Hopkins!
Oh.
What a duo there!
And Tannehill continuing to work his magic.
These Bears fans, I swear. No wonder Vegas takes advantage of y'all. Will Chambers just texted me. Could Justin be Lamar in 1 to 2 years? Man.
Wow.
That's
the problem is Lamar was Lamar in his second year.
Yeah. Timeline doesn't, I don't think, totally match up there, but I'm not going to say too many mean things about Will because we screwed him in fantasy as a league.
Y'all did. He saw Sam Laporta for what he really was.
That's right. The Tennessee Titans, with nothing to play for, with Ryan Tannehill at quarterback, eliminate Mike Bassick's Jacksonville Jaguars. I didn't troll Mike on Twitter yesterday. Instead, I just texted him directly. He sent me back a very, very mean message. Very, very mean. Very mean. Not nice.
Very nasty.
I'm not even going to repeat it. But the final 2 throws that Trevor Lawrence made of his season, sailing receivers out in the flat, I loved it. I absolutely love it. I want to see Doug Peterson out. I want to be right, of course, about putting the hate on Trevor, and Jacksonville with a humongous fail and disaster to end their season. They're the Eagles of the AFC. They were 8-3, and they were the 2 seed in December. They had lost 5 of 6, missed it, and that only win came with C.J. Beathard at quarterback against Carolina. Trevor Lawrence during that stretch, 0-5 with 10 turnovers.
Boy, he doesn't know how to quarterback sneak either. They had that 28-20 game. He has the 4th and goal that he just...
Him and Josh Allen misjudged the distance. They tried to go over the top. They both misjudged it. Allen did last night, came up short, and Trevor came up way short.
Way short. Some guy, one of the Titan guys got way underneath the...
I'm sorry, you're 6'6". You need to be able to sneak it in from the 1. You
got to be able to sneak
it.
It was too far out.
Yeah, they should have tried that.
It was like a long one.
Mm-hmm. They shouldn't have tried it like that.
They shouldn't have tried that.
No, they should have done something else.
Like, I think he got what he could on the leap. He was just too far away.
He was too far away, and then somebody got underneath and pushed him back. And because they were 8-3. Was it the Raven game that he got hurt? He hurt his ankle, and then he hurts his AC joint, his throwing shoulder. I'm surprised he even played. I wouldn't have played if I were him. If I were the team, I would have like Beathard probably gives us a better chance to win.
He enters next year as he's got to be the ones other than if Fields if they pass and go in all
Lawrence and Herbert. Same hot seat?
No, I think Herbert's
on a bigger hot seat.
No, I don't think so. I think Lawrence. I think Herbert was not the guy. There was enough chatter about Herbert when he was coming out that people were like, "Well, we don't know about this or that." And Herbert has played better than Lawrence has. Lawrence has not been anywhere close to the LeBron of quarterbacks
But
that
Lawrence
he was supposed
has
to
been
be.
in the postseason, has had more postseason success.
But one win, and Herbert has a 0.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm taking Herbert all day, but I'm tired. I'm with Choppy. I'm tired of the Herbert pass.
Yeah, I would take Lawrence over Herbert. But
you would?
Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I mean, neither one of them. First of all, nobody can stand on either one of their pulpits and have any conviction.
If we're talking about head to head, I think you absolutely can have. Trevor Lawrence has shown he is a bleeping loser at the NFL level.
Well, I don't know if you can call him a loser.
You
How's
absolutely
he a loser?
can. I mean, the way he goes 0-5 down the
He was
stretch
been
and
hurt
chokes
to
it.
cry
No,
out.
but I mean,
hang on. If Dak
no,
Prescott had an
was
ankle
hurt.
and an AC joint, you are giving him every pass in the world.
Dak did have an ankle and a calf, and you guys tried to run him out of town.
And
you
he
jumped
starts
off the
to go-
bandwagon, Chop.
he
You were all like,
starts to,
got to reset. Got to go. You got to go and get your 4th round quarterback. It's about cheaply building your football team.
I don't think
It's
I
about
ever said
putting good
exactly
football
that,
players
but-
around him. That's what it's about. And Trevor Lawrence has been a massive. At this point, you can't say bust in the classical sense. He is one of the biggest draft failures of the last decade so far.
He's not one of the biggest draft failures.
Yes, he is.
I don't know how you could say that. I mean, it's his year 3
because he's
Again,
supposed to
go back to the same guys that were years ago. They were given more time.
He hasn't even been Andrew Luck.
Luck
Luck was considered a guy who was a failure given the hype.
Overall?
As given
For
his
his
hype
career?
for his hype, yeah. And he hasn't even been close to what Luck was. This is Lonzo Ball. That's who Trevor Lawrence is.
Wow.
Obviously, he's just seeing how far he can take it because he got the Eagles right. Let's see how far he can take it with Below the Belt. Star up, star down. Brought to you by the Big Green Egg and his ego, Cowboy ego, getting in the way of common sense. Below the Belt, back from D.C. on the home of the NFC East champs. Next.
All right, let's get you over to Zero.
got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take out my belt.
We're not.
Third and goal, and Prescott in the gun. Dowdle to his left. Snap is back, looking right. Throwing it right. Cooks right side of the end zone. Perfect throw. My goodness. Touchdown, Brandon Cooks. Wow, did he ever thread the needle?
Why Jared Sandler should stick to baseball and not his awful USC homer takes.
Hey man, Sandler came in here like a whirlwind.
Ready to fight. Ready to fight because of me talking about Caleb Williams.
We're going to have him on to preview the Packers. He's a diehard Green Bay fan. Caleb Williams, USC. He did not like the last segment, nor did Will Chambers. Said, why are you asking Bobby about Lamar Jackson? He's still crapping on him despite his second MVP. Good point, Will.
Didn't people have questions about Aaron Rodgers? Didn't they, Bobby? Man, Sandler was ready to throw hands just now. He loves Caleb Williams. Find somebody who loves you and defends you the way that Jared Sandler does Caleb Williams. All right, there's becoming a question, I think, about
he said, put money where your mouth is on Caleb. What's the bet?
He is outside the door. Come in here with that big mouth, Jared Sandler.
He's good. He's hitting the showers, hitting the gym.
So there is obviously in recent weeks, the Dolphins were crushed last week for losing Bradley Chubb, having him in what was a meaningless game. They were getting throttled by the Ravens. Made no sense to have one of your best players out there. He gets hurt. In recent weeks, in this week 18, we saw a lot of big-time injuries. We saw,
starting with this, got to be negative.
I'm just
anything to take away from something Tom Landry couldn't even do with McCarthy.
He had a 14-game season for like half his career, though.
12 wins.
That is true. Yeah, sorry, he went 11-3 so many years in a row. I guess he wasn't as good as old Mike. No, sure. We can start with some positivity. Star up to the Cowboys for rallying after falling down 10-7. Didn't look like they were very prepared by the coaching staff to play heading into this one, Sean. But they rallied. They came together in a way that, honestly, I'll be completely honest. When they were down 10-7, there was a little bit of the, oh crap, is this the House of Horrors factor here again? Is this getting to them?
When did everyone legitimately get worried? I tweeted, not worried yet. When did everyone legitimately get worried, and then when did that worry go away? That's what I'd like to know for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg.
When they scored the touchdown, the second touchdown inside of 5 minutes, I was like, okay, this is over. And they're getting the ball back to start the
Pollard touchdown.
That was the one that put them up 21-10. When that happened and knowing they were going to get the ball.
Pollard put them up 14-10, and then CD 21-10.
Yeah, so when that happened, when they scored those two really close together, and then they were getting the ball coming out of half, I was like, okay, this is fine now. But even still, when you look at, okay, what was it that put them in a position to be up 10-7? You had a blocked field goal from Brandon Aubrey.
That is.
You had the tip interception that Washington picked up. That was a little fluky. To be honest, I have no idea how Wanye Thomas didn't block the Washington field goal. Did you guys see how clear he broke through, and then he jumped to the? I have no idea what he was doing. He jumped to the wrong side and just completely missed the ball. That should have been a blocked kick. They shouldn't have even had those three.
I was too busy paying attention. Not one person told me I was right when I defended Sam Williams after Hendershot blocked the kick. It was Mr. Greg Olson who told me
nobody leaves their feet.
Nobody leaves their feet. No one. Textbook. You never leave your feet. I'm pretty sure in the history of punt return blocks, I've seen people dive all the time. So I defended Sam on that, but Hendershot left his feet. Picture perfect as Sandler's coming in for the smoke.
Have you gone to the bathroom yet, Jared?
He doesn't have a microphone, Bobby. We don't like doing radio that way.
Peyton's key doesn't get me the access I need right now. Because it'll get me down to 2? Okay.
See you guys. Yeah, go down to 2 so you can 2. Anyway, this was a game that honestly, even when it was in a little bit of stressful moments, it felt like was a little fluky to even be in that position. And you felt like as long as fluky doesn't continue for 4 quarters, this is a team that you're going to be. I don't know about you guys. Did you guys feel like this game blew by? We were sitting there.
It did, because it was the Eagles game took almost 20 minutes longer to finish.
We were sitting there at the end of we got to halftime. It's it feels like we've been in here for an hour or something. It has not been very long at all. But Dallas just efficiently moving the ball down the field. Even when they were turning it over, I was talking to Nick Eatman during halftime, and he was like, they're moving the ball. Even when like they've had these turnovers, they're moving the ball. They're not stopping them today.
My star up list, just to run through it, obviously, Dak, Lamb, Jordan Lewis, Donovan Wilson. I thought Tony Pollard ran with a purpose. That drive was all him, where he eventually scored. He was a 5.4 a carry first half. Dante Fowler and Ferguson, Ferg Nasty. I need to come up with a better nickname, but I just love the attitude this guy plays with. And then I wanted to give props to Damone Clark. We did not mention him. Damone Clark with the opening fourth down stop. There was an underthrow. Thank you, Sam Howell. They ran a trick play, getting it back to the quarterback who underthrew Terry McLaurin. Thank goodness. And then Damone Clark was in pass defense on the Jahan Dotson breakup, I believe, in the end zone. So I wanted to give a little star up to Damone Clark. Star down. Stephon Gilmore's shoulder. Nick Eatman with that report at 9:20. Aubrey having the streak snap, but thank goodness he recovered with a 50-yarder at the end. And my other star down, which you're about to get into.
Well, yeah, I'll give one more star up. The last 2 weeks, and I know Brada said he expands it out from just CeeDee Lamb. He expands it to as far as you're going to go in this playoffs is how much Dak, CeeDee Lamb, and Jake Ferguson take you. The last 2 weeks, Dak, when targeting Lamb and Ferguson, he's 36 of 42 for 428 yards.
That's not bad.
That's really good.
I think I would take that.
It's really efficient. Really, in fact, over the last 2 years, nobody in the NFL has more games with 10 catches than CeeDee Lamb. He has 10 games with those.
And Mike McCarthy was asked how much that 4-88 connection impacts his belief for the postseason.
Well, it factors in a lot because, I mean, you talk about quarterback and receiver relationships, and you know, and I've been blessed to be around some great quarterback receiver duos, trios in the past, and we have that here, you know, and not only what it does for Dak and CD, but it's infectious. You know, it's all the way through the whole perimeter. You know, you can see the connection he has now with Brandon Cooks, and you know, Ferguson's, you know, has really stepped up to the forefront. And you just want to keep building that and grow because, you know, as we're standing here right now, there's going to be individuals make plays in the game against Green Bay that, you know, may not have made some plays today, you know, and that's the way it always goes from my experience. So we need everybody. We need that connection with everybody, not just with, you know, our quarterbacks and perimeter guys.
So here's the negativity, the star down. And this was probably your biggest star down, I would guess, Sean. And that is, why in the world up 28 in the cold in a game that's ultimately meaningless, or up 25, whatever it was? Why are so many big name players still in the game? Why is Dak Prescott coming out? You guys were texting 2 drives before Dak actually came out of the game like, hey, it's Cooper Rush time, right? Like, Cooper's going to come in here. Nope, it was Dak jogging back out there. And I know a lot of times they'll tell you, hey, you try and take that guy off the field. You try and tell him he's got to come off the field. We've seen the mic'd up segments, the Hard Knocks segment where Micah Parsons is arguing with Dan Quinn and tell him, I'm not coming out. I want to stay in this game. You try to tell this guy to come off the field. Well, at some point, somebody's got to put their foot down and say, we're not going to have a Bradley Chubb situation. We are up 25. We're about to head into the playoffs. We're not going to be Detroit without Sam Laporta. We're not going to be Pittsburgh without TJ Watt. Get your ass off the field. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's an ego thing, like, hey, let's stomp them. I don't know if it's we're trying to get guys contract incentives by letting them play a little longer. Maybe that's part of what it is. Maybe that's Mike McCarthy being a player's coach and saying, hey, we want to give you this opportunity. He doesn't want a Dennis Allen situation on his hands. I don't know. That could be part of it. But, man, there's got to be a line where you say, let's be smart about this. You were smart about Zach Martin, and you said, Zach Martin's sick. We're not going to have anything jeopardized here. Let's give him a week of rest. Let's give Tyler Smith a week of rest. I wish that would apply to some foresight and say, let's not even enter an area where this is a question about these guys' health.
I totally agree. We asked Jerry about it once, and he seemed to be on our side. He's like, yeah, that's something we're going to have to maybe bring up again when it came to Micah. And when I get this angry that the players are left in, a sick part of me thinks, I'm not hoping for it ultimately, but a sick part of me says, I hope you get someone hurt and you get run. You deserve it. You want to F around with fire this much? You want to screw around this much? Well, you deserve whatever your fate is because you're going to leave 4, 88, and 11 in. It's ridiculous every time. I've never had any patience for it. I'll never defend a coach for doing it. I said it last week about McDaniel, who I love, and I don't know if this was as egregious. I think this was like a 7-minute drive or something. This was like a 7-minute drive that extended, but I would like to see him out one drive prior. Look, I get it, right? You don't want to give him any momentum. Imagine getting the guys on the sideline and they're all cold. Then you got to bring him back in case something crazy happens. I don't know, but I never have any tolerance for it. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, I would have taken a handful of guys out. You can't take them all out. You only dress 46 of them. But you could take out a few, like the main few guys. You can throw Ferguson in there too, of guys you would have wanted to take out.
Yeah,
you
put Schoon in.
Fine, yeah, whatever.
Schoon or whoever wasn't deactivated.
There comes a point in the game, like if they were playing if it was, let's say it was a closer game, not a blowout, but a closer game. Sure, you could justify leaving them in, especially considering Detroit had won. But the moment you saw Philadelphia getting run, that should have also played into your decision making because,
you would have if you could have fallen to the 3 seed. Even if the Eagles lost, you won the East. You would have dropped to the 3. The Lions would have been the 2.
Look, let's just operate under this alternate reality. Same sort of thing. We just shift the timing. Let's say Stephon Gilmore's injury happens with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter instead of when it did. Which, it was still, they were up big, but it was in the third quarter. There was still time left. You've got to have guys out there playing. That if you just shift that injury, the time of that injury up a little bit, he's getting ripped today.
Yeah,
You have jeopardized your cornerback position now because you left guys in. And obviously that's not when it happened. It happened earlier in the game, but that's the kind of risk you run is those sort of freak plays where Stephon Gilmore's just diving, he reaches out and he pops a shoulder out.
A lot of coaches do this though. Belichick for a while would leave Tom in or play him in situations where I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. And then it comes down to, football players play. Football players play. You get away with it until something disastrous happens.
That was the energy that won the Tennessee Titans the game yesterday. Sean, was Mike Vrabel talking to reporters, and they're like, why would you even play this game? He goes, because losing sucks. It effing sucks. That's why we play this game.
Why would you play this game?
That's why, why would you play this game out as you've got a draft pick that you can go for. You can go for better seating. Oh. He goes, because losing sucks. And that's how they feel. They're all, at the end of the day, they're football guys. They got the caveman. They got the caveman effect to them, and they want to throttle their opponents.
Below the belt, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and the Big Green Egg. In case you forgot, we got more football tonight. RJ Choppy with a Monday edition of the College Football National Championship Kegger. It's next.
Let's get you over to K.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
All right. You can't really fist pump to this song.
No.
But it is National Title Day.
Perfect. The Sandman is entering the room. Jared Sandler.
Let's talk about Caleb Williams playing in the national title tonight. How excited are you for your USC Trojans to play tonight?
Hey, did Dak ever play in a national title game? I'm just curious. I mean, the hypocrisy. If you really want to get through Bobby's,
he had big fights in parking lots.
If you want to get through Bobby's,
it was on a beach, right?
Spring break. All right, everybody gets crazy on spring break.
The hypocrisy of a lot of Bobby's arguments and takes is really
hit
hilarious.
me. Let's go, Sandler.
What's the number one?
Oh, where do we start?
Hit me. I can't wait.
Is it Hurts or Lamar?
Oh, at this point, I mean, just with the way the wind is blowing right now, I think it's got to be Lamar.
Yeah.
I will say though, I'm kind of team Bobby on that, but the difference between me and Bobby, we're both stubborn, you know what's. But I'm willing to look at this year and say, you know what? Hey, look, 2 MVPs, 26 years old. It's not how I would have drawn it up. I'm still not sure they're going to get to the Super Bowl like everyone else thinks they will. But I don't have a leg to stand on right now.
You did a candle review over the weekend on Instagram.
Did.
What is that scent coming off of this young man?
It smells great.
It's powerful.
Let me tell you what my scent is, all right? My scent is there was no hot water for the shower, and so I was freezing and did the best I could. And then through there are no towels or hot water. Thankfully I brought a towel. And so I had to do a little pump of cologne because I was nervous. I didn't get fully in there.
What do you got? What is that? I was cologne shopping this weekend.
I knew about the stock, but not the water.
It was I left it on for like 10 minutes and it didn't get it warm. And I needed it. Let's see what we got.
Please use that as a drop moving forward.
No, it's blue with gold.
Wow.
Okay, blue with gold.
All right.
So I'm gonna go to Sephora and say, hey, can I have the blue with gold?
Yes.
Very nice. Anyway, we got a national title game tonight, 6:30, Sean. You asked, well, kid asked, I think it's 7:30, but I can't remember if that was Eastern time or Central.
Yeah, but it cannot be 6:30 kick.
That's what it says That's what it says on ESPN. It says 6:30.
That's a trick because they're probably airing it. So they're trying to get
They are airing it. Well, they are absolutely airing it.
Tune in for all the pregame crap.
Yeah, but so if you see here, it does say 6:30 on ESPN.
No
But again,
no chance.
I'd be stunned if this kicks off before 6:50. Yeah, 6:45, 6:50. Michigan is up to a 5.5 point favorite in this game.
God, that didn't get bet down. ESPN bet had it up at 4.5 today.
I bet QL has it at 5.5 right now.
You're touting this though as an awesome game.
I think it's gonna be a great game. Now 63% of the tickets and 65% of the money. So you want to follow the money. Don't follow the ticket. The money is usually the money is the pros. The tickets are the public. Both are the same side. Both are favoring Washington in this game. The models tell you Michigan is the play, the computer models. The pros are telling you Washington is the play. This is a big kind of discrepancy here in this one. But this should be a good one. This should be really, really good. In Houston, over under is 55.5.
I want Michigan to lose so bad. I don't want this Harbaugh thing to turn out well. Then he runs off to the National Football League. He's, being loved by the Chargers and everybody else. I don't love their quarterback. I love Penix. UW, please.
Does Connor Stallions make an appearance at the game tonight?
He'll be there. I guarantee he'll be there. He'll probably be in the third row. He'll be sitting next to, God, who was he
Connor
next to?
Stallions is
Chase Vinovich.
Chase Vinovich.
The supposed cheater. Sandman, you're big-time college football. What do you see for this game tonight? Getting in any bets?
I just think that there's a part of me that thinks that we are underrating Oregon because of the way Washington beat Oregon in the Pac-12 title game. And here's the reality. The biggest problem with the Pac-12 is no one watches it.
Right, it's too late.
And so when all people see is Oregon getting worked by Washington, not a brand college name, then I think people think, oh, Oregon was really bad, as opposed to, holy smokes, this Washington team's really good.
Smokes.
I thought Oregon was really, really good. And for Washington to beat them twice, I don't know if they beat Michigan because Michigan, it's not pretty, but they find ways. But if it's up to 5.5, ooh, I like that.
I like that.
for betting on UW.
Yeah, and here's the thing with the only thing I wonder, Penix was so good against Texas and moving in the pocket, right? And not allowing any pressure from that really good D-line to throw him off. I mean, he also has 3 NFL receivers at least, which helps. I'm just curious, does Michigan suffocate him? Is he able to navigate the pocket the way he did against Texas?
The magical question in this game is going to be like, is Washington tough enough? Like, if they can,
their O-line's nasty.
If they can withstand Michigan defensively or the physicality, then Washington's going to win the game. But I hope we don't get a quickly exposed Washington team that, okay, Michigan's the big boys here. They're the SEC label we put on everyone else, and Washington's getting a cold dose of reality. Cold like Jared's shower.
The issue for Michigan could be, like, yes, that is one. That's the issue for Washington. Right? Are they tough enough? The issue for Michigan would be if Washington's offense is clicking, can they keep up with it?
No.
And the answer is no.
Yeah, I think this is a close game, but if you're telling me one team is going to blow out the other, I think there's a much better chance Washington blows out Michigan than Michigan blows out Washington.
Yes.
I just don't see that. And so I think Washington will hang in this game. I do think Michigan wins it. And there's something about, as much as I hate it, the just brash nature in which Michigan has handled this whole year. It would be kind of hilarious if they have to hand them the trophy at the end of it.
Yeah.
That would be sort of, like, I think satisfying to see, like, that's pretty good. You guys put your middle finger up all year and it worked out for you.
So you're picking Michigan.
Yes.
Jared, who are you picking in the game? Straight up.
Yeah, I think I'm picking. Every time I want to pick against Michigan, they win. I think I got to go Michigan, but man, I'll be rooting for Washington.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for Washington. I'm going to pick Washington in this one. I'm betting them to cover. I had them at 4.5. That's what I bet. I wish I waited. I thought it was going to go down. That's why I was kind of scared it was going to go down a little bit, but it's gone up. Even though the money and the tickets are on Washington, somehow it still has gone up.
How's Michigan's secondary? I know about up front. Bob, you been scouting? You know anything about their secondary?
No, yeah, Michigan's got a bunch of NFL players on defense. Like,
but secondary.
No, they've got. Who the hell's that corner they have there? They're one of their corners.
Muhammad.
Yeah, Muhammad. Yeah. They are that. Well, that's Washington. Scott Muhammad. But they are.
Oh no, they don't.
Michigan.
They both.
Yeah, they both.
Don't they both? Aren't they cousins? Or is that? Or was that Texas that has the? No. I'm dead serious.
I hope you're right.
I don't know.
No. I'm dead serious. I'm not. It's either Texas and Washington or Washington and Michigan.
Careful. You got to be careful, like labeling people as cousins.
I'm gonna pick Washington.
Because that's what you want.
No, because
no, I'm genuinely asking. Is that why? It's like
I don't
a wishful
pick who
thinking
I
one.
I picked to be right. That's the most important thing. I just believe in Penix. Penix, Michigan not being able to keep up, but man, Washington's defense has some major question marks. Like, is Corum gonna run all day long? It's gonna come down. Are they gonna beat them up? Are we gonna say, oh my goodness, they're getting wedgied out here in front of the entire country? But I'll pick Washington because of the greatness of Michael Penix, the best deep ball thrower I've seen since Joe Burrow.
Man, he is a good deep ball thrower. You want some Heisman? That's for next year. They got him out already.
Did we get confirmation on the Muhammads?
Arch, there's no Muhammad that I see.
I have no idea.
Well, that's Sean McDermott. I can make that joke.
Can you?
I don't know.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say there's no Michigan one.
Yeah, Texas and Washington. They are cousins, though.
Good job, Jared.
Yeah.
All right. See,
Make sure to get that right.
I hit the dump button.
Your favorites for the Heisman next year at 8-1.
Once I found out the bosses get an email once the dump button is hit, I've hit it every day since.
Oh, yeah.
Because I just want them to see the message come in and be like, have their heart skip.
The heart stop.
Yeah. Like the other one had to do with Bobby's sources that I dumped, but which was innocent.
Again.
Oh, you can't hit it twice? And now I'm going to give Peyton a heart attack. Peyton's reaching over
We're
there.
almost live now. Congrats, guys. We've killed all the delay.
All right.
All right.
Why don't you cry about it a little more?
There are three.
Your nickname should be Dump. You're the dump button.
Face dump.
There are three players. According to FanDuel, they released their inaugural Heisman Trophy odds for the season next year. The three players tied as co-favorites to win the award at 8-1. Carson Beck, Jalen Milroe, and Quinn Ewers at 8-1.
Oh, my. Ugh.
All right.
That is kind of a gross selection.
Number 4.
Jalen Milroe sucks.
Former OU quarterback Dylan Gabriel, who went up to Oregon, and he is at 10-1. And then tied for 5, you got a couple of locals. Jackson Arnold at OU. Connor Wegman at A&M.
Connor Wegman, that killed their season when Wegman went down.
And then my guy, Nico, I am a believer, at 18-1.
Where's Arch?
I don't believe Arch is on the list.
Damn.
He's not going to be a starter. So there's your Heisman.
Where's Caleb
trophy.
Williams? I didn't hear him.
Caleb is not on the list, and neither is Jared's former number 1 recruit at quarterback in Malachi Nelson, who...
That's because Boise State doesn't win Heisman trophies.
I know. Well, he has transferred. He has upped and transferred to Boise. Huge get for them. He was the number one recruit.
Leaving where?
USC and Lincoln Riley. He committed to OU with Lincoln, and then when Lincoln moves, he switches his commitment and he goes to USC. And they're going to go with somebody else.
Miller Moss.
Miller Moss?
That's
a pretty cool
name. It's a fake
Miller
name.
Moss. You going to defend Lincoln like you would defend Caleb?
In what way?
That he's still the man. Fantastic.
I-
Great.
He's better than the glorified water boy we had in Clay Helton before.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that should be the standard. That's a very Bobby
He inherited
counter.
Clay Helton's mess.
I mean, they have the
I don't
same
think he
record.
should be held to 2 years to final judgment.
Are you surprised that Malachi didn't pan out?
You know, I'll be honest. A lot of these 5-star quarterbacks, I don't think a lot of them have Arch Manning's mentality. Like, I'm really impressed that he's like, hey, you know what? I'll wait. I'm good.
Spoon? Oh, never mind.
No. Well, I mean, listen, that obviously helps. He's got a lot, but I don't know, RJ. I think some of these kids, they're not. I love the transfer portal because I don't think that a 16, 17, 18-year-old kid should be forced to make like the
Life
decision.
decisions,
Yeah, they should have that freedom. But I think some of them use it because they're too scared to compete. They've never had to compete for playing time, and they're not built mentally to compete, and they just want to run. And I think some of those, I don't know. I'm a little surprised, but Miller Moss outplayed him apparently all year long in practice too.
I get it. I love the portal too, and because I think you're absolutely right. Asking a 17-year-old kid to make their decision they're 17-year-old kids, 18-year-old kids. I mean, they're making decisions based on what's cool, right? A lot of times, and not necessarily what's best for them. So if they want to get a redo, I think you should allow them to have a redo. But I also agree. People are just trying to say like I'm not going to compete. I'm either going to get the job or I'm not. I'm not going to compete for it. They don't have time for that. What? Real quick, what is up with Dabo's face?
Man. He got
Dabo,
a shiner.
quite the shiner, and he had himself, apparently, according to David Hood, it was not because of Tyler from Spartanburg that hit him. This happened during a pickup basketball game. He had to go to the hospital to get stitches. He's got a wicked shiner. I have no idea if it was a purposeful flying elbow.
Draymond out there.
What it was. This looks bad, man.
I mean, but in terms of punchable personalities, I'm not even going to say punchable face.
It's me and Dabo.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on the list.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, little Monday edition of the College Football Kegger with Jared Sandler in studio. By the way, Brandon Hurtado from Hurtado's Barbecue has offered Jordan Montgomery free lifetime barbecue if he resigns here. Sandman, what are you feeling about Jordan Montgomery or any other Rangers signing to try to help them repeat?
The potential of this Bally's thing being resolved and nearly $100 million being sent to the Rangers probably helps that case. I do think, though, that the Rangers had baseball questions about Jordan Montgomery that are not exclusively tied to the Bally's holdup, right? So I think that they have to determine whether, from a baseball perspective, they want to give him a 5-year, $125 or so million deal. I do think it's possible. I still wouldn't say the scales have tilted to more than 50% likely.
Should we be disappointed or understanding of this Bally money predicament?
Can I say both? I think
If
it's
you
fair to
explain
be
it well enough.
I think it's fair to I think it's fair to be disappointed from a fan standpoint because you win a World Series and you want to keep that momentum going. I would remind people that it's not just what you do in the offseason and stealing headlines that gets you World Series, and the Rangers spent nearly $1 billion the last 2 off seasons, so it's not like they haven't been spending. I think the key for the Rangers isn't necessarily stealing headlines. I think it's building depth, and that's what I want to see from them between now and spring training is making moves to help build their depth because they're going to need it. It's what helped them win a World Series last year, and I think especially with the way they've built their rotation to be a superstar potential rotation after the All-Star break. They still need that depth to get them to that point and protect them. But no, I think there should be some level of understanding because they have been spending and they've invested a ton of money. And the other thing people don't think about quickly is you're going to have to continue to invest in the guy. If you want Evan Carter, you got to be prepared to invest in him. You want Josh Young long-term, you got to be able to invest in him. Adolis Garcia is going to make a lot more money. Nathaniel Lowe in arbitration, a lot more money. You got to be prepared for that stuff too.
Should we be happy that we got the Packers over the Rams? And is Stephon Gilmore going to return on Sunday? Nick Eatman back from D.C. next.
But let's get you some help. BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ. 10% off your first visit.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Here's Howell back to throw, 3rd and long all day. Now hit as he throws over the middle. Intercepted at the 35-yard line. Donovan Wilson comes away with the Cowboys' second takeaway of the game.
Woo! These commercial breaks are on fire with Jared Sandler in studio, Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt back from D.C. on the home of the NFC East champs. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40, 38-10 over the Commanders. Cowboys, Packers, 3:30 Sunday in Arlington on this station. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
When did you land and sleep, if you have yet?
Oh, doesn't matter. You got someone in studio that probably has a lot less. So.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. I did get a lot less. We landed at 1 for the record.
Yeah, you know what he's brought back from D.C.? Nothing but talking about a freaking pig mascot.
Dude, I love Major Tuddy, Nick. He's great.
Show. Good Lord. Shut
I
up.
got a video for you then, Bobby,
Yes!
from last year. Last year was his debut, I believe.
Yeah, they last year they didn't win. They had never won a game with Major Tuddy in attendance. So if they've already slayed the Tuddy, Everest, then what's San Francisco?
Nick, what was it like?
Did you know that he takes his hat off?
He does. He's got. It's a bad fade.
All right, you want to do the rest of
It's
the
a bad
show?
fade.
Me and
I've
you?
seen Scott
I'm in.
Linehan fades that look better than that one.
Sorry.
What was it like in the locker room and on the plane ride back home?
Man, it definitely was not just a normal locker room and plane ride. I mean, they were excited, and they should be. I mean, you could tell it was a little bit of, I don't know if relief's the right word, but I mean, just excitement for an accomplishment. It's one of the goals. It's one of the goals for the season is to win the NFC East, and then and get the number 2 seed. I mean, everyone knows what that means and how they play at home and all that. So you could kind of see. I mean, going off the field yesterday, I mean, they were really, really excited about that. And, anytime you pass it around, hats and T-shirts, I think it just shows it's an example of what you've done, what you've accomplished. It's certain. No, it's not the goal. It's not the biggest goal and all that stuff. There's more to it, but I think that's the first step. And you could just tell this team was really excited about it.
How hurt do you think Gilmore is? What's your best read on his status for the Packers?
Well, this is only his first year with the team, and so it's not like we've had a ton of interviews with him. But throughout the year, you get to know a person. You kind of see he doesn't. He's probably decent at poker, I would think. You don't know exactly what you're getting there with him. He's pretty calm in his demeanor, but I mean, he makes it sound like, it's not even a question. I mean, he's playing. He said my shoulder popped out. They popped it back in. I'm good to go. So. That seems very painful to me, but I thought it was going to be way worse than that. I thought for sure he was going to be gone for a little bit, and also it made me change in the middle of the game of who I thought the best matchup was. I was like, okay, they cannot match up with the Rams if he's out.
Yeah.
I didn't like that matchup. I was like Packers, and then the Packers ended up winning, or the Rams ended up winning, which puts the Packers there, and then he's like, I'm fine. So. Either way, it's going to be a tough game. But I think Gilmore, I think he's playing. I mean, I don't. As of right now, it doesn't sound like it's an issue.
So we viewed it as another win that they're getting Green Bay. You agree?
With an asterisk of, I just remember 2 years ago just thinking San Francisco was the best matchup for them at home, and they got crushed. But yes, I think so, and I think from a quarterback's perspective on first starts and who you're going to get in here. Yeah, I think Green Bay is the better matchup. They're 9-8. I mean, they're 9-8, and they struggled to beat the Panthers a few weeks ago. They lost to the Giants. They did beat the Chiefs. I mean, they've got some good wins here. I don't even know if that's a good win anymore at the Chiefs, but I'm just saying. I mean. They're tough to figure out, the Packers, but they're a little bit over 500. They snuck into the playoffs because they've been playing better lately. But I think, I think, it seems like a better matchup for sure when you just look at their receivers and you look at, how they stack up.
Nick, it feels like, last year there was a lot of weight in the McCarthy return heading back to Lambeau. It felt like there was a lot of, energy, and that was a really personal game for Mike McCarthy. It's obviously early, but it doesn't feel like this game is carrying that same sort of feel to it. Do you agree that this one doesn't seem as personal already for McCarthy?
He was very strong in the post game. I'm not entertaining that. You guys are going to bring it up. I'm not entertaining that narrative this week.
Yeah, I think he did. He did embrace it pretty good the last time, 2 years ago, I guess, and it they obviously lost, and it was a really tough loss for him. But I think two reasons. Number one, he's not going back to Lambeau. And two, there's no Aaron Rodgers as far as like the connection. So, is this his fourth year with the Cowboys? How many guys are still there on the Packers? I think the more you go in this league, I don't know this answer, but I wouldn't guess there's more than 6 or 7 players that he coached, if that, maybe 2. I have no idea, but I just don't think the connections are as strong anymore on the roster.
Nick Eatman joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you buy the Schefter report that, look, if something were to happen here and, how his final game goes, this could determine his job status for next year, this Green Bay game?
I'm not – I wouldn't think that. I really wouldn't think that at all. But I think he's definitely earned the right to be back. I think it's kind of crazy. But, who are you going to get? That's my question. Who
Bill Belichick.
Who would you get here?
Dan Quinn.
And I know
Dan Quinn, Bill Belichick. Kellen Moore.
Tony Romo.
Okay, good. All right. Now I know where we are here.
No,
okay.
Dan Quinn promotion, like theoretically,
I just think you're asking for. I think you'd be asking for trouble to do that. He deserves it. He deserves the right. You do something that no coach in Cowboys history has done. It's not fluky either. This is the way that they want to build this. They want to have a consistent team, a consistent winner that's going to put you in the tournament every single year, get you an opportunity to win. We'll see what happens in the game, but and I don't know. I think he's done exactly what Jerry has wanted him to do, is get a guy in here that knows how to win, and that's what he's done. And okay, he hasn't won in the playoffs on a consistent level yet. There's been 2 seasons. They haven't been better than the 49ers. Neither has the rest of the league. I just don't think you fire a guy because he hasn't been better than the 49ers. I think what you do, if it doesn't work out in the playoffs, I think you go make this splash Deion Sanders type move to get over the 49ers. That's what I think you do. I don't think change coaches and schemes and all the personnel and all the signs in the building and all your formula for winning. I think what you do is you're right there. You go get over the top. That's what I would do.
Nick, what do you think after 18 weeks of Mike McCarthy calling plays and really getting to run this team? It feels like the way he's always wanted to. Like, this was the first year where he got to run things exactly the way that he wanted to. What do you think we learned good and bad about the job that he's doing?
I think they figured out at some point, what I like about him is he knows how to kind of make changes, that they can adapt. He's an old school coach, but doesn't have just an old school philosophy of this is how we're going to do this here, and he changes it just based off of feel. And sometimes that's good, and sometimes it's not. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can say, I'm taking the ball to start the game, or I'm not taking it, or I am going for it, or I'm not. There's no rules to anything. But the bad part is there's been a couple of games we've seen him trying to run out the clock or pass out the clock, and it hasn't worked, and they almost got burned by it, by kind of just this greedy, like, I think we can make every single play. And the irony of it all was that Jacksonville game last year where they didn't really run the ball, and that we all kind of thought that was Kellen Moore's game of that. Well, this is why he's not here anymore. But if you go look, there's been a couple of games where the Cowboys have done that, or McCarthy's called it pretty much the same way. But I think what he's done as a play caller, and I mean, he's got Dak to play his best ball. And you know what? Maybe back in the summer, maybe Dak did say, I'm not going to throw 10 interceptions. I mean, he obviously said tipped. That was the word. But here he is. He finishes with 9. He leads the league. He's not going to win MVP. He's not going to win Offensive Player of the Year or Comeback Player of the Year. But I think he's a candidate for all 3. If you're really honest about it, I mean, he was outstanding.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, back from D.C. via the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you need to see Brandon Aubrey finish with that 50-yarder?
It's funny you say that. I didn't see it at all. I actually was walking down, and I was under the tunnel and all this stuff, and someone had told me he hit a 50-yarder, and I was like, that made me feel a lot better. Because I did say it in the press box. I was like,
Yep.
Maher missed the extra point here last year.
Yeah.
And I got like 8 people that were like, shut up. I was like, okay. But that, it is what happened. But I mean, he's missed 1 field goal and it hit the post. That's what happened. He missed the field goal, it hit the post. That's the only kick that matters. That's the only miss of the season. And so, that's fine. And he comes back and hits a 50-yard. I think that's outstanding. He's an all-pro first teamer, when that comes out, whenever that is. He's been ridiculous. One of the best seasons any kicker has ever had in the NFL. When you think of the fact that he's missed 1 field goal and he's a rookie, and then he also obliterated the record for touchbacks. I mean, he's doing his job times 10, and it was outstanding.
Thank you, brother. Get some rest. We'll preview this thing on Wednesday.
Okay, see you guys.
Nick Eatman brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. He'll be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, we have a special Ranger opportunity for you. Jared Sandler has popped in, and he's going to be the host of tomorrow night. What's going down, Sandman? Well, Sean, Rangers
hot stove.
There you go. There you go.
Damn it, Peyton.
Sorry, Peyton. We're on your time.
We got 2 minutes left in the segment. Let's go.
I didn't hear what he said. I didn't hear.
2 minutes left in the segment. Let's go.
Rangers Hot Stove tomorrow. The show goes from 7 to 8 live with Josh Spores and Josh Smith. The doors open, I believe, at 5:30. It's going to be a live show in the Odyssey showroom, which is down on the very first floor. And the World Series trophy will be there, so you can go through. You can get autographs from Josh and Josh Smith and Spores. You get your picture with the trophy. During commercial breaks, as long as we can afford them, we'll have prizes to give away. No, I'm just kidding. We will. I'm gonna do some trivia. We'll give away some prizes. I think the Rangers are gonna provide some prizes as well. So hopefully we have a good time. But every Tuesday up until spring training games start, we will have Hot Stove from 7 to 8 with player guests. But tomorrow's show will be the only one that will have a live audience opportunity
with the trophy as well. Cowboy Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Everyone in studio next.
But let's get you over to a number 1 air this month only. It is.
Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Taylor back to throw. He's under pressure. He skates to his left now. Pitches it for Slayton. He's to the 10, to the 5, in for the touchdown. Tyrod at the last second just threw it out to Slayton, who was wide open. Darius Slayton's 4th touchdown catch of the season. And with 1:47 to go in the half, the Giants are taking it to the Eagles. It's now 23-0.
Jalen Hurts banged up. A.J. Brown hurt his knee. Their safety is probably gone. Sidney Brown for the rest of the playoffs. And they will get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in round 1. What a glorious Monday and week here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
See his finger?
Middle.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What?
I was just asking. What
was the middle finger? Will that get us kicked off of Twitch?
No, Adrian flipped off the camera back in the COVID times. Maybe that was a different time, though.
Yeah, Adrian.
Yeah,
I've done it a couple times.
Yeah, Kevin does it frequently.
What's coming up?
Guys, Stephen Jones joins us at noon today. We'll ask about Mike McCarthy's job security then.
Oh, my gosh. Will we?
I mean, isn't that what we're supposed This is the day that all the coaches get fired.
Yeah.
So we would have
It would be a
to
weird day to fire him.
ask if there's any coaches out there they're interested in that can replace McCarthy.
Extension.
So, yeah.
He deserves an extension.
I'm trying to judge your seriousness.
I think he's serious.
Okay.
He's serious.
I think he's one of the better coaches in the NFL. Is he the best? No, he's not Sean McVay.
Or
But
Sean Payton?
I think he is one of the top 10 coaches in the NFL.
What if they lose by 10 to the Packers?
I'd still keep him in the history of after Jimmy Johnson. No coach has made the playoffs 3 years in a row in the history of the Dallas Cowboys since Jimmy Johnson. So I would say that is under Jerry Jones to go 12-5 3 years in a row is impossible. Mike McCarthy has made it possible. I'm not saying he should have a 10-year extension, but these 3 years.
Lifetime. Shouldn't be 10 years. Should be lifetime.
It hasn't happened in Cowboys history since Jimmy Johnson. So that has to be something.
I'd give him $75 million and then make it $98 million, then just let him walk. And when we still owe him $75
Is that a
million.
Jimbo Fisher
Yes,
reference?
it is. Yes,
Okay.
it is.
2 thumbs up.
What stands out to you about McCarthy as a coach?
Well, I think that he has his guys, for the most part, ready to play every game.
What was that sigh for?
Sorry, I was just stretching.
I understand the hate, but there's not many better than him. Look at all these coaches getting fired. It's really tough to win 12 games 3 years in a row. It just is. I wish it was easier.
Mm-hmm.
I wish Jason Garrett would have done it. I wish that Kellen Moore as an offensive coordinator would have done it. I wish that Wade Phillips, when he had a prime Tony Romo, could have done it. It's just tough to do. And so I get it's not perfect. He hasn't even made an NFC championship game yet. He hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. But I do think that Mike McCarthy, under this system of the Jerry Jones is the face of the franchise system, I do think it's tough to get much better than Mike McCarthy.
He also has the respect of 3 of the top 5 coordinators in the league at each position.
Who's that?
Special teams.
Yeah, that was voted on by the NFLPA.
Defensive coordinator.
Top 3. They were all top 3.
They're all top
what?
3.
Top 3. Yeah, my apologies.
So you were out on Friday, but the NFLPA did
You
a
had the
survey
sniffles, according to McCarthy.
of of the top 5 coordinators, offense, defense, special teams. And all 3 Cowboy coordinators were in the top 3. Schottenheimer was the 3rd best OC, which
according to the players.
Ben
So-
Johnson wasn't even on the list. The Detroit guy. Neither was. Who was the other guy you're talking about?
Which is weird because I feel like he's done a really
Washington has
job.
put in a request to interview him.
I have another one. In the
Call him good
history of the
plays,
Dallas
some crap.
Cowboys on offense, when we've had a CD Lamb-like player, Des Bryant, whoever it is, no offensive coordinator, Jason Garrett, Scott Linehan, Kellen Moore, ever fed the beast like McCarthy is feeding the beast.
He's everything.
Your mic's
He's
off.
everything the media tells you Sean Payton is. He really is.
Okay, Bobby.
Thank you, Kevin.
NFC East champion.
No, I'm seriously want to know if there's any of those specific points that like we can dive in on.
I think we've never seen as much as we talk about feeding the beast, I think we've never seen a player just flat out neglected 2 separate times to the point that the player had to vocalize, you guys fix this S, like CeeDee Lamb's had to do twice this year. I don't think we ever saw it with Terrell Owens. We never saw it with Dez. Individual moments maybe, but there haven't had to be complete reminders of, hey, I'm the only like legitimate like threat on offense. You need to throw it to me. You went 2.5 quarters against Miami without doing it. You didn't do it in San Francisco. You didn't throw it to him nearly enough. And there had to be a complete revamping after 5 weeks of, hey, we got to kind of go back to a lot of what we did last year because this isn't working.
So far today, by the way, Arthur Smith, I want to keep it positive to get to firings.
Is that positive for him?
Yeah. Arthur Smith gone in Atlanta.
That's why he was mad they ran up the score.
Dude, if they would have only allowed 41 points, he keeps his job.
He's like, hey, you just got me fired. That's why he was screaming on the other side.
Ron Rivera gone. They're bringing in Bob Myers, the Warriors exec, to help. Not to be the GM.
Him and Spielman. Both him and Spielman are coming in. They're just assisting.
Advisory roles.
Yeah, advisory roles.
Panthers fire their general manager. And we are
They're
waiting.
going to hire Magic Johnson as the head coach.
Yeah.
Magic is a minority owner.
Yeah.
They're bringing in a basketball guy. Magic is the answer.
And apparently Bill Belichick he's willing to reconsider personnel control.
That was the most shocking thing of the day this morning. Not only did he talk about his job security, that he was like, hey, whatever's best for the franchise.
Right?
Is that real, though, or is that just one of his answers on whatever is best for the franchise? Like, whatever question you would have asked him,
he would have
given
not
you
talked
some
about that. He was like, we got a lot of...
But he doesn't have to say he's on to anything. He literally has nothing to say, like, we're focused on
said
this
we need
week.
to watch the film.
Dude, they need to review it?
Coaches love to say that. I got to watch the film.
Got to watch the tape.
I don't know what happened in
I
the
felt
game.
like that was every time Jason Garrett lost on y'all's program when you interviewed him on Monday, hasn't looked at the film yet, and on Tuesday we're moving on. And so he never had to answer any questions on any football games. It was a beautiful, and he intentionally did it.
Great
I haven't watched the film yet. You can't ask me. I've now watched the film, but it's Tuesday. We're moving on to our next opponent.
Corey, were you happy like we were that they got the Packers over the Rams?
Yeah, the two wide receivers.
Oh, you scared
for the Rams? Man. I mean, I'm also the one that said bring on the Yankees in the Rangers' first World Series run. So I didn't even want Tampa Bay. I wanted the Yankees.
They couldn't play the Yankees in the World Series.
Possible path.
But there was a midday radio show that laughed at me and scoffed at me, and now they're not here anymore. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time. They
oh my goodness.
But yeah,
gracious.
man, take on whoever it is. Let's warm this one up. I like the storylines that go with Mike McCarthy. He needs to beat this team. It would be glorious for them to beat the Packers after all those moments that we shared of not being able to do it against the Packers. So, I mean, it's going to hurt really bad if it goes the other way, though. That's going to be the real bad problem.
You prefer Green Bay?
Yes, I do. I was actually watching the end of that game hoping that it would play out the way when they did the review on the catch, no catch. I was like, come on.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, because
there's only 2 above average teams in the NFC.
We're
San Francisco and Dallas.
Not Detroit.
I'm not crazy about Detroit.
Okay.
I was stunned that the game was as close as it was a few weeks ago. And obviously there's a call that it could have gone against you and you would have lost that game. I do think the Cowboys are 7 to 10 points better than Detroit.
Okay.
Are you worried at all about, do you have any concern about a divisional matchup against Detroit then?
I will pick, like if it was happening today and both teams win, I would pick 31-21 Dallas.
Like, do you buy into it all as somebody who like played at the professional level? Do you buy it all into the angry revenge theory of like they're going to come in here out for blood?
Yes, if they had better players. I think that Dak is better. They do. I do think Dak is better than Goff. If that game would have happened and it would have been Patrick Mahomes, I'd be like, I don't really want to see Patrick Mahomes. As bad as his wide receivers are, I don't want to see him the way that Aaron Rodgers somehow would figure us out in 4 quarters and beat us. I don't think Jared Goff, I think he's good. I just don't think he's that good.
What's the other playoff matchup you're super, super excited for? If you could only watch one more, and that includes paying for Peacock, can you believe you have to pay to watch? You got to pay to
Not
watch
watching
the
that one.
defending champs play
Don't ask me about that game.
against Miami.
I'm with
Choppy
you.
said he's not paying either. I think I had Peacock because one of my wife's reality shows
I have
already.
Peacock.
I have Peacock because wrestling is on there. So
Can you believe that, Mike?
It's the new world that I think we're going to. I
get
think this
used
is
to
the
it.
beginning of
Or
the
not.
new way of sports.
Corey said, I'm out.
Yeah, and just give them the middle fingers all the way.
Oh, Twitch, please.
Yeah.
But I think that when it comes to hockey, basketball, and baseball, we're getting to that point. Not that you pay individually for each game, but I do think we're about to be within 5 years and probably less. We're about to be on a complete app system to watch sports.
To answer your question,
Apple
though,
TV.
Browns Texans is going to be a fun game. Like that is
Yes.
gonna be a very fun game.
is it weird if I say Eagles and Buccaneers? Because I want to see what the hell is going to happen next.
All
Yeah,
I'm thinking
that's
about
fine.
is beating Green Bay and then just sit Monday, just prep, like sitting back. Sitting back and just waiting and watching.
We have Sean. We haven't figured out the terms of it yet, but we've got a bet because I think there's no chance Philly beats Tampa. Right
No
now.
chance?
No, Philly's a bad football team right now. This is not like we're literally talking about a team that probably should have lost 8 in a row.
What are you thinking about wagering with me?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out exactly how much of your life I want to take because Tampa
Oh
is
my
beating
God.
Philly.
So you want to bet a high money amount?
I don't know. We got to figure this out.
Half your pool. You get half his pool.
I agree with them. I'll be honest. I don't know if there's 5 teams right now that Philadelphia can beat in the NFL.
I just love making win-win bets.
Knuckleballs, Mike.
Like, so if
Carolina.
Philly wins, I win money or something substantial. And if they lose, that's
You're just
awesome.
happy.
I'm happy.
You hit up Eskin
Yeah,
and
like
stuff.
I'm trying to find a place to bet. Like, you just thought of something?
Yeah, but I'm
What?
going to have to suggest it off the air because you're not going to want me to bring it up on the air before you can approve it.
Draymond Green
Oh my gosh.
suggested that Adam Silver talked him out of retirement. He told Adam Silver, according to his podcast, Adam, this is too much for me. It's all becoming too much for me, and I'm going to retire. That's what
Whoa.
Draymond Green apparently told the commish. Wow.
So the commissioner brings him back.
and then he saw his paycheck for the next 3 years and said, I will stick this out.
That's right.
Man, that's wild.
As the Mavs beat the Wolves, awesome win last night.
Especially given how much they'd struggled against the top 6 in the West. That was an excellent victory.
Once again, Kyrie Irving's freaking awesome.
He is.
He's very
Like,
good.
this is, like,
You've always
I
said that.
understand the risk of Kyrie Irving that organizations take.
Because you see
He's a wizard.
Because he's
No, he plays for the
unbelievable.
Mavericks.
It's just that
No,
can
he's a
he
wizard.
can he stay happy with your organization for an extended amount of time?
All right, we're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones to celebrate the NFC's championship at 8:30. See you tomorrow night downstairs with the World Series trophy as well. The KMC masterpiece is next. Home.
There's no reason. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, the home of your NFC East Division champion Dallas Cowboys. Plus tomorrow, they'll be the home of the World Series trophy, as Josh Smith and Josh Spores, along with the World Series trophy, will be here in our showroom from 6 to 8. They'll be doing autographs. You can do pictures. Don't touch the trophy, though. Tomorrow night.
How much does that cost?
You don't got to sign up. You just got to show up free.
What? That is amazing.
What if they Ronnie locked you? Ronnie lotted you. If you did touch the trophy, there's a person there controlling the situation, and they cut off the tip of your finger that touched the trophy.
Oh,
then I would not touch the trophy.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch the trophy. I mean, I already have, but you shouldn't. People out there that are coming to the station to be part of this,
you should.
You should not do it.
There'll probably be good security there to make sure it's taken care of well.
Yeah, and with the newfound knowledge that I've touched the trophy, they're probably even more. There's a heightened sense of security. They're just like, hey, we really got to protect this World Series trophy. So somehow,
not
Corey
just because of the trophy, just because they're like, hey, I heard this Corey
guy, he already did it
Joker.
once. So, but that's awesome, man, that our company is like, hey, you keep your money. You use that money for other good deeds out there. You come in here and hang out with us for free. I like that, man. That's cool.
It does explain a lot.
No, you cannot lick the trophy from the 214.
Okay. That was the most pertinent question about the event that came in that you felt like we needed to address?
We licked the Commanders.
What? Okay, that's actually a surprisingly good segue. Let's go to cut number 4. You heard what Mike said. That's what happened yesterday.
I formation, Pollard behind Lipke, Prescott under center. Man in motion, handoff, Pollard coming right. Bang, zoom. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Straight to the moon. The Dallas Cowboys win 38-10. And I know we have a lot of super positive stuff to talk about, and we're going to be super positive most of the way. My quick question, though, about midway through the second quarter, was there any part of you that was like, for F's sake, if the Cowboys screw this game up, I'm going to break something?
Yeah, I think it was the second touchdown that I went, okay, I felt a little comfortable. That was the first time in the entire game that I started to finally feel a little comfortable for the Cowboys. And I know everything kind of ramped up before halftime. And granted, Kevin, how were they in the middle 8 this time?
Phenomenal in the middle 8. I'm so glad that you brought that up. Is obviously just outside the middle 8, they scored that touchdown to retake the lead. Then they got the ball back. This was a textbook look at how the middle 8 should go. You get the ball last in the second half. I realize Washington took a knee and everything like that. But for realistically, you got the ball last in the second quarter. You score a touchdown. You get the ball first in the second half. They take up almost half the quarter and score a touchdown. So a little bit outside of the middle 8 metric, but the point is you get the ball to end the first half, touchdown. You get the ball first to start the second half, touchdown. So during a time when Washington didn't even really get the ball, it goes from 14-10 to 28-10. Textbook right there.
Yeah, no, I think there were times before that definitely, like Kevin, the blocked field goal. That made me feel like we were going into liquidation.
Yeah.
That made me feel like there was a definite insolvency of some sort. But after that, then Dak throws the interception, and I was like, oh my gosh, this could definitely be a loss, a disaster, if you will, default, if you will. And so I was like, listen, man, this thing's going to be okay, though. They got it back in order. And for me, Kevin, I think there was a lot of the way that the offense just looked forward and kept go back and watch the way that they played. Everything was forward. Nothing was side to side. Nothing was, let's go back into the backfield a little bit to make this happen. There was an aggressive, we are going to set this from here on. We're not going to let this one slip away. And once they got through those bad parts of it, it was a bad part of the game. It all fell into place for them there. And it was a lot of because of the way that they approached it, the way that they were looking at it. They didn't go into this game going, it's going to be easy. We just got to get through it. They went into this game saying, we want to win this game for a purpose.
From the 254, no, not even for a moment. My friend texted me in the second quarter and said they were starting to worry, and I said, you don't need to worry about this game. Look.
Losers lose.
That's a good point. So were you not? I'll admit I was worried, especially because you had seen the block field goal, and that was something that no one could touch all year. And then I thought, oh God, is this all going to crash down today?
I will say, I thought, wow, the Cowboys aren't going to blow them out. I did think midway through the second quarter, oh man, the Cowboys are going to have to kind of battle to win this game. And obviously, by the time we got to the fourth quarter, I was like, why the hell is Dak Prescott still out there? Are we trying to ruin the playoffs? Now, maybe that's another topic for another segment.
No, that's a fair question.
But I did think this. When Washington, I believe, kicked the field goal to go up 10-7, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting who did it. One of our guys was standing right next to the field goal kicker and missed the block.
He overran him.
Yeah,
yes.
It went underneath his armpit where he ran past the ball, and it did go in. So you're thinking, gosh, they block our field goal. We are literally standing right next to the field goal kicker when he kicks the ball, and we whiff on it. and then it is 10-7 Washington. And all I thought there was, the concern was, oh man, maybe the Cowboys are going to have to win this game 24-20 or something like that, and we're not going to feel good about the win. You're going to go, gosh, they won, but man, this is 4 weeks in a row they haven't played good football. Instead, at the end, they destroyed them. And then my concern was, and so was my father's, is why the crap is all of our good players in right now? Like, what are we doing? And so luckily, it didn't hurt us, and nobody got hurt. But when you're up 31-10 with about 14 minutes to go, or it might have been 35-10. I think it was 35-10.
It was.
You're like, we don't feel comfortable with a 25-point lead. We feel that bad with putting in reserves. But
is it more about like feeling bad, like feeling like you're going to lose the game, or I haven't quite seen everything I want to see yet? I don't know what the coach's decision on that is. I really don't know.
I think that in football, there's a panic of, even if we're up 48-0, somehow we're going to screw this thing up if I put in Cooper Rush and Jalen Tolbert and who's number 83 that stinks.
Brooks.
Brooks?
Yeah.
He didn't stink.
He drew a penalty. It was definitely a penalty.
But I understand that the idea of
he'll be good next
we're going to take our guys out, and all of a sudden they're making a run, and now we got to put them back in for a series or whatever. Like the concern there, but get Dak and CD off the field, get Mike off the field, and and probably DeMarcus Lawrence, and I'm feeling like, all right, get those guys off because
Is that what you were thinking late in the game,
Get them off of the field, Kevin.
Is that? I mean, look, we were all having a great time.
Heads up on that one for Friday at 2:30ish.
1:30.
1:30.
1:30, Mike. You've been on the show for like 4 years.
Oh man, it is 1:30, Mike.
Oh well, Eastern time.
Yeah,
I was talking about Eastern time.
That's the least of my concerns at this point. They're like, I understand everybody freaks out about that in the moment, and we probably want the guys off the field a lot faster than coaches do, or even players do. For that respect.
The question gets asked, didn't Gilmore get hurt? This was specifically before the time period that Mike was talking about. And if you listen to Stephon Gilmore in the post game, he's like, yeah, my shoulder came out. They just popped it back in. I'm good to go.
Yeah, good, because we need you. We need you in the playoffs, man. Like that's got to happen. And there's sometimes in some of these games where I see guys, I'm like, did that really get hurt? And they're just like trying to get out of this game early and be the first one off the field today because they don't want to be out there. That wasn't the case for Gilmore.
And the great thing is Sam Howell remembered who he was in the second half. That's a horrible starting quarterback.
So it's funny that you say that because I know one of Corey's bold predictions that I was like, oh, this is happening for sure, was 3 interceptions. And
when you went back to me and you said 3, right? I was going to say 3 turnovers is good enough. And they did get their 3 turnovers, and they got 4 sacks. I think I said 3 interceptions, 3 sacks.
I thought for sure you were going to pick up interception number 3.
I did too.
And so I was tracking that, and I was like, I was super excited about that. I thought there was a lot of positives. Look, I will point out, and this is very fair, I don't think Washington is a good football team. But
destitute.
I agree. But there were things in this game that I thought were encouraging going into the playoffs. I thought most of the day Tony Pollard looked encouraging.
That's the going forward part I'm talking about. Him and Ferguson, man.
Especially last week when you're like, what the hell is this? I thought he looked solid. I thought our offensive line, obviously against for a variety of reasons, very different Washington defensive front. I thought they looked good. I thought Bass and Hoffman looked shockingly good out there. And so that makes me feel a little bit better about injury.
Were you concerned when you saw that Zach Martin wasn't playing?
For sure. Look, when we go back to, I know a lot of people on the text, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053 are saying they weren't concerned. Zach Martin is ill. He can't play. The field goal streak gets broken by a blocked kick. We run past a blocked field goal that we should have had. It's just things started to pile up that I was like, what the hell is happening?
Can I ask you this, though? At that moment, about halfway or getting close to halftime, halfway through the second quarter, close to halftime, were you less concerned because it was 17-0 in New York?
No, because that's a really good question. I was not less concerned because then that drops you down to the number 3 seed.
Okay.
And so you would have had to go theoretically on the road against Detroit. Look, I feel like I've been pretty consistent
okay, we get
about
the calls
this.
against Detroit, baby. We know that.
Okay, well,
That's how it goes.
here we do.
The NFL does not want Detroit to make it to the conference finals.
Is the Cowboys win at home. And I was like, if you're telling me the past setup that you got to beat San Francisco eventually, you figure that whenever. But you get 2 theoretical home games if you keep winning and get back in the NFC Championship game. To me, that was the only path for this to be a good playoff.
I did, Mike. I was looking at it, and there was part of me that, and this is all the compartmentalization of it all. Like, I was looking at it going, okay, yeah, that's good. I feel comfortable that at least you're going to win the East, and that's okay. But it was the part that just wanting to see the team look good. Not just kind of roll over and be like, oh well, what happened? I want to see them have some pride in themselves, man. Go out there and kick somebody's butt because you can. Do it because you want to, and that's what I wanted to see from this team, and they did it. They ultimately did that. And Kevin, I think my favorite pass of the day from Dak Prescott was the touchdown to CeeDee Lamb in the back of the end zone, because you saw a quarterback who felt comfortable understanding what he was doing. But the more important thing is, in the middle of a play, he directs CeeDee Lamb, looks off of him, goes right back to him, and delivers the touchdown. This is the thing that Aaron Rodgers was talking about.
Is that the 7.5 second play?
I think so. Maybe so. And he has to move around a little bit, and he moves him. He just tells him, go this way. He looks over, comes back to him, hit him, bam. And that's what Aaron Rodgers was saying. It's not just he's making the throws. He's playing quarterback. He schooled a player on that play. That dude thought, hey, he's looking elsewhere. I don't have to rush on CeeDee Lamb right now. CeeDee gets just enough space. Dak Prescott's playing his best football at the moment, I think.
There was a lot of positive things from yesterday's game. I really do think that, and it really does give me a renewed sense of confidence going into the playoffs, partially because you locked in the number 2 seed. But also, Mike, you've talked about this a lot. You look like maybe not your best football the last 3 weeks. Against a not good team, this looked a lot closer to your best football. And I did see somebody say, this is one of the worst teams in football, if not the worst. I can't say, meaning Washington.
Good.
I can't say they are the worst because Carolina exists.
Philadelphia.
And if you want, that's a good point too. If you want to go check out Philadelphia and Carolina from yesterday, I might argue some there, but no doubt Washington is not a good team. But you went on the road and you beat them down.
Yeah, you got rid of them. You moved on from them very quickly. Yeah, then that's what you expected to do. The connection between CeeDee Lamb looks like it's still full bore there. The connection with Cooks looks like it just continues to grow and flourish.
Indeed.
And how much of that benefits because CeeDee Lamb is what CeeDee Lamb is, and that gives Brandon Cooks a really good, talented receiver all this open space to work with, or a one-on-one that he gets to fight through.
Well, the Cowboys finished off the regular season as the champs of the East.
Yep.
And this team does go down as the best team in Cowboys history at destroying below average opponents. Like
I think you're right about that.
In our lifetime, maybe obviously there was a Roger Staubach team that I don't remember or recall, but every time the Dallas Cowboys, I guess I shouldn't say every time, Arizona, almost every time they played a below average team, they blew them out. It wasn't even a competitive game. And once again, the Cowboys against below average teams just completely destroy them in the 60 minutes.
I really love this note, Kevin, in the Cowboys notes yesterday. Dallas's 4 sacks today were its most since 4 sacks against Washington on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
It's just like, hey, Washington, we know we get to feast every time we're up against you.
They had a whole string of 1-sack games in between. And
I'm gonna miss that. When Ron Rivera's gone, since it happened today. And now that they're hiring the Golden State GM to come in here and
maybe Mark Jackson will be their head coach.
Yeah, maybe so.
Don't.
Now,
you know what? Maybe, Mike.
It's going to be a new era for them. They've relinquished all their old debts. Now they're moving forward with this one, and I'm very excited for that for them.
Tell you what,
but it's going to be difficult for us.
And they're probably to end this. They're probably going to get a North Carolina quarterback. And as we know, North Carolina quarterbacks dominate in the NFL.
How's
the guy who played basketball and baseball in the early mid 2000s? He was awesome. Was his last name Curry or something? You don't remember who I'm talking about? He was horrible.
No, I don't remember who you're talking about.
It probably wasn't Curry. It was I can't remember. We'll look up all Trubisky.
We will not.
Tremendous.
You can look it up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Quarterbacks are great too.
Coming up next, what was the most noteworthy game or outcome during the final weekend of the NFL regular season? 877-881-1053. Let's dive into it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome. It's Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Davis out, Trent Sherfield is in as the third wide receiver. Make the give, over the top, deflected in the air, Sherfield dragged his feet! Touchdown! Ruled a touchdown! We'll have to check if he kept it secure, but he was looking at it like a fly ball in the air, dragging his feet, and for now it's a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What did you think was the most noteworthy game or outcome during the final weekend of the NFL regular season? Because last night, gotta feel like it's pretty high up there.
Yeah, I have 3 on my list, Kevin. Okay. If I'm forced to pick one, I will. Mike, I'm going to let you live with the one that I think is really important.
Oh, shut up.
But I'm going to say I'm going to say the Texans beating the Colts on Saturday night. Very significant because not that they're going to go out there and just make all the noise and be in the AFC Championship game, which they could, because nobody expected them to do what they've done this year.
True.
But just watching CJ Stroud not shy away in the moment is my favorite thing. And Kevin, I'll give you all the credit for saying go after that guy. That's the quarterback. He looks every part of the dude. He really does, man.
So you like plays like, say, I don't know, maybe cut 20?
Yeah,
is
cut
this
20 is
the
a play
kind of play that you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
As Stroud, little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play. Touchdown, Texans. 75 yards to start the night for number 7.
I know stuff like this happens in sports all the time, but Indianapolis still had an opportunity to win this game. They're down 23-17, and then the drop by Tyler Goodson, and it felt heartbreaking. It felt all the more heartbreaking listening to him after the game, if you don't mind. If we can go to cut number 29, and props to him for not being like, I got nothing to say, for standing up to the media and saying lots of interesting stuff.
I worked too hard to, just drop the ball like that. And I got to accept that and that's okay.
It was a tough throw.
It still touch my hands. It's all good. It's all good. Touch my hands. But next year, I won't be in that position ever again. Ever again.
Oh man, he's quit the NFL?
No, I don't think that was my takeaway from it.
I won't be in that position ever again. What if he is?
I thought it was interesting that one of the media members there tried to bail him out. It's like, that's a tough throw. And he did have to turn around and it was behind him and he goes, touch my hands, can't let that happen. And then cut number 30, this is all part of his same answer, talking about what happened on that play that would have given them a first down, would have put them down to probably about the 12-yard line late in the game.
Honestly, I was just feeling like a failure. I know I'm not a failure. I'm going to just state that. But I felt a lot of love from the teammates. Everybody telling me to keep my head up. But me just being me, I'm always hard on myself. And I know I could have made that play, and that play should have been made.
I hope this makes sense, Mike, and you hear out.
Who is that? Was that Calvin Ridley?
No, it was not Calvin Ridley.
It was Goodson from the Colts.
I thought about
Thanks
you
a lot, Calvin.
When he said that, because you've talked about that a lot, is for you personally, just who you are as a person, it feels impossible not to think of yourself as a failure when something comes down to you and it doesn't go your way.
Right. I mean, that's part of being a pitcher.
Yes.
If you make it to a very high level, you get all the blame and all the credit, like it or not. And sometimes you should, and sometimes you shouldn't, is that's how I think you feel. And I know you're not talking about a quarterback in this situation, but a quarterback, that's kind of wanting to be the quarterback. You're going to get all the praise and you're going to get all the blame, no matter how the game goes. That's kind of how that position is. And you love that position, but you do have to live with, I want all of the glory and I want all of the pain and heartache and blame of when it goes wrong. And And you do want to blame. I think the best do blame themselves and don't pass it off.
Did you appreciate his answer then? He was like, hey, touch my hand. I got to catch it.
I always find it weird when people in very high positions, they don't take any blame. And I mean, I don't want to get into politics. That's the weirdest thing about politics. It's okay. You're not perfect. You're going to make mistakes on laws or whatever, but it's really weird.
That feels like a cross all party issue.
And you're just like, okay. And I get it. That's what they're trying to do. But yeah, that's an answer where I feel like you can get better. I don't know how you can get better if you never take blame for mistakes.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. Now, Mike, do we need to just cut to the chase? Now
stunk.
The Texans Colts. We didn't know at the time, but would decide the division winner because you were worried about it going into the game.
They haven't been playing well, the Jacksonville Jaguars,
and they did indeed, as you would say, I believe, crap the bed.
Oh yeah, I'd like to use the cuss word.
Okay, against the Titans. Did you watch this game until the bitter end?
I did watch it, but I watched it through NFL Network.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because it wasn't on, I don't pay for the extra stuff. So it wasn't on the noon package, but they were cutting to that game a lot. So I pretty much stuck with that channel.
Okay.
And obviously, the Tennessee Titans could run the ball however far they wanted on each run play, it felt like. It looked at times like the Dallas Cowboys run defense.
8 yards a carry.
Yeah, it was rough. And hell, the other running back was really good too. I don't know what his per yards were in that game, but he had a nice game too.
Also 8 yards per carry.
Yeah. In the end, Jacksonville had a chance to get a touchdown, have to get the 2-point conversion to send it to overtime. And unfortunately, they got 8 yards on the first play. And then the next play, it was about a 50-yard throw down the field to Calvin Ridley. It was a catchable ball. It was not a perfect pass, but it was a catchable ball that unfortunately Calvin Ridley did not catch. And from that point, 3rd and 2, everybody's covered. He's about to get sacked. I thought Trevor Lawrence made a good decision. I'm going to throw it away, and we're going to go to 4th down, but I can't take a sack here.
Yeah.
And then on 4th and 2, nobody was open either, but then he decided to also throw it 2 feet over the receiver's head and not give him a chance to make a play. And then I'm thinking to myself, I get it on 3rd and 2. Smart decision. I'll give you. But on 4th and 2, you can't throw it away. You have to throw an interception there. You have to be like, I don't care. I have to throw a ball that even if it's intercepted, it has to be somewhat catchable for my guy. It wasn't. It ended a horrible second half of a season for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and now they have a lot to think about this offseason.
Interesting for Tennessee. I don't think this would surprise anybody, but I'm going to go to cut number 24. The game just ended. Tennessee just won, and Derrick Henry is a master of efficiency, and he's like, let me just go ahead and start my goodbye speech right now, immediately after the game.
Titan fans, I just want to say thank you for the greatest 8 years of my life, the ups and the downs. Y'all been there for everything, through the adversity, watching me grow as a person and a player, always supporting me. I love y'all.
Did he like as soon as the game ended ran and found a microphone?
Yes.
And was like, all right, guys.
At least he waited till the end of the season. Tony Romo did it in week 12.
Yeah,
that's right.
He could have done it in the middle of this game. He could have been like, guys, I got a message for all the fans out here.
I'm going to run for 1 million yards in this game.
There's nobody left in the stadium. He was talking to it. I'm looking
there
at it,
was not
Kevin.
a lot. I agree.
He's talking
But
to an empty stadium.
Here's the thing. That stadium wasn't full to begin with.
Yeah.
So he could have done that in the middle of the first
Before
quarter.
the game.
That stadium wasn't full even then. And I'm not surprised this is coming up. I'm seeing multiple people ask, hey, what do you think about the whiny Falcons coach being mad at the Saints? Well, we have to correct that now. What do you think about the whiny ex-Falcons coach being mad at the Saints? Because he has, Arthur Smith, that is, has got canned as well. And you know what I love?
He got mad?
Oh, my God.
He got mad that they scored a touchdown against him?
So you can see him. He's mouthing to Dennis Allen what the F was. I think he said that. And then the commentators, it's really amazing because they're like, I think you can read his lips. You could straight up hear him on the broadcast saying, That's effing BS, except he did not edit it whatsoever.
So was your season, bro. Like, you were miserable.
You're right.
You want to complain about stop them from doing it, and you couldn't do that. You couldn't do anything against them. Stop crying. This isn't a sport where you get your participation trophy. This is about winning championships, or you didn't succeed this year.
Yeah, as you guys let me know on Friday, he was the one who thought that horrible quarterback Ritter was going to be good at quarterback.
He did. And so that story has become...
I don't think Dennis Allen needs to apologize at all for that, by the way. That's ridiculous.
He did. Even though it sounds like his players just went against his wishes, which is really interesting, too, because Dennis Allen said, I'm going to start by apologizing to Arthur Smith and the Falcons. He said they should have taken a knee. The guys asked about getting a touchdown for Jamal Williams, and he said no. And then they said, we're going to do it anyway. Scored the touchdown.
And then did the Dirty Bird dance.
That
would have been perfect.
In their faces.
That did not happen. He said it was unacceptable. That's not who we are. That's not what we're about. But they dominated. And, well, they dominated the back half of the game, I guess I should say. Falcons are done. Then again, so are the Saints. and the Falcons head coach is fired.
They didn't get enough votes to go up in the standings in the power rankings.
BCS really held them down.
I saw a very funny fake quote, and it was, he told me to take a knee. I told him only touchdowns or interceptions. There's no in between. That's Jameis Winston.
That we do not know.
It's a fake quote. I said it was fake.
For sure.
I'm looking for it. I can't find it anywhere.
Here's the thing, though, Corey. I can also not say for sure that didn't get said.
Exactly.
That does.
Exactly. That's who he is.
That does feel like a thing that would definitely be said. And it ended up being the Bucks. Of all of that game mattering, it ended up being the god-awful Bucks and Panthers game.
I think all three teams could beat Philadelphia. So congratulations to the Bucks. I think you're going to the divisional round because you're playing one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL right now.
So, I mean, and that could still potentially be a matchup for the Cowboys in the divisional round.
Yeah, if the Rams and the Bucks win, you play the Bucks.
You get the Bucks, which I would much rather play the Bucks than the Rams still at this point.
If you made me choose the 9-0 convincing victory from the Tampa Bay Bucks to win the division against the worst team in the NFL.
That game was so awful. Bryce Young looked so awful. No wonder. You know, it's interesting.
They fired their general manager.
They fired their general manager
trade.
In part because Bryce Young threw for less than 100 yards on the day that C.J. Stroud said, yeah, what's up? We're going to the playoffs. Or I guess the day after because they played on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, at least they don't have a first-round pick because of that.
How's that team going to rebuild?
Maybe they can put a real quarterback on Bryce Young's 5'3" shoulders.
Sell parts of the team. They're going to have to figure a lot out.
How tall is he supposed to be, really? Like 5'10"?
Yeah. Maybe they can run plays where he runs in between the lineman's legs and the defense can't tackle him because they didn't know he could do that.
All right, so you're out on Bryce Young, out on Trevor Lawrence?
Out on Trevor. I'm not quitting on Trevor Lawrence. He has a lot of talent, but I can't defend him for this season. He had a below average year. He was a average quarterback at best this year in the NFL. And that's not the standard that he started when he was 18, 19 years old by winning the national championship at Clemson. He has a lot to get better at. I think Doug Peterson is a questionable offensive coordinator. You should not have so many people not knowing the routes they're running, not knowing where they're supposed to be, lining up in the wrong spots. That's silly. Like that is on the head coach 1 and then the quarterback 2. Take over. If you have a moron calling plays, look, Tony Romo thought Jason Garrett was a moron calling plays. That's why on third down, everybody let us know that they call in a play, and then Tony Romo says, we're not running that. And then he would call the third down play. I'll run this moron's first and second down plays, but not his third down play. I don't know. Maybe it takes a little bit longer for Trevor Lawrence to get there. If Doug Peterson is running stupid plays that your receivers and you don't understand the concepts of, then call a play that you know will work.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Tampa Bay wins their 3rd straight NFC South title. So pretty much just shows anybody could be the quarterback of that team and they'll be just fine. Coming up next, just kidding. Who you got in tonight's national championship game and how
Texas.
They lost. And how invested are you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Believe it or not.
One with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
They frequently run the play clock down a lot. In the end zone, touchdown, Jalen McMillan. 19 yards, and the Huskies lead for the fourth time tonight.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Washington, Michigan, tonight for the College Football Playoff National Championship. We bring in Carter Freeman to have some discussions about this. My first question is going to be an NFL NCAA combo question. Will the Harbaugh brothers win the Super Bowl and the College Football Playoff Championship? If you say yes, 5.5 to 1 on your money. Do you think this is a good bet?
No, I don't.
Because you hate Michigan?
Because you think they're going to lose tonight?
I do think they're going to lose tonight, but I also think the Ravens aren't going to win the Super Bowl. That's a totally different conversation.
Wow,
but
you
I
hate
would.
Baltimore.
But if you look at ESPN's lower thirds, they think John Harbaugh is Jim Harbaugh because they flashed that graphic up on the Saturday night game. They said John was Jim. So
could the I never even thought of this. The Harbaughs are favored to win both For some reason, has that hit y'all's brain?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, because I just brought it up.
I understand this segment, yes, as I was changing channels because I didn't want to watch any more of the women talk about the Golden Globe Awards on television. But I'm wondering...
Was that The View or that was just
I don't know,
in general?
just a bunch of women were on there like, oh, look at all these people.
It was just a live shot of some women having some
they're holding up
mimosas
trophies that they won some Golden Globe for.
At Snooze somewhere.
Yeah. So anyways, I just had never thought until this segment that the Harbaughs are favored to win both championships.
I think they're second to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, San Francisco's still favored?
I believe so.
Okay. At one point, they were 1-2 to win the Super Bowl. A long time ago. When they played each other in the Super Bowl.
that's true.
That is true.
That was a fun game.
Yeah.
Now, Carter, at the beginning of the year, I'm not saying this is why you're rooting for Washington, and if it is, that's fair too. At the beginning of the year, you said, watch out, Washington in the college football playoff. Now, not only have they made the college football playoff, they're in the national championship game. 2 questions. How did you know this was going to happen, and why are you against Derek Holland?
I'm not against Derek Holland. I love Derek Holland. I saw yesterday he was driving down to Houston to go to the game.
Why is he going to the game?
Because his Wolverines are in it.
But you're rooting against them.
He went to the Fiesta Bowl last year where they played TCU, and things didn't go that great for Michigan then, so I don't want to say he's a curse, but I guess we'll find out tonight.
Oh, wow.
That sounds like exactly what you're saying.
Wow. Also, because you followed college football, I didn't know this until the national semifinal game, that all of the players on Washington are also as old as Derrick Henry.
That's true. They are.
Not all of them.
We're in this fun period where the COVID year has granted a lot of players extra year of eligibility, and then, of course...
Hold on, do you count Penix in that group? Who's 23? Is he as old as...
Oh, yeah, he's one of the youngest players on their team.
Oh, my God.
Well, before the season, I picked Washington because last year they were a very, very good team. They went 11-2. They beat the Texas team that they beat again in the Sugar Bowl and last year's Alamo Bowl, and their losses were both on the road by very close margins. So I was like, this team, a lot of it came back this year. I was like, I think they're going to carry that over, and it's going to take them over the top this year. That being said, before the season, I picked Michigan to win the national championship because I thought they were that deep and I thought they were that good. And lo and behold, both of these teams, I thought Washington would be good, make the playoff. I didn't think they'd win a playoff game. So here they are, they've even surpassed what I thought they would be to reach this game tonight.
Did Carter just engage in the height of hedging your bet by pointing out whoever wins, I called it?
Yes.
Okay.
I like being right. So
that's what I heard too. He's like, no, I've been on Washington all year, but I did also pick Michigan to win the championship.
I do have receipts.
So either way, I'm like,
hold on. Did you ever pick? You never picked Washington to win the championship. You just picked them to be in the playoff.
I did. Yes.
That's the technicality,
Okay.
Kevin.
Mhm.
So
right.
yes.
So I've already been right about that. So if Michigan wins tonight, I'll be double right.
Yeah, and it's
you're going to fit in just fine.
very similar to I picked the Cowboys to win 12 games this year.
Right.
How many games did they win this
They
year?
won 12.
But I'm not
So
picking them to
far.
win the Super Bowl right now.
I'm already picking them to win 12 next year. Seems like they're pretty consistent.
We should have a discussion about that next year, Mike.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
I picked them to
a lot
win
of things could
13
happen.
before the season started, and then right when the season started, I picked them to win 11. So I was wrong.
You're
on
right.
both.
Well, your mean, is it mean or median? There would be 12. So you kind of nailed
I'm the
it.
wrong person to ask about that. I understand a lot of
range.
math. I always had trouble with that part of math. All right. In terms of this game, Washington is the underdog again, but I'm sure they're like, yeah, big shocker. Undefeated. They've already beat 5 teams where they were the underdog this season. I can't imagine they sweat being the underdog at all.
No, I think they've embraced it. And Peyton was telling me that it's moved even higher in Michigan's favor. Like it opened at 4.5. Now it's 5.5. I think that's easy money for Washington because all they do is win close games against ranked teams. Like
I like that. All we do is win close games against the best.
They're on a 20-game winning streak or 21. They've won 20-plus games in a row, and most of them are over ranked teams because the Pac-12 was an excellent conference this year.
An ESPN matchup predictor has Washington as 26% to win this game. So you see it from the computers, you see it from the gamblers.
Wasn't the spread pretty much the same against Texas? Am I crazy about these numbers?
It was 4.5, at least when that game opened.
Okay.
And they look like decidedly the better team until the punt issue. Then all of a sudden, a whole new ball game. So I do wonder how big of a factor special teams are going to play in this game, just because you saw what a huge factor they were in both of the semifinal games.
And at the end of the game, if Washington's ahead, will they make the mistakes that they made against Texas, where their running back getting hurt wasn't like, you can't plan for that.
Yeah.
But you can also kneel the ball in that situation and not worry about it. So there's clock management factors you can look at with Washington, how they pretty much had that game against Texas in the bag, and then they messed it up at the very end, allowed them a chance to win towards the end. Michigan's a team that I think is more likely to take advantage of that, maybe even earlier in the games if there's clock mismanagement situations, like say at the end of a half. So that's the biggest thing with Washington. But again, they've overcome it this entire season. So I picked Michigan before the season, but as we've gone along, I just love what I've seen from Washington and their offense.
I'm looking at a decent amount of people from the truckwreck.com text line who are like, I'm just not interested in this game or this matchup. And I have to admit, I'm a little surprised. These are the two undefeated teams.
What if those are UT fans? I'm not saying they are, but what if they are and their feelings are kind of hurt? Like if the Cowboys lose, I'm not saying they are, but if they lose in the NFC championship game, they'll be hurt on us that we might not really be interested in the Super Bowl, if that makes sense, because of that. So I'm just wondering how many are possibly UT fans that are just, their hearts aren't in this game because they thought they were going to be in this game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, as an OU fan, I've watched my team lose 4 of these playoff games, and I wasn't really that interested in the national championship game afterwards, so I totally get that.
Okay. That's what I thought the person said. It's rigged. And again, we go back to this with the Cowboys all the time.
Yeah, the only thing that's rigged is the Cowboys versus the Lions.
Yeah, if it was rigged, you would have a million% had Texas in here. I guarantee you, Michigan versus Texas is the better TV-friendly matchup than Michigan versus Washington.
And I think the ticket prices for that game they got cut in half as soon as Texas lost. They were around $2,000. As soon as Texas lost, they went down to around $1,000 to get in.
Because people in Washington are poor. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
That's what Carter's insinuating. I didn't say it.
Yes, you did.
I was using what you said. It is strange. What are the Super Bowl's typical numbers? Like the ratings for the Super Bowl? Are they higher than regular season games?
Like in terms of gambling amounts or viewership?
Ratings,
oh,
yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Way, way, way higher.
And it just seems like it's the only sport where the championship is the most interesting thing. That's the NFL, not college football. College football, there are probably other games that are more important, but everybody loses interest as things goes along because it's not their team. Baseball, people stop losing interest, and whenever it's the World Series, they're like, my team's not in it. Basketball's the same way.
Is that because, I think...
But with NFL
still be
playoffs,
the highest rate.
You'll watch every NFL playoff game.
This will still be the highest rated college football game
Except
of the year.
Except for the Peacock one.
But is it just because of the social aspect that the Super Bowl became? Like,
maybe.
I don't know that many people who are like, I got to watch the college football playoff championship tonight because I got to see the halftime show or the commercials or.
It's
like,
on a Monday.
Oh, there is a halftime show this year?
So there have been years where they do, years where they don't. They've been trying to make it more of an entire entertainment product. Like I know in Atlanta a couple years ago they had Kendrick Lamar at halftime.
So the bands don't do halftime at this game?
If
I don't
so,
know.
I'm guessing they don't televise that as part of
And
their.
who's doing this
Could be
year?
pregame stuff. The halftime, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, to Corey's point, exactly. Whereas I feel like every Super Bowl halftime show, it gets announced ahead of time. People are getting fired up.
Do you know who this year's is for
Taylor Swift?
You just assume that because of her.
That's
like,
fair. I
the
probably,
power she's had this year.
I probably would assume that
Is
as
it
well.
Usher?
All right.
It
It is Usher, yeah.
Usher. Are you sticking with Michigan to win tonight? Who you got?
I'm changing it to Washington. I think, and look, this is the best receivers in the country versus some of the best corners in the country on Michigan. This is a Joe Moore amazing offensive line versus a very, very physical defensive line at Michigan. I just think Penix and that attack is going to be too much for Washington or for Michigan. I'm going Huskies 35, Wolverines 31.
Mike, it'll be both bands at the halftime show. So
yeah,
I like that just because most players on Washington have already 70 games of college experience.
Penix only has like 50 something.
Yeah, because he gets hurt all the time.
A lot,
I will.
That's why he's like an 8th year senior.
Isn't it only fifth?
No, he's sixth.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I will take Washington as well.
It's
Like
hey,
Mike said,
if
it's
you
an
go
NFL
down
team.
that roster, they have, I think, 7 6-year starters and like 7 5th-year starters. I don't think they have a person besides their. If I'm right about this, you'll know this. I think their center is their only player who hasn't had 4 years of college experience that starts on their whole team.
Yeah, and this year, this is a year for Washington to win it too. I mean, obviously they're in the title game, but like a lot of this talent's going to leave. They're either going to graduate because they're all 50 years old, as Mike is insinuating, or they're going to leave early.
Michigan's going to run into the kind of that problem.
very focused on their education.
Michigan's more likely
They've all got their
to-
master's degree already.
Going for the PhD. Michigan's more likely to get more talent in, I think, just as a bluer blood than Washington is.
Like a new head coach.
And Washington
Maybe.
has purple blood.
We're the KNC masterpiece right
Purple Rain.
here
They bleed purple.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Just like you bleed blue.
We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Good. Let me ask you this. If in the days where you had to write everything by hand and you weren't doing computers and stuff, if your shoulder came out of socket like Stephon Gilmore, do you think you would just tell one of your fellow writers to just pop it back in and you'd be good to go just like Stephon Gilmore?
Absolutely. And be good to go the next week, too.
I have to admit.
Why you're acting like this is a big deal.
You're saying you just want to leave your shoulder out of socket?
Yeah. Why would you do that, Kevin?
I've always been amazed by the people that can do that.
Yeah.
And then Stephon immediately was like, yeah, no, I should be good to go next week, because I have to admit, that was my primary concern coming out of this game, is how hurt is he? And then correct me if I'm wrong, Mick, but it sure did sound like Gilmore's like, yeah, no, I'm good.
No, and I was told that, he should be able to go. What they do, a lot of times, they just put a harness on it to make sure it doesn't slip out. Because once it slips out, obviously the ligament is stretched, right? And so to protect it from doing it again, they have some sort of harness they can put on it to keep it in place.
Yeah.
He may need something.
Is there swelling or anything to deal with?
Depends on how bad the dislocation is.
Okay.
But yeah, no. I was told when I asked, it was like, he should be able to go.
No big
so
deal.
We'll see. Yeah. It's no big deal to the rest of us.
Yeah.
To him, maybe so. But yeah, that was unfortunate. But it's not like I don't know. There were some other injuries that were pretty significant yesterday, weren't there?
True.
For playoff teams.
True.
Detroit, the tight end.
Yeah, Laporta.
Philadelphia, perhaps.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
Philadelphia's brains hurt right now.
I
So is
think
their
you're
heart. Their
exactly
heart's
right.
broken.
Yeah. I think you're right.
When it comes to the game yesterday, Mick, we were having this discussion about 5 minutes into the second quarter, 10 minutes into the second quarter. Were you thinking, I can't believe that this is this competitive a game so far?
Somewhat, but it was like, okay, they got two fluky plays and they scored 10 points. And if you think about it, if it wasn't for those two fluky plays, it's a shutout, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I told you 30-0. They broke my heart.
It was 31-0 after 10-7.
Yeah, right.
So you got that right after you take out the
What
first
an interesting
25
point.
minutes.
Yeah, good job.
I mean, they missed the block on the edge, right?
Yep.
And they blocked the field goal, and then a tip ball at the line of scrimmage ends up being an interception to set up the touchdown first, and then the field goal. Other than that, they only gained 180 yards. I mean, they were awful, and the Cowboys did what they should have done to that team, right?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for those two plays, they shut them out. They ended up gaining like 440 yards. It was the second most this year, and the only teams that gained less than the 180 yards that Washington did was the Giants twice, 171 and 172. So, yeah, when you're playing a team that's going to lose 8 straight, the coach is going to get fired before the rest of us woke up this morning, and they're 4-13, you should beat them that bad. And it finally, played out. And sometimes that's why they play 4 quarters in the NFL.
When they end the season that way, this just feel different to you? Heading into the playoffs?
Well, I think
this
it's
team
good.
Feel different?
I think it's good that you won 2 straight, right? You don't want to go in the playoffs and haven't gotten beat, and I think they feel good about themselves. But for all the things that they did from a statistical standpoint, and the fact that they won the NFC East for the second time in 3 years, the thing I was most impressed about is there was no huge celebration. When they came into the locker room, it was just kind of a couple of hugs. I didn't hear anybody say, "How about those Cowboys?" Right? They weren't playing music and celebrating and loud laughter. They did what they expected to do, and I thought that was a good emotional response to doing that. It's like, okay, this was our goal, and we accomplished it, but we got bigger things that we want to do. So this was just the first step. Somebody had asked me before the game when some people on the charter, and they go, "Have you ever been on the charter when they clinched the division crown? What was the celebration like?" And I was trying to think, well, I know I was on it when they lost it in the final game. But after a little bit of talking I could hear in the background while I was working, everybody went to sleep. It was like, okay, we did what we were supposed to do, and I think that was a good way to respond. There was no, everybody got mad at the Rangers for celebrating, right?
We were.
I was just,
yeah,
I just, yes, yeah. The Astros, they shared a nice champagne toast,
yeah, and
so moved on about their
yeah,
business.
And this was just okay. We won, but we got bigger fish to fry, and I thought that was a good response from an emotional standpoint, knowing that that's just the first step.
I understand that the Commanders' defensive line has gone through a lot of personnel changes, both with trades and injuries. But I got to admit, man, I thought the Cowboys' offensive line did a heck of a job, and I thought Bass and Hoffman held up.
Well, and you almost forgot they were in there, right?
Yep. Yes.
Which is a great thing,
yes.
Right? And so Dak doesn't get sacked, right? And it's been a while since that took place.
And some of those plays, it felt like he had forever to throw the ball.
And the other thing is he didn't run the ball once. And usually when he's running of late, it's because he's trying to save from getting a sack, right? Nobody's open, I got to go. He didn't even have to run the ball. And as Tyler Biotish told me after the game, he said, yeah, we didn't blink. And the other thing is they didn't really change their mode of attack. They kind of kept running what they had planned to run. It wasn't like, they were having to keep the running back in or keep two tight ends all the time to try to help those guys out. They came in and did their job, and especially Hoffman, who didn't find out he was gonna have to start until right before they had to do the inactives, because early, we had gotten an email and it said, Zach Martin is still ill, but he's gonna play. And I saw him come out and, maybe 2.5 hours before the game, and he was going through his stretching and everything that he normally does. But I thought it was kind of weird because it wasn't raining. He had his hoodie on, and it was tied up, and you can barely see his face, right? And I'm going, he must be, really suffering. And someone told me, yeah, it got bad. He said he was almost green. They said, I know, exaggeration, right? But he wasn't feeling really well. So it's like, hey, Brock, you're up, and I think that, the good thing is he probably got practice during the week when they rushed Zach, and TJ Bass was, working on the left side in place of Tyler Smith. So they were prepared, and they went out and performed. And I thought that was one of the more impressive things. And there was a lot of impressive things with Dak's 4 touchdowns, 2 to CeeDee Lamb, and the defense playing as well as it did. But the fact that they held together on the offensive line was encouraging, and maybe encouraging going forward, knowing that maybe you're developing some future starting offensive linemen on the cheap.
Yeah, that's a nice addition to what you're doing there. So is Deron Bland Defensive Player of the Year, adding that last interception?
Yeah, that would be somewhat of an upset, right? Because he doesn't have any sacks.
Yeah,
we know how that goes. So, but it was still that might have been his best interception, right?
So nice.
He had to twist, turn.
He played
dive.
receiver on that one.
Yeah, and he ended up catching the ball on top of it. So, yeah, that one was pretty impressive. I know the ball was a little bit underthrown, but once again, they got pressure on the quarterback. They had 4 sacks, right? And that was the first time in 5 games they've had more than 1 sack. And so that certainly helped out. And, the hits on the quarterback start taking toll too. And once again, DeMarcus Lawrence ruined that one possession, right?
You'd love to see it.
Yeah. And so a lot of that stuff, bodes well going forward. And not because the numbers were impressive or who they did it against. They just did what they should have done and scored, 38 points against a bad team. A team that was missing personnel. But again, we can go back and say, well, the Cowboys had 2 starting offensive linemen, 1 a Pro Bowler, 1 maybe a future Pro Bowler, not in the game.
Was there, from that perspective then, was there anything else? Because we brought up Tony Pollard a little bit earlier. Was there anything else in that game that you really wanted to see that you did see going into the playoffs?
I thought they ran the ball decently, right? 131 yards, and they held Washington, and I'm sure they came in thinking they were going to run the ball to 50 yards rushing. So I thought that was impressive. Somebody mentioned to me before the game that they don't win on grass. It's like, okay, 1 on grass, 1 on the road, although it really wasn't the road because they said, I think they listed the attendance at 63,000+. And I'm going, I don't know if there was that many people. And if there was 60,000, it seemed like 40,000 Cowboy fans because the whole lower bowl was dressed in blue. So I guess it was an away game. You had to travel. But from a crowd standpoint, it was a pro-Cowboys crowd.
Do you feel like it'll be interesting next year when Chris Mullins and Tim Hardaway are the coaches for the Washington Commanders?
That is not what they're doing, Mike.
Steve Kerr.
Mitch Richmond?
That's good.
Rick Barry?
No, they're not going to hire a basketball person just because I realize it's weird that they brought in a basketball person to help with the search.
Right. And it's basically a search committee, right?
Yes.
With Magic Johnson and Bob Myers, right?
Right.
Yes, Mike is convinced
Maybe
that
Phil Jackson.
Hey, you know what, though? I've got to give him this. With the new owner, Harris, is that his last name?
Yes.
I saw some minor tweaks that were improvement, like, and this may not sound like great to you guys, but when you're there and you've got a bad angle to watch the game and you're not high, they actually finally took the scoreboard off their video board and had a stationary one above it. So you could always see what the time was and the down and distance instead of them advertising on the video board, and the scoreboard used to go away. So not a big thing, but it was one of the first things I noticed. And then even the food in the press box was like 100% better than what it has been for all those years.
Oh, so now we get the real agenda from
So I'm saying this new owner, he's got it going, right?
Give us a good spread.
They even replaced they even replaced the floor in the bathroom in the press box too, and it looked like it was wooden, right? It was the fake whatever those things are, right?
Laminate.
Yeah, laminate. But it was certainly better than old crusty tile they had in there. So I just noticed some improvements.
KNC Masterpiece are contractors.
I love it. This is awesome. That's great stuff, Mick.
Excellent insight about topics we didn't even know we needed the insight
So
on.
if he can do that stuff, I bet he can hire somebody to be the head coach.
Okay, we will look forward to that.
Don
Alrighty,
Nelson.
guys.
It's not going to be a basketball. Okay, see you later, Mickey.
See you
Doc
guys.
Rivers.
Chris Webber, he was the first overall pick.
He called timeout, and they're like, "Oh, wait a minute."
Van Gundy. He's always rumored to be coach.
Maybe. He's available. I don't know what he's doing.
Did you forget for a second this is an audio medium? Because you looked right at Corey and you just shrugged your shoulders and you're like, kind of nodded your head like, I could see that.
I mean, it could be. He threw it out there. I'm not. They're gonna unturn all the stones or something.
Yeah, you're the one trying to knock all these ideas. Mike's the one being open-minded about the possibilities.
Yeah. Maybe it will be a Golden State Warrior, and you're already discounting them.
You know what? That's
according
fine.
to Bobby Belt, they can't be worse than Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Who led Dak to his greatest year ever at quarterback. He's probably going to finish second in MVP voting, despite hating his head coach and disagreeing with every play call.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it the Eagles?
What?
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
First and goal for the Giants. Taylor, option, Barkley gets there for the touchdown. Second of the day for Saquon Barkley.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why is it the Eagles? We can expand beyond that if you want, but I feel like the Philadelphia Eagles are, well, they're the worst in general. But going into the playoffs, they really are the worst.
Okay, what is it that makes you, like, just being like, they're physically not good? They're just not a good football team right now.
Yeah, they were losing 24-0 to the Giants, and Jason Kelsey is like, we've played like effing trash the last
that's true.
6 games.
Yeah, that's very true. Matt Patricia is a miserable defensive coordinator, and it's taking this long for people to figure it out. I don't understand how he still has a job.
He's like the guy that Mike McCarthy brought in that first year.
Yes.
What was his name?
Mike Nolan.
Yeah, Mike Nolan. Everybody who was not that I have tons of 49er fans, but everybody who was a 49ers fan when they brought in Mike Nolan here to Dallas was like, I can't believe you guys have him as your defensive coordinator. Like, he's really bad. And he proved out to be really bad at that job. But with Philadelphia, they get blown out by New York in a very meaningful game. Going into that game, you need to win that game. If you do, you're probably going to be the 3 seed if Washington can beat Dallas. And halfway through the second quarter, it looked like Dallas might lose. I know that the Cowboys, blew them out, but so I look at Philadelphia and I'm going to ask you this question. Obviously, they couldn't win in New York here late in the year. Would they have won if the Cowboys were at New York and the Eagles were at Washington? Do you think the Eagles would have beat those Washington Commanders?
Not the way they're playing.
I don't think so either.
Like the way that Philadelphia is playing right now, they're disorganized on the defensive side of the ball. Their offense is floundering at best, and Jalen Hurts doesn't even look like he wants to be the quarterback of the team right now. Like, the look on his face is just so, I want to say melancholy, but it's even worse than that. He looks like Bill Belichick. You can't tell what he's thinking because it's just so, I don't even want to be here.
Infinite sadness, too?
Yes. Melancholy and the infinite sadness.
Kevin,
yes.
I see you're 50-50 on that game. If Philadelphia had to go to Washington this week.
I can't say either way, but that's kind of a sad reflection, right?
Do they beat anybody in the NFC North right now if they had to go to their building? If they had to go to Chicago, Detroit, Green Bay, or Minnesota, do they beat any of those teams right now?
I think they could maybe beat Minnesota. I feel like Minnesota's another team.
Oh, did you see Nick Mullins' big Brett Favre throw to his tight end? It was like a 45-yard pass down the middle of the field.
If they had to go to, obviously they just lost to Arizona, so we know that's a loss.
Yeah.
They're not beating San Francisco, Seattle, or Los Angeles. They'd lose to all of those teams.
Did they get their 10-1 record and then just decide that's good enough for the playoffs? We'll see y'all then. Is that like
feels like
that's
right?
kind of the way it, and Mike, that maybe that is human nature, is they did good enough and they're like, all right, we'll wait it out.
I
Let's
wonder if they had confidence of, after last year, the confidence of making it to the Super Bowl, coming back with a similar team. I know different. They lost some guys, but they almost fed off of that confidence and that winning of 2022. And as soon as that got broken, as soon as their confidence got shook, are we that good? It went to, we're actually not good. And then I go to the NFC South. Obviously, they're playing Tampa this week. I don't know. I guess they beat Carolina. I would give them a win against Carolina. So we're saying that they're better than maybe the Commanders, who have the second pick, and the Carolina Panthers, who should have the first pick. Those are the two teams in the NFC that, Kevin, you have confidence that they would beat.
I think that's where I'm at, which is crazy.
Which would make them the third worst team. Maybe they do beat Atlanta, how bad they played in the final week of the season if they went to Atlanta. But, I mean, that's how bad they are. They're in the playoffs, and they do have an 11-6 record. But when you start really going, would they beat this team on the road? You go to, I'm confident they would beat Carolina, and I'm pretty sure they would beat Washington, and that's it.
And like you added the injury to the insult yesterday. Jalen Hurts' finger was turned around. They were worried.
That's how I passed out. My son was like, that looked exactly like my finger. And I'm like, I know. That's why I passed out at your basketball game.
A.J. Brown, they were concerned that he might have torn his ACL. Now, I know, like, the follow-up is it doesn't look like that's the case, but they, in addition to not playing well, they ran into injury problems there.
I know when I talk about Ted Lasso and the positivity and everything, but what was Ted Lasso's first and foremost important thing?
Believe.
And that builds in the group of guys in the locker room. Like, that's the most important part. When Mike McCarthy was done yesterday and doing his wrap-up press conferences, that's what he was talking about the most, is how proud he was of what they are in the Cowboys locker room right now and what they've overcome this season. Maybe not the same adversity that Michigan has over this time, but all the things that they've overcome to do what they're doing. And the Eagles locker room is proof that if you don't have a good locker room, things can fall apart very quickly for you. So yeah, man, those dudes right there, they don't look like they want to be playing football right now.
I just want to point out for the record, I'm not saying that I think these two things are related, but apparently social media has a different thought. Is Taylor Swift one of the wankers of the weekend because Travis Kelce doesn't play, breaks his streak of 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons? Is that because of the Taylor Swift effect?
How meaningful do you think it was to Travis Kelce?
Man, I was watching the last minute of that game against the Commanders where they hustled the ball to McLaurin. It feels like it is important.
Well, but I understand. McLaurin has nothing else, right? Like, Kevin, just look at everything that he has no quarterbacks that he ever wants to play with.
Yeah.
He's still there, and from everything we learned, he's still positive about everything. But Travis Kelce has championships, Taylor Swift, State Farm endorsements.
Yeah,
endorsements are important.
COVID and flu commercials.
Yeah, he's got all sorts of endorsements. And so, like, that's where...
How much does COVID and flu pay him?
I don't know. I got to find out, though.
Like, big
I will totally give me all the shots, Big Pharma. So maybe that's, like, I don't know how important another 1,000 yards is to him. But no, man, I don't think it has nothing to do with Taylor Swift.
I still wonder
an Andy Reid decision.
How real their relationship is.
Oh,
they look in love, man.
So you believe it's real? I'm not saying you're right or wrong.
I believe it's a relationship that's happening right now.
Yeah,
I have no clue where it's going to go beyond that. I really have zero clue where it'll go in the next year.
So I think it's more of one for the season, not yesterday, but for the season. I think NFL teams know that they're guarding minor league wide receivers on the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, literally very few of those guys can play in the NFL. I do think Rice is a future number 2 receiver, but right now he's like a number 3, number 4, having to be their number 1. Sky Moore's a complete bust, shouldn't be in the NFL. He's just living off of his draft status. Like, they just have... So I think Travis Kelce, my point is I think a lot of teams said, hey, we don't have to worry about the 3 guys with wide receiver numbers. We just have to worry about Travis Kelce. And then Travis Kelce, I believe, is 34 years old.
I think that is correct.
So he's slowing down. He's getting worse. He's not getting better anymore. He's getting worse. And they don't have to worry about anybody on the field except for him. So I think that's why his numbers are going down more than the Taylor Swift thing.
$5 million off the field endorsements for Travis Kelce with Nike, Bud Light, and State Farm, including the Pfizer as well.
I honestly would have guessed it was more than that. I mean, $5 million is a lot of damn money. I might have guessed it was more than that. Are the Stars
That's it. They're done.
Of the weekend?
What happened?
They lost to Nashville.
They lost to Nashville. This is their 3rd straight loss. All of them have been by 1 goal, and they've been outscored in the last 2 third periods.
So I think a major issue watching a little bit of the Nashville game is Miro is very important to their average defense. Sure. I guess I'll call their defense average, but if you take out Miro and Otter, they're probably one of the, I don't know the NHL well. They have to be one of the 5 worst defenses now in the NHL. Now, I know Otter's coming
I've put him in
back.
at least the bottom 10,
Right.
but I hear you.
So at this point, you start looking at it and you go, how much can they survive these, let's just say, next 5 games? I'm hoping that Otter comes back within those 5 games. And then I'm hoping maybe after 5 more games that Miro comes back, because at this point, you're a bad defensive team. And so I don't know, like how much it's like a survival thing, because hopefully at the end of the year, you're completely healthy with Miro, completely healthy with Otter, and then you make a trade and add an above average defenseman to help you out, because I'm in on this Stars team, but it is worrisome now where you're at health wise and what you're doing defensively.
Yeah, and do you get healthier in the season? A lot of times, no is the answer there. Like maybe they will, but it always feels like once you've gotten that guy back, now somebody else is down for a stretch, and it's gonna hurt you. But can you get everybody healthy by the time of the playoffs? It's going to take a while. Hopefully you can get to that point. But they do need to be a little bit of a tougher mentality defensive team. I would like to see that, but that's something I've been asking for a few years now. So
I feel bad for this fella. I guess kind of this is just the nature of sports. Is Mac Jones go down as one of the wankers of the weekend? He was a healthy scratch in the game yesterday and served as the emergency quarterback. We're still just a few years removed from him looking like he could be the best quarterback out of that entire bunch. Now, not only is that definitely not
he made the
case,
playoffs his rookie year.
Yes, and his card prices were the highest. He was up there in rookie of the year, and now they're like, don't even bother.
He's how much
does he get released in the offseason? They're going to take they have number 3. I do think that I just wonder when they work out the quarterbacks, New England, if that's the team that Chicago works out a deal with for them to go from 3 to 1. It makes sense for Chicago, if they do still believe in Justin Fields, to still get Marvin Harrison Jr. With their pick. And then for New England, they don't have to take the 3rd quarterback in this draft. They get to take the best quarterback, at least according to their scouts.
I'm sure they'll do the thing where they'll try to see if they can shop him for something.
Yeah.
And then inevitably, when that gets to be disappointing, I do wonder.
Maybe it's Trey Lance. Maybe they get did the Cowboys have to give up a 7th round pick? Is that what the Cowboys did for Trey Lance?
I thought it was like a 4th or a 5th, honestly.
I hope it wasn't a 4th.
Okay.
But to your point, I do think that maybe somewhere between a 4th and 7th round pick, and I think 4th would be too high, that a team says, let's trade for Mac Jones to be our backup quarterback, and maybe him being out of that pressure situation to be it didn't work out for Brian Greasy, when he had to take over for John Elway. It obviously didn't work it's almost impossible to take over for a legend and say, you're the guy taking over for the legend of our franchise's history.
Yeah, you want to be the next guy. You want to be the one after that guy.
And nothing against Quincy Carter. Obviously, I don't think he would have been good no matter what. But it's almost impossible to take over for the legend of the organization.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. We're actually going to continue sort of all the sadness involved with Belichick's possible final game with the Patriots. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had...
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
And the Jets hoping to finish off this game as Hall carries again, gets a first down, motoring down the sideline. It's still going, and in for a Jets touchdown. And Breece Hall with the finishing touches.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of sadness involved in that Jets-Patriots game in particular. So let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Mike Ask All the Football Questions starts right now.
Oh, my goodness.
I had this discussion with my wife, and she said a lot of money. The Jets and the Patriots, they say we need people to go to this game. It's going to be snowing, freezing cold, and nobody's ever going to score. If they fly you up there first class, give you a 5-star hotel, but you have to get to the game early and then watch every second of that game. We'll give you Merlino wool socks. We'll try to keep you as warm as possible. We'll give you the Bill Belichick coat and all that.
And I have awesome seats.
You have awesome seats.
And
yeah, I'm seats in a suite.
You guys did. You guys just took all that.
Yeah, I'm taking the
no,
suite.
we
I
still
don't need any money.
Both of us needed $5,000.
$5,000? That sounds like an amazing. I get to stay at a 5-star hotel, get to go to an NFL game.
You don't care about a 5-star hotel.
That's probably
out of every person at the station. You would be like, it's a bed.
But that's why I would check it out for this one time.
Okay, the Patriots paid for this 5-star hotel.
Okay.
So you $5,000?
Yeah, we decided on the number would be $5,000. Like
per person or for y'all as a couple?
Per person. So we get $10,000 to go sit in that horrible weather for 4 hours.
I'll take that too. I guess I should have held out.
You guys though were good with first class plane tickets and 5-star hotel.
Yeah, and a ticket to see the game in the snow. That's cool. I love to do that one time.
All right.
I'm not going to do it every time, though. That's why
but this one time,
I need a roof.
So the Patriots lose to the Jets 17-3. Why does that matter? Well, in the playoffs, it doesn't matter at all. But Bill Belichick now ties the NFL record for most ever losses by a head coach. He's tied with 2 others.
Most ever losses by any head coach?
By an NFL head coach.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, that's impressive.
Who do you think he's tied with?
Tom Landry.
No.
It has to be somebody who's in the Hall of Fame. Don Shula.
Does it? Don Shula, 5th on the list. Tom Landry, 4th on the list. So you're right about that first part. I don't know if you're right about the next part.
Chuck Noll?
Nope.
Is he? So he's not.
Is this guy dead?
Bill Parcells.
Think worse. Think worse coach.
Al Groh.
The dude who coached the Washington team for a long time, who hated Tom Landry. Why am I forgetting his name?
Joe Gibbs?
No, that was before.
Sonny Jurgensen.
What?
He's the quarterback. Vinny.
Otto Graham.
Lombardi. Vince Lombardi.
So when I said think worse, your thought
I
was
don't know.
Vince Lombardi. Jeff Fisher.
Oh, he stinks.
Oh, I didn't even think. See, here's the thing. I just assumed with Jeff Fisher that it would have been like the most middle, where it just put him right in the middle of most losses and most wins, because that's where he is. He's
Who
an
else coached a
800.
long
He's a
time?
500. That's it.
Dan Reeves. So check
Thunder
this
Dan.
out. All
Nobody ever called him Thunder Dan, Mike.
I think so, when he was with the Suns.
Not all Dans are Thunder Dan.
All 3 of them have 165 losses. Dan Reeves won 190 games. Jeff Fisher, 173 games. Bill Belichick, 302 games. So Jeff Fisher would have to come back and go 129-0.
Is Dan Reeves in the Hall of Fame? I think he is.
Okay, so he doesn't have. Well, either way, I wouldn't put him in the class of Jeff Fisher.
Yeah.
But
so, do you consider Jeff Fisher, I guess, longevity, the worst coach in NFL history?
Yeah.
Because usually coaches that are that average or bad don't get to coach for 20 years.
I was going to say the most mediocre coach in all of history.
That
but
I can definitely.
Like nothing against Wade Phillips, but teams figured out pretty quick he shouldn't be a head coach.
Hey.
Love you, Wade, but that was kind of the consensus after he was your head coach for a year or two.
Yeah.
You're like, ooh, he's a great defensive coordinator.
Kind of like after Kevin Costner did The Postman. They said, hey, no more directing for you, buddy. You're just going to act.
Yeah, I don't think I ever even
Remember
saw that.
Waterworld?
I did see that movie.
God, I was like, all I'm doing is looking at water for 3
But
hours.
Bull Durham, Tin Cup,
But he didn't direct those,
Yellowstone,
did he? Or
all
did?
great acting ventures.
Yeah.
Not a great defensive,
didn't wanna show
not a
him.
great head coach,
Yeah.
great defensive
He's the
coordinator.
Belichick, right?
He can't pick out the groceries.
Pick the groceries, and all of a sudden you got old rotten broccoli that smells your house up. And then he's like, yeah, let's make some sauerkraut with that too. And you're just like, sauerkraut and old broccoli is not a good combination. He's like, just watch this Arizona State wide receiver.
Now, I don't know. Those are all fair points. Now, the Patriots that also
Who's
snapped.
the last great Arizona State wide receiver?
I
He's
don't
got
know.
a good point. Like,
Yeah,
I can't
he
think of
drafted him.
one.
He's like, I'm going to fix it.
I guarantee you, if they keep Belichick, he wants the North Carolina quarterback.
I'm sure you're right about that. This broke the Patriots' 15-game winning streak against the Jets. And also, Mike, I think you'll appreciate this. Somebody had a custom-made Patriots hoodie with the number 0, and it said sadness on the back. So all these people in the snowstorm are wearing their jackets. He's got his hoodie that just says sadness, and it sticks out in the crowd yesterday.
Oh, man. Sadness is the worst.
My wife tried to throw out my Wang jersey yesterday.
Oh,
Because
no.
you're talking about like
Come on, Wang.
for Wang Juju. But on the back, she's like, do you need this jersey? And I was like, yes, this is a huge collector's item. Number 16 with the word Wang on the back
Yeah.
is a great jersey to
Are
have.
you sure that's how that conversation went? Are you sure she didn't say something else and you thought the jersey?
She wanted to throw out me?
Let's go from that
She
to...
probably sometimes does.
I'll explain it to you when you're older.
Oh.
All right, let's talk about Gardner Minshew. They lost the battle, but he might have won the war. He earned a $2 million incentive for playing 60% of Indianapolis's, at least 60% of their snaps this year.
And when he signed that deal, neither he nor the Colts thought that he would meet that. They was like, no, we're starting this Anthony Richardson kid. We're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
And then all that fell apart.
Hey, that guy should have caught the ball.
Yes.
It wasn't a
He
good
said he
pass.
felt
Bad
bad.
throw.
It wasn't a good pass, but a catchable pass.
I agree.
Look at go back and look at how many receivers that were targeted and didn't catch in that game. I think it's like 4 or 5 different receivers were targeted and never had a catch in that game. So maybe he just throws an uncatchable ball. Mike's always talk about like guys who throw lots of interceptions, catchable football.
Right.
Maybe Minshew just can't.
Your guy, Jadeveon Clowney, earned a $750,000 bonus for getting to 9.5 sacks this season. Fun fact, he's been at 9 or 9.5 4 times. Never had double-digit sacks in his 10-year career.
Yeah.
What year was he drafted? I feel
2014.
God, he's probably the same age as the Washington players tonight playing
He's
in the
only
championship
30.
game.
Do you know how many all-time career sacks he has, Kevin?
60?
72. Ed Too Tall Jones.
Man, y'all are both way too high.
Oh, no.
51 and a half all-time sacks in his career.
Will Smith.
That's behind. I think I counted it the other day. I think that's still like behind 40 other current defensive ends in the league or something like that. It's just something. I think it's 51 and a half total in his career. 52 my part, sorry.
We had to add this last one.
52
Okay.
and a half,
All
which
right.
is
CeCe Sabathia.
just insane to see how many people have had better careers than him, though he should have. Like, you saw the hit, that one hit in college was like, oh my gosh, this dude's taking over the world. He became the number 1 overall pick. I said you shouldn't do that. That being said,
true.
he has had 52 and a half career sacks.
Now,
Good for him.
Bad
A lot of
news-
money.
Bad news for the Steelers.
They made the playoffs.
They did make the playoffs. I guess it could have been
Why is
worse.
that bad news?
They have to show that quarterback play. Well, I guess Mason Rudolph's their quarterback
That's
now.
right. They are going to be without TJ Watt. He suffered a grade 3 MCL sprain. Looks like it's going to be a multi-week injury, but I know the initial concern, just like it was with AJ Brown, that he might have torn his ACL.
So if you create 2 boys and they are unbelievable defensive players, do they just have to have injury careered? Like the Watts and the Boses. Every time I feel like we discuss them, they are both, the brothers are unbelievable. but it feels like every year they're dealing with major injuries. Like all of them, the Bosas and the Watts. Is that good for Parsons that he doesn't have a brother who's also great at defense?
I guess based on the logic you
Good
just
question.
presented.
Lawrence Taylor didn't have a brother. Well, he might have, but not in the NFL. Reggie White. So I think this is good news for Micah Parsons that he somehow doesn't have a brother also playing at Penn State that's about to be drafted and being awesome. Because if you have another brother who's great at football on defense, that means you guys can't stay healthy.
We will keep track of the situation as it goes on throughout the day, but thus far, the Panthers fired their GM, while the Commanders and Falcons fired their head coach. Those are the biggest personnel moves thus far.
And the Commanders are getting a new GM, and they asked to basically interview every assistant GM and GM out there from what Schefter has posted. Like, they asked for everybody.
This guy on Twitch just said it doesn't have to be just defensive brothers. Who's out for the year for the Dallas Cowboys at cornerback?
Trey
Diggs.
2 brothers. Really good at football.
Has Stephon Diggs ever had injury? I don't think he's ever had injury problems, though. I think he's been pretty much healthy his whole career.
We got the injured brother.
Oh, no. How did that happen?
What?
Kevin, how'd you let this happen?
Was that's your takeaway?
I forgot about the Diggs brothers, but they both don't play defense. But we got the defensive one. If your brother plays offense, he's going to be healthy.
He'll be all right.
So you need to tell your brother if he's great at football too. We both can't play defense because we will both be injured all the time.
Yeah, let's both just play offense instead.
Okay, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Let's go.
I don't think you're being serious about that.
I think my philosophy's good.
Why was there such a long pause between you saying good?
Well, he wanted to say great.
word.
He wanted to say great, and then he decided on good.
Lock solid is what I was thinking in my head, and that didn't sound right to say.
Rock solid's probably the better word because rocks are solid.
So see how I just went with good?
Now, I told you this could have been the case going
Kelce's.
into this final game. Do you remember the quarterback who is the only quarterback in the history of the NFL to lead the league in interceptions and then touchdowns the next year?
Norm Van Brocklin.
It's not Norm Van Brocklin.
That guy that quarterbacked in the 40s that also did that thing that Dak did. Westlake or something. Westwood, whatever his name was.
Bob Waterfield.
Waterman.
What we were looking for. No, not not one of our people here. Bob Waterfield, 1945, led the league in interceptions. Next year, led the league in touchdown passes. Dak has now replicated that, and Bob Waterfield is in the Hall of Fame.
As much as I appreciate that, Kevin, the text is telling us other names. And yes, the Kelceys both play offense. Most of them have been healthy most of their careers.
See?
What about the Sharp brothers?
Oh.
One of them's career ended because of injury.
And don't do an interview,
But they were
right?
offensive guys. Like Cat Williams.
Zach Martin and Nick Martin. His brother has been injured for a lot of his career. So there's a lot going. The Manning brothers, both quarterbacks.
The Ball brothers in basketball.
Yeah, all the balls.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Would you give, if you have 2 boys, would you give all the DNA to one boy if he was great at sports? If he was great at sports, and then all the DNA went to him that was like the positive sports DNA, the gifted traits and the health. And your other son, you're like, you don't have any athleticism, and I guess you're going to be unhealthy, but it doesn't matter because you were never going to make it anyways.
And it doesn't matter to you either? You're going to be unhealthy because you took away all their DNA? I don't know if you understand how that all works.
The good DNA.
Uh-huh.
The RNA?
Coming up next.
Resin?
DNA.
Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President
Oh,
Steve
no,
Jones.
I'll ask him about this. He has a brother.
We'll do. Oh my God, he'll be the shortest interview you've ever heard. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing well. We're doing well. I imagine you are doing well, too. I was curious. Obviously, it felt like a must-win game yesterday. Was there anything that you saw from a play perspective that gave you particular encouragement rolling into the playoffs?
Oh, I just think the guys knew how important it was. I mean, we've given, got ourselves in a great position to be able to play in the final week to win that home field advantage. You get the number 2 seed. Obviously, you always gunning to be the 1 seed, but certainly, to end up where we ended up, getting to play and control our own destiny and, have the chance to ultimately, obviously play the first game at home. And if we can have success, play a second game at home. So, and then we'll see if we can keep going. But certainly I think the team played well for the most part the entire season. I think we're gelling at the right time. I think yesterday we overcame a few mistakes, but we're able to ultimately play very sound football, both sides of the ball. I thought Dak and the offense moved the ball very well throughout the game, other than the one tip pass that got picked. It was a pretty perfect game in terms of how the offense played, and defense the same way. I thought they played well. That Washington team's always going to give you fits when you go to Washington and play. Coach Rivera, wish him nothing but the best. He's one of the really top coaches to coach in this league, and have nothing but respect for him, and he always has his teams prepared, and I just felt like it was a big win for us.
You're talking about the offense. How impressed were you by the offensive line play in this game, and how are we feeling about the potential for Tyler Smith in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it was just a great performance. 2 young guys, college free agents, stepping up. Coach Solari's done an amazing job getting those guys prepared. Jerry and I were talking to him before the game. He had complete confidence, not only in T.J. Bass, but also Hoffman. And, they just stepped up and did a great job. Felt like Dak had time most of the game. And, it's great to know you have those young guys coming in your organization. But certainly feel like, obviously, we'll only get better when you get a Zach Martin who's an all-pro and get Tyler Smith back. The line should be back full force and ready to go to start the playoffs. So feel really good about that, and I feel really good about Tyler being able to play, against the Packers at AT&T Stadium on Sunday afternoon.
I know there's a lot of different areas, Stephen, that you could kind of point to, but what are the biggest areas that you've seen this team evolve and get closer to kind of the ideal team that you guys wanted to see, you and McCarthy wanted to see?
Well, I think the biggest thing yesterday was to see the running game really come around. Thought Tony Pollard had a great game. Thought Rico ran the ball well. Really thought, we played, really sound, well-rounded football in terms of all the phases of offense. Certainly Dak and CT continue to play at a high level. Ferguson making plays as usual out there from the tight end spot, and then, of course, the rest of the receiving corps stepping up and making plays. So, I do think this offense still can get better as we start our playoffs here, and feel really good about it. On the defensive side, I thought we did a good job stopping the run, and certainly had our signature turnover plays. Certainly Bland stepping up again with a big pick there to end the drive for the Commanders. But in general, I just think this team's heading in the right direction.
So, Stephen, I know you just mentioned you play Sunday afternoon against the Green Bay Packers. That game will be broadcast on Fox Television and here on 105.3, your home of the Dallas Cowboys, your division champs, Dallas Cowboys. Are you happy that it's a Sunday? Last year, you guys had the Monday night game, if I recall, against Tampa Bay, which then gave you a short week to get ready for San Francisco. Do you like having Sunday where you get the full week to prepare and then most likely, I'm assuming, a full week for the next game if you guys advance?
Absolutely. We're really pleased with our time slot. Certainly, playing on Fox there, I think they really really wanted to have us as their game. And playing on a Sunday afternoon, I think it gives us, as you said, the full week, a normal week to prepare, and then a normal week again to prepare the next week. So I think it's an optimal spot to play. I think it gives our fans plenty of time to get ready for the game. The 3:25 kick, so they'll have plenty of time to get out to the stadium and get ready to give us that home field advantage. They've been so amazing in terms of the atmosphere they're creating at AT&T Stadium, the comfort that our players and our team have playing at AT&T Stadium. It's certainly a home field advantage for us, and the way it's played out, it's certainly where we play our best football.
Talking to Stephen Jones right here on 105 through the Fan. I know Brandon Aubrey has been incredible. Was there ever
do this.
Did you get nervous for just a second when after the block field goal he clanged one off of the post? Did you get nervous at all after that?
Not at all. I mean, this guy's got the great nervous system. If anything, sometimes it's better to get that one out of the way because I think even, we play the network feed in our suite as well. And I know every time before he kicks, they show up there that he hadn't missed a field goal all year. And you wonder if the jinx is coming. And certainly good to get that one behind us and move on. I would have liked to have seen him get that NFL record, I think, that Vanderjack held of 37 for 37. But, he's just amazing. Coming from the soccer field to, probably ultimately going to be the all-pro kicker this year for the NFL. What a great story. And I know our team does. I know our coaching staff. I know the organization has complete confidence in him that he's going to make the kick when you have to have it. We were laughing there in the box that maybe we just need to back him up to about 50 yards every time. And he seems to kick it even better the further out he gets. But it's an amazing success story and complete confidence in him.
How are you feeling about Gilmore's health here?
Feel really good. I mean, he's the ultimate pro. He knows, how to get himself prepared. Unfortunate that, that shoulder came out, but they were able to get it back in. We certainly had the MRIs this morning and feel like, he should do nothing but improve and be ready to play against the Packers on Sunday.
Kevin thinks that if a shoulder pops out of socket and then they just put it back in and he says he's good to go, that's just the craziest thing in the world. What's the craziest injury that you've seen somebody just go back out on the field and start playing that with?
Well, I've seen some guys with ACLs that they didn't know they had them and they thought they twinged their knee and they go back out and they play and then their knee's unstable. I think Michael Irvin actually did that and figured out, boy, something's not right here. And, the will to want to play, the will that these athletes have to want to compete just amazes me. But, how ready they are to get right back out on the field. Certainly, I know Tyler was doing everything he could to play this week after tearing his plantar fasciitis. But, it's amazing. I'm just amazed. I think, one of the toughest guys we've had through here is Tank Lawrence. And, he just doesn't miss. And he fights through injuries. He's an amazing athlete and has an amazing desire to compete and play at a high level. But hats off to these athletes who play through pain and injury.
Absolutely, man. They're different. They are built different, that's for sure. Now, I did hear Jerry yesterday talk a little bit about like the mentality going into this game and what they did, all the preparation, all the prep work. How much does that change, from regular season to playoff for this week and this week's focus and what these guys have to, where their minds have to be?
I just think everybody knows what's at stake here. It's a single elimination. You win, you move on. You lose, you go home. And I know our guys know what's at stake here. We know, as Dak, I read where Dak wouldn't even put his NFC East championship hat on because his sights and his goals are on a whole lot more than winning the East. So these guys know how important this is. I know it'll be preparation as usual, but the intensity and the focus, I think it'll be undeniable as you move around out there around the Star this week, certainly our guys are focused. Mike and his staff have them focused, and I expect us to play at a high level.
That was his specific quote after the game. He goes, "I'm looking for something a little bit more," which I really, really like. Did you guys consider quarantining Zach Martin so we could be done with this illness that seems to have been going around this team for like 3 weeks now? Y'all have had people that have gotten knocked out or knocked down with that illness.
Well, it's it has moved through the locker room. Hopefully, it's coming to a close. We offered up to if we needed to keep Zach away from the team to have a plane fly Zach home solo, but I think he probably got through, unfortunately, the rough part of it, earlier that day, and throughout the game. Hopefully, he was getting a lot better, which he was. Once they were able to get him the proper meds and the things he needed to get well. So hopefully, we're going to put that in the rear view mirror. That was unfortunate. No one wanted to play that game more than him. We've had players, as you said, their mental toughness is supreme. I mean, certainly Micah played with a flu bug. His had started to look, the day before on a Saturday, and, these things do get better, and he was able to get out there and give an amazing effort to play. And I know Zach was wanting to do the same thing, but unfortunately his was going the other direction, and just didn't feel like it was in his best interest or our best interest for him to be out there.
Cowboys fans are stoked today after a dominating victory, the NFC East title. Y'all have now had 3 straight 12-5 seasons. All of those are super positive things. But the other side of it is, does that mean anything without the matching playoff success?
Well, everybody knows that's what we want to accomplish. And I think that was reading between the lines. That's what Dak was certainly has his eye on, his success in the playoffs. And, we got a little taste of it last year when we beat the Bucs, but not near enough. And I know what our guys have their eyes on. The organization has its eyes on, and that's to be world champions. But it's one game at a time. We got to start with the Packers. Certainly, Mike's playing against his old team, and that'll have certainly some spiciness to it, if you will. But it's one game at a time. This Love playing for the Packers, playing quarterback there, has had an amazing first year as a starter, and we're going to have our hands full. So we got to be prepared. We got to go out and execute and play if we want to win.
And appreciate the time as always, and hopefully we're continuing this journey next week as well.
Hey, great being on, guys, and look forward to a big week.
There you go. Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right there. 2 things, Corey. They think Gilmore is going to be good to go in this offensive line, full force and ready to go for the start of the playoffs.
It sounds like they feel pretty confident in their backup offensive line right now, at least in those guard spots. They feel like they got the work done there for potential future. Wow.
And Dak wants to win.
Dak did the Dirk, right? He did the Dirk where he was just like, I don't want that trophy. I have one of those trophies.
And if you're curious, tickets.
They give trophies out for that?
Well, I mean, it was a hat, but even still, it's
like a trophy.
Detroit hung a banner up for
it,
dude.
If they would have spelt it backwards and upside down, he would have worn it.
He would have worn it.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Sacks it.
Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who gets a tip of your cap after a blowout return to form? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Bulletin Dallas. It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Prescott under center, play fake, boot to the right, throws it to the right side of the end zone. Tolbert, a nice step inside the defender, and Jalen Tolbert caught it for the Cowboys touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the world champion Texas Rangers and NFC East Divisional champ Dallas Cowboys. Playoff tickets for Cowboys-Packers will go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m., and they want everyone to wear white for the game. So tomorrow, 10 a.m. for tickets, or you could go to Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday in Frisco off of Preston, register to win a pair of free Cowboys-Packers playoff tickets.
Why is there a specific reason white? Are they going with white jerseys and that's why? Like, is that the
new start?
Okay.
Purity.
All right.
Guys, it's time for... I feel like they could go with white or navy blue. You had a 50% chance of getting that one right.
Okay.
There's still going to be people wanting to wear their navy blue jerseys.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I agree
or
with
that don't have a white jersey, and they're like, I'm going with the navy blue.
I remember they wanted the same thing when I went to the Cowboys-Seahawks playoff game.
Okay.
In 2018, we were supposed to wear white there, and it worked out perfectly.
I don't think
What happened in that game?
Cowboys won.
In your face, Kevin.
Then they went to the Rams and gave up 750 rushing yards and lost.
This day and for all times, what I will remember the most about that game is I'm sitting right next to Mike watching that game. First play, the Rams run for 9 yards. He looks at me and he goes, "We're going to lose."
Yeah, and they did. So
first play. All right, Dallas Cowboys.
I'm pretty funny.
Thank you notes. 877-881-1053. Who deserves a tip of your cap after yesterday's performance? Actually, if we can, wanted to throw it to cut number 2 because this individual not only forced the fumble, he recovered it as well.
Howell under center. He's going to give the ball to Robinson, plowing up the middle. Crosses the 30 as the 31.
Cowboys say they got the football.
The Cowboys do say they got the football, and I'm waiting for somebody in stripes or polka dots to say they've got the football. Everybody else is wearing solid.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by Dallas. First down.
It's a fumble.
Wow.
Hold on, Alec.
That's the middle child in the Brady bunch.
Thank you,
when it's time to change. Then it's time to change.
For calling him out.
He sounds like me. Can you play that announcement from the official one more time and Brad Sham making fun of him?
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by Dallas. First down.
It's a fumble.
Wow. That's
awesome.
That's good stuff.
I would like to thank the Cowboys last year for sitting out the last game of the year because it didn't mean anything. And for Washington to go, man, this Sam Howell's good against a minor league football team.
Yeah.
Let's go with him for a whole season.
Not a bad
So
point
I would
there.
like to thank last year's Dallas Cowboys for sitting out so Washington could have a non-NFL starting quarterback for a whole season.
It was the long game. They were playing the long
Like,
game.
if we have to play him again next year at the end of the year, we'd love for Sam Howell to play against a real NFL team.
Yeah.
From the 915, thank you to the Cowboys for not leaving the NFC East title in the hands of the Giants. Way to get the job done. It was weird watching that score when it got to 24-0, and I'm thinking, All right, well, I guess we'll win the division either way, but this is not how you want to go into the playoffs, I would assume.
Yeah, and they're right. I don't want to leave it in the hands of the Giants. Like there's no reason that they needed to do that for anybody other than like their emotional support system.
From the 806, thank you to TJ Bass and Hoffman for the depth. Also, Hoffman's got some nastiness. He was finishing blocks all game.
Yeah, I feel like he was one of the reasons for a fight. Maybe it was with Sam Williams in training camp. He was one of those reasons because he was kind of one of those nasty after the play kind of guys. So yeah, maybe that's one of those cases there. I'd like to send a thank you note out to Tony Pollard. The catch that he made in the first quarter I thought was awesome. And I know like everybody is really kind of worked up about how many yards per carry he has and everything. And I know he's part of the game plan. I know what he's done as a pass blocker, and that's been a very big part of his game this year, especially since the Cowboys said, hey, the best way for us to get this game done with quickly is come out here and throw. And they did. Like, they decided they were just going to throw. But that catch that he made, he went up and grabbed it out of the air and came down with it, and I thought it was great. And I'd like for him to continue being part of that because we know what he is as a receiver. Even Jerry Jones told us when we talked with him the other day, hey, I actually am a little bit surprised that he hasn't been more of a combatant in the receiving game. So I hope that that's something they can add to this. But thanks, Tony Pollard, for putting that out there yesterday.
From the 903, I hadn't really considered this. Thank you, Carson Wentz, for helping facilitate the result of Rams 49ers yesterday, I'm assuming. So you get the Packers instead of the Rams, and now I guess you wouldn't play the Rams until the NFC Championship if you got to that point, and then that would be a home game.
Okay, so there are people out there that are scared of all the other opponents, is what you're saying, Kevin.
I'm scared of the 49ers, but that's the only one in the NFC.
Okay.
All the other ones, Cowboys beat. Cowboys are going the NFC Championship game for the first time since I was a senior in high school.
1995. I want to thank Deron Bland again for not only getting that pick, but now leading the league in interceptions. Good job by him.
Yeah.
He'll still finish 4th or 5th, maybe in defensive
in interceptions?
Defensive player of the year, but still impressive. Is Micah about to finish 2nd for the 3rd straight year to 3 different people?
Who's he losing it to? Miles?
Myles Garrett, I would assume.
It stinks. But all people care about is sacks. That's the only thing they care about.
Yeah.
Not the other stuff that comes along with it.
Myles Garrett had a better year than Deron Bland.
Oh, but what about Mike? But also, like, clearly better than Micah?
No, very close. I think that, unfortunately, it'll probably go to Myles Garrett. But I think we're going to finish 2nd in Defensive Player of the Year and 2nd in MVP. And I shouldn't say we. I didn't do it. But Dak will finish probably 2nd in MVP voting. And there'll be a wide margin there. But he's going to finish 2nd. And then you'll get 2nd in Defensive Player of the Year. Now, let me ask this question, because here's my thank you note and then a question. Thank you note to CeeDee Lamb. Like, maybe you are the best receiver in football. Maybe you are. Do you think that yesterday's game, did he end up with 12 for 90 and 2 touchdowns?
I thought he had
13.
13.
On 13 targets.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. Go look at it. It was 13 on 13.
Do you think he did enough / McCaffrey and Hill did not enough the last 3 or 4 weeks of the year that maybe CeeDee Lamb would be Offensive Player of the Year?
Let me see. What do you value more? Because if you're just looking at CD and Tyreek, because before the Dolphins game started, CeeDee Lamb was on track to win the Triple Crown for receiving. That would have given him the award. But Tyreek Hill has 50 yards more and 1 touchdown more. CeeDee Lamb has 16 receptions more. So just like position for position, what do you value more? What makes it more impressive?
Yards after
One
catch.
won the division and the other sitting there as a wild card team.
That is true.
That shouldn't be just the only reason, but I was just trying to make a better case.
Ahead of Tyreek after yards after
Yeah,
catch,
he is,
too.
Kevin. That's why I went with that number.
I
Or
get
that stat.
the start of the year, right? The first 5 games, especially after the San Francisco game, there was no way CeeDee Lamb was going to be in this conversation.
Yes.
And Tyreek Hill had blown everybody out of the water at that point, that everybody just assumed we had the conversation. He didn't get there, right? Tyreek did not get to 2,000 yards. we thought he probably would with about 4 to 5 games to go is when we had that conversation.
The last 5 games, he didn't have 100 yards receiving.
So I'm just wondering how much does that first impression carry over? I'm not saying that Tyreek Hill doesn't deserve it, but I do think if CeeDee Lamb won this award, he's deserving of it.
I would still guess McCaffrey. Like, all that being said,
okay.
I'm not trying to take away from CeeDee Lamb because clearly he's been incredible this year. But I still think McCaffrey, because what they usually like to do is consolation prize for not winning MVP, right? And CeeDee Lamb hasn't been in that conversation, whereas Christian McCaffrey has. So I think he'll win Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about McCaffrey. I wasn't considering him because I was just thinking about the race with Tyreek Hill so much. But
I know Steven said he wasn't concerned about it, but thank you note to Brandon Aubrey for making that late 50-yard field goal. Because
why? I
was having Brett Maher flashbacks.
So all what he did all season long doesn't matter to you.
How good was Brett Maher before the end of the year last year? I know he wasn't perfect, but he was pretty darn good.
I mean, he was kicking butt last year, remember?
And then he was kicking.
No, remember he was kicking, like, in the San Francisco game. He kicked the ball and it went to a guy's butt.
I'm not saying they would have done anything, but if he would have completely shanked that 50-yard field goal, you wouldn't have been like, oh, crap.
I would have said it. Obviously, it's that crappy stadium. It's Washington.
With their stupid turf. And
and the way that the whole, and that stupid mascot they have and everything, yeah.
Would you rather be 7 yards away from a field goal kicker kicking that big football into your butt? Or would you rather be playing tennis with, I'm just throwing out a name here, Serena Williams, and she serves the ball. So it's a smaller ball, but this happens in tennis, not a lot, but a little bit in doubles. She misserves it and smokes you in the butt with the tennis ball.
Corey,
so what would
how am I turned around butt to her?
Because you're playing
because
doubles.
you're playing doubles with her.
Oh, okay,
That's how sometimes your teammate accidentally hits you in the butt in those two sports. So I'm just wondering which one, if you had like a wheel of misfortune, you either have a professional tennis player, I don't know, from 25 feet away?
Not very far away, yeah.
And then you have a professional football kicker from 7 yards away smoke you with a football.
I'm going to go, I don't know if I'm right about this, okay? I really don't. I feel like surface area ends up taking more of the hit off of me, so I feel like football is going to hurt less. Now, I don't know about this. I might be wrong. If I get hit with the point of the ball, it's probably definitely going to hurt, especially in certain areas, like right between, that area we call the lup. It's right between the butt and the thigh. It's the lup.
What does that?
Don't worry about that, man.
I'm seriously asking.
Don't worry about that.
Groin area?
No, it's like where your butt meets your thigh. On the backside, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
So that spot right there is kind of sensitive.
Women like that part hanging out of swimsuits.
But I feel like the tennis ball, when that hits, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. In
I think
that
I'd
one
rather
spot.
have the football too.
Yeah, I think I want more space.
I'm sorry, I've gotten really distracted trying to look up what that means.
It's a saying a friend of mine, right after high school that I knew, used to say. He used to call that the lup and the dupe was something else. Okay. So don't worry about it.
What'd you call me?
I've heard the fupa, but
no. Oh my gosh,
that's the front.
You
part
cannot say that. Kevin.
Can you not?
No.
Really?
Are you sure?
No.
All right. I want to.
Don't say it again.
No.
I just want to push it just for fun.
It's too late now.
Sharif's been pushing it for fun.
I want to give a thank you note to Peyton Hendershot, not only for the punt block, but also for jumping jumping over somebody.
That was good.
I know Greg Olson hates fun and thinks you should stay on the
Why
ground.
does he hate fun?
He says that every time. When Ferguson does it, when Hendershot did it, he was like, "Stay on the ground."
Why?
I think it's neat.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
I thank Jordan Lewis. I know earlier on that play, Kevin, we heard the.
Oh, it's because did Samuel catch the ball and jump for no reason? Is that you're talking about Greg Olson?
No.
His foot landed out of bounds.
That is true. That did happen. But no, when Hendershot did his leap, he's like, stop doing that. Stay on the ground.
Okay.
Because he hates fun.
I mean, he got a block punt. I'm happy about that.
Yes,
I do think you find out who chest catchers are when the ball is thrown at your face, and you have to jump in the air to make sure your chest catches the ball. You can catch it with your hands. It's literally right at your face. And I don't know how to do that. I like catching it like a baby 3-year-old.
I would like to go back and thank
That's how
Jordan Lewis
3-year-olds
some more.
catch it.
because Jordan Lewis has had these moments this season where he was called upon to take on this role, right? To take on what might be one of the more difficult positions on the defensive side of the ball, and being a slot corner and having to, all these guys can go different directions and do all this stuff. But he's never hesitated to be a dude that will put his nose in there and make a play, try to get the football. I've always appreciated that about his desire to, I guess, not make business decisions. Sometimes it does, end up hurting him, but he gets the fumble, and I think he's got one of those attitudes that I just kind of like having around on the defensive side of the ball.
I was going to throw out a thank you note to Micah Parsons as well for getting sack number 14. Remember, his first year, 13. Last year, 13 and a half. And he picked up another sack, and he was like, I just don't want to be stuck on 13, and he got up to 14.
Isn't he on the edge of getting a personal foul call for being upset about the possible holdings against him?
He goes in on those refs a lot.
I'm really hoping that it doesn't happen in a big situation, because now you're in do or die games, and a 15-yard swing where you get mad and you get mad at the person holding you and you take a swing at them, and that might eject you from the game. So I'm feeling like thank you also to Micah Parsons. Unbelievable. One of the best players in the NFL. He seems to be in the last 3 to 4 weeks on the verge of getting a unsportsmanlike conduct, whether yelling at the ref or whether getting in a fight with the guy blocking him. And we just saw how 94 Ride That Pony Randy Gregory screwed us over in playoff games, because he's like, I don't care about winning. I only care about myself. And I'm not saying that's Micah Parsons, but now in these playoff games, I understand you need to plead your case at times to the ref. If this guy does this again, you have to call it. It's not fair. But I'm just hoping that he doesn't lose his temper or cool with the person holding him and throw a punch at the guy.
Yeah.
Or it's a big second down play, and then all of a sudden it's a first down and it carries into a touchdown, and then we're mad at Micah Parsons, our best player on our team, because he lost his cool in a playoff game.
I think it's a fair point, and I understand people are like, yeah, but he's not getting the penalty call. I get that, but I don't know if this is the way you're going to change the ref's mind, and I'm a little worried about that, because he's been getting more and more frustrated. I understand why, but I want to avoid that.
Did you notice how it actually did work out well in this Washington game? The next play, after they had to break up Micah Parsons and Shlomo Glickstein on the other team, I don't know his name, is the next play, Washington, was it against Brooks, where the guy kind of led with his helmet?
Oh, yeah, and it looked like he might have tiny grazed him.
And I'm not sure. That just looked like a football play, but I think the refs were trying to send a message to both teams. This game's out of hand, as in the score. You guys don't care. Your season's over. This team is just trying to get this game over with so they can get to the playoffs. We're going to throw a little bit of a BS flag here to try to settle both teams down, going, we'll throw a flag the rest of the game for unsportsmanlike if it looks like you guys are going to try to take cheap shots. And so it worked out well in that case for Micah, but I'm just getting a little bit concerned that we're going to have an unfortunate penalty against him for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Piggybacking off of Micah, the individual, the defense in general they lead the league in pressure rate, 43.3%, which is absolutely amazing. But it had just one sack in each of their last, I think it's 4 or 5 games, which is a third fewest in the league, ahead of just Washington and Arizona. So not the company you want to be in, but 4 sacks yesterday. I thought it was impressive that not only were they getting pressure, they were finishing those pressure plays off.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Now, it's expected against Washington.
That's fair.
I would now do it against Green Bay. That's where you go make that statement now against Green Bay. Maybe you get the holding calls this week.
Man, if they start getting those holding calls, holy moly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so this should be fun. If you are a Rangers and Cowboys fan, obviously we're the home of the world champion Texas Rangers. We are home of now the East Division winning Dallas Cowboys this year. So this is a good year right now for us. It's a good year for you, the Tolo. It's a good year for hopefully Dallas sports in general come playoff time. So we're getting ready now for a new playoff run, and we just got the most magical playoff run in 12 years in DFW since the 2011 Dallas Mavericks, the 2023 Texas Rangers. I cried this morning, and here's Alec, what I cried about.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Seager. A swing and a high drive, well hit right field. That has hit a mile. That ball is history. A mammoth home run for Corey Seager into the upper deck. And the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
That was Game 7 in Houston against the Astros. So this morning I got on my Peloton, and I knew I didn't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to kind of get about a 10 to 15 minute ride in before I had to come to work. And on YouTube, they have a condensed version of all the playoff games the Rangers played in. So this morning, I decided to get ready somewhat for the Dallas Cowboys. This might sound a little bit weird, but follow me, Rangers and Cowboy fans, because I'm going to ask something of you. I decided to watch Game 7 of the Astros and Rangers. And you know what's interesting is it was just a few months ago, Corey, but it's amazing how much you forget about each individual game, what happened in each individual game, and the nervousness, the excitement, the emotions all got brought back to that Game 7 in Houston.
Yeah, you're living in that moment, and you get really excited about a play, but you're still nervous that anything could change this game at any moment. Not until it's over with am I going to think that it's done.
Yeah, and so I want that feeling again, right? And so Cowboy fans, hopefully you're also Ranger fans. I know that there's some of you that only like football and it's the only sport you like. God bless you. I'm not saying you should like other sports. But there's a majority of people listening right now who are also Ranger and Cowboy fans.
There are about 700,000 Rangers fans for sure, at least, that we saw.
True. So here is my challenge to Kevin, Corey, Alec, Carter, all the Tolos. I'm going to do this every day, and maybe I'll post on Twitter. I try honestly not to post on Twitter anymore. I still look at Twitter. I just don't post on there.
Right.
I challenge you to get ready for this Cowboys run, which I think they're going to go to the NFC Championship game. So I think we're going to have a good 2 to 3 week stretch of football, and hopefully it's 5 weeks. But here we go. I challenge you to watch a Rangers condensed playoff game on YouTube. They're approximately 10 minutes long. So this Game 7, I believe, was 10 minutes and change. You can go to a World Series game, but that feeling that we had that we're chasing again, that October feeling and that November 1st feeling, go back and spend 10 minutes a day choosing a Rangers playoff game, whether it's against Tampa, Baltimore, Houston, Arizona, and watch it. And I want you to tag KNC Masterpiece, 1053 The Fan, and you can tag me if you'd like, and I'll retweet it, I'll like it. But that feeling that we had in October and November 1st, we're hoping to have that feeling here in January/February of 2024 with the Dallas Cowboys. So in a weird way, I'm challenging you Tolos, especially that like both sports. Watch a game a day or at night whenever you have that 10 to 15 minutes to watch a condensed version of a Rangers playoff game, and then post it on Twitter to us, 1053 The Fan, us, KNC Masterpiece, and we'll retweet it, we'll like it, and so pick a game a night. It could be a loss. I'm probably this week going to watch Game 5 against the Astros. That's the greatest baseball game I've ever been to and watched as a fan. I get the ending was miserable and how much it hurt, but the emotions of that game was one of the most amazing emotional experiences I've ever had at any sporting event as a fan.
And they came back and won back-to-back.
Yeah.
They scored 20 runs in the next 2 games after
So
that.
I'm going to Twitch. What do the Tolos on the on the
Truckwreck.com.
Truckwreck.com fan text, what do they think about this idea of every day just watching one 10 to 15 minute condensed version of a Rangers playoff game to get you ready for the Dallas Cowboys playoff run?
From the 806, I watch Rangers highlights from their playoff run almost every day. I can't get enough. I'm already getting butterflies from the 214. From the 817, oh, easy. I've already watched the full broadcast of Game 5 for Arizona at least a dozen times. And I think a lot of people are like, I was like, okay, I want to go watch a closeout game. And then I looked, they didn't win a closeout game by less than 5 runs. 7-1, 7-1, 11-4, 5-0. They blew out teams whenever it was time to send them home, and they did it like in a very good fashion. So I'm kind of want to watch something a little closer, but I do want to relive that feeling. It's probably an Astros game that I really, because the hatred that goes in it, and I want to hate Green Bay because I'm tired of Green Bay's crap, and all that stuff. So I kind of want that vitriol to be rocking with me here.
Bad A, Mofo, Lady T is down for it. But then Swaggy Booty says, I'm not watching Rangers highlights to get ready for a football game.
That's fine.
So I understand that. I mean, you can go back and watch Dallas Cowboys from the 1920s or whatever when they actually won playoff big-time games. Just kidding. It was the 1990s. But you can do that. I did that last year. So I guess the reason I'm not saying last year, I watched a lot of the Cowboys that I loved, their playoff games, to get ready for it. I even watched the Jimmy Garoppolo game where he played like trash and still beat us. And then, so you can watch certain things like, man, I didn't realize how bad he played and we still lost that game. But you can do that. I just feel like that moment for us fans, if you are a Rangers fan and Cowboys fan, we never get that feeling. We get it once every 12 years here in Dallas. Yes. So I was like, you can relive that feeling and then crave that feeling for this Dallas Cowboys team.
Exactly what I want. I love, Kevin, not only the game itself, the euphoria that comes right after it and everything, but it's now we get a full week of thinking about how good that game was and get the excitement of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, thinking about the next game. And that's that's one of the reasons I love baseball playoffs is because you're in the mix of it almost every single day. Every other day you're thinking about it. But that's that feeling of I have a whole week of thinking about what this game's going to be like, and could it go great for me? I mean, it could go poorly, but I like the excitement of the playoffs, man. It's fun.
So I didn't know you were going to bring this up.
Okay.
I'm actually ahead of the curve on this. I kept Game 7 of the ALCS and then all of the World Series games on my DVR, and over the last month or so, I've been watching through them.
Okay.
And so I'm excited about this.
And that's awesome. And I'm not telling you to go watch the 2-minute and 45. You can 2 hours and 45 minutes approximately of a baseball game. On YouTube, they have a condensed 10-minute version of all of these games. And it was just fun watching it. I remember us jumping on Christian Javier and knocking him out in the first inning, but that feeling when you saw Corey Seager hit a 500-foot home run as the second batter of the game.
I'll never forget.
And then Adolis standing there for 10 seconds as his single hit the wall and knocked in Evan Carter.
I remember that, yeah.
And then Evan Carter with the bases loaded because they didn't want to pitch to Corey Seager anymore, and he hits a soft double down the right field line to really break the game open. And I'm just watching it, and all of a sudden that joy and excitement is back in. It's in a weird way. I forgot Max Scherzer wasn't pitching well in the first inning and gets a big double play ball to get out of a first and third situation, or he might have been taken out of the game in the first inning, and that 3-run first inning wouldn't have felt so great. And then I think it was the third inning, and with 44 pitches into the game, Bruce Bochy in a moment goes, I know you're Max Scherzer, but I'm just not sticking with you. I'm going to go to Montgomery, and Montgomery gets a line drive. So it's not like he made a great pitch and he didn't get soft contact. But luckily the line drive goes right to Corey Seager playing up the middle. And so it ends the threat there for the Houston Astros. And then the Rangers completely and totally blow them out as the game progresses. But anyways, that's my challenge to you.
They also have local radio calls of the highlights as well. So if you want to relive that.
On those YouTube, sometimes they'll do it both sides. They'll do a national call of it. Then they'll go to Eric Nadel making the call or Matt Hicks making the call. So anyways, if you want to post to us on Twitter during this week, post the YouTube Ranger game that you watch, the 10 to 15 minute condensed version. I'm not asking for 3 hours. Also, if you would like to take a picture with the World Series trophy, that is happening here tomorrow night. 4131 North Central Expressway here in Dallas. The World Series trophy will be here to take pictures with. I don't know if you can take pictures with them, but I assume so with Josh Smith and Josh Spores. They will be here. Jared Sandler will be here from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So if you've ever wanted to take a picture with the World Series Texas Rangers trophy and a couple of Texas Rangers, you can do that tomorrow night here where we broadcast from.
I'm pumped about it for sure.
Do not touch the trophy.
Don't do it.
Now that you know that Corey did it, do you kind of want to touch the trophy just a little bit?
No. I mean, in a moment where the Rangers let me, yes, but not where there's security and stuff around, and I'm going to get in big trouble for doing
You will get tackled, and it might be Jared that tackles you if you do that. So be careful. Jared's a tackler.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Let's talk about tackling, but also,
Oh my God.
did you enjoy this regular season? Next on The Fan.
Good morning, Coach. How we doing?
So Sean's sick, or he's got the sniffles?
Sean Sharif calls in sick.
It's little sniffles, little allergies.
But Coach McCarthy is right there with the empathy.
Pretty good timing. A week off and miss another week with sniffles. Sounds like he's got a good agent.
Oh, no one is safe in this clubhouse. Your home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and a couple of laughs is right here on The Fan.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL Supersize Wildcard Weekend is full of reunions. In this first round of the playoffs, Tyreek Hill returns to Kansas City again with the Dolphins. Mike McCarthy faces the franchise with whom he won a Super Bowl as the Cowboys host the Packers. And Sunday night, Matthew Stafford and the Rams are in Detroit to face his old franchise and try to extend its playoff futility. I'm Amy Lawrence.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you curious about QC Kinetics? Let me tell you what we do.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a medical director at QC Kinetics.
We treat people who have joint pain, and we use your body's healing properties, the things that you already have in you, in your blood, to heal your knee pain, your joint pain, your shoulder pain, your back pain. You have everything that you need in you already.
The same natural process that heals a cut on your finger also works inside your body.
And so what we do at QC Kinetics is take those healing properties, concentrate them down from your body, and put them where they need to go. We are the experts in regenerative medicine. That's all we do.
And best of all, there's no surgery, no downtime, or harmful drugs.
This is the future of medicine.
And your consultation is completely free. Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Tolos, we just endured an extremely hot and long summer, and then Mother Nature just hit the fast forward button on that fall weather and brought us right to the winter time. Extreme Arctic air is already here, and your HVAC system's not going to know what hit it. That's why I'm thankful for the big time Tolos over at Keller Services and their legendary maintenance program. They got my furnace game day ready for this winter. They saved me a ton on my electricity bill over the summer months. They're doing it now throughout these frigid times as well. Do not get caught shivering inside your own house this winter. Visit Keller-Services to find out more about their maintenance program. Keller-Services.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention, men who are frustrated about their decline in the bedroom.
Hey guys, it's Chris with Dallas Premier Health. Don't watch your love life dwindle to nothing and disappoint your partner. Whatever you call it, failure to launch or an equipment malfunction, we all know it happens. But there's a way better option than getting hooked on ED pills. At Dallas Premier Health, our acoustic wave therapy is fast, long-lasting, effective, and 100% safe. It's doctor recommended and proven to work with over 50 clinical studies. No shots, no drugs, and no pain or side effects. We get to the root cause of your problem, which is really just a blood flow problem. And once we fix that, your love life will come roaring back. So move past the shame, embarrassment, and frustration. Call 972-703-9630. And when you book your visit this week, we're going to give you a special gift. One acoustic wave treatment totally free. You'll also get a free consultation and painless blood flow evaluation on your visit. This is an $800 value. Call now, 972-703-9630. That's 972-703-9630. Or visit us at DallasPremierHealth.com.
There's one Texas icon that does more for us than any other. A little trash barrel named Darryl. Next time you think of Texas, remember Darryl the Barrel, who's always reminding you, don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Sean and RJ here for Better Help. Around New Year's, we get obsessed with how to change ourselves instead of just expanding on what we're already doing right. Maybe you finally organize one part of your space and you want to tackle another. Or maybe you're taking your supplements every morning. Now you want to actually eat breakfast too. Therapy helps you find your strengths so you can ditch the extreme resolutions and make changes that really stick. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/Sean and RJ to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ, BetterHelp.com/SHAN and RJ.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, thank you very much, man. And I hope everybody enjoys seeing the World Series trophy tomorrow, getting your picture with it, and then using that picture to scoreboard your friends who don't have World Series trophies from 2023.
Yeah.
Name anybody else that has one. You can't because
Just
nobody
us.
else did.
I guess we'll never know.
Okay, I do want to bring this up, all right, because as much as Philadelphia is falling apart in a football season, we watched the Texas Rangers, fall apart at the end of a baseball season.
I don't recall
completely. You don't recall that, Kevin?
I definitely recall that. We talked about that flight like 8 million times, how they wish they could have just parachuted into Arlington.
And the Astros just come back and win the AL West and then have their champagne toast quietly while the Rangers are celebrating their butts off. Now, I know Philadelphia did not celebrate their butts off losing their last game of the season. And I don't even know if they celebrated whenever they knew they made the playoffs. I don't know if that was something that they did. But here the Rangers are quietly celebrating and yet moving on. And just like that. But they didn't come out and say, hey, a lot of people were wondering what would happen if the Cowboys didn't win the NFC East. I guess we'll never know. So,
I mean, I could point to lots of years.
It's two different sports too, right? It's two different sports.
That's true.
So you can't cross over like that. It's not going to work. Did you have fun watching the Cowboys regular season? I'm dead serious about this because a lot of people get so wrapped up and so wound up about it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're going to lose in the playoffs. So it doesn't matter what they did in this regular season game against the Giants. It doesn't matter what they did in the regular season game. Hell, if it doesn't matter what they did against the Niners or Arizona either, if they lost those games or not, because the regular season doesn't matter. Did you enjoy the regular season?
I did. I've had those conversations with people so many times, and I think people lose sight of, well, guess what? In 1992, when you went to San Francisco, there's no way in hell you were going to win that game either.
Yeah.
And yet you did. So I understand.
What was your record that year?
The 13-3.
Okay.
I believe I understand there's a lot of people who think this is just going to end in playoff failure again. I get that. I was born and raised in the Metroplex. I love the Dallas Cowboys, and I want them to excel. So I think I did enjoy it.
It's fine.
Okay.
No, it was good. It was a good regular season. It's a weird regular season. You blew out the bad teams. You never really beat what we thought was in the games that you were like, I don't know. You never won those games. 49ers blown out. Buffalo blown out. Miami 50-50 game, barely lost. I guess Detroit, I take that back a little bit. That
50-50 barely won.
Right.
Yeah.
So I like it, but I understand. I don't think they're going to lose Sunday afternoon. I think they're going to win by double digits. I really do. But if you lose, I don't like it'll be devastating to these Cowboys fans.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll be worse than 2016, but I can, now that it's past us, sometimes you always feel like the now is the worst or the now is the best. But I think if you're a 2 seed going against I know he's not a rookie quarterback, but in his first year quarterbacking, if this isn't Aaron Rodgers, if you lose this Sunday, it'll be miserable. Like I think as miserable as the 2007 loss to the Giants.
Okay. Okay, Kevin, then, because Mike said it was fine. So
I was kidding. It was good. It was good.
Okay, what was your favorite part of this regular season then? And I have a very specific reason I'm asking this because I have one thing that I loved this year.
Was honestly, and I'm talking about a specific moment. You might have like an overarching.
Okay, no, absolutely. Go ahead.
It was Deron Bland breaking the pick 6 record. I just thought that was insane. We talked about what a machine he had been.
Yeah.
But he's not going to keep doing this, right? And then he did. And I just remember everybody I was watching the game with flipping out. We're like, there it is.
How often were you thinking about him getting a pick 6 or because for me, it just popped up in the game when he did it. I wasn't thinking, now's the time. He just would do it and I'd be like, oh yeah, we got that dude too.
It wasn't until before he tied the record, and hell, I'm not going to lie. Even yesterday, I was like, did he get touched on the way down? Can he get back up?
I thought the same thing.
Yeah. And so I if we're just talking about a specific moment, I think that moment was just awesome.
Okay. Yeah. And no, I was, whatever you decide you want to discuss on that point. For me, how many different ways they could find to get CeeDee Lamb the ball was my favorite thing to see this year. And watching when Dak is confident and trusts CeeDee Lamb. Hell, I mean, yesterday, the trust that he put in Jalen Tolbert. We all thought that ball was going out of bounds, right? Like he was throwing the touchdown to Jalen Tolbert.
Yes.
You thought he was throwing that into the stands.
Yes.
And somebody knocked it back down, I guess, out of the sky.
Good for him and Tolbert for having the wherewithal to make that happen.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't think that was intentional. I still don't. Even my brain can't comprehend that Dak was off of his back foot, throwing the ball up in the air, and he put it in an area that only Jalen Tolbert could get it, when it's a pass that every other quarterback should probably throw out of bounds. And I feel like even Mike McCarthy's like, hey, this is a Steph Curry moment, right? Don't shoot it, don't shoot it, don't shoot it. Oh, good job. That's what it feels like on that throw. Is McCarthy's like, hey, I would tell you not to do that most of the time, but you scored a touchdown, so what am I supposed to do? Maybe don't do it next time, unless it's going to be a touchdown again. I don't know. But yeah, the ways that Mike McCarthy said, I'm going to figure out how to put CeeDee Lamb all over the field. And I'm not going to try and say it's a macho thing that I have to put him on the outside and he can only be out there. Why would I do that? Why would I limit my best tool and say I'm not going to give him opportunities? Every single time they had opportunities to feed the ball to CeeDee Lamb, they took advantage of it. It was a lot of fun because I was curious. Is it going to be a short route? Is it going to be something big? Is it going to be yards after catch? What's going to be the next thing? So, yeah, I had a blast watching this regular season. There were some ups and downs for sure. A lot more ups, I felt.
Can I ask you a question to go along with that then? Let's say the Cowboys do make it to NFC Championship game, Super Bowl, win it all, whatever like your bar for success is. I realize win the Super Bowl, that'd be great. Do you think everyone will be able to, who hasn't enjoyed the regular season, like retroactively go back and enjoy it?
I don't know.
Mike, I know you were kind of joking, but I think a lot of people are in line with you in terms of like, yeah, this regular season was fine or it was great, but like get me to the playoffs. If they excel in the playoffs, then will those same people be able to be like, what a hell of a season? Or do you?
I don't know if they can. I think they'll just shut up.
Okay.
You know, they'll be like, oh man, I got nothing to say now. I was wrong. No, that's what they do, right? When you're wrong, you just say I was wrong about that and you move on. When you're right about the Cowboys' prediction of winning 12 games, and they do, you tell everybody that you were right about it again.
Right. I just think that some Cowboy fans, I don't know what the percentage is just, I already know this team is good. I need it to do something in the playoffs.
Something transcendent.
Can you imagine what happens to this world? I mean, and I literally mean this sports world, if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I'm going to bring up one topic here real quick. I don't believe the Cowboys go up in value tremendously. I think there's some people who think somehow the Cowboys go from $8 billion to $12 billion. Like, they can't get more popular. I'm not talking about their popularity. What happens to Stephen A. Smith?
This is amazing.
What happens to this world of LaShawn McCoy now has a job because of his Cowboys hate? Like, that's kind of the only reason he has a job is he kind of took, why am I drawing a blank? Our buddy, the LSU.
Marcus Spears?
No,
Brian Broaddus.
He worked with Brian Broaddus and was his person who would correct all of his.
Oh, David Hellman.
David Hellman, right? He kind of lost his job because it's like, okay, I get that you're the Cowboys guy, but I like the Cowboys hater way more, and he's a former player, and really all he's doing is Cowboy hating on here, and that seems to draw ratings. What happens if the Cowboys win? Because it's this whole narrative of they'll never win again.
Right.
So what would happen in this world of sports and to these certain people?
You move the field goal, you move the goalposts. Now
they won one.
Oh yeah, I mean they can't win another one. I mean they're not that good. It was an accident. It was probably some. You move the goalposts. Well, Dak, he'll never be an MVP. Like you just continue to move those things along, and Dak wouldn't care if he ever won an MVP if he was putting on gold jacket and winning Super Bowls. Troy Aikman didn't win an MVP. He won Super Bowl MVP, but he never won a real life MVP, and he's doing pretty good because he has those Super Bowls that he can always rubber stamp. Bam, got it.
So I guess I think for a lot of fans, it's almost like it would just be amazing if somehow this whole world changed for a little bit on the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. I mean, did the whole world change? I don't know. It's a little different, but for us as Rangers fans, our whole mentality changed on it.
We're just like the little Arizona Cardinals. Nothing. I love the Rangers, but we don't really. That's why the ratings were down, and you didn't play the Dodgers in the World Series. So I think that it's in a weird way the Rangers don't draw the interest of the world. Nobody. I don't know of a soccer team. I'm sorry, I don't know all the soccer teams, whether it's Man City or Real Madrid or whatever. Like they don't draw. Nothing in this world draws the interest in sports the way the Cowboys do. And the story's been literally exactly the same for almost 30 years.
It's interesting. I've noticed some texts here along the way that have said, yeah, it was different with the Rangers, though, because they were really good all season. Man, are we rewriting some Texas Rangers history right there. They were really good for a lot of the season, but you saw...
About mid-season, they started to fall off.
Yeah, and you saw late in the season, down the stretch, that last series against Seattle, everyone's like, this team is cooked. They're not going to do anything.
Might be the worst team in baseball.
Yeah, but then retroactively, everyone's like, I knew it all along. And so I do kind of wonder.
To your point, we had to play we had great audio from, the Kansas City Royals former general manager who's now a special assistant to Chris Young. They had to have a meeting at the All-Star break, the Rangers. Are we good or are we not good?
Yeah.
right? Chris Young had to have a meeting with the organization going, do you guys think we're good enough? Because we're not playing good right now.
Yeah. See,
there was like 40 and 20, and then they started playing below 500 on a consistent basis. Are we good or not good? And the Rangers decided, I think we're good enough. Let's sell out and see what happens.
I think next year I'm going to just completely ignore the people who say, yeah, but they won't do this in the playoffs. Unless the Cowboys, like if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, then I'll just be like, well, I mean, that's the answer to your question there. I don't know how to handle myself on the other side of that. I really have no clue.
If they won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't know how I would be on radio if they win the Super Bowl because I've never experienced being and being in the position where you're just like, all right, now what, sucker? Go crawl back under your rock.
Gosh, I do feel like now you know how you would handle it.
Yeah, I know exactly how I'd handle it. From the 214, I thought the Jimmy Johnson induction was awesome. After 2 losses, I think it was the end of the season revamp that our team needed. That was their moment. And hey, man, thank you, Jerry Jones, for lifting the curse. If that curse is real, if that's a real thing. Because Cowboys have 1 playoff game.
How far does that curse go? Does that curse just go to the NFC Championship game? Does it go all the way through to the Super Bowl?
Jimmy Johnson wins Super Bowls. So, and how many years
Never lost a Super Bowl.
How many years did it take for him as head coach to win a Super Bowl? Was it his 3rd year?
Who's that? Jimmy
Johnson?
His 4th.
His 4th year?
1 in 15, 7 and 9. Big year
5.
because Steve Berline won a playoff game in his 3rd year. And then 4th year, they won it all.
How many years are we in on Mike McCarthy right now?
Is this 4? Was this first year the COVID year?
Wait, isn't this his 5th year?
I don't know.
I couldn't remember if first year was COVID.
Isn't this the 3rd? Oh, this is 4th year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Because 3 years of 12 and 5, and the 1 year that he went 500 with Andy Dalton.
Yeah. He went 6 and 10.
He went 5 and 6 with Andy Dalton as his quarterback. And like, that ain't bad.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're playing a guy who makes hats for a living, you're probably going to lose.
From the 3-4-6. I'm sorry, I've never seen that, so it took me a minute to read it. The absolute clutch play of Cooks on multiple occasions. In years past, those would have been losses. And Cooks he's given you some very good catches that you've been like, okay, that's something we can work with. Your number 2 receiver right now is much better that you added Brandon Cooks than it would have been if you'd have stuck around with Michael Gallup. And then a lot of people saying Stephen A's head would explode. They don't know how to handle that at all.
Man, I haven't watched his show in forever.
I don't know if
he's still got a show, right?
I'll tell you what.
It's destroying Pat McAfee. That's what I saw.
I would tune in that next day, though.
I watched Skip Bayless for about 3 minutes the other day. And it's weird because him and Michael Irvin are best friends. It just doesn't make any sense to me because they were having to kind of team up together as us Cowboys. And it was just like, I get it. Michael has to follow. He has a job because Skip hired him. Like, I mean, I hate saying that, but that's the reason Michael's on that show is Skip's like, crap, I need somebody to replace. Michael's available. Let me get Michael. And I understand why Michael Irvin's doing it, but it's just weird how they're acting like they're best buddies.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I understand what he has to act like to be with Skip.
And then which script has the best for these playoffs, Kevin? Tyreek Hill going back to Kansas City, Matt Stafford going back to Detroit, the Packers coming to Dallas to face off against Mike McCarthy, and the Texans going to Cleveland to face off against the team they traded Deshaun Watson to just in the opening round of the playoffs, thanks to @NFL Memes. Which one of those scripts is the best written script? Tyreek Hill, Matt Stafford, Packers to Dallas, or Texans to
I
Cleveland?
feel like it's Tyreek Hill because I feel like everyone in Detroit is like, we get it.
They all loved him.
You had to go.
They clapped for him. They're like, congratulations, man. We're happy. We're Rams fans this week.
So I'm going to go Tyreek Hill and be like, see, you could use somebody who could catch a football, right?
Well, nobody's going to watch that game because you have to pay for it.
It's fact.
So I'm going to go.
Are you really bent out of shape about this?
I am because I haven't loved watching it this year, but I love watching Patrick Mahomes. Like one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever seen play.
Sure.
And then Tua T has had a good year. Obviously a disappointing loss last night for them to fall to that. I think Miami's going to win that game. I think Kansas City's that bad at football at this point that Miami's going to win the game. So I think that's kind of, in a way, the most competitive, intriguing game of this wild card round, and they put it on pay-per-view. And so I'm like, I'm not paying for it.
Yeah, I think, and this is the NFL in my mind going, look, man, we don't care what you do with the product after we sell it to you. We really don't. Y'all do whatever you want.
I think they're seeing if they can do games pay-per-view.
I really do too. And that's
Do you call streaming pay-per-view?
That's a bad function.
Yes, when you don't have it. Like hey, this game's on Amazon, this game's on Peacock, this game's on Hulu, this game's on, like, they're gonna see how many times that they can get you, and see how many times you'll pay.
Yeah,
that's gonna happen.
Yeah, how many times? And they believe that they're too big to fail. They're like, our product is so good, and all of the companies that are buying, they want their streaming services bought. Right? Like that's why they're doing it. So that's why the NBC Peacock is like, we will do it this way.
I don't think it's soon, but I do think in like 10 years, the Super Bowl will not be on Fox, CBS, NBC. I think it will be on their streaming app.
I mean, I could definitely see that. Like, what channel is the college football championship on tonight?
I'm assuming ESPN.
ESPN.
Yeah.
And like, it's been that way for the last several years. I definitely think you're moving in that direction.
Like, if it was on ABC and only ABC, tonight's national championship game, I wouldn't watch it. To be honest, because I don't have ABC anymore. DirecTV and them took it away. I don't have ABC. If it was only on ABC and no other way to watch it, I'd be like, fine. I'll hang out with my family. I'll watch something else. I'll do whatever. I'll check my phone and see updates of the game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Hurtado made the offer to Jordan Montgomery. So what's the spot you'd pick for lifetime free food to keep you at a job? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Siri having a fine year in terms of power production. Shows bunt here and pops it up toward first. Diving for it, Montgomery. He makes the catch. Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, comes off the mound and makes a diving catch midway between home and first, just inside the line to retire Siri.
Now, we are your home of the NFC East Division champion Dallas Cowboys with that 38-10 win over Washington, but also your home of the defending World Series champion Texas Rangers tomorrow. 4131 North Central Expressway, the Rangers extravaganza, 6 to 8 p.m. Josh Spores is going to be here. Josh Smith is going to be here. World Series trophy is going to be here. You don't got to sign up. You just got to show up. But on the front of the Rangers, Hurtado Barbecue, who we love as food, but also as people, because they have helped out tremendously with Peace-a-thon, especially this past year. They put out
one of Brandon's number one guys was at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington, because we were close to the Hurtados in Arlington.
Yeah.
He's one of the first guys who got there.
So they put out on social media, Monty, we want you back, and we're ready to put our money where our mouth is. Let's see you in a Rangers jersey again this season. Free barbecue for life.
What?
If Jordan Montgomery re-signs with the Rangers. So I want to talk a little bit more about that, especially since we talked about at the end of last week. Maybe that's picking up a tiny bit of steam. But also, what's the establishment, the food establishment you'd pick for lifetime free food to keep you at your job?
I mean, obviously it's Hurtado, Kevin.
That is a good answer.
Good run. Good run. We got it. We did it.
So
Buffalo
many places.
and Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's true. Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, those two places.
So fast food, I'd go Whataburger.
Okay.
I love Whataburger.
So that would
It's a lot of burger. It's a lot of burger, though.
But I do love seafood. And unfortunately, I love the best of the seafoods, and that means fried seafood. I wish I loved grilled seafood a lot more. I do like grilled seafood, but I love fried shrimp.
You like a lobster bisque?
Love
like
a lobster bisque.
Yeah.
Probably like fried lobster. Not sure if I've ever had fried lobster. They seem to don't fry that one.
Mm-hmm.
Ever had lobster mac and cheese?
Yes.
But if I get the fried seafood platter at Papado's, I'm such a happy person. Fried catfish, fried shrimp, fried oysters.
How do you feel after?
Forrest Gump.
How do you
get
feel
the
after,
idea.
though? Do you feel good afterwards?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You feel a little bit like I probably shouldn't eat all that fried food.
But you did.
But I did, and it tasted great when I ate it.
Did you eat the Hush Puppy also?
I don't recall Papado's having Hush Puppies with that fried platter. They have about 4 million French fries on that platter.
Yeah, that's true.
So I might choose Papado's.
Okay. You choose
Whataburger for
Papado's.
fast food, but I think I'd go overall Papado's as my forever. But that doesn't, I don't know. Like, there's so many places. I don't want to just choose one place.
Yeah,
that's the deal.
There are lots of places, man.
From the 214 Ojeda's.
That's good Tex-Mex.
From the 903, it would be either Hurtado or 407 Barbecue. Those are the best in Texas.
Okay, all right.
Are you about to muddy up your answer again?
Yeah, we have to leave Hurtado off this because I think we all agree. I think we're all
Hurtado
there.
is amazing.
And then we have to leave all barbecue off here.
I think this is my opinion, and this is only my opinion. I think I would get tired of barbecue. Like, nothing against barbecue places. There's a lot of great ones. Hurtado's is one of them. I think I would go, I need a little bit more variety. And that's where I'm like, even Papados, I can get chicken. I know they serve chicken. Maybe they do have burgers and I just never look for them. But like, I almost feel like I need a place that has a lot of different variety of foods.
Yeah, this is tough, man. Because the more I think about this,
You
the more
answered the
difficult time
question
I'm having.
first, and now I like that you're like, oh, hold on.
There's a lot of foods
His is
out
Red
there.
Lobster. We know that when we went to spring
I
training.
do like Red Lobster.
We had to go to Red Lobster.
And it's not like
I
he
couldn't
was
eat meat that day.
It's not like he was like, guys, we're going to Red Lobster. It was just more like every few minutes it was, hey, Red Lobster's the option, right? You know, it wasn't one of those overwhelming. It's just it was quantity.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
I'm glad we went there. They have the same waiters and waitresses that they had in the 1980s when Red Lobster was really kicking.
My fish was probably the same fish.
They were playing the same tape, the same video, the same
Except for that
audio
Taylor
tape.
Swift.
They just added one Taylor Swift song in there.
That same lady, yeah.
I'm surprised that I haven't seen this pop up. Oh, there we go.
What is it?
Why not the Cheesecake Factory?
Oh, the
If
variety.
You got it for life.
Variety.
You might be able to finish the menu. I'm not saying you could for sure.
That's a good place.
But
they
their
have
yearbook.
They have a menu that you probably have 365 different options.
I've eaten at Cheesecake Factory one time in my life. And it was the day after the Mavs won the championship, and I saw Rolando Blackman there.
My guy.
And I was so happy, yes.
Way better number 22 than Clyde Drexler, Gavin Dawson.
And I don't even remember what I ate that day. I don't even know. Like, I really don't have a clue.
They have some sort of cornbread muffin biscuits that are some of the greatest things I've ever eaten.
Yum.
Orange chicken. They have Tex-Mex food. It's not as good as Tex-Mex food at like real Tex-Mex restaurants, but it's good. And they obviously have like Asian cuisine. Probably not as good as when you go to an Asian restaurant.
But you got to deal with it forever.
But you have all the options, all the varieties there. That's a great pick.
The reason, so I'm taking Hurtado out of here because Jordan Montgomery already has it. I don't want to have to put Brandon
He has to
Hurtado.
sign here.
Yeah, I don't want to have to put
if
him
he signs
through
with
that.
the Boston Red Sox, he doesn't get Hurtados.
I'm gonna go Bluefish, the sushi restaurant. I
Oh,
I
my
could
goodness.
eat
Near
there
on
every
Greenville?
single day. What? Hold on, you mean oh my goodness?
Are there multiple Bluefishes?
There's one on Greenville. There's one in Addison. Yeah, there's a couple of
It's
them.
a very good place.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I could do that every day.
Really?
Yes, I could eat something off their menu for every meal. I could.
You like sushi that much?
Yeah. There's variety in there.
You're
man.
like Tom Hanks.
What?
Like in the movie where he gets stranded, Castaway, he has to sushi it for a long
He
time.
didn't have any rice though. He had no rice.
From the 214 Lubies.
Is that still around? I feel like every Lubies I drive by is gone.
It is. They are closing, kind of like TGI Fridays.
From the 469, give me Cane Rosso, best pizza, and you can get so many different
That is
styles
really good
of pizza.
That is
They
really
do
good.
have excellent.
The
pizza
middle of
there.
their pizza is soft. It just basically just eat that with a fork right there. And they make their mozzarella fresh every day.
Ooh, from the 817 and the 214, Texas Day Brazil.
Never eaten there. I need to go there.
You could really push yourself to the limit one day and just leave it on green the entire time. And just be like, just keep coming.
Is that what?
Just keep bringing the
I
meat.
want to be a professional eater. I would love to figure out how to eat 46 chicken fingers or whatever. I watch these people do this. The new guy I've been watching is Joel Hansen on YouTube. I don't know how they
He's
do
retired
this.
from Channel 8, so.
I don't know how
Dale Hansen.
they eat this much food. And like the dude eat 10 pounds of meatballs yesterday. It wasn't
10
just
pounds?
10 pounds, 40 meatballs in Chicago. How do they do this? But they train for it. And I'm like, I want to eat 40 meatballs in one sitting.
Would you do that recreationally then, or just in competition? Because you make it sound like you don't want to compete. You just want to be able
He's
to
not
eat.
competing. He gets
lost.
it for free. You know, usually a lot of these challenges are, hey, you got to pay $60 for these meatballs, but if you eat all 40 of them, you get them for free.
Oh, man, this is a good answer from the 214. There's a lot of good answers. Jersey Mike's would be fire. Now, if we're going higher scale from the 214, Nick and Sam's. Holy crap, man.
Never been there.
That would be, you should go.
I'm going to go this
It's
year, I think.
amazing.
I think
But you
our
have
dinner for Sanders
right.
place is there.
It's great. But Capitol Grill's great.
I've not been
Bob's
there.
Steak and Chop House is great, right? They're all
That
steak
carrot,
houses,
yeah.
right? So, I mean, there's a lot of different places that I don't know. I feel like I would get you do have variety, though. They do have seafood there plus steak.
Plus, remember, they'll bring you out like the special meats and they'll like shine the flashlight on it and be like, here are the things that we have.
What?
It is the fanciest thing I've ever seen.
What would be your if I name Whataburger for my fast food, what would be your fast food place?
Thinking maybe Wendy's jumped to mind.
Wendy's is good. There's a lot of different options there too.
Frostying it up.
Yeah. Ooh.
Popeyes.
Jack in the Box.
You like Jack in the Box?
I do like Jack in the Box. But
Lots of
then
options there.
I didn't realize they'd become so proud of their menu, and they're like, "You want this burger? $8." I like the last time I drove through there, I was like, "Holy
It
crap!"
costs
are
a
you
lot for
real?
fast food now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
think Biden's going to bring that down though for the election year, and then take credit for it.
I don't know about all of that.
Seems like-
Potbelly count as fast food?
Nope.
It's
drive-through.
it's kind of casual dining.
Casual dining.
Chick-fil-A.
That's a good one. That's
Yeah.
solid.
You eat chicken nuggets every day.
They don't have meat though. Like they have chicken meat, but they don't have like variety. They're not fishing it, and they're not like hamburgering it.
So with all this in mind, do you believe that Lifetime Hurtado will be what pushes Jordan Montgomery?
Do you think?
over the edge?
Jordan Montgomery, I know, has had Hurtados because they serve it to the players after certain, like I don't know if it's getaway days or whatever, but Hurtados is part of the mix of different things that the players get after games. So I know he's had it. I don't know how much he loves it. I hope he does. I don't know. Do you
Maybe
take,
Brandon knows, and that's why he threw that out there.
do you
'cause
take
Brandon
$1
saw their
million less
faces.
per year?
Oh my gosh, that's so
maybe
much
two,
money.
maybe 2 or 4 million less per year is what I would probably do
think I'm,
for Hurtado. Yeah, just imagine how much I
If
would
you
spend
had
on
Hurtados for life, how many times would you eat there in a week?
3 times a day. Yeah.
I don't think they're open 3 times a day.
What do you mean?
They're open 1 time a day, and I think for lunch and dinner.
I could go eat lunch.
Well, that's 2 times a day, if nothing else, Mike.
Go back
What do you
for
do
a
for
snack
breakfast?
and go have a snack after lunch, and then I eat dinner.
Do you think if you told Brandon, I bet he would for honestly a Texas Rangers World Series champ, Brandon, I really want some taquitos this morning. I think Brandon, he has to show up super early anyways to start smoking the meats.
Mm-hmm.
So
Smoking the meats.
I just assume that you could go there and he'd be like, look, I'll crack a few eggs for you and brisket, taco egg you up.
I bet he would. He loves, not only does he love the Rangers, he loves the Cowboys. He's a local product. Of course he would. He loves those guys.
Where is he from?
Irving.
He went to Irving High School.
Yeah.
You know, they do have other high schools there.
Oh, I know. I played all of them. They're horrible. MacArthur.
Nimitz.
Oh, God. They all played at one dump.
You know, we're really trying to endear ourselves to the audience across the Metroplex, Mike.
Irving's
Not you
fine.
dumping on certain cities.
If you played in the 90s at Irving and you had to play at that dumpy football field or that dumpy baseball field, I feel sorry for you that you had to share that dump of a complex for all of your sports.
Oh, Brahms.
Brahms is a great,
Brahms
that's
is a
fast food
great
too.
option, yeah.
And you have all the ice creams and you have a grocery store too.
That's a good point.
Oh, but they do have a grocery store.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You get
Coming
your
up
eggs
next.
there, right? Like that's eggs and
Type
bacon.
in, if you're 40 years old and you went to one of those Irving schools, how dumpy was your complex?
Coming up next, G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW.
Jonah Heim, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
First and goal. Prescott back. Throws it in the back of the end zone for Lamb. Oh, he's got it. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb. He was in a crowd, and Lamb was trying to reach the ball across the plane of the goal line, and he did. Oh, what a nice play by Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece. Hope that didn't make air. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Alec is good at what he does.
Right now,
me.
Okay, right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hanky. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Did you see all the things that you needed to see in the game against, obviously, an inferior football team? I know you needed to win to get the number 2 seed, but did you see some of your line-by-line things for the Cowboys yesterday?
I did not get a Micah Parsons holding call, so no, Hagee, I did not.
Are you nervous like Mike is that he's getting more and more aggressive with his discussions with the referees, that might come back to haunt
Or he's just going to punch a guard in the face, and then we're just going to be like, crap, is he going to get ejected for this?
But it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, this is one of those things where you never want your guy to, like, do something despite the team, whatever, emotions take over. I'm just as angry as he is. So I'm like, please punch somebody. It'll make me personally feel better.
Oh, no.
I know, but now playoff time, if he gets ejected for getting really mad, that's going to cost the team the game.
The nearly like 14 ejections.
What's that?
Never mind.
That's NBA.
NBA.
No, and Luka, he has a little bit of a Luka attitude at this point, and I'm just like, I get it. I'm with you. He's not getting the benefit of the doubt. He's not getting the calls he should get. At the same time, now that we're in do or die games, I'm like, dude, don't pick a fight with the guard or don't pick a fight with the ref, because a 15-yard penalty can really crush you in one of these do or die games.
Well, and this was one of those games. I mean, Brian, you give us the report on all the refs.
Yeah.
They like to call that. I feel like they'd give Micah a warning. Like, if he's really starting to kind of cross a boundary here, they'd say, look, you need to calm down or we're about to throw a flag on you.
Yeah, that was a crew that the unnecessary roughness penalties and stuff like that were part of what they do. But, yeah, it is really unfortunate because the more you study him playing, it's getting more and more difficult. I did like what I saw from they ran a little bit of a different scheme with playing like their down lineman and playing playing Micah off ball, but they played him like 2 to 3 yards off the line of scrimmage in the middle of the defense, and they stacked Clark behind him. So what they did was it allowed Parsons to be able to attack the line of scrimmage, but not play as a down lineman, but kind of be in the area. But then it allowed Clark to free run.
Yeah.
So it was a really creative way to kind of help Clark out, but it also put Parsons right in the middle of the defense. And so I love little creative things like that. Maybe something that we'll see a little bit more going forward, but it's just a way of kind of helping Clark a little bit see the ball. And I thought yesterday
he had a great open field tackle on one of those screens.
Yeah,
sure
it really did. Him and Bell. The more that Bell plays, the more that Bell understands. Trips formation one side, motion that way, that's going to be a screen. He took off running for the ball, and he knew it was going to be a screen, and they stopped the play on 4th down. That's by these young guys playing so much, it's helped them in that way. But they still, they've got to figure out, and they are about figuring out better ways to get their guys in position to make plays, and helping Clark stack him behind Parsons and allow him to run, I think is going to help him.
I know the game was over, but did you take an extra little look at that last Brandon Aubrey field goal just to make sure?
The amount of panic, man, that set in on Cowboys Twitter. And granted, in our room, I know, Brian, you got a little worried as well because you had the block and then you had the doink.
Yep.
But I wasn't worried about Butter Aubrey. I didn't think we were going to have a Maher 2.0 situation.
If he didn't go to Plano, would you have been worried?
Yes, I would have been. If he went to Colleyville Heritage, for instance, or named the school, then yes. But I had to go ahead and show support for my Plano guy.
Did you go to the East-West basketball game?
Oh, we'll talk about that later, Mike.
Oh, sorry.
Is it a bad story?
Bad night.
Oh, fair.
It doesn't sound like it's a great story. Maybe
Did it end at Whataburger?
Oh my gosh.
Talk about off air.
Okay.
Off air.
All right. What was the outside of the Cowboys? Was it Bills Dolphins? What was the game that caught the majority of your interest this weekend? Was it the Jags beefing it?
Shut up!
Or what caught your interest?
Derrick Henry in your face,
dude.
Did you have nightmares about King Henry last night?
And he gave a goodbye speech right after they won.
Was that like 8 yards per carry? Yeah, in front of 9 people.
You can ask these guys Friday. I was nervous about that game. I'm like, they're playing bad. I think, to be honest, Broadus, I want Doug Peterson to stay the head coach. He's got to take a look in the mirror.
Didn't sound like it. What segment did you do where you were kind of saying he was the worst play caller you'd seen?
Yes.
He's not the worst play caller.
Not me.
Why does he have...
I texted him and told him, I said, we've got some people on the radio that are not very happy with you
Why
right
does
now.
he have so many receivers not knowing where they're supposed to be, not running correct routes, or Trevor Lawrence not knowing where they're supposed to be? Like, how can you go 18 weeks and players don't know their responsibilities?
Yeah, it happens. How do you get a field goal blocked, when you're the Dallas Cowboys? That was another responsibility. That was a bust right there. But
how do you miss a field goal block when you run past the football?
Yeah,
that was an amazing thing.
That's
the
amazing.
Cowboys
Another
did.
one.
Too fast, man.
Mike, you're right though. Doug, he let that thing kind of fall apart at the end. That team should not have been in the situation they were. And
probably need to look for a new quarterback.
And maybe a real coach, like a.
Oh no! I mean,
Myers.
Doug deserves a lot of the blame for that.
I want him to stay there. I want Trevor Lawrence to stay there. But both of them need to take a long look at themselves and go, why was I so bad this year?
Yeah, I think the play caller wasn't great either down the stretch. They were 1-5, right?
Yep.
Was that right?
They're 8-3.
Yeah, and then they went 1-5. Yeah, that's just that's
style.
not very.
I mean,
good.
watching the Eagles was so awesome. Just how this whole thing has fallen apart.
Yeah,
it's hilarious, is what it is. So that was great. But then I had a 3-week G-Bag Survivor losing streak. It was unbelievable. So, Buffalo holding on against Miami had the majority of my attention. I couldn't imagine, the anxiety that I had to go through last week. I still have another bet payoff to do. By the way, I'm not out of the woods yet.
So you must have gone crazy for that punt return, then.
Absolutely.
You're like, God, thank you. We needed something.
Or that weird tipped pass where the guy ends up keeping his toes in. That was pretty amazing. But Josh Allen in the first half was doing everything he could to make your night a stressful football surviving G-Bag living hell.
He had no respect for my quality of life at that point.
I love Sean McDermott because they got him right at halftime, and he was not in the mode of protecting his quarterback. Hey, what happened on the last play? Dumbass threw the ball down the middle of the field. Yeah. It was pretty much that was his answer. He just said that can't happen. He immediately was like, Josh Allen made a stupid decision. That's what happened. Halftime. Here we go.
He owned it beautifully after the game. I don't know if you guys saw that interview. I don't know what network I was watching, but he was like, yeah, we're just going to clean up some things, mostly me from the first half.
I tell you what, I was fascinated by the Rams trying to lose a game and then win a game.
Yes.
At the same time.
Shout out to Carson Wentz, man.
Yeah, I mean, Carson Wentz
That's our
went
hero.
out there and played. And that to me that's fascinating because the Rams were like, okay, 49ers, you're going to sit all your guys? Well, we'll trump you. So, that means the Rams backup players are better than the 49er backup players?
And now you wouldn't face the Rams until the NFC Championship game if you're so inclined to want to avoid them.
How about that?
So that'd be
I'm in on that. No one was plugged in on Montana, South Dakota State.
No clue.
No.
Right? I don't think anybody knew.
South
Why was
Dakota
that game
State
played
won.
on a Sunday?
The
when the
last
NFL season was going on?
Because the national championship games played tonight for the
played on a Saturday, Brian.
Played on a Tuesday.
They had all those NFL games on Saturday.
They had all of them really yesterday. They had 2 in the afternoon and the evening. You could have kicked off at noon.
Should
in
be
Frisco.
a great game though tonight. You have
Who
college.
you got? Yeah.
You have college kids playing for Michigan, and then you have a bunch of 30-year-olds playing for Washington.
It's going to make it fair.
Yeah.
Penix is 30?
Penix
24?
is 23.
24?
Yeah, he'll be 24 next year. But they have.
Sure.
I didn't know this. Pretty much all of their kids in the game got recruited for the 2018 and 2019 class.
Is that because of the COVID stuff? Everybody got the extra year?
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean,
I think a lot of
they might be the oldest team in college football history.
Yeah.
It's the sweet spot of having a bunch of good players, but not quite obviously NFL. So sure, we'll stick around and You know, in a couple years when we're just older and bigger and better than everybody else, we'll beat a bunch of 20-year-olds.
That's the new alpha for program building.
Dude, Washington's
guys,
gonna have
we'll take 6 or 7
players.
years to graduate. We'll all hang out. We'll be good friends. We're family, and we'll try to win it when you're 24.
Washington's got
Just
an
keep
offensive
lifting weight.
tackle I'd love to have.
Washington's got 3 NFL wide receivers. They got an NFL
Dude.
lineman.
Well, yeah, they're all 25 years old. I get it.
Patrick Mahomes would,
They're older than
Mahomes would love to have
CD Lamb.
Washington's receivers. Yeah.
They were in the same recruiting class as CD Lamb was.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll talk a lot of Cowboys. Mike McCarthy's presser coming up at 3:30. We'll get the latest from him.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
And I'm feeling
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are all now reunited. The six of us here in studio, ready for 5 hours of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout and Emmy Award winner, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video with one eye on that college football with the national title game tonight. I'm Gavin Dawson, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation, and it's great to see all your beautiful, shiny faces once again.
Good to see you.
Wolchuk, it's been a month, I think.
It's been a month, man. It's been insane.
How does he look? Do you think he held up over the holidays? Where are we going? How are we judging each other physically here? I think you guys both made it out alive. Dawson said he was going to go off the handle.
I've got some work to do, man.
Got a little bit of work.
I can feel in this sweater right now, it's getting tighter.
Yeah.
Maybe it shrunk. Maybe I did a poor job doing laundry, which is possible.
It's hugely. Honestly, that's more likely than the other thing.
Yes.
But the holidays.
The holidays. That's what I'm chalking it up to, the holidays.
The vignatis.
The vignatis. But don't worry. I'm going to get that soda body back.
Those powdered donuts, Dawson.
The most jarring thing is in this room right now is your unshaven face.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I guess the back half of the bet payoff that you did on Friday.
Yeah, that's the thing about that payoff. Much like the the rash that's sitting above the lip of Brian Broaddus right now. Like these
Kinda
things
still hurts.
They weren't just immediate one and done. Ask Stephen Jones a question and then we'll see you next year.
Yeah.
This one's gonna sit for a while, so it sucks. I have to keep looking at it. Unfortunately for you guys, you do too.
Job well done, though, on the bet payoffs on Friday, boys.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
The question to Stephen Jones was fantastic. Reading it verbatim.
Wow.
With and stuff like that. And then getting in the Greg Zuerlein reference.
Yes.
Oh,
Isn't
I
that the
thought
best?
It was fantastic. It was brilliant. And then Stephen just went with it.
It was adrenalizing. Yes, and he wasn't critical of me at all.
No.
I was shocked by how much he must have been in a hell of a mood.
He must have been in a great mood.
In
because-
first place and going to Washington.
Yeah. Did he try and cut you off, though?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. He was like, he gave me one of those, about 20 seconds to go. I was like, hold on here, partner.
You tap the brakes. I'm not done.
But Wolchuk, you have a bet payoff still to do, and I do, right?
Yep,
Did anybody
I got one
else? Did anybody pick up another one?
No, did not pick up another one, but I have the with the Tolos. I had the
in the 18 pack.
The 18 pack, yeah.
Well, and looming here now is Broaddus going back. Off-season Broaddus getting all fired up about his Cats from Detroit.
Okay.
Now all of a sudden Stafford's going to town looking to steal that mojo back.
What if I go ahead and pick Detroit to win the game in this
I
week?
think you have to.
Well, then I get that. That could be that could be a double situation.
I think it just counts as one.
Let's
myself,
go.
Yeah.
No, because Broaddus put it on the line.
They won the division.
Detroit's winning a playoff game. It wasn't about the division. It was about winning a playoff game.
I said win the
for the first time in the history of their franchise, winning a playoff
You can't
game.
crawfish on that bet, Brian.
I'm not crawfishing at all. They won. They got the hats.
No, here's the deal.
We'll win a playoff game.
You guys in June were like, oh, okay, Broaddus. Oh, all right. That kind of. They won. They won the division.
They did.
I said they would.
But can they win the playoff game?
I'm going to pick them to it.
I love it.
Good.
I love this.
No, they're playing the Rams, right?
Yeah, the team you're scared most of. That's what I love.
I hate the Rams. I hate the Rams. Like I said, the Rams tried to lose yesterday. What did they do? They went to San Francisco and with their backups won. Come on, man.
Yeah, hell of a coaching job
Come
there,
on,
right?
man.
Chief, any gastro issues over the weekend with a gallon of milk?
Oh, yeah. My wife was genuinely upset at me by the time Sunday afternoon rolled around.
That tweet you had yesterday.
That was real.
Pissed me off. I was laughing out loud reading that.
She literally at one. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with her. On Sunday, I'm like, is everything what's going on? I can tell something's bothering her. She's like, I'm sick of you. I'm sick of hearing you hawk loogies because I've been like, honey, it's winter time. Give me a dang break here. What do you want from me? You think I want to be hawking up green here? No.
Yeah.
This is just what I have to do.
I can't. I appreciate your wife saying that because when you do it. It does. It makes me sick too.
Oh
no, the loogie it really does.
I've never noticed it.
Oh no, he will
That's bad.
He goes, we'll be back with the rest of the pregame show next. He will literally
he's got his spitting cup.
He will
yeah, dude, it's tough.
Kevin Burkhardt, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week.
It's been 3 months, man. 3 months it's been sitting in there. It's been a bad
deal. And he
deal.
goes over, he spits in the trash can, and then I have to go throw something away, and I'm like, and I'm gagging. I literally close my eyes. I'm like Josh Green shooting threes. I'm just closing my eyes, launching that thing. But yeah, I mean, dude, I'm glad somebody brought that up.
Well, she absolutely did.
Yeah.
And then she said,
God bless her.
And then she said the words, and that fart pissed me off.
Which I can relate to.
I'm like, honey, you knew I did the Milk Me Challenge on Friday. This was to be expected.
What do you expect?
Come on.
Maybe go into a far corner of the house and open up the windows back there and let me know about it. But something like that probably takes, 36, 48 hours to process before it's all the way through.
48.
Yeah, you know it now.
I've got it down. I think I'm good now.
Okay. Here's my question on the Cowboys. By the way, congratulations. It really is a pleasure to be broadcasting once again on home of a first place team. Is the euphoria kicking in, or what will it take to get there? At 877-881-1053, leave your name and city you're texting from. How is your euphoria meter currently, Wolchuk?
I got euphoria is starting to set in a little bit here. It's starting to. Right? This is your best chance. You've got potentially 2 playoff games. There's no excuses now. You guys have won 16 in a row at AT&T Stadium. You got to keep this thing humming along.
I was telling these guys last week, we're going to the NFC title game. Yes, that's happening.
And how many people have seen an NFC championship game that are alive right now? Okay, 2. Lucius, maybe. You've seen 1, okay. Carter, I don't think has.
No.
I've seen a bunch, but never with the Cowboys.
I was alive. Was I able to really watch it and recollect it? No.
Yeah.
Eric, same thing. People driving around, listening on your Odyssey app. I think there's a large section of the Cowboys fan base that have never been able to see this. So now's your time. And if you don't do it now, then you got to clean house. Bye-bye.
Oh,
fire sale.
Adios.
Go get Bob Myers and fix this organization.
We're done with this. 3 12-win seasons in a row. Good on you. All right, can you win in the playoffs? Now's your damn time.
Wow, he beat me to it. He really did.
He beat you to the fire sale?
I tell you what, though. I mean, I appreciate the fact that Mike McCarthy might be an outstanding regular season coach. 3 seasons in a row of 12-5. I think that's super impressive. But now this organization is about championships. It's about playoff wins. It's about other things. He just went and spit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, of course he did.
He did.
Right in the middle of me talking. Yeah.
Very disrespectful.
Yeah, very disrespectful.
Shows you what I think about that take.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But I'm to the point now where I'm like, okay, great job of doing what you had to do. 16 straight at home. Super impressive. Go win some playoff games.
We're not in euphoria time for either of you guys. No. We're into you got to show me still.
I think
that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean,
ready to cap the coach. You're going to be sorely disappointed, by the way, if they lose this coming up Sunday because Jerry ain't firing Mike. He likes comfort. He likes loyalty.
So you really don't think he would if they lose to the Packers?
No,
they're touchdown favorites at home.
He'd be awful blustery about it, but would end up doing nothing.
I don't know, man. You usually write about a lot of things. This is the one time where everything is falling the right direction for the Cowboys. They get the Eagles to play poorly the last month of the season. They get in with the Eagles had the easiest schedule. And here you are, you lose a game to the Dolphins, and we're all thinking about, okay, Tampa, who's going to win the NFC South? Saints, who's going to win? We're just going through all those scenarios about having to play on the road. And now you have it set up where you can get through this playoffs playing 2 of the 3 games potentially. And you don't know what's going to happen in San Francisco. Yeah. You don't know what's going to happen with somebody going and playing at that game. I mean, but you lose this football game. And I said this in the pregame show with Eric. I go, you lose this game against the Commanders. I would not want to be anybody in that coaching staff, front office with Jerry and Steven. I would not want to be around. Now, they got the victory. I think it's going to be really on a week-to-week basis.
What do you think, Chief?
I tend to agree with you, Dawson, other than the fact that this might be the one time or the first real, hey, Dan Quinn, you might have to make your choice here. The Dan Quinn choice. Because I think with how many head coach openings that are about to be.
What if Belichick's sitting out there? That's a decision you would have to make, too.
That's another one for sure.
That is and I'm not just making things up here. There is a very, very, very close relationship between Jerry Jones and Bill Belichick.
It's good to know. Belichick, by the way, going into uncharted waters today, probably perhaps trying to save his job. We'll hear more about that a little bit later on in the show. Cowboys and Packers now set for Sunday at 3:30. Where is your euphoria? What would happen if the Cowboys would lose? Could you see Mike McCarthy being let go? I think Jerry knows how difficult of a job it is. Even Mike McCarthy has said things over his 4 years here. As far as, wow, I knew it was going to be weird in Dallas, but I didn't expect this.
Oh, no.
And I think because of that, Jerry doesn't want to start new with a guy that he knows can have success.
Yeah, but Jerry's not guaranteed tomorrow. None of us are. And he has a football team right now. He's about to pay his quarterback. He's about to probably pay his wide receiver. He's got one of the best defensive players in the league. He's got a guy in Will McClay that drafts very well for him. Jerry doesn't have time to be losing games in the wild card round, if that happens. Or if it happens in the divisional round.
He's done a good job, and you're right. I mean, he does understand everything that comes with being the head coach of the Cowboys.
I think he's learned.
The pregame interviews that he's had with Christy and Brad, I think some of the things that he says there, like the narratives, the outside noise, does he address that with the team? And he's like, that. A lot of this just comes with being the Dallas Cowboys.
You could tell that he gets disappointed or he doesn't quite understand why he's taking so much heat. Because when he says, you got, one of the best scoring offenses in the league and, but you can't run the ball. You're 15th. So that's bad. He says stuff like that in the pregame show when people interview him and they ask, he's always quick to point out, why am I getting criticized for having the best offense, but we can't run the ball? Why are you guys bringing that up? That's something he says himself. So he knows, Mike doesn't need this gig. Mike's got money. Mike's wife's got money. They don't need this gig, And so you always kind of wonder, if something were to happen, he'd move on. I don't think Mike would, whatever. I'll go back to the farmhouse in Green Bay and kind of figure things out. Don't have to coach. You can pay me my last year.
Just act like I'm watching a bunch of football.
Exactly.
It's a good gig, man.
But I'm going to say this, though. The pressure is on him. The pressure is on him. The pressure's on Dak Prescott.
Oh, yeah, it is. It should be on all of them. But now it's fallen into place here where everything is aligned the way you kind of need it to go. You're not playing San Francisco until the NFC Championship game, assuming they make it there. You've got 2 home playoff games, assuming you beat the Packers.
Yeah.
There's really not all of the reasons that we were looking at, okay, you got to navigate this minefield just to get to an NFC Championship game. It's now fallen into perfect place for you to finally kick that door down of getting past the divisional round. And that's really the only thing you're being asked to do.
That's all we need for now. 469. I just want to enjoy a beer during an NFC title game. Last one I saw was at a church watching party in the 6th grade. Not a lot of coldies getting cracked in a church watch party. Been to a few myself. They're fun. But no, if you want the beer, maybe you might get like a tiny glass of wine, like a thimble size. Last NFC conference championship game I watched in person at Texas Stadium was against Green Bay in the 90s. That's Steve from Fairview.
I was there too.
214 Brian, stop stalling on that 18-pack, you B word.
No, well, we put that to a vote, sir or ma'am, and 54% of you voted that. Waited till we got to a remote B word.
I got people asking me, when's your next remote? Because they want to come see you get hammered, Brian.
I'd love to do it with anybody that would like to come have a beer or a fireball with me. I'll be happy to do that when we get out.
If you own a business, email us. We'll do a remote at your spot if you have the requisite advertising a budget.
Yeah.
We could, it'll be a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, we'll have fun.
How do you feel about the matchup with the Packers, Brian? Is this? I
haven't even literally looked at the Packers at all. I mean, you get so focused in on what you're doing with your own team. So, I know they're 7-9, won 7 out of the last 9 games. Been kind of poor on defense at times. There's been a lot of questions about. You look at the roster. Quarterback's playing great for them.
Quarterback's been good.
Yeah, and they still have that ability with the backs. We'll see with the receivers. I mean, it's not a lot of household names. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to sitting down and watching them play.
I'm sure we're going to have a similar conversation. Aaron Jones, right? 3 straight games of 100 yards for him. He's back healthy. I think A.J. Dillon's been out. But that defense is pretty poochies.
Yeah.
Yes, my gosh, Joe Barry. What's going on? I think that's the huge criticism of Matt LaFleur and his tenure as the Packers head coach is not being able to find a defensive coordinator. Yeah. I think it was Mike Pettin that he was running with for a couple of years, just a disaster.
The former Browns
did he have Dom Capers in there for a little bit helping?
Did he have Dom Capers floating around?
Yeah, sure did.
What are Dom's doing these days?
But this is what we wanted, right? This is what we signed up for. Isn't this sort of what we asked for?
You wanted Green Bay over L.A.
When we woke up Sunday morning, we said, Cowboys win. Let's see the Packers, no Aaron Rodgers. Unfortunately, I'm watching Jordan Love throw the football, and I'm like,
yeah.
There's some Aaron Rodgers up in here, bro.
He's got some talent, but I'm hoping that the Green Bay Packer type of nightmares left with number 12 Aaron Rodgers.
And
that's my hope.
Yes, for sure. And I do think you're talking about, hey, listen, a really, really good team offensively, but I think it's the youngest team in the league. It's not just their quarterback.
It's
where
the
hey,
fourth
this is
youngest to ever make the playoffs.
Okay, so there you go. You're facing against a team that is just there's no playoff skins on the wall at all, and so you'll take your chances with that.
All right, Mavs homestand is off to a great start. 3 straight wins, including Minnesota yesterday. Wow. They'll host Memphis tomorrow. And John Morant's back, so it's not going to be as easy as the 3 other times you played Memphis so far. 2 losses away from the 4th-place Clippers right now. The Mavs are sitting in a tie for 6th. They also have the New York Knicks and 2 with the Pelicans before they hit the road again. 3 straight losses for the Stars, some bad luck, some bad defense at times. They're in Minnesota tonight, and they're going to host the Wild on Wednesday. Hot Stove Show with Sandler, Sporzy, and Josh Smith is tomorrow night at our showroom downstairs. We want to see you here at 6 o'clock. I heard a rumor. World Series trophy is going to be here.
Yes.
So it'll be your next chance to take a picture with it before they go back-to-back, and you'll get more chances next offseason. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Let's rank the wild card games and wild card teams. Where do the Cowboys hit the board? You'll find out next to the Nation.
brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're 8 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Wolchuk has some wild card-related rankings. Here he is, Zach.
Yeah, for those of you that believe in the NFL script writers, boy, did they do an excellent job this year with setting us up some juicy storylines for Wild Card Weekend. The number one ranked Wild Card game, and I don't know if you guys agree, but it would be Rams at the Lions. We've got a double revenge game. We've got Matthew Stafford, whom, of course, quarterbacked the Lions for many years, going to Detroit to take on Jared Goff, who he was traded for, and it's the first ever home playoff game at Ford Field. And that building's been open since 2003. This is a big deal. This is the most expensive playoff ticket, period, across the entire National Football League, even more than Cowboys and Packers. Wow. To go see the Lions host the Rams, which will be Saturday night.
Well, I don't doubt that it's a hot ticket and an expensive item.
Sunday night, I think.
Yes, it's Sunday night.
Nothing could actually be bigger than a Cowboy game, at least not this one. Now, something could be, but not involving these teams.
It's classic, man. Packers Cowboys
it is amazing. But you also have revenge playing with the Cowboys and the Cowboys' home field advantage trying to get back to the NFC title game. No disrespect, but you could drive around 4 miles looking for a Rams fan in Los Angeles and not find one.
It's true.
Okay. Objectively speaking, I would probably give it the edge, like evaluating these storylines. But when it comes down to who's actually the most interested, the world cares probably 4 times as much about the Cowboys game as
which is, the Cowboys get that Sunday afternoon slot, which I think we're all very excited about. Now you've got Tyreek Hill with the Dolphins returning to Kansas City, where he won Super Bowls with Andy Reid and the Chiefs, and they're putting this game on Peacock, which is very smart on the NFL's perspective, because you're going to get the Swifties thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to see Taylor Swift. Now we've got to subscribe to Peacock, so they're trying to go ahead and to get as much subscriptions as they can off of this, because you have to have Peacock to be able to watch this game. I think that was the play here.
You think that was Peacock's whole thing? Like, listen, we don't care about any of these games. We just want to make sure we get Swifty on the Peacock.
Give us the Chiefs.
We get a brand new audience here, because all the Swifties are going to be signing up for Peacock like 10 minutes before kickoff when they realize, we got to get Peacock. Might be a good move for them.
So that's the number 2 game. Packers-Cowboys would be 3. Also juicy, Mike McCarthy coaching against his former team. You've got Cowboys-Packers. I think the Packers won 9 of 10 against the Cowboys. Of course, they knocked them out of the postseason in 2014, 2016. Still not over it. Dez caught it, and Jeff Heath. How the hell did you not force that fumble against Aaron Rodgers? Browns-Texans. Well, where was Deshaun Watson traded?
Yeah.
He was traded to Cleveland. Now, he has messed this up because he is hurt. But who knows? If the Browns are even here, he might have been addition by subtraction, because now you have the MVP and Joe Flacco.
Yeah, dude. No, they are in a much better position here, being that they have Joe Flacco instead of Deshaun Watson. There's no doubt about it. And that is going to be fun. That is going to be a fun game. With C.J. Stroud going up against that defense, that's going to be a huge challenge. But, yeah, it is crazy how many intertwining storylines worked out for the matchups, man.
And then the Eagles-Bucks is ranked as the 5th best wild card matchup, and we are watching the Eagles just self-implode right before our eyes. Like, Nick Sirianni, could he go from leading this team to the Super Bowl to being fired? Jalen Hurts, are they going to move on from a quarterback? I mean, this is amazing to watch.
I think they should consider both, and I would bet on in 3 years both guys are gone. Would you do it right now? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think they're moving on from the quarterback, but I mean,
maybe the coach. Just maybe.
I don't think. I think that they're gonna. I think they're gonna continue on with this coach. I don't think they're gonna make any changes there. I really don't. As bad as it's going to be, and probably going to end in a loss in Tampa. I just kind of feel like that they're going to run this thing back, and they're going to try and figure out how to go get better defensive players when it comes to the secondary and stuff like that.
Well, ranked as the 6th and the least enticing wild card game. Surprise, surprise. It's the Bills and the Steelers. But, Brian, you were talking about this. The NFL
loves the snow game.
They want the snow game.
They want the snow game.
Now they got a chance with 2 snow teams in the Steelers and the Bills. This one's in Buffalo. We saw Tua poop himself yesterday, and somehow, some way, Josh Allen and the Bills came back to win the AFC East. You believe in the script makers?
No, I don't believe in the script makers. I think the most that the league would do is like what Tim Donaghy said. We're going to send officials that will call it in a way that is advantageous for this ratings darling or this team owned by a guy we like. You know, I think that's probably happened in most leagues. I mean, humans can't help themselves.
We know it's happening in the NBA.
They get greedy, yes. I mean, it happens all the time in European soccer.
Yeah, I believe it.
You know, we see it. Cheating's been very rampant in college football, so much so that they just essentially legalized it here in the last 5 years. So, I think, on some level, things do happen that I would describe as nefarious, Volchuk.
Nefarious on both counts. Now, in terms of the NFL playoff rankings based on teams, you've got the top 2 seeds, of course, 1 and 2, Ravens and Niners. Number 3 is the Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
They sure have. They're now AFC's champs. They've got them as the 3rd best team entering the playoffs. The Chiefs at 4.
I think they're giving the Chiefs a lot of respect.
I think they are too.
And the quarterback, and maybe some history there.
Then the Cowboys at 5, followed by the Detroit Lions, would be your top 6. Would you change those rankings at all?
I'm kind of, I've said what I've said about the Cowboys. I mean, I think the Cowboys at home is an awesome thing to have. Fortunate for them.
Would you take the Cowboys to beat the Chiefs? Just obviously, this couldn't happen. They're in 2 different conferences. But if the Chiefs were going to AT&T Stadium to play, would you pick the Cowboys?
No.
That's probably why people are still ranking the Chiefs higher.
You wouldn't pick You wouldn't pick the Cowboys over the Chiefs at AT&T?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, because I am much more fearful of Mahomes and Andy Reid than I am whatever the Cowboys got cooking.
And
I think everybody would.
If this game was played in Kansas City, I totally understand where you're going, but I not at AT&T. No.
Their last 2 games at AT&T Stadium, it's like a 1-point win over Seattle. It's a 1-point win over Detroit.
It's wins.
Some fair luck involved.
It's wins. It's just
per
wins.
play efficiency still says Kansas City's around a top 5 team, right?
It does. Yeah.
But they don't have top 5 wide receivers.
No, they do not.
No, they don't.
That is for sure.
They have one of the best quarterbacks ever to play this game.
But
That's why the only reason you would pick Kansas City.
Right, and the coach. And their defense is
pretty good. Find a way to block Jones, their tackle.
I'm
with you. At AT&T, I would take the Cowboys. Yeah. I think that the defense would give Mahomes just fits all day long. I don't think, he can make plays down the field.
Not this current Kansas City team.
They have not looked like the same team.
They lead the league in drops.
No.
It pressures.
But up there, their defense would probably keep the Cowboys under 17. And Mahomes would throw a pass to set up a field goal, and you win at 19-17.
Kansas City is one team I do get to see quite a bit just because they're on those primetime games and stuff. But I just kind of feel like I'm always seeing Mahomes running around, blocking not very good, and I see receivers dropping the ball all the time.
I see it is now time for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go.
Yeah.
Here's Lucius.
Yeah, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Hey.
All right.
Have a good weekend?
I did. Fantastic weekend, man. It moves too fast, you know what I mean? It just moves too fast. Lions head coach Dan Campbell is our champion for G-Bag the day so far. How many days? I don't know, man.
Couple, 2, 3.
I'll figure it out at some point. But he was on with 97-1 the Eagle up there in Detroit, and I'm pretty sure these 2 knuckleheads were probably talking slick about old Coach Dan and him going for 2 against the Cowboys. Coach Dan got a whiff and called him to the carpet, and that's why he's our winner.
Yeah, I told our offense, I think I said this before, and we're going for the win. And we're going to go down, we're going to score, and we're going for 2. And I wasn't coming off of that.
So if it was like 10 or 15, like a holding penalty, you still would have gone for it?
No, if we're getting outside the 10, no.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Outside the 10 every week, good on good. We do it every week, O versus D.
Yeah, when you got the penalty and moved it to
Go ahead and say it.
Yeah.
Say it.
Come
Both
on.
of you.
Say it.
What?
Say it. Say what you want to say.
I think from the 7, it's a low percentage play. I think your chances of winning are lower than if you kick the extra point.
I would have like you would say it to anybody else. I'm on the radio. Say it like you want to say it.
Yeah. I thought it was a reckless decision.
Thank you.
Okay, but you don't regret it.
No.
Thank you. No.
Yeah, I love it, bro.
I do too.
Shout out to the city. Hey! All right, what's number 2 right here? You guys ever had to stop a sibling from fighting? Break up a fight with your siblings or something? Not you, like they're not fighting you, they're fighting someone else.
No.
No?
Thankfully not.
Good for you.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any stopping my sister.
Yeah, them ladies are different.
They
fight to the death.
I'd end up getting my ass kicked.
It's different, bro. It's hard to break up a lady fight.
Yeah, it'd be bad.
Dawson? Huh?
No, sir, I don't think so.
All right. There's a big brother right here. He had to stop his little brother from fighting right outside the house, and they recorded it. Listen to this.
Hey. Jason. Ronan, get in the house.
You.
Get in the house.
Shut up.
Jason, go to your house, please.
He threw the first punch.
Ronan, please.
The away.
I'm gonna send this to
I am going to call the cops. Get the off of me.
You're starting fights.
Get the off of me.
Go to your room.
Rapist.
Rapist? I'll call mom. Jason, just keep walking your house. It's in your best interest. Ronan.
Shut up, you bitch.
Ronan, don't.
Oh, we got more
fighting? Yeah, because you're scared.
Yeah,
Now
sure.
shut up.
I'm so sorry, Jason.
You, Jason.
I'm sorry.
Lil Ronan is bad, bro.
Wow.
And if you've seen the video of Lil Ronan right here, he looks like Ben Rogers, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Looks like a little kid version of Ben Rogers, bro.
Not surprised there was some toxic energy coming off of it.
I can see a little Ben doing that too with his
bro. It was hilarious to watch that video. What else we got? Yesterday was church day. Hope you got your blessings. Shout out to Reverend Ike on YouTube. A little prosperity preaching ain't wrong with nobody, you know what I mean? Let's see. How about this one? We got a deacon that sung a church song in the key of Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell. Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell.
Jesus is all I need to get by. Jesus is all I need to get by.
Help him out.
You're all that I need. I'll be there for
you. In the morning, he's all to get by.
Man, that would be killer if church was a parody song contest. Like, what's your favorite song? Can you do it but about Jesus?
Kurt Franklin made a whole career off of that. What are you talking about?
Let's go.
Flipping all the hip hop songs and make them church songs. All my people sit. Everybody sit.
Hands together.
Don't play with God's people. All right, let's see. What else? One more. Big Kendrick Perkins calls out Kevin Hart during Kevin Hart's NBA Unplugged situation. You know, he's like doing commentary of the basketball games, him and the Plastic Cup Boys, and a few guests. Kevin Hart was taking shots at Big Perk about how long he takes to get through his little diatribes or whatever.
He does talk
So
slow.
Kevin put it right back in his lap. Pause.
Big Perk, this is a question I've always had for you, man. You know, during y'all show, when these segments are live, do they put up a shot clock for you for your sentences so you can finish them in a certain amount of time? Like, do they have? I'm just asking. Perk, I'm just asking.
You caught a straight out of nowhere. Perk, you ain't even did nothing to nobody. You came on here as a guest.
I'm just. Perk, that was uncalled for, and I apologize.
I'm just saying, look. Hey, Kev, you didn't say nothing to Cat Williams when he did a 3-hour interview talking slow yesterday. You didn't put a shot clock on him.
Things got real all of a sudden.
Yeah, it did.
Quiet.
Yeah, sure did. Well, I think Kevin said something like, you watch this circus, you don't entertain it.
And we're going to break anyway.
We're going to break. Plastic Cup Boys?
Is it our champion, Dan Campbell? Is it Big Brother stopping Little Brother from fighting? Was Little Brother winning?
Little brother was winning. Little brother's a bully.
Little brother's bully.
I'd take little brother over Dan Campbell in a match. After hearing that.
Yeah, Dan's recruiting Ronan right now.
Yeah, he is.
Dan Campbell somewhere in the parking lot barking at the mailman when he comes up. How did you know that the mailman was here? It's amazing, your instincts.
The Deacon did the Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell song. Kendrick Perkins calling out Kevin Hart. I'm going to vote for our champion, Dan Campbell. Chief, how about you?
I'll go for the bad kid.
Lucius?
Church, preach, tabernacle.
Well, Chuck?
I'm thinking we go with the brother and the kid.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan?
Ronan. Yeah.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Great run by Dan Campbell there. And good luck against the Packers. Speaking of the Packers, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I'll put a bow on this Commanders game. Who played well? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Looking forward to getting an update on Cowboys storylines. The Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 3:30 right now. It's another good source of Cowboys analysis and news. Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here's the king himself.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I did get an update on Gilmore.
Okay.
And how that's going to look. And it appears that the text I got said we'll have a real chance to play this weekend.
Okay.
So that's I'm sure that he'll sit out and probably get treatment and not bang that shoulder around or anything, but it seems like everything's okay for him to be a part of that. So
I also think Tyler Smith is pretty key here.
Yeah, and I asked about that one, and they were hopeful as well.
Cool.
There. So the question I said 73 hopeful, and the answer was yes. So we'll see how that all plays out for your Dallas Cowboys this weekend. Speaking of substitutes, I think you have to give. I know last night on the postgame show, folks were asking me about what I thought about Bass and Hoffman and the way they played. I tweeted out today that I thought it was a beautiful game for them, and I say beautiful in a way that these guys are not beautiful players. They're really not. They're not the most athletic. They're not the most sound.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Broaddus. I mean, for you to make just a blanket statement like that and speak for us all, you know?
And it's really on Dawson's. That's Dawson's side of the game right there. He can tell you if they're a beautiful man or not.
Yeah.
He's really good at that.
Come on.
I do think Brian nailed it.
Okay, well then.
But I think
I redact everything I said.
Chiefs point holds though.
Yeah.
All right, look at that.
I think they were beautiful yesterday.
We're back.
They played really, really well in that football, especially with Hoffman's situation of they literally talking to people with the Cowboys that Zach Martin, they knew about that like the morning of. That's how, I mean, they didn't have much warning about him, being out. And then all of a sudden he comes to the stadium and things are kind of bad for him. But
can we get details on like a sickness situation? Like, does he have to go hang out at the stadium and be sick at the stadium all day? Does he stay at the hotel on the road there? He did say the one redeeming quality about FedEx Field, the quantity of stalls in the locker room. Like, that's probably the number one stadium you want to get sick at. Is the quantity of toilets there for him to do what he needed to do.
That's why they're overflowing with feces.
Right, exactly.
Gosh.
Yeah, we connected dots, man.
They don't have enough damn plumbing.
It's disgusting.
I need to find out this, but I don't think he was on the field. I think that they kept him separate. Matter of fact, they had if he had to fly home separately, they were arranging that as well.
Yeah, Steven mentioned that with KNC earlier.
Yeah, so they were talking about if having to maybe quarantine him a little bit, but it was flu and it was bad.
See, and that's what sucks too. Like the idea of having to get on a plane while sick. Like if I've got the flu, no thank you. I'm going to just post up in this hotel room until we clear it out. I'll see y'all, I don't know, Tuesday, whatever. I'm Zach Martin, 99 overall Madden.
Well, he got on the plane last night with his team and they were talking about he was just sitting in the seat, just blanket over his head kind of a guy. So
I bet, dude, that's a miserable place to be.
Well, he got better.
Everybody around you's partying, wearing the NFC East champion hats, and you're just trying not to puke.
And then
trying to regulate your temperature the whole time.
You're
sweating, but you're shivering.
The whole time. But great job by those two young guards in that football game of stepping up and making some plays. They worked very well together with Biotish. The running game, they had some success in the running game because of the two young guys. The only thing that really, the one tip pass that ended up being an interception, and I felt terrible for Bass on this one, but he got grabbed. I mean, they should have called defensive holding on this play. John Ridgway, they're running a twist stunt, and Smith and Bass they're gonna pick up the twist, and then you get the looper coming over the top, and Bass is trying to get back inside, but he gets grabbed, and then that allowed the rusher to be able to come in and then tip the ball. You saw what happened on the interception there. That really nothing that Dak could do. He's trying to fit the ball inside to Gallup. Gallup was covered pretty well on the play. That would have been kind of a close play to begin with, but he was trying to get the ball inside. But unfortunately, Bass got pulled on the play, got held, and then he couldn't get back to get the block, or you probably wouldn't have had an interception there. I think the play that changed the game for the Cowboys was actually Donovan Wilson's interception. And this is when we talk about Fowler and what he's able to do.
Splash play guy, man.
This is a guy when Fowler is involved with the game, he doesn't play a whole hell of a lot, but when he is in on the rush, he generally can make things happen. And I think that you talk about Bass getting grabbed, but Fowler did the same thing to Nick Gates, the center for the Commanders. And so what happens is Fowler's coming on the twist, he grabs Gates, and that gets Lawrence home on the rush right there. So when Lawrence is coming around there, he's able to work around the hold right there, and then he's able just to go right directly into the quarterback there, into Howell. And then the ball he hits his arm, the ball flutters. But that sack, that pressure, that interception, everything was all on Fowler and his ability to do exactly what happened to Bass. Grab the lineman and then try and get your buddy home on that particular play.
Yeah, Wilson just had to bring it in, which he made a meal of.
Yeah.
But that is 2 games in a row with a pick for him.
Yeah.
Is this your best performing safety as we go into the playoffs now? Is he kind of heating up at the right time?
I'll tell you what, though, he's playing really well. The safety that's playing the best, it's playing as a linebacker, I think, is Bell. Yeah. And Bell, to me, I like your question, Dawson, about it, because I think the physicality that Wilson plays with, the awareness that he plays with, those things are all positive right now. But they run that 4th down play. They're going to run a screen. They get off the field on a 4th down. They throw the screen to Robinson going to the defense's right. Well, Clark. It's Clark and then Bell, and we haven't seen Clark play a game like he played yesterday. And I mentioned that in the crosstalk about how Dan's trying to move him off the ball and kind of play him behind the line so he could react quicker, play him a little bit more at depth, and then put Parsons underneath him and let Parsons run and go make the play. But then it frees up, and those blockers engage with Parsons, it frees up Clark to be able to run.
It's brilliant.
So
Smart.
it's a little bit of a scheme adjust from Dan Quinn. But on the particular play, you talk about the safeties. Bell, they're in that trips formation, and so once Bell sees the motion from Robinson, he immediately takes off running. He's thinking like, okay, here we are. Trips to my right, 3 wide receivers. Ball's going that way with a back going that way. That's
to that match. When you went back and saw the all-22, we talked about last night,
right.
His ability to read and diagnose.
He read that thing on a split second. As soon as he saw the motion, he took off running, and he knew they're going to throw a screen out here. And him and Clark were able to get to the outside and make the play. I think this is what we're starting to see from guys, especially like a guy like Bell. As much as he's having to play down in that box situation, I think he's starting to see things better, clearer, the reads. There was some coverage aspects in this game that he really had a really good game as Bell, as far as dealing with the crosser routes, dealing with the tight ends, dealing with receivers underneath him. I mean, he's doing a much better job of seeing the field and then reacting that way. All right, the punt block, and this is I should probably let me talk about the field goal block first on what happened there with the situation. We were all kind of hopeful that Aubrey would have to be able, he could get through this season, not miss anything, break the record. It's just unfortunate what happened on this, but there's a couple of things that doesn't work here. And when you look at how it played out, though, one side fans out, and that would be the right side fans out. So the left side has to fan as well. That's how they block. They block out and not inside. But what happened is that you got Biotis fans out, but Steele doesn't. And so what happens, it creates a natural gap there. So there's that gap, and they're able to run right through that gap. And
Steele doesn't want to be told how to fan. I get it.
No. Well, when I mean fan, I mean it's to go, to block outside. You can watch one side and you can kind of see, okay, this is their technique. This is what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to fan to the outside, and then, well, they get one guy fan, the other one doesn't, and that now you create a gap right there. And unfortunately, though, prior the defensive end just ran right through it and blocked the punt, or excuse me, blocked the field goal there. The play where they had the block punt is an interesting one too, just because we've seen the Cowboys have this ability. We saw Sam Williams in the Buffalo game. If Sam Williams does, what Hendershot does, you're going to have 2 block punts. But they do a great job. It's just a clean rush. They don't block him at all. And really, what's surprising is though that how they allowed. We talk about man-on-man blocks and things like that. Cox, the linebacker, number 41, just didn't even pick him up. He just let him go right by. And great job by Hendershot of taking the ball off the foot of the punter right there, Tress Way, the left-footed punter. He went right to where he needed to be. They had a shot, too, in the game to block a field goal. And
yeah, we saw one guy come free.
Wanye Thomas ran right past it.
Shout out to Wanye.
If Wanye kind of lays out, he's probably going to block, but he ran right past the ball, and the ball went behind him. And they got the field goal. So special teams had a factor in yesterday's game with the way that thing played out. But great play by with the interception with Donovan Wilson to get that game kind of turned around.
Loved it, Brian.
Thank you.
It was a perfect way to end the season and to crown the Cowboys NFC East champs once again. Here comes proper Cowboys fan, Zach Wolchuk, and your NFL news of the day. What's been cracking out there, Zach?
We got a lot of firings. We got rogue TDs and the biggest incentives players hit in Week 18. That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, we're 30 minutes from the Mike McCarthy press conference. It's time now for the NFL News of the Day. Zach?
Thank you very much. Of course, there's tons of firings going on, which will open up hiring potential, right, if you want to go positive here. But we did find out, we knew this yesterday, of course, you guys had it covered during the pregame right here on the first place NFC East division champion Dallas Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. Ron Rivera's been fired. So Ron Rivera no longer with the Commanders, and now you've got a couple of former GMs, not all from National Football League general manager titles, that are joining the Commanders in their search for their next head of football operations and their head coach. So Josh Harris has hired former Golden State Warriors general manager Bob Myers and former Minnesota Vikings GM Rick Spielman to assist his ownership group with the searches for the new head coach and head of football ops. Sure, like Rick Spielman might want that job for himself, or maybe he's just like, hey, I'm out of this. I'm just going to help you guide. And they've got a list of people they already want to interview. Both coordinators for the Lions.
They
want to talk with. I think they want to talk with the defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens as well. He's on their short list. So Washington's already been putting out. They've probably known for 2 months now that they're going to, maybe from the beginning of the season, they're going to move on from Ron Rivera.
Yeah, this is, and I be honest with you, I kind of like the idea of going out and getting, Bob Myers. I think it's a different opinion on what the traits and characteristics you want in your coach and what you want in your general manager and your directors of player personnel. I think it's a totally different perspective, kind of an outside the box look at how to get people to evaluate your team or the best people that can help you build the right teams. So I think this is a really good idea.
Yeah, you got experience with this. This is like going into the baseball world and finding a quarterback.
Well, in a way, it's the problem was
it's got Drew Henson vibes.
No, the way this thing works is this guy's a successful championship builder of teams. This isn't listening to Dana Bible tell me that Drew Henson can do this or Chad Hutchinson can do that. That's the problem.
If your last name's Bible, I'm probably going to take your word for it too. So I hear you.
Unless
it means getting Drew Henson out of a Yankee clubhouse to come be my quarterback.
The problem was that we didn't trust the people in the building to be able to. The people in the building had the player the right way. The problem was you had an ownership and really a front office that didn't trust the scouts to do it the right way. So all of a sudden you're asking, and there's nothing wrong with talking to Barry Switzer or anything like that, asking his opinion. But the scouts had DeMarco Murray right. They didn't ask Barry Switzer if DeMarco Murray was any good. Scouts told you that. So yeah, I think anytime that you can have a different opinion about what kind of traits and characteristics you want in a person running your operation, especially a championship winning general manager, president of basketball ops.
Yeah,
I'll listen.
As long as, yes, I think it's a good perspective to have it, but you don't know when you're going into something like this how much power Bob Meyer is going to get or how much power one of the people is going to get. Like the situation you're just describing right there with the baseball player going to play for the Cowboys, it's because Jerry listened to one guy.
Yeah.
Right? So how good is the Washington owner at listening to all of them and then picking which one I should be listening to? Because I think it is dangerous to have a basketball guy being in charge of football because of how different football is.
Right. That was my initial thought as well. How involved is he going to be?
I hear Magic Johnson's got a little bit of a say in that organization as well.
He does.
So,
This
is exciting.
And Josh Harris
is
an NBA guy as well.
Yes.
This is an advisor role is really what this is. And so, I mean, to me, if just get me the list of guys or gals that I should talk to. Tell me which one of these guys and gals has the best traits. Who is the one that makes the most sense for me or for what my vision is for what I'm trying to do with this team. You find me the guy or gal that has that vision that I'm telling you that I'd like to do here. Now we'll see if in fact you're David Tepper at Carolina, then you're probably like going, see, he's hiring an outside organization to try and find his coach. It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea to do that.
These are two organizations not looking good, but there are a lot of whispers that Draymond Green might be the next starting middle linebacker for the Washington Commanders next year.
Got some toughness to that.
The story goes, Draymond Green today says Adam Silver talked him out of retirement.
I know. Have you ever heard of a commissioner talking a player out of retirement like that? Like, that's bizarre. I know there's a lot of love for Adam Silver out there. There is, but Draymond had enough, and you got out of some. No.
Draymond, you're being emotional right now. This is what got you here. Okay, let's not act on our emotions. Okay, all we did was ask you to just garner a little bit of self-control. You're like 30-something years old. You don't have to quit your job because of it.
It'll be all right.
And there wasn't a single second where there was even a realistic option for Draymond Green to retire.
No.
I love these. Like, I was going to retire, but then Adam Silver convinced me that, you know what, $100 million over the course of the next 4 years
sounds better.
Probably better than, just not wanting to get more self-control.
Right.
I mean, that's literally all it was. Like, just stop hurting people on the basketball
people in the
court.
nuts and choking them and, doing that type of stuff on the basketball court. Commanders are requesting an interview with Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris as well. I mentioned Mike McDonald, a request, the defensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens. So we'll see what ends up happening with Washington. I hope whatever they decide, it just fails miserably. It's good for the Cowboys with them being bad.
They need an offensive coach there. Ron Rivera was a defensive coach there. They didn't quite figure things out. If you're going to have the second overall pick, you need to find a way. The marriage we've seen with and I hey, here I am saying that about defensive coaches. Look what they've done at Houston.
D'Amico Ryans and C.S. Stroud, sure.
But you went out and you hired a guy in
Bobby Slowick.
Bobby Slowick to
maybe he's a guy that they want to interview too.
Yeah, I just, man, to me, I think that if you're going to have the second overall pick and your franchise is going to be about that quarterback, I think they're going to have to go with an offensive-minded guy.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense for them. You also,
but that's the first thing I would do, though. I would make sure, though, if I'm interviewing these defensive guys, I'm sitting there asking you, tell me who your offensive coaches are. If I don't like your list of your coordinator, your offensive line coach, I think next to the offensive coordinator, your offensive line is the most important position on the team. It's by far, because that's when you start to talk about the coach and how they're able to operate. But if you're a defensive coach and you can't convince me of your offensive staff, I don't want you as my head coach.
Bill Belichick still under contract. He is open to changing his role regarding having full control over team personnel. Maybe this is a last-ditch effort to try and say, hey, I want to stay in New England. Can we make this work? Yeah. And if he goes elsewhere, I think that's also something we've talked about. Is he going to want full control? If he ends up going to the Chargers or the Raiders or whatever the team might end up being, that's probably something he's no longer going to be doing.
I think he would definitely want to be a guy that has a say. I don't know about control. I'd keep an eye on a guy like Elliott Wolf there in New England. If, in fact, that Bill were to get another opportunity and maybe carry along a guy and say, hey, listen, I'd like to work with this particular guy.
And you go ahead and promote him to that role.
Yeah.
Bill knows it's different, though. I mean, for the first time, he talked about his job security today. I think that's bizarre. Very telling. It is kind of bizarre to see him in that place, but I'm not going to rule out that the Patriots give him another chance in this reimagined position, because if you truly are willing to say, hey, I don't have to be the GM, we can, pick my coaching staff with the GM, then maybe it would make sense to keep, going down that path with Belichick, because, he might finish his career and set the record with somebody else, and I just think that's weird.
It would be. And they're in position to draft a quarterback as well.
Yeah, if you're in a situation, though, keep an eye on Mike Vrabel.
Yeah. Yes, and there's a lot of uncertainty there with Vrabel in Tennessee.
Keep an eye on Mike Vrabel, because if that one comes open, I don't think Bill Belichick will be able to stay.
They might want to just go ahead and make Vrabel the head coach. I could see that happening.
Yep.
The Falcons are also a team that would be interested in Bill Belichick. They just fired Arthur Smith after they went 7-10, which, I mean, look, if you're going to draft Bijan Robinson in the top 10 and use him to as little away that Arthur Smith did, apparently it's Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, the way they've used some of these high draft picks, they weren't happy with it. Arthur Smith getting bleep canned, which he was well deserving of. Now, after the game, this was pretty funny. You have the handshake line. Right, so New Orleans gets an interception.
Mm-hmm.
They return to the 1 yard line. They put out the victory formation.
Right,
but they end up handing the ball off to Jamal Williams, who scores a touchdown. Arthur Smith goes to shake Dennis Allen's hand. He's like, "What the bleep were you doing? That's disrespectful." You've got another assistant coach of the Falcons basically saying, "F you" as well. Well, after the game, you had Jameis Winston, who was the quarterback in there. It's garbage time. Derek Carr, they've already won. This game's over. Jameis Winston was asked about the play. Dennis Allen had already taken the podium. He'd apologized. He said, I did not call for a play to be run. That was supposed to be take a knee. Jameis Winston apologizing to his head coach for a decision that they made.
Well, I apologize to DA because the play was victory. But I also explained to DA that it was a team decision. And I think when you have a team morale, and I asked the guys, I say, guys, like, what do you want to do? We know how much Jamal means to this team, and I understood from DA's perspective. So I give him that. But DA didn't condone that at all. You know, he didn't. However, we decided as a team to do it, and man, we got an interception to the 1 yard line. You know, like. So if we would have scored, would it still would have been disrespectful? Right. You know.
It's a fair point there from Jameis Winston. The conversation continued with the reporter, kind of questioning, pushing back on Jameis a little bit for going rogue in this situation. I love a good rogue TD. We might hear this tomorrow for TD Tuesday.
So does Zeke.
But here's, you're darn right, St. Patrick's Day. Here's the back and forth with Jameis straightening out a reporter.
But what about it makes you not feel good about it?
The head coach tells you to kneel it up. You're asking my opinion?
Yes.
I think you should have kneeled it up.
Okay. Well,
I'm just telling you as respectfully as I can. You answer my question as respectfully as you could, and I'm telling you as respectfully as I can that I respectfully disagree.
You disagree with me or the entire team?
Whoever made that decision.
Okay. So you disagree with the entire team. So thank you.
No, I'm just being honest and respectful.
And that's what I'm attempting to do too. And that's what I am doing. Yes.
A lot of respect being given back and forth there.
That was the most honest and respectful back and forth I've ever heard.
Man, there's been some media heads that are saying like Jameis should be cut immediately for going rogue and making this decision. If they did make the decision as an entire offense, what are you going to do? Going to cut all 11 players that were on the field there? It's the last game of the season. Jamal Williams clearly means a lot to people in that locker room. They wanted to get him a touchdown.
A single touchdown on the season.
Yes.
That's what's almost sad about it. It's like, what
a
are we
guy
doing
who led
here?
the league in touchdowns last year. He didn't have any touchdowns this year. He's been fighting through some injuries, so they wanted to give him one.
It wasn't even like an incentive one. We're like, hey, Jamal wins. He's going to get like $500,000 or $1 million to score a touchdown here. Like, let's do it for him. It was just simply to get out of the box score on the season in the touchdown category, get out that bagel. And then you see my favorite is Jameis Winston, like doing the tiger, like fist pump. He's pumped. His guy just scored the touchdown. I think where everybody is discussing is the most disrespectful part of this is the fact that they line up in victory formation.
That the coach told you take a knee.
Well, there's that, yes. But then also you're lining up in victory formation, which is the obvious, okay,
That's a give
we're
up.
all,
Yes,
this is,
100%.
we're just kneeling here.
And they went rogue and handed the ball off.
Right. So I think that's, if you just do a normal formation and a normal handoff, I'm sure Arthur Smith is still ticked off because you're running the score up. But when you do victory formation, all the former NFL players are going, hey, that's the cheapest part about this is you're selling it like you're just taking a knee. We're all giving up here. The defense can just kind of stand around, and then all of a sudden you're going to hand it off and score a touchdown. That's a little bit cheap.
So you're showing up the other team, and you're kind of showing up your coach. Man.
Yeah, Dennis Allen, this is a huge indictment on you, Dennis Allen. Like, if I'm the Saints, if I'm Miss Benson, I'm going, hey, no one has respect for you, bro. You're no longer here.
And they should move on from Dennis Allen. I don't know why they're not.
I tip my cap to Jameis Winston for somehow being able to do both of those things. And seeming charismatic through it.
Well, being respectful.
He just owned it and was like, yeah, we decided to not do what and I kind of get his point. Like, it's actually not that big of a deal. The coach wanted us to do one thing. We were like, we really like this guy, so we're going to try to get him a touchdown.
I don't think it's a big deal either.
And
this is the NFL.
It's showing up the other team a little bit, lining up in the victory formation. But I'm gonna go with overall not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah. I think to the point of Dennis Allen, that could be a big deal. Have I lost my locker room? Is there a lack of respect? Do we need a new voice? I think that's something they need to consider now. The fact that they actually did this, I don't think is a big deal. It's a division game. You don't like each other. It's the NFL. Everyone's getting paid out there. Running up the score? Come on.
Do you think coaches, like, you think your coaching buddies today would be like, yeah, that would tick me off if that happened?
I just kind of wonder if Mike McCarthy would allow it to happen, though. Yeah, I'm just thinking on the Cowboy perspective, if they lined up and Cooper Rush handed the ball off, to somebody would, even though Mike told him to take a knee, headset off, getting ready to walk across the field, would Mike allow that to happen? I don't think it's the right thing to do. Victory formation to me is you're saying, okay, we're done. we're done here.
That's the most egregious part of this.
Yeah,
that's the foul.
If you want to get a touchdown, line up in an offensive formation and go for it.
Well, not listening to your coach is the crime against your coach, but the crime against the other team, and why Arthur Smith is so ticked off is because you're selling it like you're kneeling.
The victory formation.
Yeah, the victory formation. That's a huge factor here.
Yeah. I
just don't think McCarthy would allow that myself. I don't.
No,
I think
I'm sure there's a lot of coaches that wouldn't do that.
I think he would have, and maybe Dak.
Well, Dennis Allen didn't allow it. His team just decided to do it. They overrode him. They disrespected him. Hopefully, the Cowboys players wouldn't disrespect their coach that way.
I think it's more of a disrespect of Dennis Allen than it is for the Falcons. I think that's
that's what I think.
That's what
I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to Baker Mayfield. He's getting $2 million because he led the Bucs to the playoffs. You also had Gardner Minshew, who got a $2 million incentive because he played 65% of the offensive snaps for the Indianapolis Colts. And DeAndre Hopkins getting an extra $1.5 million because he had 7 catches and a couple of touchdowns in their game over that they had with the Titans there. DeAndre Hopkins ended up with a nice season. I know we were talking about him quite a bit. Yep. They beat the Jacksonville Jags. And then Nelson Aguilar added another $500K to his wallet as well. As a lot of players hitting these incentives. It is funny, though. Jamal Williams, not one of those guys. There was no incentive for getting 1 touchdown on the season.
What does Jerry Jones think about Mike McCarthy's job security after winning the division? We'll get an answer to that and so much more as we jump into some Cowboys Twitter. Take a look at what's going viral for your first place Dallas Cowboys next year in the nation. I want to chat about DNM.
KLB84522E.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter. We got the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up in 5 minutes. We'll throw to Mike up there at the Ford Center at the start. He'll be talking about all the big storylines. I'm going to know how injured is Stephon Gilmore's shoulder. How's Tyler Smith doing there? Can he play with the foot injury? Segment of the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Dak, when asked about not wearing an NFC East championship hat, it's a huge accomplishment, but focus is ahead. I'm good. I want something better. I do see similarities with their mindset to the Mavs when they won their championship in 2011 and to what we just saw with the Texas Rangers. To that point, Tank walking into the underbelly of the stadium. Cameras caught him saying 1 down, 4 to go.
Let's go.
Reminiscent of what was on Hedgie's ass cheeks.
Yes. I wonder who would it be Brock Hoffman, you think? Would he be the Hedgie for the Cowboys? They go ahead and
most likely
put the number down.
Yeah. He's a favorite in that locker room.
He is, man.
He must
Everybody
be.
loves him.
I mean, it's how rare is it? I would presume it's extremely rare that a backup interior lineman gets the call for a pregame hype-up speech from the head coach. That happened. Was that Buffalo? I don't know. It didn't end up being a very good.
You know what? I think it was the Buffalo.
It was
game.
a bad game, and I hope that's not an
why
indictment on you,
That's why
Brock.
you assumed that the speech was bad.
Might have been bad.
Zach Martin said it was solid.
Of course, yeah,
So
he's
it
a great
was good.
teammate. You know what I mean?
But
Did he
they
say he was
love
the
him.
funniest guy on the team, too?
No, it was Neville Gallimore.
Oh, Neville
Yeah,
Gallimore's the
Neville's got
funniest.
jokes.
The thing about it with Hoffman yesterday, like there was a play, the play was over, and he gets pushed by one Commander player. Then another guy walks up and pushes him again. He got pushed 3 times to the huddle. Like 3 different dudes walked up, and he just kind of just kept walking. It was like he's like the Bourbon Street drunk guy. He was just kind of staggering along there.
Oh, Walchuk's been that guy before.
And then it just
staggering.
like guy shoves him, another guy shoves him, a third guy shoves him. He didn't even turn around. He just walked to the huddle.
If I was a lineman, I'd say this is the kind of stuff we need to get rid of. You know, I'm watching these quarterbacks get breathed on wrong at the end of a play, and there's 15 yards. I got multiple, like, 320-pounders pushing me here at the end of plays constantly. It's like, that's fine. How about you just say, don't do it? The whistle happened if you push. Can I get 5 yards for that? Damn, I'm just trying to mind my own business, and I got to, like, bow up to 10 different dudes throughout this 3 hours.
Ridiculous.
You know? Other positions really don't do it that much, but I got these giant guys. You're not with me? How about I'm in the end zone, dude throws me on my face. I have scored. I'm on my 3rd step. Dude throws me on my face, and you're like, oh, yeah, it's just part of the game. What? Where?
After the whistle.
How is this still happening? John Machota, Cowboys Twitter. Micah Parsons. The regular season's cute, but this is a legacy. There's always the term of be phenomenal or be forgotten. He says, and where me, CD, Dak all want to be, that legacy and earn our way into that type of Cowboys Hall of Fame. He's got the right mindset. I would add to that as a young guy, year 3, he's never not made the playoffs. Don't assume you're going to keep making it. You know, go talk to J.J. Watt about his years in Houston. And that is the thing that you need your young guys on your team to understand. The old guys get it because they see the end of the tunnel. The young guys come in there and they're like, oh, this is great. We're in the playoffs again. No, you have to be scared that it might be your last trip.
You're absolutely right about
and then you can give your best effort.
Yeah.
Well, it's something we've seen Dak talk about this year.
You just never know when you're going to get back.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan Marino, his first year ever with the Dolphins, 1984, goes to a Super Bowl. Never again. You just never know when you're going to have that opportunity. And you're right about that.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to. You can engineer desperate team theory inside of your own mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jordan engineered the edge by having reality just be a little skewed. It's the same. It's just a slightly different perspective on it. John has a good quote from Jerry as well. Does he need a good showing to have job security? We had a good debate about this earlier on. 682 on the text as we went to break says, I don't think I've ever heard a more dumbass question as the one you just asked about what does Jerry think about Mike's coaching status.
Well, you clearly didn't hear the question that Dawson asked to Stephen Jones on Friday. That's all that means.
That's right.
It was actually, 4 seconds shorter than your dumbass question?
Correct. Question? Yeah, it was the same question, but his was a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Than mine.
I knew where I was going.
You had to think about it.
Little more pace.
I was speed reading nervously.
Level of difficulty for me was much higher.
Quit taking shots at my guy over there, Brian.
By the way, you can go back and listen to that on the Odyssey app, the 3 o'clock segment last week. I re-asked Eric Chiafalo's 65-second question that he asked 3 years ago to Stephen Jones. I re-asked it for a bet payoff. It was one of the most anxious moments I've ever had in broadcasting. Okay, he says, I just think his record speaks for itself. I think of what he's done and what we've put ourselves in this position over the last 3 years. I think that does speak for itself. We've got a lot of football left, no small part thanks to Mike. We'll see how each game goes. He cracked the door open there a little bit, didn't he, Brian?
I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you, winning 12 games for 3 straight years is super impressive. It matters how you get through these playoffs. And he feels like this. He has to feel like this is lined up for him right. The way that Philadelphia collapsed, for him to get the 2nd seed, for him not to have to face potentially San Francisco to the championship, and maybe San Francisco gets knocked off.
Yeah.
Or injured, which we're not rooting for.
We're never.
Are we allowed to say that we're rooting for them to get knocked off?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But not injured. Never.
Not injured.
Not like Mafia knocked off.
Never again.
Just like lose the game.
That's what I meant. Okay. Well,
just lose. Just lose the game.
Yeah. No.
Okay, standing by here for the Mike McCarthy press conference here in the G-Bag Nation. We got a take from Red Ball last night on Football in America. Did you guys see that, Football Night in America?
Yeah, I did see that they were teasing the entire first half of the Bills-Dolphins game, the schedule release, the super wild card schedule release that Schefter jumped on the Twitter 30 minutes beforehand and fired off.
Which I was very grateful
awesome.
for, because Brian was over here trying to just mock out what it might
I was
look
doing a
like.
mock.
We were having
I know.
fun
You were
during
mocking
the
your balls off in the
post-game
pregame yesterday, predicting games.
My gosh.
He thought the Jaguars were going to beat the Titans yesterday.
He thought a lot of things.
Yeah. That's my job. I have to try and think of
And
things.
it helped us.
Yeah.
We got through a couple segments with that.
Try to.
Well, Garrett said, what a combination and what a year for these guys. Dak and CD, the best quarterback-receiver combination in the NFL, showed up big time today in Washington, and the Cowboys are ready for the playoffs.
And then he had the biggest bleep-eating grin smile you've ever seen. He loves to smile on television.
Dude, he loves the weird, creepy villain smirk.
We're gonna get
That is his thing.
We're gonna get some Saturday night Jay Jeezy. The Swifties are gonna get introduced via the Peacock to Jay Jeezy.
Yeah, you got to keep things positive, I guess. That's what he's doing in his mind. He just does it so robotically.
Oh, man.
And it's tough because, I've had personal cell phone conversation with Jason Garrett before. He called me. We were talking ball. That was about a year ago.
His
little ball talk.
Yeah, his hate smile is the best.
Did you have a couple lemonades?
No, did not have a couple lemonades. We're going to pick up and do that at some time in the future. What do you think? Best quarterback receiver combination in the NFL? Burrow Chase.
Burrow Chase was the
But he
first
keeps
one that
getting
came
hurt.
to mind. But we've
Burrow's
had
like
injuries.
Porzingis at this
Stafford
point.
and Nakua.
Yeah, I like Mahomes and Tony myself.
Yeah, that's Mahomes and Kelsey. I mean, even that one's not as dominant
if you
anymore.
want to have what not to do in a game.
Man, I guess that is kind of a good question. Quarterback, because you'd be like, okay,
This year it was
Tyreek
Dak
Hill
and CD.
and Tua. It's like, no, I'd still go Dak and CD.
This year they were the best.
Yeah, that Dak
Put
and
on
CD.
quite a show.
The best that ever
Absolutely,
was.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy, is this the year? He said hope, faith, belief, trust. I mean, all those things. And what is he doing? He's writing a card here with his answers?
Yeah, dude, he went right to Hallmark.
Happy birthday, Jesse Holly.
He went right into the whitest kitchen you've ever seen, where a mom just put up these random signs here for the vibes, and it reads like live, love, and laugh and stuff.
Home is where the heart is.
That's what you're building over the course of an 18-week season, just the everyday sweat equity, workload capacity. Their workload capacity decreases as the year goes on. He's just throwing words. Did I get butt cracked?
I'd like to
That's
think
possible.
you did.
Says the connection's strong. It's as strong as a locker room that I've ever been around. So that gives us the opportunity to compete and win. Hope is a powerful, powerful thing. I guarantee it's stronger than the Aaron Rodgers locker room. Shoot, you just replace Aaron Rodgers with Dak, and already you've made it probably 3 or 4 times as a united locker room. People don't want to be around Aaron Rodgers, and he knows it. That's why he's been doing all that ayahuasca, trying to find himself, become a more likable version of himself. I don't know. I think this should be the year that they get to the NFC title game. And If they don't, it's a disappointment. Disappointment happens for a couple of NFL teams every January. So you hope it's not your turn again. If it doesn't happen, I think we could be in maybe for some years before the opportunity is this good again.
Had enough of the damn disappointment.
Well, 469 just teed us up for the question. Would you take right now the knowing that you're going to get to San Francisco for the NFC Championship game, but you're going to lose? Or do you just keep your options open for whatever happens?
I hate the damn hypothetical.
Would you accept the NFC Championship L taking right now? You know you're winning the next two at AT&T, and you're getting to the conference championship game, something you haven't done in a lot of lifetimes.
I hear your question. I respectfully tell you to go F yourself, and I don't want to answer it.
You're not talking to me. You're talking to the 469 who texted it in.
That's exactly who I'm referring to.
You're getting two teams that you're better than. No, I'm going to the NFC title game.
They have to make the NFC Championship game.
I'm going to get there either way. Yeah.
So you're already guaranteeing that they're going to do that. You want more.
If they don't do that, it's an epic failure.
Broadus is looking at me over here like, man, that title game sounds kind of nice. Just give it to me.
Let me play.
Okay.
Let me play. Because I'm going to figure this thing out. I'm either going to do it that way, or I'm going to find somebody else.
The man with standards right there.
Now,
he knows getting to the NFC title game. That is like a faux success for us because we just haven't been there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really not that cool.
You finally broke through and did something you haven't done since '95.
It's very cool to play in that game.
It'd be really cool to watch it.
I felt like that playing in that game and winning it at Lambeau Field was more fun than actually winning the Super Bowl. I mean, I loved the Super Bowl experience and all that in New Orleans, but winning that game at Lambeau,
the fans are in pandemonium, euphoria because you're going to the Super Bowl. But that's winning that game.
That's winning that game. That's
home.
What
just getting there and losing.
Yeah.
It wouldn't feel that different from the divisional round.
Yeah, give me the shot to try and win this thing.
We'll have more time to talk about this, but the list of free agents is significant when you look at how many key guys or contributors are they going to lose. And that's, why I think this year is more important than just another year where you're getting to the playoffs. I don't know how much longer they can keep this thing going like this. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it'll be time for the Mike McCarthy press conference here, the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Sports.
Sports Center we go. Here's Mike McCarthy press conference on the Fan.
Being his first playoff game.
David, I think clearly you put some time into that great question, but I am not reflecting this week.
A different approach. I was trying to get
no, I'm just trying to avoid the question. Yeah, I mean it was a great game. Dak and I've spoke about the particulars of the game time and time again, and I think even more so when you go through different situations, and there were situations in that game that came up, and now that we're in the same offense, he can see the the similarities and why we do what we do, and and really the history behind it. So, but we've talked about that game a number of times.
And just to follow up on that, he gave the point specifically about they came back, and then he was kind of like, oh, well, Aaron Rodgers, just another lucky play. But now that he's been with you, he realizes just going through those situations. So he's talked a little bit about situational football, how it's not just, this is the down and distance. This is everyone needing to know where you are in those situations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the NFL, clearly in the last couple of decades, it's so competitive. You just look at the statistics, year in and year out, how many games come down to the last series, down to the last play. So I think like anything, and I think it's probably consistent throughout the league, but I know that we clearly spend probably 25 to 30% more time at the end of the game in situations than I did, in the earlier years. And I've just seen that increase. And, you find different ways to deliver those messages and teaching opportunities. And, Ryan Feeder does a phenomenal job for us in the team meetings on Saturdays. And then we take it a step further with our Cowboys 6 and, John Foss. So we spread that around, and it's because you're always teaching, rehearsing those things. We spend time on it on Fridays and Saturdays as opposed to just Saturdays. So there's a lot of time that goes into that. And now that, Dak sees, because, it's a lot of it's carryover from Green Bay. So particularly in those late game situations.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Telegram. I know you're not trying to look back and get nostalgic. How do you stop your family from doing that? And I don't know, are they Packer fans, Cowboy fans? Where are you? How do you control the house?
Well, I mean, I'm living, I got a wife and 3 daughters, obviously 2 sons, but, you can't win in that house. So, that's a great question, Clarence. I can't believe I'm saying that to you today. But, I don't know. I think the biggest thing is, playoff time, and it's really, I talked about in the team meeting today, is this is a time for all of us to be selfish. Every player, every coach, every support staff member, because, we put so much into this season, getting ready for the season, and we're right where we need to be, and we need to take full advantage of that. And that's just really the tightness that we want in the commitment. Because last year I thought it was important for me to talk about, Green Bay in the beginning of the week. I did with the team. I regretted it. I don't think that doesn't even need to come into our energy base. So you live and learn. This game's about our commitment. It doesn't matter who we're playing. It really doesn't. I mean, I had no stake. I didn't watch one game prior to the yesterday's contest in preparation. So just started last night on the plane, and that's where I am, and I think that's clearly where our team is. Our team, this is, it's just no time for that. I answered the questions honestly in here last year about my experience up there. It will not help us win. So if it doesn't help us win the game, I'm not interested. I apologize. Is that it?
Todd Archer, the ESPN. The game against them, even if the quarterback is different now, how much do you look at what you did against them last year in preparation for this one?
That's another great question. I think that clearly, I know this morning, just trying to, get in tune with their, they got some new faces, particularly, play a lot of guys in their secondary, throughout the year. Obviously, they've gotten healthy here of late, but yeah, I really last night and this morning has just been really just getting tied into their personnel. Have seen Jordan a few times in the breakdowns. Obviously has great command of the offense. You can see he's comfortable. He's made some excellent time clock plus throws. So I have noticed that, but I mean it is early. We're early into the preparation right now, but it's really just getting in tune with the matchups.
With Stephon Gilmore, did you guys get encouraging news today off of his?
Yes, we did. So saw Stephon obviously before the team meeting. He's been here all day, so he definitely feels good about the opportunity Sunday. So we'll see how the week goes, but it was better than we anticipated.
Saudi Yusuf, The Athletic. Mike, in 2016, you were the veteran team going up against an upstart young team. this year the Packers are the youngest roster coming into the season. What's the advantage of being the team that's kind of been through it a little bit and going up against a team that is kind of, inexperienced and young and still coming into it?
I think playoff football is playoff football. I mean, there's so much that goes into how are you playing, today. It's a long year. A lot of things go on during the course of the year. I think it's all part of the investment, the bank account of experience and awareness that you have to go through each and every year. It's all building that connection in all three phases. I do feel, the complementary football formula and the production numbers are where they need to be for us. But yes, I'm by no means an expert on the veteran team versus the young team. I think anything can happen in the playoffs. Just look at the last 2 years, I think there's only been one game, as I've stated already, that doesn't come down to the end. So I don't think it's, whether you're young or old. I mean, they've earned the right to be in this game, and I'm sure they're, excited about it and confident, and because I know we are.
Is the experience that your young players have, like Micah, he's a young guy, but 3 years now in the playoffs, CD, same type of thing. Do you think that there's any help for them in knowing the stage in the moment? Oh,
I think it definitely helps because, it makes you hungry. They're definitely hungrier, and I think we all make a mistake. And I know, my first year in the league, it was 1993, and we lost the AFC Championship game in Buffalo. And I thought, man, this is awesome. This is great. I made more in playoff bonuses than I did in my salary. And so you think you're going to go there every year, and but that's not the reality of this league, So been a number of championship games, but only been to one Super Bowl. That's 30 years, and I just think that's the reality that I know, particularly younger older coaches and older players, definitely express to everybody because there's a playoff urgency that's different, and we all understand what's at hand here. We got this one opportunity, and we got to, first things first, take care of the preparation.
Babe Loftenberg, Cowboys Radio. Obviously, you've been down this road many times, but how do you get to the playoffs? How do you balance leaving no stone unturned, so to speak, and not going down rabbit holes and getting away from kind of what your preparation has been all season long?
Yeah, I'm not a big rabbit hole individual. I don't chase ghosts. I think it's important to, you got to have a long-term plan, a short-term plan. I think it's also important why you break down the season into trimester or quarters, because I think it gives you a nice, check and balance to work through that and know where you want to be on offense, defense, and special teams. So I think going through that process through the year gives me a really, really engage where we are as a team and how we want to play and how we want to play against these guys. So, but I do think, our new analytics department has been awesome because, they live in those rabbit holes. So, and when they, run across an extra carrot or something, it's good that they bring it. I was trying to be funny, but but no, I think that's that's their job, and I've enjoyed having John Parks and his staff because they do a really good job of any anomalies or anything. So and that's something you should look at. But yeah, everybody says you wait to the bye week to do your self-scout. Well, if you wait that long, you waited. So they do a great job week in and week out. We have a process, and so we just got to stick to our process.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Tyler Smith, how's he feeling today?
I'm feeling better. Obviously he went on a trip. That was good news. And he traveled. I would think come Wednesday, I think we listed him limited. We talked about him this morning. So
You talked about you regretted talking about Green Bay for your team last year. Why did you regret it?
It's a player's game. Always has been. Always will be. It's not, and that's all it should be focused on. I believe there's 24 hours in a day. We got 7 days to prepare, and if we're not working on winning, then it's a waste of time. And really, to put that on their hearts and felt that they needed to speak on my behalf in the locker room, and I just I won't do that again.
Mike Jones with WFAA. You guys led the league in points scored during the regular season. Obviously, you're taking over the play calling duties at the start of the year. How much of that relationship between you and Dak and the growth of this offense throughout the year is what you implemented versus his progression as well?
Well, I think, if you've asked any offensive play caller and if you've asked any quarterback, I mean, that relationship's imperative to success. I think that's being captain obvious. So everybody does it differently. Everybody plays quarterback a little differently. Everybody calls plays a little differently. Everybody coaches 4 verticals differently. So I think just, being in tune with that, the connection, the communication, the detail, the organization, his preparation process matching, Brian Schottenheimer, Scott Tolzien, Chase Hazlitt's, Ryan Feeder. We got a really tight, Evan Harrington. Our quarterback room's diverse, so getting that nice and tight and getting him into a rhythm, and I think Cooper Rush and Trey play a big part of that too. So all of that factors, but at the end of the day, I'm calling it and he's hauling it, is what Dak likes to say, and I think that's the way it has to go. And that connection's it's it takes extra time. We put the time in early through camp, and like during the course of the week. That was something that just from being a head coach, just doing the head coach only responsibility, I was concerned about it because it's different. And I know how much time it goes into it, but it's worked out well. And I think the proof is in the numbers.
Scott Dixon with the AP. Do you think going through the Green Bay thing last year helps now? Kind of got it out of the way last year?
Yeah, personally, it helps me. I mean, it was good to go back there, frankly. I think the biggest thing I got out of going back there was I got to see a lot of people I didn't get to see at the end, so I was thankful for that. Would have liked to win the game, and then at the end of the day, this is my team. I'm a Dallas Cowboy, and this is our opportunity, and I just want to make sure I'm doing my part, and that's pouring everything into winning this game.
Garrett
Cornell, CBS Sports. Packers DC Joe Barry and his kind of zone off coverage scheme came under fire for a rough patch at the end of the year. They've kind of turned around a little bit against some non-playoff teams. What are your initial thoughts looking at that defense?
Known Joe a long time. I've competed against them, so just trying to get into a rhythm of their defense. Obviously we played them last year, so a lot of carryover from last year, and we've played some comparable defenses. So yeah, that's all I'm focused on. So it's a very talented team, talented defense. There's a lot of value that they have in their defense. They've played a lot of guys. That's just watching them. Going back. Started with the Chargers game, and moving forward there. There's particularly the secondary. So I'm just trying to get locked in on these guys.
Tom. Back to Dak and the time you said you guys put in camp. Was it all just, hey, here are the plays, or is it personal stuff that you guys are trying to? Because you guys have been close since you got here, but this obviously draws you closer when it's that much more time.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the Thursday night meeting is probably a pretty good gauge, to answer your question. We get together Thursdays at 5 o'clock, and it usually goes to around 7. So you got a 2-hour meeting, half an hour, 40 minutes is probably football. The other's about life, and that's imperative. Yeah, so that's a big part of it.
Just the nature of this time of year, any of your staff or assistants get interest from elsewhere. How do you handle that and kind of go about it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's excellent opportunity, and I think it's great to see your individuals on your staff recognized because it's no different when players get recognized. Everybody knows this is the ultimate team game. So yeah, we communicate and we follow the guidelines.
Last year you had some kicking issues toward the end of the year, and then obviously yesterday Aubrey misses the first 2. How important was it just to see him make that 50-yarder, especially with what's going ahead of you?
Well, I mean, I thought you guys would criticize my play calling there at the end, but that it really was to give Brandon an opportunity. I wanted him to kick one more before we got out of there last night. So, it's. The block was unfortunate. Obviously, we had a breakdown there in the protection. So, and then the second one hits the bar. So I think the only thing that really comes out of it is we all now realize Brandon's human. So, and the human thing to do was to give him another trip to the plate. And so I was glad we were able to get that opportunity for him.
There it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Okay, we'll talk more Cowboys with you. The best year for Dak of his career, question mark. Answer that on the truckwreck.com fan text. And where do we go from here? That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat. Hey, buddy. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Mike McCarthy press conference went long. We're setting up a topic about Dak at 877-881-1053. 972, without a doubt, his best year. Should be MVP, hands down, okay? Leave your name and city you're texting from. 817, best year of Dak's career so far. Appreciate the feedback. We need to talk about, the numbers, but obviously, what he did without the supporting cast that he's had in previous years. Share your thoughts. Line up the truckwreck.com fan text traffic. Please do leave your name and city you're texting from, and we're back to give you our thoughts and your best text messages here in hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
The our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation. The topic is, how has your opinion of Dak Prescott changed this year? Leave your name and city or texting from at 877-881-1053. The final numbers are in. I do believe it's by far the best season of his career, even though the efficiency numbers aren't the best. They're close enough to it. I'm going to give him the nod here for 2023. The final number, 69. That's his completion percentage. 45-16 passing yards. 36 TDs. We'll hear more about those TDs coming up in a TD Tuesday at 6. Just 9 picks. 12-5 record. Josh from Caddo Mill says Dak's year was one of his best, with how horrible the running game was. To carry the offense as well as he did under 10 picks was special. How many were tipped? Not sure if he's the MVP, but he is hands down the best leader in the league. I think that matters. You know, you lead the NFL in touchdowns. That matters. Second in interception rate. All that's great. I could see him being the MVP. I think he's close enough that if he was the MVP with this statistical profile, I would definitely, not have a big fight with it, Brian.
What was his signature win?
I don't know. Philadelphia? Detroit?
Detroit. If you look at what was the signature win for the guy in Baltimore?
They had a few, but it would be the
San
49ers.
Francisco.
Yeah. But they had a bunch of them. They were blowing out teams with above, 500 records all season.
Voters are going to look at this and they're going to say, what were the signature wins? How many wins did he have against playoff teams? I think it was 6 for our guy at the Ravens, 3 for Dak.
Yeah.
Is what they're going to do.
I can see it going to Lamar.
Yeah.
And Dak had better signature wins in 2016 as well, which I think was, the previous best year of his career.
Sure. Not the numbers.
Yeah.
Probably the number, but this one I think was more on him having to carry this team the way he did because of the lack of the running game. In 16, he had a 1,600-yard back.
Yeah, and a great protection.
Yeah.
I mean, he was under pressure with no running game and had a legit, all-pro season.
The thing with the Ravens, that guy has no CeeDee Lamb. That's something you'd have to think about, too, voting.
No, he doesn't, but, I mean, he has...
They drafted Zay
some
Flowers,
good weapons.
Odell Beckham Jr.,
Shad
Bateman,
They
also first-rounder.
Yeah, they don't have a CeeDee Lamb.
They don't have a CeeDee Lamb, but he's got some weapons that are pretty good.
Yeah.
I think at this point, I would rather... would I rather have Lamar Jackson than Dak Prescott? I don't know. It's very, very close. But if you want to vote for Lamar for MVP, I'm not going to fight you on that.
Yeah.
At 877-881-1053. The last couple of years, as Dak Prescott was coming off of the injury, maybe playing with a bad offensive line, a suspect running game, his total QBR, which is a much better way of evaluating a total quarterback's performance than the old passer rating, it dropped to 60. 59.3 was one in recent years, which is not that much better than average. And the line gets old and the running game dries up, and I'm thinking that's what we're going to get if you don't surround Dak with good protection, good running game. Well, he made me eat crow this year. He surprised me, I think. We're getting late in the performance improvement timeline. Once you're around 30 years old, a lot of quarterbacks have already played their best football. This is a year, and I don't know, I think you give some to Dak, but I think a lot of it as well is the coaches around here have not been paying much attention. He finally got the blessing here of the bye week of a game plan that gives him a better chance to be efficient. And I think we saw hopefully the first 10 games or so of this Cowboys offensive game planning room going in that direction and continuing to give Dak that moving on into the future. And it's got to be incredibly bullish. He's not running a lot. What about what he's just done is not sustainable? Obviously you can get better skill players. You're going to get a better running back. Maybe you get a better wide receiver too. Jake Ferguson's going to get better. I think this is the year that Dak showed, hey, I am a guy that maybe does not need great surroundings to play at an all-pro level. It's just 1 year, but could he do it again? And if he does, I mean, holy cow! Maybe the MVP or two is in the future here, Brian.
Where do you guys fall on the play caller as opposed to the previous play caller?
I think the post-bye week, this is the most help Dak Prescott's ever received from his play caller and play designer.
Post-bye, absolutely. But I think a lot of that is because of the quarterback and wide receiver going to head coach and saying this is not working. What you are doing in your offense is not working. So coach deserves credit for adapting and changing and not being stubborn.
Right.
But I think Dak Prescott also knew that the narrative this offseason of him needing to limit the interceptions, we've got to go ahead and simplify the offense, we've got to play inside of a 10-yard box, that was overblown and overcorrected, and we need to get back to pushing the ball down the field, and he ended the season having the most vertical passing touchdowns of any quarterback in the NFL.
Wow. Hell of a year. And, I think you had quite a few people that were doubting him, and maybe we've seen the end of that.
I kind of feel like that McCarthy and Kellen Moore are the same type of play callers. I do. I feel like the quarterback made the difference in this one. I think the quarterback, I don't see, I see the ball, say going down the field. We kind of saw it. You see different route combinations and stuff like that. I think Dak Prescott got better. I don't know if the play caller got that much better. I feel like we saw great numbers with Kellen Moore.
Still stayed number one in scoring offense.
I think Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb got better.
Yes,
and that made Mike McCarthy what we think is a better play caller than Kellen Moore. I think Kellen Moore put up some huge numbers. I think Dak's just gotten better, and I think CeeDee's gotten better.
I think CeeDee's definitely gotten better, but I would disagree on Dak. I think Dak has been this level of good. Now, he ran the more times this season than he has since 2019, and it was his best yards per attempt running the football that we've seen since 2020, which was the small sample size he got hurt that year. But so the legs of Dak Prescott came alive again. We haven't seen that in a couple of years, but we've discussed needing somebody who can help you from a coaching standpoint. And you were going into Buffalo, you were saying, I believe in this offense. I believe what this coach is doing. Despite all the feelings you have about Mike McCarthy that you've had for a while, I believe in what this offense is doing.
Yeah.
I don't remember you when Kellen Moore was out here calling plays saying that. I don't think that was the case. We've all seen the tangible difference. Now, there was a 6-week run after the bye where it was just like, oh my gosh, they're hitting all the right notes. This is all just working beautiful. Then Buffalo happened and the offense has changed a little bit.
My mistake.
But you're still getting a lot of help from Mike McCarthy by and large, more so than he's ever gotten in his entire career. We've seen Dak put up good numbers.
Yeah.
We've seen all these things. So what has changed about Dak other than his wide receiver became a legit number one guaranteed? He might be the best in the league.
The turnovers.
I think a lot of that.
Last year's turnovers were the outlier.
The mistake.
He's always been a non-turnover
it's
guy.
Pre and post snap recognition for me is where he's taken the biggest step.
And maybe his coach has helped him with that with some of the design.
The biggest mistake is I should have said I believe in the offense because of Dak Prescott. That's where I should have said it. I said I believe in the offense. I believe in the routes and the combinations and stuff. Give Mike credit. I'm just saying though, I think the quarterback is the one that after what happened in San Francisco is the one that says we're not doing this anymore.
Agreed.
I think it's the quarterback that made the difference here.
But weren't they saying we did the across the room thing and the defensive coaches came over here and were like, hey, you guys are too easy to defend?
I think is true. I think Mike McCarthy listened to his coaches. I think he listened to the players. But I feel like, to me, the mistake I made, and you're absolutely right for calling me out on that, but I feel like, though, to me, I should have said, I believe in this quarterback. That's what I should have said.
The 214 says footwork is the answer. I think without a doubt the play design has changed. Are we giving Dak at this point credit for changing the offense?
I think Coach McCarthy deserves credit.
He does deserve
he
credit.
Absolutely does.
But I feel like, though, we saw similar type numbers.
Oh yeah, they were the number one scoring offense with Kellen Moore. They're the number one scoring offense this year. So the constant here is your quarterback, but certainly the play design and being able to create some separation for your wide receivers, we've seen some differences.
The growth of CeeDee Lamb is what's made this offense great, in my opinion, too. The growth,
yes, how much does an offensive coaching staff get credit for all those details that add up to you now being unguardable?
They absolutely should get credit because they're moving them around. I'm just saying, though, the player itself, like we've learned now. What did McCarthy learn after the Dolphins game? I can't go 2 quarters without throwing him the ball.
Yeah.
The last 2 weeks, he's thrown it to him 17 times and 13 times.
I'm with you on that. CeeDee Lamb took his game to an entire other level.
Yeah.
Okay, 972, I loved eating crow on Dak, and I ate it with no sauce. It tasted very good. Hopefully that happens with McCarthy. Okay. I think option routes went away, which increased consistency and confidence, says the 480. 940, Dak and your wide receiver got better. We aren't going to give that credit to the coaching change. I think,
No, Mike deserves credit here. I'm just saying, though, to me, the offense under Kellen Moore did have they scored at a high rate. They had numbers.
They had huge issues. We know about huge issues that
they had issues right now. They don't run the ball great.
For sure. That's been an issue for them this year.
Yeah.
But we haven't come in here once this year complaining about, oh my gosh, there's just stop routes again. High leverage moments. We know what they're going to do, and the defense knows it too. And after the game, the Jets players saying, yeah, we knew what they were going to be doing the whole time. Yeah. You didn't see that. And McCarthy has his issues. I'm not Mr. McCarthy guy.
Yeah.
But his offense, what changed at the bye week? Say whatever you want. Maybe it was Dak's idea, but it wasn't Dak changing. It was what we're doing as an offense is going to change. And that is what Dak has needed his entire career. He's had good players at times. He's had really great offensive lines. He's had a great offense, a great rushing attack. He's had a great defense from time to time. Okay. What has he not had? A play caller that knew what he was doing. And for the most part, Mike McCarthy has known what he's doing from a offensive design, how to attack it. I mean, the play action passing, the motion, throwing on early downs.
How do you count for the numbers?
They were blowing out terrible teams for the entire duration of Kellen Moore.
The numbers were because of Dak. And I said that when they let go of Kellen Moore. Dak Prescott made Kellen Moore look good. And that's why you're seeing Kellen Moore searching for a job.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 here at 420. Zach, what's the subject today?
Well, we had National Tempura Day, which is very popular, especially on our show. I've got the top 10 most delicious foods to fry. What's the number one fried food? That's next.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Honesty. Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thoughts and prayers to everybody in Fort Worth. A large explosion downtown. A little bit more than 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, the Sandman Hotel. 10 reported injured. And you can find, several pictures on Twitter or tune in to NBC5 right now. What's being described as a mass casualty event has been declared after the explosion. Current number of injuries, fatalities is unknown, and it's unfair to speculate right now. First responders are on the scene, and there's some pretty, chilling videos and still shots online of people, suffering the aftermath of this injury. It appears like an explosion just absolutely rocked like the lobby area, and that's where a lot of the stuff came flying out into the parking lot, and I imagine the majority of people were injured, but that's about all we know at this time. There is speculation online that maybe it could have been a gas explosion, possible gas explosion, says WFAA on the Sandman Hotel on Houston Street in downtown Fort Worth. Witness in another building blocks away tells us that he heard a loud boom. Segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Second time in G-Bag Nation history. We were on air, as a matter of fact, that night many years ago in West Texas, where the fertilizer plant exploded and sent shockwaves that people felt in DFW. Our first sign was the fire trucks and first responders flying down 35, as everybody within 100 miles or so was being asked to respond and help, take care of the aftermath of that explosion. But we'll pass along details as it becomes available. Without further ado, it's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. First, we got the National Championship game on tonight. We will preview that in about an hour. Continuing to laugh at the Eagles' misery right now. Eagles are the first team in the NFL in the history of the sport to start the season 10-1 or better and not finish with 12 wins. Man. And they even got an extra game with 17.
Did the 1986 Jets do that?
Yeah, well, Joe,
I would think no.
No.
Let me look. I need to look this up.
Now, if the 1986 Jets did do that,
yeah,
you can take this up with Ruben Frank of NBC5 in Philadelphia.
Okay.
I thought it was Ruben Pfeffer.
Maybe you're
Are you sure?
I love
Ruben Pfeffer.
Ruben Pfeffer's a credible source now, okay? Are you for scuba, Ruben, huh? Are you for scuba? But Ruben Frank says the Eagles are the first team to ever do this in the history of the sport. And I think that he probably fact-checked that because he's talking negatively about the Eagles and the city in which he works.
Yeah.
Most epic season-ending collapse we've ever seen.
It's amazing. Now, they did make the playoffs, but you think they're going to go one and done, lose to the Bucs in the first round?
Absolutely, I do.
I say yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
It seems like things have become toxic in a way that's going to be tough to avoid.
God, it's really toxic. Can't wait for a Toxic Tuesday tomorrow and a TD Tuesday. Let's get to our top 10. So we celebrated yesterday National Tempura Day as we were witnessing the Cowboys get an NFC East division title in the number 2 seed, in which they'll be able to get 2 home playoff games, assuming they beat the Green Bay Packers. So I've got the top 10 most delicious fried foods, according to America, that you can, of course, deep fry. If you had to go with the number 1 fried food of choice.
Oh, my God.
I know it's tough because
tough, bro.
all fried foods are delicious.
Absolutely.
But give me, you give me a list. I know you like to do your list for this, Lucius, so give me some options.
It's light work. A little catfish. Catfish on some cornmeal. Fried on up. Maybe some shrimp fried on up. What's that thing I like?
Oh,
the
my
Chinese
gosh.
Fried crab ragoons.
There you go.
Fried crab ragoons.
That's
yes.
my baby. I can survive off of those.
Those are outstanding.
They are so good.
Gosh, those are so good.
Yeah.
Just little fried, delicious balls of
How about
love.
fried Wooly Bully, Brian?
Fried Wooly Bully.
1986. Tell them about those Jets.
Did the Jets start 10-1 or better?
Yeah, they
and
did.
not win 12 games?
Yeah, November 16th, they beat the Indianapolis Colts to go 10-1, and then they proceeded to lose to the Dolphins, the Rams, the 49ers, the Steelers, and the Bengals.
Wow. So they joined the 1986 Jets.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and tweet Ruben
So Bully
Frank.
just got cooked.
He did.
Ruben Frank. The Frank got me.
You got a ball sack.
I got ball sacked by the Frank.
Pride died late to the
This is
side.
why you can't trust the Philadelphia guys. But either
He's
way,
from Bucks County. He's the Bucks County reporter.
is
up
he?
there. Yeah.
It says that he works for
Buck
Philadelphia.
Cracks
Yeah,
County.
he hates
What's
me.
his name? We need to add him, G-Bag Nation.
Ruben Frank.
Tear his ass up.
Yeah, go ahead and find Ruben Frank on the Twitter and let him know, hey, bud,
Yeah.
the Eagles are the second team. But any damning stat of the Eagles, why are we trying to fact check, Brian? Just shut your damn mouth over there.
I'm sorry.
Let the
You know
Eagles
how
be
proud he
miserable.
is of his time with the
The
Eagles?
1986 Jets.
He's a football
Did you
encyclopedia.
forget
He
about
can't
the
help
86
himself.
Jets?
They did. They went 10-1. They beat the Colts. They
Well,
beat the Colts that day.
It is fitting that the Eagles and the Jets, two very sad franchises and organizations that have only won one Super Bowl in their history, are sharing this together.
I remember in 1986 the Jets were on a tear.
I was there.
And then all of a sudden it just bottomed out.
I saw the Jets play at Texas Stadium that year.
I'm going to go with fried shrimp as my number one.
I knew that
specifically
you
it's
would
from
get fried
Popeyes,
right?
Yes.
That tackle box, undefeated.
Dude, it's
Papados, bro.
Yeah, they're good too.
Seafood platter joint. Oh, my
Papados.
God.
Oh, that
Okay.
I know where you're going.
Oh my God.
Alligator.
How about it?
Alligator
Yeah,
needs to be
Papados
fried.
alligator.
Yeah.
You fry that
Alligator's good.
alligator.
Fried gator's
Oh my gosh.
We gotta-
Better than chicken tenders.
And
Yes.
we're getting a lot of love for the chicken, of course. Fried chicken.
Of course.
It's chicken. It's
fried
fried chicken.
steak. Yeah,
That's a
it's easy.
layup, man.
It's fried chicken.
Yeah.
Fried chicken, absolutely.
Fried chicken.
People are texting fried okra.
Yes.
strong.
Especially from Church's Chicken. They have the best okra out here. I'll fight you over that
All
one.
right, all right.
I
We
like
got fried
Church's.
apple pie.
I like just Church's chicken.
Yeah. How about
Church's
that?
is good.
Oh
That
my
was
gosh.
The biscuits as well, because we had somebody text in when we were doing nosebleed seats at night, and I had not been to Church's yet. They were like, dude, they got the best biscuits in the game. So I had to go sample Church's. They did not disappoint.
Yeah.
I'm with the
Church's
Church's
is
for the
fantastic.
biscuits. Hey, whatever brings you to the house of God.
Well, the chicken was also fantastic.
That's the original God's chicken.
That's it.
Chick-fil-A stormed in
And I
and
think we
said
were doing
no.
like a biscuit type of list, and they're like,
Okay.
dude, Church's biscuits, they got you. Now, Popeye's also very good biscuits as well, and their chicken's also delicious. But it is probably fried chicken. I think that would be my number one as well.
I mean, or just like potatoes, French
Potatoes
fries.
are going to get some love here. So the honorable mentions, we got like fried pickles.
Yes, slice them up too. I don't like that long speary joint. Make the little circles.
It's got to be the pickle chips.
Yeah,
For sure. You got the beignets. Those get, and I know you're going to get some love on that. Fried butter from the 817. They do that, I think, at the state
I was about to say, that's a state fair bit.
That's not one that I think I would try.
I think that's the most unique thing that I've learned over the course of the last few years about frying things is apparently you can fry anything.
Anything.
You can fry beer. You can fry liquids. It's like, all right.
I would do the butter. I'd put that thing in breadcrumbs and go.
I believe it,
Yeah.
dude.
Really?
Yeah, just
Okay.
put it in breadcrumbs.
what?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if you like butter, why wouldn't you like fried
You're
butter?
just biting into
Fry-
a piece of
Everything fried is better.
Yeah.
You know what? I seen somebody fry a sunny side egg. The sunny side up egg, when it's kind of runny a little bit. They fried that joint. They put it in a meal and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be.
It kind of
probably
holds in
delicious.
that oil
It
well.
holds, bro.
And you can just kind of like net it out.
Yeah.
I want to
Okay.
try it.
Yeah.
I
I'm
want
in
to
on
try
that.
it.
I'm in on that. Fried cheesecake.
Wouldn't the butter just kind of become one with the cooking oil though? I was thinking about that when you were talking about.
Yeah, I don't know
that.
how to
Can you-
keep it-
Can
Oh,
you
yeah.
taste the butter as compared to the canola oil?
I would definitely if you breaded it though, I'd make sure I'd pop it in that freezer for a little bit. I'd
and a
chill
quick
it.
frying, just
I'd-
a quick
I'd
splash.
chill it in and put it in the fryer.
Chill
yeah.
and fry it.
Yeah.
It's the way to keep it. Fried wontons,
Yeah, buddy.
There you go.
hush puppies, and onion rings.
Ooh.
Oh,
Shout out to
wow.
Hush Puppies.
Yep.
Onions, dude.
They have an
Onions.
interesting past, the old Hush Puppies.
The hush puppy?
Yeah,
really?
Google that. Origins of Hush Puppies one day, you guys. I don't mean not right now. You don't have to do it right now.
I was going to say, I love hush
That was
puppies.
for the audience.
Now I feel a little timid. Should I
Yeah,
even
don't
say
do
that?
it right now. It'll ruin your mood.
The final honorable mention, number 11, is the corn dog. Corn dog on the top 10 of the deep fried foods. And
It's a good call, man.
There's no state fair without a Fletcher's corn.
I was about to say, as long as Fletcher's the one doing the frying there.
Damn right.
Fan Sports Lounge used to do a fried PB&J sandwich with powdered sugar sprinkled all over the top of it.
Yes.
It's insane.
Wow.
Yes.
That sounds divine. I'm in on that.
What about just
Put on a few pounds
cheese?
that year.
Yeah.
Fried cheese. So mozzarella sticks are going to get in here in the top 3.
Hells
Number 10 is fried fish.
Yes.
Number 9 is fried shrimp.
Yeah, look at me.
Wow.
All over this list, bro.
You're crushing this. Number 8 is egg rolls, which I know you've gotten real big into.
I love egg rolls.
And there's so much you can do. I've always talked about the versatility of the egg roll. I love the egg roll. Number 7
Too healthy.
Is it?
Yeah, too much cabbage in there. Replace that with cheese.
The cheesesteak. The cheesesteak egg roll is the perfect marriage.
We can get rid of the cabbage for you. We can make it unhealthy.
Get the onions out of here.
It's too healthy. It's too much cabbage. I don't want these damn vegetables.
You keep eating them boo-boo biscuits that you got going on.
Yeah,
you got no cabbage in your life. You got to eat them boo-boo biscuits.
Number 7 is the funnel cake.
Yeah, good stuff.
Which it is delicious.
I was so surprised the first time I had one when I was a kid. Like, whoa!
And then the smell.
Oh,
yes, the grease.
It's such a great
the
smell.
grease and the powdered sugar. Yes.
Number 6 is buffalo wings.
Oh,
which I guess
counts as fried chicken, but I guess it's in its own category.
That's fair.
You know, we'll put the buffalo wing in its own category.
Not many people do these well. Let me just say that.
The fried stuff.
Let me the wings.
Wing.
Well, because you prefer a smoked wing.
Yeah,
and you are the expert.
Just like time and attention and a great recipe. Not just, hey, we put them in oil and then splash buffalo sauce on them and put them on a plate. You know that's at least 70% of the wings you get at a restaurant.
Yeah, quit being so damn lazy.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Put some
Orange
time and
Magic
effort
number
into this.
1. Top 5 deep fried foods on National Tempura Day.
Fried Oreos.
Oreos did not make this, but fried Oreos are delicious. You've got potato or tortilla chips. Donuts at number 4.
Ooh, the donut. Yes. Wow.
Yes. Have my donuts.
Mott sticks at number 3.
Ooh.
Fried chicken at 2.
Yes.
Chicken.
Something
Fried
beat chicken?
Yeah, I am curious what beat chicken here.
Number 1 is the French fry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Boley.
I reach one
Outstanding.
for. You can fry anything and you can milk anything.
As long as it has nipples.
Gotta have nipples, Greg.
Okay, there you go. G-Bag Nation every afternoon, 4:20 here on The Fan. We get you Woolchuck's Top 10. Jerry Jones will be on with Sean and RJ in the morning. Be interesting to see what he has to say about 8:30. Okay, is this coach as good as gone, or is this another false alarm? We got to talk about it next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do that, though, because if you find yourself hurt in an accident, not your fault, you're going to want some guys to be on the scene.
year's edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26th. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. Looking for more information on the explosion in Fort Worth at the Sandman Hotel. Reporters from KRLD are on the scene if you'd like to listen to more on that story. That's our sister station just downstairs.
I think they just reported that it was definitely a gas explosion.
Okay, thank you.
Why I'm scared of having gas in my crib. The gas stoves and everything, which I hear are the best ones to cook on.
Yeah.
I'm nervous of them.
Yeah, it makes me nervous as well.
Yeah.
Especially with the stories just a couple of years ago from, West Dallas. And that area over there where you had a couple of explosions and they basically had to turn off the gas for an entire neighborhood for like 2 months while they rebuilt all the piping and everything. So the latest unfortunate gas story, the latest I'd seen was 11 injuries, but no further details on that. Some of the video on television and on Twitter is almost unreal, just the power of that explosion, not only knocking out all the windows, but there's a panel of a sidewalk that's just been like lifted up in its entirety and set on the road next to it. And you can see like the grid or the framework of the underneath of city streets. And you can imagine the amount of power that it would require to do something like that. So hopefully as they get things sorted out, the injuries aren't too bad.
Wow.
And that maybe everybody survived. But we're coming up on about 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes since we got the report that it had happened. And the coverage continues on our sister station, KRLD. That's AM 1080 there, if you'd like to click on over. Okay, what happens if the coach decides to go this time as another round of Dan Quinn rumors are circulating? Brian, what do you think is going to happen this time?
I think that with the number of openings that we're starting to see so far, I think Dan Quinn's going to get another opportunity to interview. Jerry Jones has made him, as a defensive coordinator, one of the highest paid coaches in the league when you start to talk about assistants. So the contract is like he is an NFL head coach. So, and I think Dan really likes it here, but I also believe, though, that he'd like another chance. These coaches would, like to get the opportunity to maybe run it back. The mistakes that they might have made the first time, the things that they learned. Dan Quinn learned a lot in personnel from hanging out with Will McClay. Dan likes personnel a lot. And, and Will's helped him. They've kind of helped each other. But I think that if he gets the opportunity to go, the thing we have to think about is now these coaches that get head coaching jobs, is it the offensive coach you want as the head coach or is the defensive coach you want? You have to determine what's the best for your program going forward. You try and stop people in the way that the NFL is today, or do you just trying to keep attacking people? So it seems like to me that having that offensive coach might be the way to go.
Yeah, I just want the best possible leader and problem solver, and I think for a lot of teams, Dan Quinn might be that guy. Do you think he'd take any job?
I think that he thought he was going to get the Denver Broncos job a couple of years ago, and then
since then he hasn't been like a serious candidate. Are you sure a team is going to want him?
That I think that you have to look at what he's been able to do.
Yeah,
with that defense.
There's a lot of qualified candidates out there,
Yeah.
more good candidates than probably job openings.
Yeah,
I think that's as a fan, you don't want to see them try to replace this guy. You'd much rather keep Dan Quinn, and I think there's a chance that he doesn't go. But I mean, if you're paying attention, it's hard to sustain top 5 defense, and he's done it 3 years in a row.
Right.
I think it's pretty powerful, the case that he can make. The question would be, how hard would he be to replace? Like, if he does go, how big of a blow would this be to the Cowboys, think, Chief?
I think it would be quite large. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody else on that staff that would get promoted, or most of them would be taken by Dan Quinn to his next destination. But I don't think you have a guy waiting in the wings here that is the Dan Quinn understudy. So I mean, I think Dan Quinn is uniquely adaptable, and those aren't. I think he's got qualities that you don't really find all that often.
Yeah, he'd be a tough guy to replace. I mean, I guess in-house, if I were looking at candidates, I think a guy that's going to be a popular name here is Al Harris. You got Al Harris and Joe Witt Jr. would be the two guys in-house I think maybe they would look at. But it is interesting. I mean, like the Commanders have a list of 5-6 candidates that they already want to meet with. Dan Quinn, not one of them. I'm sure Dan Quinn's going to become a hot name with, maybe the Raiders or the Chargers, or if one of these other opportunities open up, maybe the Titans job, Mike Vrabel leaves. Now the Titans is ahead, but so far the Falcons, even obviously they're not going to go and reunite with Dan Quinn, but we haven't seen the link of a team just yet emerge.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, hope you're having a nice little Victory Monday. A lot of interesting factoids from Victory. You can text into the show at 877-881-1053 if you have thoughts on the potential of Dan Quinn leaving and how tough that might be. Maybe Matt Eberflus comes back. Are they going to fire him in Chicago?
I think Matt Eberflus sounds like he's on good ground right now.
I think he's safe. They're getting rid of the offensive coordinator, Lou Getzky.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to move on from him. And that's another coordinator change. And Justin Fields, I don't know if that's a great sign for him.
No.
And them not drafting a quarterback. I think they are going to draft a quarterback.
It does seem like teams are going to be more willing, like for a few years now, it's been like you want to go get the offensive head coach. You want to go get the young offensive head coach. And with the way defenses were a little bit more dominant this year, scoring was down, and there's a lot of defensive coordinators that are getting a lot of love. Teams are, I think, more open than they have been maybe in the last couple of years to go get a defensive guy. And you just saw defense guy DeMeco Ryans come right in, have success.
With a rookie quarterback.
And he obviously put a great staff together, and that's so much of it. And I think Dan Quinn would be a guy that teams look at and say, I trust you to put a staff together.
I think that's part of the good news is like looking through the candidates. There's not a lot of offensive minds like the Miami OC Frank Smith, the Niners assistant head coach and running backs coach Anthony Lynn.
Lions Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson's probably the top guy.
But then after that, there's a lot of defensive guys, maybe 6 or 7, depending on which list you're looking at. So if you want to go with a defensive guy, you're going to see Dan Quinn, but there's going to be a number of other guys that you're definitely going to want to interview, and we'll have to see how that sorts itself out. Okay, we got 3 down, 2 to go here on a Monday with you on your home of the NFC East champion Dallas Cowboys. Look at how that came together, and look at how bad Philadelphia is. We'll talk more about these storylines coming up next. Chief, Little Football's finest on deck.
Yes, Mike Droppers, stat of the days, and don't disrespect the towel next here in the nation.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Brown. Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, heading for Wild Card Week, and we'll get busy previewing the Packers here tomorrow. Krusty's Corner 240. We have the ultimate college football, a national title game preview coming up in the Expressway. We're 20 minutes away from that. But right here, right now, it's time to take a look at football's finest, and the man to do that for you is none other than our very own Eric Giafalo, the Chief.
CeeDee Lamb finished the season, Pro Football Focus, 3rd highest graded wide receiver. He was first against man coverage, finished 2nd in total YAC, yards after catch, 5th in yards per route run, 5th in missed tackles forced, 2nd in first downs, and 3rd in touchdowns among wide receivers. That's a pretty good season to go into what is it was a contract, right? Contract year? About to get that bag.
Yes.
Yeah, he's as legit as it gets.
He absolutely is, and this is why we were so excited on the night that the Cowboys got to draft him. It's crazy that it was almost 4 years ago now, 3 years and 9 months worth of time. But unbelievable how many teams passed on him and the Cowboys could take him. And for the first couple years, it was like, wow, were we a little bit overconfident there? And I thought, no, we weren't. This team just doesn't know how to use him. They finally figured it out, and I think it gives you a stark contrast of the previous coaching staffs working with this quarterback and Tony Romo to what we have now. We finally joined the real grown-up football coaching game here when it comes to offense, Chief.
Couldn't agree more. And we'll see if they can, continue that in the playoffs. High leverage situations, really good defenses, perhaps on the road at some point if given the opportunity. But by and large, I certainly agree with you. Some of the takeaways from yesterday's game. I really enjoyed the way, hey, there's Turpin in an I formation as a back in the backfield.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I was like, okay, I like that. I like the Lamb option play. We've seen them work him in as a player in the backfield, but that was a nice little twist on it. I mean, just any way to get your explosive playmakers the ball, I'm all here for. So that jumped out to me. I also just getting Lamb, Cooks, and Ferguson all involved early and often. Like, we're not going to mess around with, okay, how are we going to attack this thing? No, you're going to see CeeDee Lamb, Cooks, and Ferguson pretty much from start to finish of this football game.
Would you steal the play that the Commanders tried to run that they underthrew?
The trick play.
The Curtis Samuel.
Yeah. Well, actually, the one where they put Logan Thomas under center.
Yeah, and then Howell misses.
They flipped it. Yeah. Would you steal that play from somebody? Would you steal that? Would you put that one in?
I think that's a fun wrinkle. I do. I think that's when you definitely put in the back pocket.
They were throwing out all the stops there with the trick play and whatnot. Yeah, I thought there was one where they got maybe a little bit lucky on
the Gilmore
Curtis Samuel
scooped it out of the air, almost intercepted.
Well, that was the Logan
Thomas
flip. That was the Logan Thomas flip.
Yeah, it was like both teams got lucky
option.
there. Yeah, because it should have just been a touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown.
But then it actually, with how bad of a pass it was, it should have been an interception.
Yeah, it was crazy.
They ran a Philly special too. They ran the Philly special and tried to throw the ball to the quarterback there, but they tackled him, out of bounds there. Then he couldn't get up the sidelines.
My favorite moment was probably just the response after going down 10-7, and all of a sudden, boom. Now the offense, like that ensuing drive was fantastic.
Feels like the next 3 or 4 drives.
Yes.
They were like, well, we played with our food long enough.
Well, they finally won. We talked about this in the postgame. That middle eight. They go ahead and defer.
Yeah.
They say, all right, we want to take the ball in the second half. Well, that's fine, but you need to make sure you cash in with ideally that double dip. They get the Donovan Wilson interception.
Yeah.
They go down the field. They score. Then coming right out of half, they score again. CeeDee Lamb, both of those touchdowns.
In my prediction, Wolchuk, you weren't here. I ultimately took Cowboys 38-3.
Nailed it.
But in the build-up to that, I said, this game could go absolutely wrong against you for 3 quarters plus, and you would still figure out a way to win. And at that moment, down 10-7, I'm thinking, oh my God, this is going to happen. But I think it was a little surprising to me just how bad of a team Washington fielded yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bunch of jobbers. Right, Broadus?
Yeah.
Jobbers,
yeah.
I thought Dowdle and Pollard ran pretty explosively. The pass protection on both of those guys as well had some nice moments.
Dowdle's just making more plays, though.
For sure.
More yard. It was 5.1 to 4.1. We're in a place, once again, I know we had this conversation 6 or so weeks ago when they had a good running game the last time It was Dowdle doing significantly more on a per attempt basis. And you have to pay more attention to that. I don't think it's a coincidence. It's not a fluke. You can see it in their running styles. And going into the playoffs, if I'm the offensive room right now, I'm like, guys, we need to get the ball to Dowdle more. Have Pollard involved, sure. But we need, if we get the chance to have a game-changing run, Pollard will not take the chance. Pollard will be brought down after 8 yards. Dowdle's the guy with enough juice in his legs right now that he might actually take it to the house. And a 60-yard touchdown could easily be the difference in winning or losing one of these games.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they've just got to do enough to just be a little balanced with running, but I think that this team's going to need to just drop back and sling this.
You're
rock
probably
around.
right about that.
You know, I just don't know that the running game is ever going to quite be there.
Yeah. No, that would be the qualifier that you would have to do. Guys, we probably don't want to run very much at all.
A little bit of sprinkle here and there.
But when we do, damn it, can we not keep giving it to Pollard? I've seen this play before. We did it for 3 years with Zeke where we kept giving to a guy who looked like he was in concrete.
Yeah, I do think you're getting a little bit more in the way of explosiveness with Dowdle right now. And I think that's the main thing. As the season has gone on, I think we've all seen Pollard improve.
He definitely has
to
improved.
start the season. It was like, oh my gosh. The thing that he still definitely doesn't have is the same burst and long speed that he had last year.
Yeah.
And that's something that Dowdle has a little bit more of. But I have been impressed with outside of the explosive run there and the long speed. Pollard, I think you've seen him break some tackles.
Made
You've
two people
seen the
miss
vision.
last night on a 12-yard run.
A little bit more physicality there. So it has gotten better, but it is nice to see when you interject Dowdle, it's like, okay, maybe he could go run for 20 yards on you. He can go take a catch and go burn it up the sideline for 30 yards or whatever. I don't think you're seeing Pollard doing that right now.
Well, Pollard had the really nice catch.
Great grab.
He did have one stud snag,
Right there. That was the first your first drive of the game. He had a catch, I think, for 12 yards coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, almost a touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things that gives me confidence about the defense moving forward, I think Damone Clark probably off maybe his best game of the season.
Him and Bell. Actually,
Bell playing well, which you've seen, more so I think this year than Clark, where Bell has played well. But Clark playing well yesterday. He had one where he's covering somebody down the seam into the end zone. It was great coverage.
Yeah, they tried to double move him is what they tried to do. It was Robinson, the back. He was carrying up the seam. Yeah.
That was really good coverage there. But having Donovan Wilson seemingly returning to form. Go ahead.
It was the wide receiver, number one, Dotson.
It was Dotson.
It was Dotson. It wasn't the back. It was Dotson.
Which is really impressive. Dotson's got crazy speed.
Yeah. No, it was a great play by Clark, and he had a handful. Donovan Wilson getting back to form, hopefully he's really back to being himself. I think these last 2 games feel like vintage Donovan Wilson, flying around, making tackles, being physical, splash plays. If you get that, I mean, this Dan Quinn defense needs its safeties to play at a high level. Like, so much is contingent on the safeties playing well. They haven't gotten that, for good chunks of the season. If Donovan Wilson's back to being himself, and then you have Jordan Lewis feeling less and less like a liability, it's like, okay, this is what I want to see, like trending in the right direction, going up against an offense here in Green Bay that is going to test the heck out of you.
Yeah, they got. There's a lot of receivers that people probably don't know. They're not household names, but they can get it done with guys like Jaden Reed and Dobbs. But man, Jordan Lewis the last 3 weeks has really been outstanding. He's been back to the ball god that he was in 2018.
When you have both of those guys playing like that, you actually have a chance to play with a little bit of aggressiveness in the middle of the field. And, a lot of times it feels like the Cowboys are just trying to hold on and stay in position. But last couple of weeks, you see Donovan Wilson violently flying into the picture frame and knocking the living crap out of somebody more. And when you can get that and not have it cost you on the back end, that's when you know your defense is in position, trusting each other, and playing with the right amount of aggressiveness. So I think things with the defense have clicked. I mean, like, they won the Detroit game for you, So salute to them.
Now, I do salute to Zach Martin. I'm feeling for him. I mean, the experience he must have had yesterday has to be, maybe when he looks back on his career, the worst Sunday football experience of his entire career. I mean, the dude wakes up, he's got the flu, he can't play, and now what we're finding out, Broadus, is we were wondering, like, what happens to sit guy on the road when he wakes up? Christy Scales always bringing the scoop.
Yeah, she said he spent the whole game in the locker room.
The whole game, you have the flu and you're sitting in a decrepit FedEx Field locker room the whole time. I mean,
the same locker room where their teammates came back through?
Yeah.
Did they sanitize that locker room since he's in there? Just
so.
incubating that joint.
They need to have a Lucius or a Broadus on the team that understands how to get places tidied up, smelling good, feeling good, cleanly.
Ajax in that damn thing.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, this is a debilitating flu. We don't need people like developing these symptoms 4 days later.
Yeah, it's playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad enough to where he couldn't play in the game. And I'm sure he would have loved to play in the game, sick to a certain extent. You can play, but then there's a line that we all know that gets drawn in the sand. I'm not doing bleep today. But the one thing I really don't want to do is hang out in a disgusting, musty, old FedEx Field locker room.
No.
That seems terrible for 3 hours. There's not a better place you could put me up.
No, I mean, yeah, you couldn't stay in the hotel room. I mean, the only thing that's beneficial is when you're with the Cowboys, you're getting the best medical treatment. So at least you're getting fluids, you're getting all the medication that you need to try and feel better. But that sounds like a terrible way to spend 4 hours.
I guess you're just laying on the training table and then you're just going in and out of the. At least they got the 12 stalls. You know, that's the one silver lining here.
If you need to use the bathroom, you got one available.
You got the quantity there, but you're probably just posted up on a training table. And you're sick as a dog, and you miss your mom, and you just want to be taken care of. And it just seems like a bad
nurse
day.
to you. I'll send a nurse and a private jet to you. You know, let's just go. You got to get back to DF.
Fly the poor guy home, man.
Yeah.
That is miserable, and you know it had to be like next level body aches and shivering for Martin to miss.
Yes.
You know, this is a guy that never wears sleeves outside to prove how tough he is.
No, and you know, he's probably the one that's like, no, I want to be here. I want to be with the teammates. I won't play, but at least let me be here.
Yeah,
I just want to be with the guys.
He's a savage animal if that's what he was
really
doing.
is, man.
That's the last place in the world I want to be sick is just laying in a locker room while my team's out there playing.
5-degree fever.
It's a bad
that
deal.
Horrible smell.
Ugh.
Yeah, not fun. Okay, this is my favorite 7 seconds of the Jameis Winston post game. We discussed it earlier. Arthur Smith, Falcons or ex-Falcons head coach, is ticked off at Dennis Allen after the game because the Saints elect to down at the 1 yard line when they're already up by double-digit points in the final seconds of the game. They decide to hand the ball off, even though they're in victory formation, selling the idea that they're just going to kneel it and we're all going to get out of here. And so everybody on the Falcon side is disrespected and everything. But this was my favorite mic drop moment from Jameis Winston in the post game because Jameis Winston says, "Hey, the offense decided we're not going to do what our coach wants us to do. We're going to get Jamal Williams a touchdown." And so he had to spend the entire post game in the locker room defending the decision, did Jameis Winston. But this was his best argument.
I think it should be forgotten, especially when the score is already 41-17. So I don't know how much worse it can get.
Get.
And his face in that moment, he's smiling the whole way until he gets to get, and then it gets to very serious.
Yeah, he was serious.
He was getting so annoyed, and he's fighting, and he's putting on this fake smile because he just wants to punch these schmo reporters in the face the entire time. But he's got to stay calm. He's got to stay cool. But that was a very emphatic get there at the end of that.
I just wish he was great at football because he is hilarious, dude. We need a lot more Jameis Winston.
The life after football, Jameis in the booth or wherever he wants to do, studio analyst, if he wants his own show, I am ready for Jameis Winston. He is highly entertaining.
How much worse it can get.
I'm also just impressed with his seemingly lack of caring at all.
He does not care.
The world thinks he's made a huge mistake. His coach doesn't like him. But you know what? His guys agree with him. His guys got his back. Like, that's all I need. You know, there's a certain piece that's got to come with it.
Yeah. He's like, you got a problem with me or you got a problem with the whole team? It was the whole team's decision.
Well, I'm going to go enjoy the hell out of the rest of my afternoon. Wouldn't you think that the coach is as good as gone if a player does that?
I would, but I guess Dennis
Allen is not fired yet.
Is not fired, and there are now reports that they're going to add John Gruden to the coaching staff.
There you go. Just make matters worse. Now,
out there calling people naysayers and stuff.
Let them know. Luke, just let them know.
And he said somebody's lips look like bus seats or something like that. What he said?
Oh, he did have it.
He did.
He was painting an interesting picture.
Coach
in that
Lips,
email.
he called him or something like that.
Coach Lips.
What a naysayer.
Well, speaking of, should somebody be fired? Obviously, when you start talking about the Jets, you feel like, maybe that is in order, but maybe not exactly who you think it should be. Now, we have a couple of funny things in regards to the Jets. One of them is a quote from their wide receiver, Garrett Wilson, on if he's frustrated about how he didn't get to fully showcase himself this season. And his response was, quote, "I hear I had a good year. It was the worst year of my life," end quote. So that's one perspective from a Jets player saying it was the worst year of his life. The 2023 Giants and Jets, how about this for a sad New York football stat of the day? The Giants and Jets had the 2 lowest recorded offenses since Pro Football Focus started recording in 2006.
Holy crap.
Which means they're even worse than the Jay Jeezy, Daniel Jones, 5 touchdowns per season offense. It's as shocking as it gets.
It's really bad.
I thought Tommy Cutlets was out here dialing it up for a couple of weeks.
He was.
But that's not the case.
He was.
Now, how about this, though? This is the most incompetence. This is the perfect symbol of the Jets. Just from top to bottom, terrible.
1986. Ken O'Brien.
So promising after 11 games, I heard.
Woo! Robert Saleh, head coach of the Jets, admitted that, quote, one of our mathematicians was wrong on the sideline and thought Breece Hall had gotten his 1,000 rushing yards, but of course he had 994. And that's what he will finish the season with. So some way, somehow,
so they take poor Breece Hall out of the game. They're like, he's good. He's got the 1,000.
We got the 1,000 guys. We're good here.
Messed up.
It's an amazing quote there from Robert Saleh. One of our mathematicians. So it wasn't like they just have one mathematician. They have a collective unit of mathematicians. One of them got it so wrong that the rest of them couldn't even correct it.
Yeah. So number 2 can't say no. Actually, he needs 6 more yards.
Is this just like a forgetting to carry the one situation?
Usually it is with me, but this sounds like it's way more serious.
It's extremely Jets. It's very on brand, and I appreciate that they're just going to run it back next year, man. I think they got the same mathematicians who can't add to 1,000. They're going to have the same Robert Saleh. Here comes Aaron Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett, and we'll see if maybe they will not have the worst offense recorded since 2006, according to Pro Football Focus. We'll see.
11 hurt, 1 critical, 2 serious is the latest I've seen here on NBC5 of the downtown Fort Worth hotel explosion. So we're tracking that story. We got the national championship game coming up. Thank you so much for that edition of Football's Finest.
Yes, sir.
I do need a ruling. Country music, who are you? I know a lot of you out there are country music fans. Not Max Scherzer, by the way. Max Scherzer not included in that statement if you are. I heard he's a Tolo. But they're doing like a country music concert pregame show for the national championship. I noticed this trend the first time. Now, I don't watch much country music. I'll listen to it from time to time. Obviously, in Texas, you're going to hear some and you're going to get your favorite country songs, and I have those, so I don't mind it, right? I'm confused. Do they all have boy band dance groups now? Is this now standard? Do you, as a country musician, you have boy band dance groups behind you?
And they're rapping.
Okay, so you're rapping, you got boy bands behind you. What's country or Western about in either of those things? Maybe West Side, that's all I see.
West Side Story.
I'm not hating. I just want clarification, because I'm not very learned on these subjects of much modern music at all. I'm just stunned.
A caveman.
I'm just a caveman. It's not. I mean, when I went to my Garth Brooks concert in 1993, that's not what the stage show was like.
Not at all.
It's the popification of America.
Yeah, apparently. And you know what? It's not a bad thing.
They appear on both charts,
It's
right?
weird.
Lucius, am I right about that? Does music appear, country music and pop, on same charts? They cross over?
Sometimes they do, yeah.
Taylor Swift did.
Yeah.
This is what I like right here. This country music.
Red Dirt. Dwight Yoakam?
Yeah.
Myself to sleep.
He's from California.
This is Lucius' favorite.
I like that 90s country, bro.
Yeah.
I can't imagine he has NSYNC backup dancers right now as this is going.
Dwight Yoakam, no. He would not.
No, dude, this is just Wranglers, cowboy boots,
And he's got the
dip in your
guitar,
mouth.
Okay, 254.
He puts his guitar down and makes a little jiggle
He does,
with his backup dancers, and he gets back on the mic. Hillbilly music.
Real country music fans do not stand behind that kind of country stuff.
Yeah, I believe you.
That's bleepy Nashville country music.
I believe you.
That looks like that. Texas country does not do that. Preach, Dawson. Us outlaw country guys call that bro country.
Yes.
Okay, I was just
Outlaw
wondering.
country is it, dog.
I was just wondering. Yeah, I like outlaw country. I like the Red Dirt as well.
Red Dirt guys and gals.
Yeah. Okay, we got to run though. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We have the king, the granddaddy, Natty preview. all the storylines and what you need to know with the game coming up in an hour and 11 minutes. It's an earlier start, so we want to get you updated and caught up on everything that's next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, you need to call my friends at